When the apocalypse descends, a virus rampages across the globe. Infected individuals, driven by the virus, turn into bloodthirsty savages, preying on human flesh. Even more astonishingly, they gradually evolve to possess extraordinary intelligence, robust physiques, and astonishing regenerative abilities. The sky is frequently marred by ominous phenomena, and an unanticipated heavy snowfall blankets the entire world. Cities are under stringent lockdowns, with the shadow of death lurking ominously, perpetually threatening the lives of the populace. Ordinary people, enduring countless hardships, finally escape from the city engulfed by the virus. Yet, does this truly signify the end of it all? The societal norms of yesteryear have crumbled, and the authority of the law has vanished without a trace. In this apocalyptic world, food, weapons, and fuel have become the sole currencies of survival. Ruthless soldiers and survivors stripped of their humanity for the mere scraps of sustenance. Some even resort to selling their own bodies. This is the grim reality of the end times, devoid of any romanticism or fervor, only the desperate struggle for survival of those who remain. In the coastal city of Linhai, November 2026 has ushered in a biting cold wind, the air seemingly thick with an icy chill. Below Zhang Han's residence, the street pulses like the city's heartbeat, throngs of people bustling about in a cacophony that never ceases, day or night. However, for Zhang Han, the vibrancy below feels like a world apart, as though he exists in a forgotten corner of society. He is a marginalized soul, merely surviving day by day amidst the sea of humanity. Zhang Han lazily stretches, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling as if searching for something elusive yet ultimately unattainable. Often, he finds himself bewildered by his fate. At 22 years of age, he still cannot find his rightful place in this world. He murmurs to himself, "What a ridiculous life I led." With a sigh, his voice heavy with impotence and despair, he laments, "Alas, I am powerless to alter my current circumstances." Zhang Han's figure appears despondent and feeble upon the bed, as if crushed under the weight of life's burdens. A decade ago, his parents vanished after being involved in smuggling operations in Myanmar, leaving behind this dilapidated two-room apartment, seemingly forsaken by time. In these 10 years, he has struggled like a solitary boat amidst the tumultuous waves of life, having worked as a child laborer, distributed flyers, and even sold his blood, all to barely scrape by. The moment his parents departed, Zhang Han, just graduated from elementary school, was forced to abandon his studies. Reality is cruel when one cannot even afford tuition. When basic sustenance becomes a challenge, attending school becomes an unattainable dream. He once aspired to enlist at 18, but was turned away due to his lack of educational qualifications. Jobs requiring formal education remain eternally out of reach. He has experienced the fickle nature of human relationships. Relatives severed ties the moment his parents passed, and no one inquired about his well-being. He glanced at the balance on his phone. Just over 1,100 yuan remaining tomorrow. He would have to resort to another day's wage job. With resignation, he muttered to himself, his voice laden with bitterness. He sat up, opened the window and the light, revealing a floor strewn with instant noodle wrappers and refuse. For him, there is no time to clean, and living alone renders it unnecessary. With his life in such disarray, it is inconceivable that any woman would find him appealing. Zhang Han chuckled bitterly. What a decaying existence I led. He checked the time on his phone, 2:27 p.m. Given his already chaotic routine, this was no surprise. Alas, it seems I must settle for instant noodles, he remarked, making his way to the kitchen, casually grabbing a cup of noodles and pouring some warm water over it. He then returned to his bedroom. He placed the noodles on the bedside table, drew the curtains, and removed a movable tile from above the nightstand. Reaching inside, he extracted a box approximately 60 centimeters long and 50 centimeters wide, possibly the only relic left by his parents. Upon opening the box, he was greeted by the sight of a Type 54 semi-automatic pistol and 2 spare magazines. In the lower left corner lay a box of 7.62 by 25 Tokarev ammunition. He caressed the cold metal of the gun, appreciating its solid feel. He had contemplated surrendering the firearm, but ultimately chose to keep it. After all, what man does not harbor a fondness for guns? He gently slid his fingers along the gun's surface, savoring its unique texture. While merely a cold weapon, this gun held profound significance for him. It symbolized not only power, but also his deep-seated yearning for freedom and adventure. He cautiously opened the box of ammunition, each round appearing meticulously crafted, smooth, and lethal. He examined each bullet, ensuring they were neither damp nor rusted. This was a mark of respect for life and for the weapon itself. He understood that these bullets could potentially become his most reliable allies in critical moments. The 2 spare magazines were fully loaded, along with the magazine in the handgun, totaling 54 rounds. He meticulously checked each magazine, confirming that every spring functioned correctly and that each bullet was tightly arranged. In this cacophonous world, Zhang Han felt an unprecedented sense of solitude. His life was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, with the gun and ammunition at hand, he found a peculiar sense of solace. They were not merely cold metal, they were the only companions and support in his lonely existence. He gently returned the handgun to the box, placing the ammunition and magazines back in their respective spots. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed the box. Standing up, he gazed out the window, the clamor of the street ringing in his ears. Damn it, my noodles have gone cold, he suddenly recalled, having just finished inspecting the gun. What a scatterbrained fool I am. He had no choice but to force himself to consume every last bite. With just over 1,000 yuan to his name, he could afford to waste no morsel of food. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone. He picked it up, sipping the noodle broth while reading the message. Announcement from the National Health and Control Department of the Zhongxing, United States. Document No. 097 of 2026. In light of the Customs Department's discovery of a novel and unknown influenza virus in Linhai City on November 1, 2026, characterized by its extreme transmissibility and high mortality rate, and to effectively curb the outbreak and safeguard the lives and health of the populace, the National Health and Control Department has resolved to implement an indefinite lockdown of Linhai City starting November 3, 2026. The relevant matters are hereby announced as follows. 1. A home isolation policy shall be enforced throughout Linhai City, with all citizens prohibited from leaving their homes without special circumstances, and gatherings or visits strictly forbidden. The specific lifting of the restrictions will be notified based on the virus control situation. 2. A curfew will be imposed, with no one permitted to venture out during designated hours except for essential personnel holding government-issued permits. Necessary personnel include those in critical roles such as medical rescue, virus control, emergency response, and supply assurance, and they must adhere strictly to control regulations and passage requirements. 3. Each city intersection in Linhai will establish stringent checkpoints, with military forces authorized to enter the city to enforce control measures and assist relevant departments in maintaining traffic and public order, ensuring the implementation of all control measures. For that the government will make every effort to ensure the basic living needs of Linhai citizens, coordinating the supply of essential goods, including food, drinking water, and medicine, to be delivered directly to citizens' homes by designated government workers and military personnel, assuring that citizens' lives remain worry-free during the isolation period. 5. That during the virus control period, all citizens must strictly comply with the directives issued by the government, actively cooperating with government personnel in virus control efforts. Any violations, disturbances to public order, or disobedience to government personnel will be dealt with severely and without leniency. We urge all citizens to understand, support, and actively cooperate with virus control efforts as we unite to weather this storm and safeguard our homeland. In case of emergencies or special needs, please promptly contact your community or relevant departments. This is the official announcement. National Health and Control Department of the Zhongxing, United States. November 3, 2026. Zhang Han's gaze was riveted on the announcement just released by the government, his eyes wide with disbelief, almost bulging from their sockets. What the hell? He exclaimed, incredulous. Another lockdown? You gotta be kidding me? It turned out that this city had already been under lockdown for a full 2 years due to a virus, and now a new wave was rising. How could he possibly come to terms with this? He cursed under his breath, venting his frustration and anxiety. Yet reality is often harsh. He knew he could not stand against the government. This time, it was not the usually affable police, but the unyielding military. The military, after all, does not entertain reason. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if an unseen needle had pricked at his heart. Why was the military being deployed for this round of control? The police and armed forces in Linhai City together number over 30,000. Even though Linhai is a populous coastal city with a population exceeding 7 million, it seems excessive to deploy troops for management. Does it not? Something is amiss, truly amiss, he muttered, his brow furrowed as he opened a video application on his phone. For someone like him, who struggled even with the simple act of dining, such matters were beyond his control. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted outside, surging like relentless ocean waves. He opened the window and beheld the already congested streets rendered even more impassable. A throng of people surged towards supermarkets and convenience stores, akin to an army of ants, clamoring to procure supplies. The 2 years of viral lockdowns had left lingering fears, as if the specter of a war without gunfire had reignited within the hearts of the populace. Yet he had no intention of joining the fray. As an aficionado of instant noodles, his stockpile at home could sustain him for at least a month. Moreover, even if he were to venture out now, he would be unable to compete with the crowd. He witnessed with his own eyes the line outside a large supermarket extending well beyond the entrance, resembling a great dragon. Each individual emerging from the store pushed carts brimming with food and essentials, seemingly preparing for an impending storm. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the air. Police cars and troop carriers came to a slow halt on the street, doors flung open as officers swiftly disembarked. Dressed in crisp uniforms with grave expressions, they wielded megaphones and began to traverse the street, addressing the crowd. "Please listen carefully. I am a police officer," one officer proclaimed beside his vehicle, his voice firm and resonant, slicing through the din of the street. "We have received an urgent notification the entire city is now under lockdown. For everyone's safety, we ask that you cease all purchases, remain calm, and return to your homes immediately." Another officer weaved through the throng, his gaze vigilant, repeating the same message through his megaphone while gesturing for people to disperse. "We ask for your cooperation. Do not linger on the streets. Return home at once. The government will ensure the supply of essential goods, so please rest assured." Meanwhile, several armed soldiers disembarked from the troop carriers, their expressions grave, yet their movements indicative of rigorous training. They echoed the officers' words through their megaphones while employing gestures and body language to guide the crowd. "Please follow our instructions, remain calm, and evacuate in an orderly manner," one soldier commanded, his voice resonating through the street with pronounced clarity. "We will safeguard your safety. Trust in the government. Trust in us." The arriving police and soldiers shared a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding situation. However, in the face of orders from their superiors, they could only comply unconditionally. The loudspeakers mounted on the police vehicles continuously broadcasted the officers' messages, yet the response from the crowd was scant. Alas, such is human nature. Chapter 2. The turmoil. The crowd surged forward as if propelled by an unseen force, inexorably drawing closer to the checkpoint. The faces in the front row became distinctly visible, revealing the tense expressions of the armed police. Their rifles' ominous black muzzles resembling the cold, unblinking eyes of death, fixed upon the masses. The heavy machine gun mounted on the armored vehicle slowly pivoted, its massive barrel aimed menacingly at the helpless throng. Ahead, the crowd was engulfed in confusion and panic. They yearned to halt their advance, yet the relentless tide of people from behind, like an irresistible wave, compelled them to move forward into an uncertain fate. Li Yud spat disdainfully on the ground, cursing, "What the hell? How did I get pushed to the front?" He mused, "Those damned soldiers can't possibly be serious about firing." Beside him, an elder, weathered by time, glanced at him askance and replied calmly, "In my day, I too served in the military. Do you see those rifles in the hands of the armed police? If they really open fire, a 5.8mm round could easily pierce through 2 or 3 people." Li Yud was taken aback by the elder's words, exclaiming, "Are you serious? If that's the case, won't the people in front be turned into a sieve?" He unconsciously swallowed hard, a wave of unease washing over him. The elder continued nonchalantly, "Did you notice that heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle? The 89 style machine gun, with a 12.7mm caliber bullet, thicker than your finger." After speaking, the old man turned to Li Yud once more and added, "Don't be deceived by your robust appearance. A hit to you could easily split you in two. The bullet that passes through you would wreak havoc in the crowd behind until it loses momentum. With this density of people, a single 12.7mm round could easily claim the lives of 6 or 7. Li Yud silently halted, attempting to retreat, and while backing away, he asked the elder, "You old fool. Do you think those soldiers would really dare to shoot?" As he spoke, he patted his belly, contemplating whether he might indeed be split in two. "I'm already 31, still without a wife. The Lee family has no heirs." The elder cast a glance at the armed police at the checkpoint and asserted firmly, "Given the current situation, they will undoubtedly fire." Reluctantly, Lee swallowed again and inquired, "Old man, when you were in the army, did they teach you how to survive close-range shooting?" The elder simply replied, "Lie down as quickly as you can. That way, when facing machine gun and rifle fire, your target area is minimized." Layud said nothing. Bracing himself to drop to the ground, his body tensed like a wild boar poised to pounce. "Sergeant, are we really going to shoot?" a rookie asked the squad leader. "Damn it, do you think I want to shoot? We've been given a direct order. Not a single person can get through," the sergeant snapped, angrily slapping the rookie's helmet. That moment, the crowd was less than 30 meters from the checkpoint. The sergeant immediately ordered a warning shot into the air. "Fire at the front of the crowd." He bellowed to the machine gunner on the armored vehicle. "But Sergeant, that could cause collateral damage. The bullets could ricochet off the concrete and injure someone." The machine gunner trembled as he spoke. The sergeant's expression was as resolute as iron. He did not turn back, coldly responding through gritted teeth, "I've been in the army for 8 years. Do you think I don't know that? Injuring someone is one thing. If they charge the checkpoint, it will be a matter of killing." With the sergeant's affirmation, the machine gunner pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed, and Lee had to admit, at his age, he found himself paralyzed with fear for the first time. Although his name was Lee Yud, he had committed his fair share of misdeeds. He considered himself accustomed to grand spectacles, such as being attacked with knives or cornered at his doorstep for debts. However, facing the intimidation of a machine gun was a first for him. The bullets struck so close that he could almost smell death, and several shocking bloodstains marred his face from concrete shrapnel. The two individuals beside him, positioned even closer, suffered grievously. Chunks of concrete, like meteors, crashed down upon their legs, one of whom was a woman. She collapsed to the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig, screaming, "The army is killing people." Yet this only slightly impeded the relentless surge of the crowd. Their roars of anger and fear crashing like waves, threatening to engulf the checkpoint entirely. Upon hearing the woman's cries, the crowd grew even more furious, with someone shouting, "They wouldn't dare to kill us. Let's charge together." The masses stirred once more, driven by fervor. Just then, a low rumble echoed from above, as a police helicopter appeared overhead. The loudspeaker blared a stern warning. "Cease all violent actions immediately, or we will take decisive measures." The helicopter's arrival momentarily silenced the crowd. However, a youth adorned with a dragon tattoo shouted defiantly, "If you have the guts, shoot us." His words ignited a frenzy among some in the crowd. Their emotions surging once more, as the soldiers in the helicopter realized their warnings were ineffectual, they swiftly launched a tear gas canister. The canister detonated at the edge of the crowd, releasing a noxious cloud that caused many to cough and tear up, throwing them into disarray. The ringleaders among the agitators panicked, attempting to flee amidst the chaos, but the military and police were quick to initiate a capture operation. That moment, the armed helicopter also aimed its weapons at the crowd below. While 3 officers charged into the fray to apprehend the troublemakers, several of the young troublemakers scattered frantically into the crowd, yet the police struggled to close the distance due to the throng. Gradually, a few of the youths found themselves cornered. One young man, seeing no hope of escape, suddenly drew a triangular military dagger from his waist and took a young girl hostage. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her," he screamed hoarsely. The police were instantly paralyzed with fear, hesitant to approach. The commotion in the crowd ceased abruptly, all eyes fixed tensely on the scene. The sergeant stepped forward, slowly lowering his weapon, saying, "Brother, calm down. Taking a hostage is a serious crime. If you let her go now, you still have a chance." The youth, however, laughed maniacally. "A chance? Ha! Once I'm in your hands, there will be no chance." As he spoke, his expression grew more deranged, the blade slicing a shallow cut across the girl's neck. The girl, terrified, burst into tears, causing the crowd to recoil in horror, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. The tension escalated as the military and police found themselves at a loss. The young troublemaker shouted, Hurry and bring us a vehicle, or we'll kill this little girl. It's all the same to us. I'm not afraid in 18 years, I'll still be a free man. Clearly, the military and police could not acquiesce to such demands. Their immediate priority was to seal off the area containing over 3,000 people. And they could not simply breach their secure perimeter because of a few thugs holding a girl hostage. "Sergeant, what do we do now?" the machine gunner asked, his face etched with anxiety, eyes pleading for guidance. "What do you expect me to know?" the sergeant replied. "Those ruthless thugs have pushed that little girl to the front. There's no way we can take them all out without risking her life. At the same time, we cannot grant them a vehicle to escape." The sergeant's gaze remained fixed on the assailants, his tone resolute. "Are we just going to abandon the girl?" the machine gunner pressed. The other armed officers stared at the sergeant, awaiting his response. "It's not that we won't save her. It's that we are powerless. First, we must understand that this virus has a mortality rate of 99.9. We cannot let a single girl dictate our response. What if those thugs are carrying the virus? Who will bear that responsibility? Our primary task is to contain this area, not to rescue hostages." The machine gunner's expression dimmed, and the other officers fell silent. The reality loomed before them like a mountain, starkly clear. One life weighed against many. Meanwhile, the assailants, sensing the officers' hesitation, sneered, "Oh, so you won't comply with my demands? Then I'll let this little brat taste blood today." With that, he raised the knife and viciously plunged it into the girl's thigh. Blood erupted from her wound like a fountain, and the officers' hearts ached in despair. Yet they remained powerless. While the officers continued to plead with the assailants, they were unable to prevent the young girl from being harmed. Zhang Han silently watched from a window, taking in the rapid unfolding of events. From the initial announcement to the chaotic execution of dispersing such a large crowd or confining them nearby, it was an impossible task. Now, under his very eyes, this scene unfolded, leaving him to ponder what chaos would ensue in areas with even fewer police forces. In the blink of an eye, the young girl, having lost an excessive amount of blood, was rendered incapable of crying out. The flicker of life within her was perilously close to extinguishing. The assailants, too, seemed to grasp that the military and police would never acquiesce to their unreasonable demands. One of the criminals, desperate to save his own life, stealthily crept behind the captor of the girl. And with a swift, almost ethereal motion, he forcefully twisted the knife-wielding hand of the captor downward, as quick as a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. He then promptly knelt on the ground. Cradling his head in his hands, his actions executed with a painful familiarity. The knife-wielding assailant, lacking training, seemed as if his backbone had been severed. In agony, he relinquished his hold on the girl. The military and police, exhibiting no hesitation, acted decisively. The squad leader fired his weapon. A 5.8mm rifle round shot forth like a meteor, striking the assailant squarely in the chest with a force akin to an overwhelming tidal wave. Its residual impact penetrating the lower abdomen of another assailant. The bullet, having deformed upon impact, left a gaping, grotesque wound in the second assailant's belly, his intestines spilling forth uncontrollably like a deluge breaching a dam. The assailant struck in the chest collapsed backward like a marionette with severed strings. His sternum shattered, he coughed up frothy blood, which blossomed like crimson flowers, clearly indicating severe damage to his lungs. In an instant, he succumbed to the void of death. Meanwhile, the assailant with exposed intestines met a swift demise, as if the grim reaper had seized him by the throat. The deformed bullet first struck his lower abdomen like a venomous snake before piercing through his spine like a rapier. The military and police swiftly attended to the girl lying on the ground, attempting to bind her wounds, while calling out to the crowd, "Is there a doctor, nurse, or anyone capable of treating severe blood loss? Please step forward immediately." Yet, to their dismay, the only response was an oppressive silence, save for one community paramedic, who, like a faint star flickering in the darkness, slowly extended his hand. "I know how to bandage." "Is that sufficient?" The squad leader examined the girl's wounds, furrowing his brow and sighing deeply. "What we need now are professionals who can suture, not merely bandage. The girl has lost too much blood. Without immediate transfusion, the consequences could be dire. In light of the current predicament, lacking medical equipment and specialized personnel posed an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the girl's parents were nowhere to be found, rendering her name and blood type unknown. complicating any potential transfusion. Squad leader, the bleeding simply won't stop. The wound is far too deep. She must be sutured immediately. The two armed police officers responsible for bandaging exclaimed anxiously, clutching the now blood-soaked tourniquet. Their efforts to stem the tide of blood proved futile. Upon hearing their words, the squad leader hastily approached the girl receiving emergency treatment on the ground. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the horrific wound. Desperate to ascertain the cause of the uncontrollable bleeding, he beheld a gruesome cross-shaped gash on the girl's thigh, flesh turned outward, blood flowing relentlessly from within. Under such rudimentary medical conditions, faced with such severe injuries, the girl's life appeared to hang by a thread. Damn it! How could this happen? The squad leader muttered through clenched teeth, his heart swelling with anger and helplessness. The Trident military dagger, notorious for its lethal efficacy, earned its reputation as a bloodletting instrument. The wounds it inflicted were notoriously difficult to heal, accompanied by copious blood loss. Without prompt and effective treatment, the injured often faced grim fates. Chapter 3. The military enters the city. Lockdown of the entire city without a doubt, the flower of life for the young girl withered amidst the harsh realities, leaving no hope for salvation. Minutes later, as the two armed police officers engaged in rescue efforts shook their heads in despair, yet another fragile life was extinguished beneath the merciless Trident dagger. The wound was profound and nearly impossible to heal, resembling an insurmountable chasm. In such rudimentary medical conditions, efforts to staunch the bleeding and bandage the wound proved utterly impotent. An oppressive silence enveloped all present, as within a mere 20 minutes, 3 vibrant lives had quietly slipped away. It was evident to all that the government was taking decisive action, determined to impose a citywide lockdown to contain the spread of this catastrophe. Helicopters hovered above like harbingers of death, their ominous roar sending shivers through the crowd. Under the helicopter's menacing presence, the throng gradually quieted, slowly dispersing. Although the helicopter eventually departed, the crowd remained too terrified to stir. They had witnessed the might of firearms and dared not provoke any further chaos. For these citizens, gentle policies may have lost their effectiveness. Instead, the blood-soaked lessons and the intimidation of force rendered them docile as sheep. Acutely aware of the power of weaponry, a police officer, tightly gripping his handgun, expressed a heavy lament. Nothing has even transpired yet, not even basic necessities are at risk, and the crowd is already so unstable. I shudder to think what might happen if subsequent supplies fail to arrive on time. His voice betrayed a sense of unease and apprehension regarding the future. Alas, there's nothing to be done. The government's sudden announcement means many personnel and supplies have yet to arrive, which is to be expected. An older, more seasoned officer patted the shoulder of the lamenting officer in a gesture of comfort, stating, "Our foremost priority is to contain the populace and prevent movement. Otherwise, if the virus spreads, it would be catastrophic." Soon, the personnel lockdown commenced as planned, unfolding in an orderly fashion. Officers confiscated supplies from all individuals on the streets for centralized distribution, while armed police maintained vigilance to prevent any escape. After the confiscation, the police requisitioned storefronts and began the process of housing the displaced, their actions swift and methodical, as if racing against time. Zhang Han understood all too well that his residence would undoubtedly be included in the distribution list. After all, there were only a scant 18 shops lining the street, 3 small convenience stores, 2 large supermarkets, 6 eateries, 5 clothing stores, and 2 small inns. Collectively, these establishments were woefully inadequate to accommodate over 3,000 displaced individuals, like a drop in the bucket, unable to quench the thirst of need. During the allocation, many faces reflected discontent, their voices rising like a tide in protest against the inequitable distribution. Yet, under the weight of armed suppression, their resistance was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Ultimately, the conditions at the inns were undoubtedly superior to those at the supermarkets, which, in turn, were better than those at the convenience stores. In the face of such realities, fair distribution became an unattainable luxury. The priority was to place women, children, and the elderly in accommodations with better conditions, a reluctant yet necessary compromise. As night fell, the clock struck 8:23, and a knock echoed at Zhang Han's door. He opened it to find, as anticipated, a police officer followed by a throng of individuals. Without needing to guess, he knew they had come for the purpose of assigning displaced persons. Zhang Han had briefly entertained the thought of refusing. Yet, based on the information he had gleaned throughout the day, it was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Earlier, some residents of his building had vehemently protested and rejected the entry of assigned individuals into their homes. However, such resistance felt as powerless as a mantis in the path of a chariot. Under state orders, all private or public residences were obliged to comply, effectively amounting to temporary requisition. Furthermore, the government promised some form of compensation afterward. A meager consolation meant to soothe the anxieties and discontent of the populace. Greetings, comrade. I am Xiao Jiming from the Public Security Bureau of Linhai City. In response to the national call, we are implementing a citywide lockdown in Linhai City, and all individuals must be relocated for isolation. Everyone bears the responsibility to cooperate and assist with this lockdown. You are hereby notified that 2 individuals will be assigned to your residence. Do you understand? Officer Xiao Jiming gazed intently at Zhang Han as he spoke. Understood. I will fully cooperate with your work, officer. Zhang Han replied with a smile, opening the door wider. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, Officer Xiao Jiming produced a list written in pen and turned to the assembled crowd, calling out names for assignment. Li Yud, Zhang Yuanqing, step forward. Zhang Han's eyes widened in curiosity as he observed the 2 individuals stepping forward. One was a rotund man clad in a black jacket and pants, standing at an estimated height of just 175 centimeters. Upon noticing Zhang Han's gaze, he grinned and nodded cheerfully. The other was a teenager of around 18 or 19, dressed in a school uniform, carrying a small satchel, his head bowed shyly. All right, you 2 will stay here. Remember, do not damage anything in the room, or you will be liable for compensation, Officer Xiao Jiming instructed sternly, glancing at the 2. They both nodded vigorously, repeatedly murmuring their understanding. With that, Officer Xiao Jiming took the remaining individuals and continued upstairs. As many had yet to be placed. The 2 then tiptoed into Zhang Han's home. Upon entering, they were greeted by a disarray of clutter, with dust and debris scattered across the floor. However, neither of them uttered a word. For those who dwell beneath a roof must bow their heads. Please, have a seat. Would you like some water? Zhang Han inquired calmly. Yes, absolutely. I'm parched, the man in the black jacket replied eagerly. And you, young student? Zhang Han turned his head to glance at Zhang Yuanqing, who was clad in a school uniform. No, that's unnecessary. Zhang Yuanqing replied with a hint of stammering. Noting Zhang Yuanqing's reluctance, Zhang Han did not press further. Instead, he turned and poured a cup of boiling water from the kettle. Offering it to Li Yud. Li Yud accepted the cup and gulped down the water in one breath, draining it completely. After finishing, he wiped the moisture from the corners of his mouth with the cuff of his jacket. That moment, Zhang Han noticed several blood streaks on Li Yud's face and curiously inquired, What happened to your face? Li Yud thumped his robust chest with a palpable sense of trepidation, his voice trembling slightly as he exclaimed, Oh my goodness! You have no idea. Today, when that heavy machine gun was firing, it was less than 2 meters away from me. The debris from the shattered concrete was raining down like hail, and I was utterly terrified, nearly wetting my pants. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han nodded in understanding and slowly replied, Oh, I see that at least you are safe now. Li Yud took a deep breath and animatedly recounted the harrowing experience. Brother, you can't even imagine. I was utterly bewildered, swept along with a throng of people rushing forward. When I finally reached those soldiers and police, it hit me that something was amiss, and I was consumed by fear. That machine gun mounted on the armored vehicle was aimed directly at me. Its ominous barrel seemed to threaten my very existence, and just one glance at it made my legs quiver uncontrollably. I've lived many years, but never have I felt such terror. As he spoke, Li had pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly extracting 2 sticks while cheerfully asking the 2 beside him, Come, would you like to share a smoke? Zhang Han accepted a cigarette with a smile of gratitude. However, Zhang Yuanqing quickly waved his hand, shaking his head vehemently. No, I don't smoke. Seeing this, Li Yud couldn't help but burst into laughter, then teased Zhang Yuanqing with a playful tone. Hey, what kind of man are you? Not smoking or drinking. What's the point of living? Back in my day, I was already smoking at your age. Zhang Yuanqing sat silently, lost in thought, as the day's events had been overwhelmingly shocking for him. He had been only a few steps away from the unfortunate girl who was abducted, witnessing the entire ordeal unfold before his very eyes. reflecting on that heart-stopping moment, even though he was now out of danger. He felt a wave of dread wash over him, his heart racing uncontrollably. The fear seemed indelibly etched in his mind, causing him to tremble at the mere recollection. Simultaneously, a profound sense of guilt surged within him, relentlessly questioning why he had not stepped forward to save the poor girl. This tangled web of emotions tormented him. Humanity is indeed a creature of contradictions. Zhang Yuanqing sighed inwardly at that moment. Zhang Han suddenly interjected, "Hey, the chubby guy in black, are you named Li Yud?" Upon hearing this, Li Yud's eyes widened in astonishment. His face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "What do you mean, the chubby guy in black? Can you not articulate properly? It's called being robust." Yet, his protest sounded feeble and did little to alter others' perceptions of his physique. Observing this, Zhang Han shrugged and chuckled. All right, let's set aside those trivial arguments for now. Since you two have been assigned to stay here, let's strive for harmonious coexistence. However, I must make it clear that my bedroom is strictly off-limits. No one is allowed to enter without permission. As for the other areas, feel free to roam, provided you don't cause any trouble. Regarding food, tonight, I will provide each of you with a packet of instant noodles. If resources run low in the future, I won't be able to assist further to as for sleeping arrangements. You two big men will have to squeeze into the guest room. Zhang Han spoke with a serious demeanor. Do either of you have any objections to this arrangement? Not at all. In fact, we apologize for the trouble we've caused you, Zhang brother. Having a place to stay is already quite fortunate for you, so we have no objections to what you said. Li Yud replied, nudging Zhang Yuanqing with his elbow. Zhang Yuanqing, coming out of his stupor, hurriedly echoed, I have no objections either. Very well, I will fetch 2 packets of instant noodles for you. After you eat, make sure to rest early, Zhang Han said as he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. After handing the noodles to the two, he returned to his bedroom, locked the door with a click, and pushed the sofa against it. Finally exhaling in relief, he carefully retrieved his handgun, placing it gently beneath his pillow, as if it were his last line of defense. Zhang Han felt a sense of vigilance towards these 2 unfamiliar guests, akin to a startled rabbit, perpetually on high alert. Throughout his life, he had never shared such close quarters with strangers. The insecurity that had plagued him since childhood had reached its zenith, fostering an intense wariness towards everyone around him. The night passed in silence. By 8 in the morning, a loud and jarring announcement blared from downstairs, shattering the stillness of the morning like a clap of thunder. Zhang Han jolted awake, leaping out of bed and rushing to the window. Flinging it open, the sight before him left him wide-eyed. 3 massive military trucks were parked below, flanked by 5 cargo trucks laden with supplies. Undoubtedly, the supply convoy and reinforcements had arrived. Zhang Han rubbed his bleary eyes vigorously to gain a clearer view of the situation below. At that moment, the voice from a loudspeaker atop a military vehicle reached his ears. Attention all personnel, please refrain from moving about freely. Supplies will be delivered directly to your location, and we will ensure that everyone receives adequate meals thrice daily, in accordance with the previously accounted numbers. This message played on a loop, seemingly intent on etching every word into the minds of those listening. Presumably, these vehicles had arrived the previous night. After a rough calculation, Zhang Han estimated that there were a total of 36 new personnel. Adding the 16 who were already stationed there, the total count had risen to 52. Furthermore, the checkpoints at the 2 crucial intersections appear to have been fortified, each now boasting 2 powerful heavy machine guns, their ominous barrels trained on the streets, instilling an unsettling sense of dread. What caught his eye most were the newly arrived soldiers. Each was clad in heavy protective gear from head to toe, their faces obscured by airtight gas masks, revealing only their piercing eyes. Not only the soldiers but even the police and armed personnel had donned similar attire. Meanwhile, the officers' weapons had all been upgraded to the Type 81 assault rifles. While this weaponry was somewhat dated, its lethality was not to be underestimated, capable of addressing a range of potential threats. Why do I feel something is amiss? A virus with a high mortality rate necessitates the mobilization of heavy artillery to quarantine the entire city and its intersections. And the periphery has also been sealed off. Moreover, from what I gathered last night while gaming online, it seems the network has only been restricted to Linghai City. What on earth is happening? The government is expending such considerable manpower and resources to seal off Linghai City. Zhang Han found himself perplexed. After all, if it were a virus, Wouldn't it be more prudent to assemble medical units? Why deploy troops equipped with heavy weaponry? What resistance could we, unarmed civilians, possibly muster? The sound of armed helicopters echoed overhead, and distant gunfire could be heard. What is truly going on? A sense of foreboding began to gnaw at Zhang Han. Just then, a frantic knocking on the door abruptly interrupted his thoughts, like the tolling of a midnight bell. He snapped back to reality, his senses alert and uneasy, as he slowly stepped outside in the dimly lit living room. Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing awaited him, their silhouettes appearing somewhat indistinct under the feeble light. Clearly, Zhang Han had not opened the door, and they felt it improper to intrude. After all, this was Zhang Han's home, and they were merely uninvited guests. "Good morning, Zhang brother." Li Yude broke the silence, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Zhang Yuanqing chimed in with a polite good morning, while Zhang Han merely nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a terse good morning. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Han opened the door. Outside stood two soldiers, clad in heavy protective gear, standing at attention, their gas masks obscuring their faces but revealing their resolute gazes. One soldier wielded a weapon, scanning the surroundings cautiously. The other carried two heavy briefcases. "Are you Zhang Han? And you have 3 residents in your house, 2 of whom are being housed here, correct?" asked the soldier with the briefcases, his voice emanating with a metallic edge through the mask. "Yes," Zhang Han replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Please summon the other 2 individuals for confirmation, so we can verify the accuracy of the head count." The soldier placed the boxes at the entrance, glanced at the list in his hand, and spoke without lifting his head, as if performing a routine task. "Very well, no problem." Zhang Han turned and called for the 2 individuals waiting inside to show themselves. Li Yud, the portly fellow, stepped forward with a hint of anticipation and greed, exclaiming, "Has the military distributed supplies? I was awoken by hunger today." The soldier surveyed the 2 who had exited the room, marked a check on the list, and coldly replied, "Indeed." Chapter 4. Spread here are your living supplies and drinking water for the next half-month. Please verify the supply list to ensure its accuracy. The soldier, clad in a gas mask, handed over the supply list along with the boxes. The boxes were prominently labeled in bold red, indicating B-level supplies for 3 individuals, 15 days, sealed with an unbroken seal. Zhang Han cautiously took the supply list and slightly turned to nod at the 2 behind him, signaling them to retrieve the 2 heavy boxes. Li Yud quickly stepped forward, gripping the handle of one box tightly and lifting it, only to feel his arms sink under the weight. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and exclaimed, "Oh my! This thing is certainly not light. I'd wager it weighs at least 30 to 40 pounds. As he spoke, he jostled the box in his hands, seemingly attempting to reassess its weight. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqing, standing nearby, curiously leaned over to glance at the box Li Yud was holding, then scoffed dismissively. "Pfft. What is that compared to mine? Look at this box. It must weigh over 60 pounds with that." He kicked the large box at his feet, as if to boast. Meanwhile, Zhang Han paid no heed to their bickering. Instead, focusing all his attention on the supply list, he meticulously cross-referenced the items and quantities listed, silently calculating whether these provisions would meet the personal supply guarantee standards set by the government. According to these standards, adult males were allocated B-level supplies, which included 3 bags of 200 grams N90 compressed biscuits, 1 multivitamin tablet, 100 grams of dehydrated vegetables, 1 can of braised pork, 400 grams, 1 can of fruit, 150 grams, and 2 bags of instant noodles, 90 grams, flavor random, for drinking water. Due to the virus's potential transmission through water and its considerable resistance to high temperatures and various purification methods, all domestic water usage would be indefinitely suspended. Drinking water for all residents would be supplied by military and police forces with a daily limit of 3 bottles of 500 milliliters per person. Military and police government staff were allocated A-level supplies, adult males received B-level supplies, while the elderly, children, and women were assigned C-level supplies. Special populations received special allocations. The city of Lehigh urged all citizens and military personnel to unite and weather this crisis together. Zhang Han crouched down to carefully compare the supply list with the items, and upon confirming there were no discrepancies, nodded at the soldier. The 2 soldiers, having completed the transfer of supplies, turned and departed. After all, following the overnight inspections and counts by the police and armed forces, it was determined that at least 7,000 people resided on this street. and this supply transfer served once again to confirm the headcount. It was easy to imagine the immense pressure involved. Zhang Han and the other two worked together to transport the piles of supplies into the house. The provisions accumulated like a mountain, each item appearing exceedingly precious, for they pertained to their livelihoods for the upcoming fortnight. Faced with the array of supplies before them, none dared to exhibit the slightest negligence. It was vital to recognize that Lehigh City was currently under total lockdown, and the pressure on resupply efforts was immense. Should these provisions deplete prematurely, the consequences would be dire. At that point, it could be said that even calling for help would be futile. Moreover, even drinking water had to be meticulously rationed. After all, the daily allowance of 1,500 milliliters barely sufficed to maintain normal bodily function. How should this be allocated? Zhang Yuanqing could not help but inquire. However, Zhang Han did not respond immediately, instead lowering his head to carefully divide the supplies into 3 equal portions. After a while, he raised his head, surveyed the neatly apportioned supplies, and turned to the two, saying, "According to the daily standards for 15 days, I have divided the supplies. You two should double-check to see if this distribution is fair and reasonable." Although Zhang Han's tone was calm, internally, he harbored some dissatisfaction towards the two individuals residing in his home without any familial ties. What troubled him further was the presence of certain secrets he could not afford to expose. Thus, in the matter of supply distribution, he aimed to avoid unnecessary complications while also wishing to prevent any discord over such trivial matters. After all, he had always been averse to trouble. The two scrutinized Zhang Han's distribution of supplies, confirming its correctness before nodding in agreement. A grateful smile spread across Li Yud's face, and his voice carried a hint of relief. "No problem. I trust in your integrity, Zhang brother." Zhang Yuanqing promptly echoed his approval. "No problem, no problem. I have faith in your handling of matters, Zhang brother." For the two unwilling guests forced to stay in Zhang Han's home, the lockdown had rendered them unable to return to their own residences. Compounded by the threat of the virus, which had placed immense strain upon their hearts, if Zhang Han were to impose additional demands for supplies as lodging fees at this juncture, the tension might snap, leading to disastrous consequences. Fortunately, Zhang Han opted for equitable distribution, providing them with some solace. At least they need not worry about exploitation in terms of supply allocation. Zhang Han's words exuded warmth as he smiled and said, "All right, no problem. That works. We three must support one another during these trying times, and not let conflicts arise over trivial matters regarding supply distribution." With that, he carefully extracted 2 cans of braised pork from his allocation and extended them towards Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing. This gesture was not merely an act of sharing, but also a strategic move. He was well aware that the instant noodles stashed in his room were sufficient to see him through the crisis. Thus, by offering these 2 cans, he could win their favor and strengthen their unity. An advantageous transaction for him. Upon seeing the cans of pork being offered, Li Yud hastily waved his hands in refusal. "Oh no, I can't take this, Zhang brother. If I accept your can, you'll surely go hungry later." His eyes conveyed a sense of worry, as if he were reluctant to cause Zhang Han any hardship. Zhang Yuanqing also shook his head repeatedly, his expression resolute and content. "No need, Zhang brother. These supplies are already more than enough to meet my dietary needs for half a month." Seeing their reactions, Zhang Han nodded, his voice firm. "All right, that works. If supplies become insufficient, I will share any excess I have with you." He understood that in this tense moment of citywide lockdown, maintaining stability among them was paramount. He did not wish for unnecessary disputes to arise over matters of supply. After returning the supplies to the room, Zhang Han turned his gaze towards the two, his tone probing. "By the way, have you noticed anything peculiar about this citywide lockdown?" His voice was low, hinting at the possible secrets lurking behind this confinement. Li Yud furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Peculiar, indeed. There's no need to mobilize so many troops for a virus with a high mortality rate." In this tense atmosphere, the usually reticent Zhang Yuanqing suddenly raised his head, his voice calm yet subtly trembling. "Our school is also under lockdown. Had I not stepped out to buy supplies, I might have been trapped within the school as well. Furthermore, you wouldn't believe it, but even the back entrance of the school is guarded by heavy weaponry, along with armored vehicles." He paused and continued. "Moreover, based on videos my classmates recorded, those troops entering the city are also constructing fortifications." Upon hearing this, Li Yud quickly chimed in, his voice fraught with anxiety. "Exactly. From the community chat group I'm in, I learned that my neighborhood is also under lockdown. with centralized supply distribution. They've even erected defensive structures at the entrance, and there's a tank stationed outside. His words conveyed a sense of unease and panic. Zhang Han, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, the cigarette dangling from his mouth as he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke that swirled before him, seemingly foreshadowing the complexity and uncertainty of the situation. He flicked the ash from his cigarette with a finger, speaking in a deep tone. This has escalated far too much. Hearing Zhang Han's words, Li Yude's face clouded with worry. He sighed deeply, a sound imbued with helplessness and resignation. What can we do? We're just ordinary citizens, utterly powerless in the face of this situation. His words resonated with a profound sense of futility. Since the government issued the lockdown order, the entire city had fallen into a state of lifelessness, resembling a ghost town. Li Yude continued to depict the urban landscape, a hint of sorrow lacing his voice. Once, the streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of early mornings, filled with the ceaseless flow of vehicles. Now, however, they lay desolate, devoid of even a solitary figure. A sweeping glance revealed only the steadfast military personnel, diligently maintaining their posts. After finishing his lament, he shook his head in resignation, his expression heavy with dejection, as if the very vitality of the city had been ruthlessly siphoned away. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing, with his head bowed over his phone, suddenly interjected. Alas, this place has a population of over 7 million. Could it be that the government truly remains indifferent? A flicker of innocence and bewilderment shone in his eyes. Hearing Zhang Yuanqing's words, Zhang Han offered a faint smile but refrained from an immediate response. After a brief pause, he gradually articulated. If the mortality rate of this virus is indeed as alarmingly high as the rumors suggest, reaching 99.9, and given that no effective vaccine or treatment has emerged thus far, then, from a broader perspective, I fear the government may very well opt to forsake these 7 million souls to safeguard the majority in other regions. While the state has consistently prioritized the welfare of its people, extreme circumstances may necessitate a focus on the greater good. Once this virus begins to proliferate uncontrollably, regaining control will be nearly impossible. And at that juncture, those 7 million may tragically become mere casualties. As he concluded, Zhang Han's voice involuntarily dropped, as though he dreaded that his words might manifest into reality. Li Yude inhaled deeply, attempting to dispel the gloom enveloping his heart, his tone betraying a flicker of forced optimism. All right, let us not dwell on such thoughts. The more we ponder, the more powerless we become. The government will find a resolution. His words conveyed a trust in the state, despite his inner turmoil. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the window, as if he could see through the heavy drapes to the cold, unyielding machine guns outside. Moreover, even if one wished to flee, those machine guns below, unwaveringly aimed at them, would render escape impossible, he added, his voice trembling slightly, clearly haunted by the traumatic echoes of yesterday's gunfire. In this tense atmosphere, they appeared as mere pawns trapped upon a chessboard, devoid of choices, compelled to wait, Li Yude continued. In light of the current predicament, there exists no superior strategy. We must wait for the government's course of action. Wait to see if the virus will encroach upon us. His words exuded an air of resigned acceptance, as if their fates had slipped from their grasp, now governed by a far greater force. They could only sit in silence within their homes, listening to the relentless ticking of the clock, feeling the inexorable passage of time, their hearts heavy with uncertainty about the future and an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding their present circumstances. In Lehigh City, within the isolation zone of Area A, over 7,000 personnel from the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade stood guard, while engineers utilized containers to construct fortifications, and armed police swiftly filled small crevices with sandbags. The situation in the customs trade zone of Area A was exceedingly tense, with gunfire and cries of anguish echoing incessantly. In contrast, the residential area of Area A remained relatively tranquil, the residents seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. A towering isolation wall separated the two zones. At this moment, the atmosphere within the command center on the front line of Lehigh City was fraught with tension and gravity, a hive of activity. Countless military personnel clad in uniforms moved with purpose, their expressions serious, as the lights of various communication devices flickered incessantly, punctuated by urgent commands and reports. Brigade Commander Liu Xiaofeng of the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade stood before a massive operational map. intently studying the information annotated upon it. His brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze piercing, as if seeking the key clues to unravel the complexities of the situation. Beside Lu Xiaofeng stood several high-ranking officials from the Lehigh City government and the commander of the 3rd Squad of Armed Police. Their expressions equally grim, occasionally murmuring softly among themselves. The length of the defensive line we have constructed stretches an entire 5 kilometers. Lu Xiaofeng abruptly turned to Lehigh City Mayor Chen Liang, his tone reflecting confusion and concern. What has transpired that necessitates the deployment of our well-equipped armored mobile brigade for isolation? We are armed with formidable heavy weaponry. Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's inquiry, a bitter smile crossed Chen Liang's face. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady voice, yet a tremor betrayed his composure. This crisis. Chen Liang paused, seemingly weighing his words, then slowly continued, is of a terrifying nature. So absurd that it defies belief. To speak candidly, I can scarcely accept that such an event has truly occurred. In the depths of the night on the 1st of the month, we encountered a chilling scene aboard a commercial vessel returning from India. Every individual aboard that ship had met with a bizarre demise, without a single survivor, not even a glimmer of life remaining. His voice conveyed an incredulity that was palpable. Even more bizarrely, when all customs personnel who boarded the vessel collapsed within 12 hours, we realized that the prologue to this calamity had merely begun. Chen Liang took a steadying breath, his voice tinged with a suppressed dread. More astonishingly, at 4 o'clock in the early hours of November 2nd, when our medical team examined these corpses, an unbelievable event transpired. The bodies revived, and at that moment, the First People's Hospital of Lehigh City had no military personnel stationed nearby. His voice trembled with an undeniable terror. Upon receiving an urgent call from the hospital, we swiftly dispatched the 1st Squad of Armed Police to manage the situation, only to discover that these resurrected individuals seemed impervious to death. Only through the application of heavy weaponry to reduce them to mere pulp, or by delivering precise shots to their heads, could they be subdued. Unfortunately, our 1st Squad, believing this to be a mere civil disturbance, had dispatched with only riot gear, inadequately armed for the unfolding chaos, as the infected surged like a relentless tide. Our valiant 1st Squad fought bravely, but ultimately perished in a tragic sacrifice. Chen Liang's voice nearly cracked as he recounted the ferocity of that battle. Subsequent investigations revealed that the virus could transmit through the air post-mortem, resulting in the complete downfall of the area surrounding the First People's Hospital of Lehigh City. He paused, his tone resolute. Thus, we immediately mobilized all armed police, law enforcement, and special forces in the city to enforce a lockdown of Area A and promptly reported to the National Health and Safety Department. Following their urgent directives, we implemented a citywide lockdown. Yet, in the face of this virus's contagiousness, we remain at a loss, compelled to control the source in hopes of curbing this impending disaster. Within the command room, the atmosphere was so tense it could be sliced with a knife. The deputy commander of the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade, his voice quavering, posed a question. So, according to the mayor, we are confronting a biochemical crisis? His inquiry struck the room like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples of unease throughout. Mayor Chen Liang solemnly nodded, his voice echoing like a death knell within the command chamber. If all goes as anticipated. Yes. His words served as a heavy pronouncement, heralding a grim reality. The personnel in the command room exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. None dared to imagine that what had only played out in the realm of cinema was now erupting in their reality, unfolding in their own nation, right before their eyes, and that they would soon be engaged in combat against these infected beings. This thought pierced their hearts like a dagger, embedding itself deeply within. Breaking the silence that had settled over the command room, Lu Xiaofeng declared, "Order all heavy weaponry to be positioned along the defensive line, and ensure every personnel is supplied with 3 times the standard ammunition. The constructed defenses must be immediately reinforced." His commands wove the fates of every soldier inseparably to this battle. Furthermore, request aerial support from the Southern Military District. Our aerial capabilities are limited to a single aviation brigade. Comprising merely 12 armed helicopters, we are severely lacking in air power. A sense of urgency permeated his voice. Instruct the station forces to transport all weapons and ammunition from their posts to Lehigh City. Immediately disseminate all information regarding the infected targets to every combat personnel. All personnel must remain armed at all times. and protective gear must not be removed. They must be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Additionally, distribute all available protective suits and gas masks to those civilians closest to the front line and urgently request assistance from the National Military District. The state and its people stand behind us. We must uphold this line of defense. After issuing the operational directives, Liu Xiaofeng cast a sweeping glance over the gathered personnel in the command room and urged, "Execute the orders, everyone. Let us not allow our nation to become a graveyard." The eyes of all combat personnel lifted in salute, their voices resounding with conviction. "We pledge to fulfill our mission." Their words resonated like an oath. At this moment, the trade zone of Area A in Linhai City is already a scene of devastation. With corpses strewn about, and all police and armed forces previously involved in the lockdown suffering grievous casualties. Moreover, there are no protective measures in place. Many personnel have been overwhelmed and bitten by the infected during combat, undergoing mutations in less than 10 seconds. The virus's transmissibility, aggressiveness, and lethality have evidently evolved into something far more terrifying, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping lives. Chapter 5. Gunfire. Gazing at the scattered gunfire and the raging flames engulfing the buildings in the customs trade zone of Area A, Zhou Feng, who has barely completed a year of service, feels as though he is caught in a tempest, relentlessly battering his worldview. Grasping his Type 95 rifle, a flicker of reassurance washes over him. "Damn it, no matter what you are, I refuse to believe that one magazine can't take you down," he mutters to himself. Beside him, the machine gunner grins and reassures him, "Fear not, stay calm. Carbon-based life forms are but mere clay chickens before heavy firepower. Do not be swayed by those movies that portray them as terrifying. Once my Type 95 light machine gun roars, no matter who stands before us, they shall be reduced to ashes." With that, he proudly brandishes his Type 95 light machine gun. However, Zhou Feng seems to disregard the machine gunner's words. According to the videos they had previously watched of the combat personnel entering the infected zone, the infected evidently possess a certain level of intelligence, combined with their lightning-fast running speed and the ravenous gaze of a starving wolf. Even with their entrails spilling and limbs shattered, nothing can quench their fervent thirst for blood. Furthermore, the trade zone of Area A has a population of over 800,000. The mere thought of those 800,000 infected individuals breaking free is beyond imagination. They have only managed to block a few main roads. The scattered small streets are evidently lacking in firepower. Yet, there is little they can do, considering there are merely over 7,000 personnel tasked with securing a 5-kilometer area. Moreover, this area is not straight, but rather filled with winding alleys. Some shop back doors lead directly into the residential area of Area A, and should that area fall, they would truly find themselves trapped in a vice, surrounded by enemies both ahead and behind. Although the 527th Mechanized Infantry Regiment has been deployed to the city, their numbers seem sparse amidst the vastness of Linhai City, rendering them ineffectual. At the forefront of the defensive line in the residential area of Area A, there are only 2 squads of armed police, 1 armored company, and a handful of police officers holding their positions, totaling fewer than 800 personnel. The surrounding armed forces have already concentrated their full strength in Linhai City. Aside from the formidable 72nd Armored Brigade making its grand entrance into the city, the 527th Mechanized Infantry Regiment stands ready, while many other units outside the city are diligently establishing tight defensive lines. It is evident that the government has devised a dual-pronged strategy in response to the current situation. If the source of the incident cannot be effectively controlled, then they will resolutely resort to forceful measures to take control of the entire city. Should the situation deteriorate to an irreparable extent, they may not hesitate to unleash devastating strikes on the city to prevent the crisis from spreading. Meanwhile, at crucial transportation junctions outside Linhai City, the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division is racing against time to set up defenses after a prolonged march without respite. Each soldier understands the weight of their responsibilities and dares not slacken for a moment. Additionally, the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade has received orders and is hastening to Linhai City to execute lockdown and containment tasks. Thus, all military forces surrounding Linhai City have unreservedly devoted themselves to this tense and intense containment operation. Furthermore, troops from neighboring cities have also entered a state of heightened readiness, poised for any potential emergencies. The entire region resembles a taut bowstring, with an atmosphere fraught with tension, as a great battle looms on the horizon. The nation is now preparing to issue a mobilization order for reserves, with all military factories operating around the clock. Every contingency has been anticipated. Before the solid containment line in Linhai City, a multitude of citizens has gathered. The air is thick with noise and chaos, echoing with the heart-wrenching cries of women and the furious shouts of men. These sounds crash against the spirits of the soldiers stationed at the defensive line, inflicting great distress. Open the door. There are monsters behind us that eat people. Please, let us through quickly. Countless citizens plead, their faces etched with fear and despair. Yes, yes, hurry and let us through. Aren't you supposed to be the soldiers protecting us? Why are you blocking us here now? Someone echoes, their tone laced with questioning and discontent. Please, even if you won't let the adults through, at least let my child go. He is only 3 years old. A mother clutches her adorable little boy tightly, tears welling in her eyes as she gazes imploringly at the busy soldiers on the front line. The little boy, with his innocent wide eyes, curiously surveys everything before him, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Standing atop a defensive line constructed from shipping containers, the soldiers silently observe the agitated citizens below, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Faced with the citizens, please, they feel utterly helpless. Though sympathy fills their hearts, they are powerless to assist. Since learning that this disaster is a terrifying biochemical crisis, they understand the gravity of their responsibilities and dare not relax for a moment. The families and parents of these soldiers are also behind them. If the virus spreads unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. To be honest, they fear death as well. Who does not wish to live? Mayor Chen Liang gazes at the crowd below and sighs, there is nothing to be done. It's just your bad luck to be near the source of infection. With that, he turns and returns to the command room. Zhang Han, feeling irritated, complains about the sudden internet outage that has made things exceedingly inconvenient. What the hell is going on? The internet is down, he mutters. Although he understands that in certain emergencies, the state will swiftly block information to prevent panic from spreading, the complete severance of internet access makes him suspect that the situation may be far more serious than he imagined. What on earth is happening? A highly lethal virus. It can't be that bad. Can it? Zhang Han mutters to himself, his heart filled with unease. He had just discovered in the restroom that not only was the internet cut off, but the city's water supply had also ceased. And now even mobile signals were lost. He feels as though Linhai City has become an isolated and helpless entity. Just as Zhang Han is lamenting, the sudden sounds of intense gunfire and explosions erupt from area nearby, startling him from his bed. What the hell is happening? He exclaims in terror. Moments later, a knock sounds at the door. Zhang Han, puzzled, opens it to find Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing standing outside, both appearing somewhat anxious. Li Yud's voice trembles as he says, Dude, something serious isn't happening, is it? Gunfire has erupted in Area A, and judging by the sound, artillery, heavy machine guns, and autocannons are all being used. What on earth is the military doing in the city? Zhang Yuanqing adds, his voice quaking, before the internet was cut off. A classmate sent me a video showing a large number of troops constructing defensive lines in the residential area of Area A, equipped with both light and heavy weaponry, as if they are preparing to seal off the trade zone. What? Seal off the trade zone of Area A? Zhang Han and Li Yud exclaim in unison. Zhang Yuanqing continues stammering, yes, yes, and the gunfire should be coming from that direction. At that moment, citizens nearby begin to vocally question the military police station below, demanding to know the truth. What is happening? As citizens of the United Federation, we have the right to know. Their voices are filled with anxiety and unrest. Yes, yes. Why have we been locked down for so long? What is happening? We have the right to be informed. The crowd shows signs of losing control. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the loudspeaker on the military vehicle blares out, resonating like a thunderous bell in the air. Citizens, please remain calm. We are fully engaged in virus containment efforts. It is well known that this new type of virus is incredibly lethal. We have discovered a viral experimental base in the trade zone of Area A, and we are currently in the process of eradication. The announcement continues. Rest assured, citizens, we have absolute confidence and determination to safeguard your lives and property. Unfortunately, these words seem to do little to quell the citizens' fury. The shouts of discontent persist unabated. The loudspeaker sounds again, this time with a warning tone. Should anyone dare to recklessly storm the checkpoints, spread false rumors, or engage in criminal behavior, they will be dealt with on the spot. The loudspeaker on the military truck repeatedly broadcasts this notification, while the soldiers below stand ready like an iron wall, weapons fully loaded, the barrels of heavy machine guns poised like venomous snakes. Aimed at the street. Through the gas masks, Zhang Han cannot discern the expressions on the soldiers' faces below. They appear as a group of ruthless war gods, prepared to respond to any sudden developments. The citizens clearly reject such notifications. They begin to hurl furniture, debris, and even food waste from their windows, raining down upon the military police at the checkpoints, expressing their dissatisfaction and protest. As the notification failed to instill confidence among the citizens and unrest loomed. A heavy machine gun unleashed a barrage of deafening gunfire into the sky, instantly silencing the entire block. Shortly thereafter, a junior officer, clutching a megaphone, bellowed with fervor, "Citizens, please remain calm. The forces of the United States are confident and capable of managing this situation effectively. Disobedience will be met with unforgiving consequences." His voice resonated with an undeniable authority and resolve, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings like a blade. The crowd, momentarily subdued by this commanding presence, seemed to yield to an irresistible force. Regardless of their inner thoughts, the immediate priority for the nearby populace was to ensure the stability of the quarantine zone, a collective objective they all shared. Listening intently to the incessant broadcast from below, Zhang Han's gaze lingered between Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Do you both believe this?" he inquired, seeking answers in their expressions. Li Yud scoffed, his skepticism palpable. "Believe in what? Not a chance. Does it really require this many troops to dismantle a virus lab? Every street is under military control. Something monumental must have transpired. All communications are down. Even my grandmother's messages cannot get through." His outrage erupted as he struck the wall forcefully, seemingly attempting to expel his pent-up dissatisfaction and fear. Zhang Han inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon the two, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "We are merely 5 kilometers from District A. We must be vigilant. After all, if the government seeks to suppress information, we may remain oblivious to everything." His words conveyed a sense of resignation and alertness, understanding that in such dire circumstances, they must remain clear-headed and prepare for the worst. The trio exchanged glances, the air thick with unspoken tension. Though no further words were exchanged, the trepidation and unease reflected in their eyes were unmistakable. They all comprehended that this sudden upheaval could be far more intricate and perilous than they ever imagined. At the front line of the quarantine zone, Zhou Feng had emptied all the magazines he carried, resembling an unflagging automaton, methodically using the loading device to replenish ammunition. His eyes, bloodshot and fiery like smoldering coals, trembled slightly, as if burdened with boundless rage and dread. The ground was littered with shell casings, akin to autumn leaves carpeting the battlefield. No one could ascertain the origin of the infection that had just surged through the crowd. Only witnessing the commotion below as throngs battered against the defenses, akin to relentless waves crashing against rocky shores. The cacophony of cries and curses assailed the ears of every soldier on the line, reminiscent of wails from the depths of hell, incessantly testing their nerves. Yet, the soldiers above remained unmoved, their expressions frozen as if the brutality of war had stripped them of their emotions. Zhou Feng gazed upon the crowd below, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, murmuring, "No matter what transpires, the most suffering will always be borne by the common people." His words exuded a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Akin to a poet lamenting upon the ruins of war, then, a shocking scene unfolded before him. He was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, as were his comrades nearby, until the mounted heavy machine gun erupted into action. In the darkness, the tracer rounds from the machine gun sliced through the air like beams of laser, yet upon striking human flesh, the result was horrifically bloody. He bore witness to a small boy being torn asunder by a shell, his mother collapsing to the ground, frantically gathering her son's remains, desperately seeking hope amid despair. Before long, the mother too fell victim to the relentless fire, shredded into fragments by the machine gun's gunfire erupted. The front line of the quarantine zone was instantaneously transformed into a river of blood, the cries of the crowd mingling with the anguished wails of the wounded, as blood flowed from countless bodies, staining the concrete floor crimson, a hellish tableau. Yet, even amidst this carnage, the firepower on the line showed no sign of abating. Lives were extinguished, families shattered without mercy. In such a densely populated area, the might of the heavy machine gun was laid bare. A single 12.7mm round could pierce through several individuals, not to mention the 25mm autocannon, which reaped lives with the merciless precision of the Grim Reaper's scythe. In mere minutes, the firepower on the line was unleashed in full, revealing the throngs of infected lurking behind the masses, like demons unleashed from hell, poised to claim their next prey. Zhou Feng's consciousness lingered in a haze. The nearby light machine gunner struck his helmet sharply, the metallic clang echoing with dissonance. "What are you dawdling for? Open fire, now." At that moment, Zhou Feng seemed to awaken from a dream, his gaze shifting from confusion to determination, as his Type 95 assault rifle became a steadfast ally. Aimed at the surging tide of infected within the quarantine zone, his finger tightened on the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets at the frenzied onslaught of the infected. However, most of the bullets veered off course like aimless meteors, missing their targets entirely. The marksmanship techniques he had learned during training seemed to evaporate at this critical juncture. After all, he was but a new recruit with less than a year of service. Having fired live rounds fewer than 50 times, merely pulling the trigger and expelling all the bullets felt like a victory in itself. Under such intense fire, it appeared improbable for the infected to breach the seemingly impenetrable defenses. Above, armed helicopters circled like hawks, their rotors slicing through the air with a deafening roar, providing an unyielding assurance to the frontline and the operations command room. Lu Xiaofeng's gaze remained fixed on the radar, observing the multitude of red enemy targets moving like blood-red stars. Meanwhile, the live feed from the armed helicopter's camera unfolded before him like a vivid depiction of hell. The infected within the quarantine zone, upon hearing the gunfire, surged toward the defenses like enraged beasts, their speed astonishing, akin to humans sprinting at full throttle, and their leaping ability exhibiting an eerie enhancement. Among the infected, individuals of considerable size or grotesque forms emerged, some towering 5 to 6 meters. Their skin hardened as if clad in a layer of armor. Others, diminutive yet unnaturally swift, remnants of children transformed by mutation, flitted across the battlefield like phantoms, their eyes gleaming with a madness foreign to this world. Lu Xiaofeng's expression darkened. The infected within the quarantine zone were converging en masse upon the defenses, presenting an immense challenge. Furthermore, these infected demonstrated a troubling degree of intelligence. The helicopter's camera captured some of them using vehicles as makeshift shields, pushing them before themselves. Following the earlier barrage, the infected had evidently become more dispersed, learning to adapt for survival on the battlefield, growing increasingly cunning and unpredictable. Chapter 6. The brink of chaos. Lu Xiaofeng's voice resonated within the command center, resolute and unwavering, as he issued a flurry of commands. Order the 155mm howitzer battalion to fire 3 rapid high-explosive shells at the designated coordinates, followed by extended bombardment. His orders pierced through the tense atmosphere like thunder. All armed helicopters in the air squadron were to immediately switch to incendiary bombs for ground assault, executing 3 separate waves, each led by an air squadron, ensuring sustained firepower. Simultaneously, the mobile infantry battalion serving as reserves was to dispatch a company to reinforce the front line of District A. Where sporadic skirmishes were already occurring, Lu Xiaofeng turned to the communications officer, stating firmly, "Understood, Commander." The communications officer saluted Lu Xiaofeng and promptly relayed the orders to various units, his movements swift and decisive. Lu Xiaofeng surveyed the bustling command center, his brow furrowed with concern, his voice laced with apprehension. "I hope the front line in District A can withstand the assault. After all, the midsection of the main defensive line is critically undermanned." Coordinates 32, altitude 41, 3 rapid high-explosive shells. The howitzer battalion commenced bombardment on the predetermined target, each 155mm high-explosive shell erupting from the chamber like a furious dragon, soaring toward the infected with destructive force. Cleaving through the sky and striking true, Zhou Feng clutched his rifle tightly, cautiously peering out, his gaze penetrating the veil of night, fixated on the distant bombardment point. Although the distance made details indistinct, the ascending flames resembled an indomitable bonfire, illuminating the night sky and showcasing the staggering might of the high-explosive shells. Truly magnificent. The power of this large-caliber howitzer is indeed legendary, Zhou Feng's squad leader remarked as he handed over the binoculars. Awe evident in his voice. With this shot, the infected won't even have the chance to approach before being obliterated. Zhou Feng accepted the binoculars, scrutinizing the utterly decimated infected. Yet, his fear only deepened as he witnessed some peculiar infected remaining alive even at a distance from the explosion's epicenter. Zhou Feng, the squad leader, wore a grave expression on his face, akin to dark clouds looming in the night sky. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke with a heavy tone. However, our supply of high-explosive shells for the howitzer is limited. We had to depart in a rush and only managed to bring 3 basic loads of high-explosive shells. Given the intensity of the bombardment and the ongoing artillery extension, I fear we will run low on ammunition in less than 40 minutes. His words betrayed a deep concern for the future battlefield. Zhou Feng remained silent, fully aware that due to the hasty departure of the troops, much of the ammunition supply was left behind at the base. Even though the brigade commander had ordered the garrison troops to transport all available ammunition to the front line, it would take at least 4 hours for it to arrive. The suddenness of the situation left no time for anyone to prepare. Most units had only packed enough ammunition to sustain a moderate-intensity battle, as if treading on thin ice, with each step fraught with uncertainty and peril. Beside him, a light machine gunner, his voice trembling in the night breeze, asked anxiously, "Squad leader, what will we do if we run out of ammunition? What shall we do? Is the bayonet hanging at your waist merely for show? Do not forget, our military tradition is to dare to engage in close combat." The squad leader retorted disdainfully. The surrounding soldiers, though unsure of what to think, fell into a deeper silence, their shared front line becoming increasingly quiet, as fear began to spread like the chill of the night, silently eroding the hearts of all present. Zhang Han stood by the window, the distant rumble of artillery from Area A filling his ears, accompanied by the occasional roar of armed helicopters overhead. His heart brimming with confusion and unease. This could not simply be about destroying a virus laboratory. Such an explanation felt far-fetched. What was the government and military truly concealing? He pondered silently, furrowing his brow. As if he were a detective unraveling a complex mystery, it seemed prudent to prepare for the worst. He muttered to himself, as if already sensing the impending storm, a premonition that felt inescapable. Meanwhile, Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing were engaged in hushed discussion. "Damn it, this is definitely war," Li Yud cursed vehemently. "And they've locked us up here. If a bomb drops, we'll all be finished." His words were laden with anger and anxiety, resembling a beast trapped in a cage, fearful of the unknown dangers. Zhang Yuanqing appeared somewhat at a loss, contemplating for a moment before replying, "It shouldn't be war. Right? If it were, we would have been evacuated immediately." His voice conveyed uncertainty and confusion, akin to a ship lost in a storm, unable to find a safe harbor. Li Yud shot Zhang Yuanqing a disdainful glance, mockingly saying, "You bookworm, have you read yourself into stupidity? What need is there for artillery if it's not war? And can't you see the planes flying overhead?" The crowd within the quarantine zone each harbored their own suspicions. Yet under the military's forceful suppression, no significant unrest occurred, their eyes filled with uncertainty and fear for the future, resembling a pack of cornered animals awaiting their fate. The officer managing the quarantine area, Ho Cheng, felt turbulent waves of anxiety in response to the notification received through the military radio. If the quarantine plan for Area A failed, he would have to evacuate all individuals within his jurisdiction immediately and redirect them to the central section of Area C in Linhai City. This command felt like a heavy chain, binding his heart tightly. Ho Cheng stared at the telegram, worry etched upon his face. A failure in the quarantine would mean he needed to move such a large number of people, many of whom were elderly, women, and children. Although the vehicles on the streets had been forcibly cleared to make way for evacuation, the journey from Area B to the central section of Area C, nearly 20 kilometers long, was fraught with unknowns and dangers. Relying on a mere 50 personnel, Ho Cheng feared he could not protect all those being evacuated. The path might very well become a scene of carnage. He sighed heavily, acknowledging, after all, our quarantine area is less than 5 kilometers from the frontline epidemic zone. According to the combat footage from the front, the speed of the infected is alarmingly fast. It may take less than 20 minutes from breaching the defenses to reaching our controlled area. Time was of the essence, and the situation was dire. Soon, Ho Cheng summoned 3 squad leaders and the armed police squad leader, clearly outlining the orders from above. His voice stood out in the tense atmosphere, sharp and direct like a winter wind. What? Moving from Area B to the central section of Area C. And we might face attacks from the infected along the way. What will we do if the infected blend into the crowd? One squad leader exclaimed, his voice betraying the fear and anxiety of the impending challenge. This was nothing short of an impossible task. His words fell like a heavy stone into a lake, sending ripples of doubt and anxiety through the hearts of everyone present. Ho Cheng glanced at the squad leader who had spoken. His tone heavy as he replied, "Our supply of weapons and ammunition is also insufficient. The total ammunition for 4 heavy machine guns is merely 3,500 rounds, and we have only about 700 rounds of 5.8 mm rifle ammunition. As for the 8 police officers wielding Type 81 rifles, the supply of 7.62 mm rounds is even more pitiful, at just over 400 rounds." Another squad leader chimed in. Worry etched across his face. Then, according to what the commander has said, if we encounter a large-scale attack by the infected, it would mean total annihilation for us. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions growing graver under the dim light. Indeed, the evacuation of over 7,000 individuals was a Herculean task. Moreover, they were not the only evacuation unit. Other teams were similarly grappling with ammunition shortages. These units had been hastily deployed to the city, ill-prepared for a protracted engagement, with resupply of weapons and ammunition proving exceedingly difficult. The crowd in Area B bustled with activity, numbering over 3 million. Divided into more than 300 evacuation units, Ho Cheng understood that if any one unit were to encounter gunfire or an infection, the mingling of survivors and the infected would lead to chaos. He refrained from further arguing with his subordinates, abruptly slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet, his voice resolute and powerful. "There's no other choice. We must obey the orders. I am powerless to change this." With that, he turned and trudged back to the checkpoint. How could Ho Cheng not comprehend the gravity of the task? With insufficient ammunition and manpower, what more could he do? This was a predicament faced by all the forces in Linhai City. He knew that if the residential area in Area A fell, with a population of over 1.1 million, the number of infected would rise sharply. In the face of such a crisis, could his mere 50 personnel truly carry out the evacuation? The rapid mutation of the virus filled Ho Cheng with trepidation. From a bite to complete transformation. It took merely 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. Ho Cheng took a deep breath. His situation was still relatively manageable. Gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, he fixed his gaze resolutely on the horizon. The 547th Mobile Infantry Regiment, tasked with lockdown, numbered only over 3,000, an insufficient force for the city of Linhai. Some quarantine zones had fewer than 30 military and police personnel managing nearly 10,000 individuals. He had no right to complain. Finally, the artillery bombardment in the central quarantine zone of Area A ceased. After expending 2.5 basic loads of ammunition, the sounds of cannon fire gradually faded away. However, the infected on the battlefield surged forth like an enraged swarm of bees, their numbers showing no sign of diminishing, but rather becoming more concentrated. Even before the echoes of the bombardment had faded, the infected poured in like a tide, pushing vehicles within the city as if they were moving fortresses, advancing step by step towards the defensive line. Among them were numerous specially mutated infected, whose strength and speed far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Even with countless of their kind falling, these infected exhibited no fear. Seemingly oblivious to the concept of terror, mechanically pressing forward, it seems we infantry must take action. A squad leader on the defensive line shouted, binoculars in hand, his voice revealing a hint of determination and resilience. At that moment, Zhou Feng had filled all 5 of his magazines with bullets, gazing at the now significantly depleted ammunition crates beside him, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. Despite having just weathered an artillery barrage, many infected still lunged at the defensive line like starving wolves. The lethal shockwaves and shrapnel that were deadly to carbon-based life forms felt to them like mere tickles, utterly ineffective. Zhou Feng watched as soldiers from the logistics company hurriedly approached, carrying several boxes of ammunition. Among them, 2 crates contained 12.7 mm heavy machine gun rounds, resembling heavy bombs, while the remaining 2 boxes of 5.8 mm rifle rounds were akin to rare treasures. The ground was strewn with shell casings, dense like stars in the night sky, and after delivering the ammunition, the logistics soldiers quickly glanced around, urging, Use them sparingly. This ammunition was hard to procure from the armored units. Once this batch is used up, we may not receive any further supplies. With that, they dashed away like the wind. Zhou Feng remained silent, yet he understood that the troops had reached their breaking point. Both their ammunition and the soldiers' morale teetered on the edge of collapse. Zhou Feng turned his gaze to the heavy machine gunner not far away, who stood like a god of war on the battlefield. Unwavering, he had fired countless rounds, emptying who knew how many belts of 50 rounds, changing the barrel 4 times due to continuous fire, yet it still emitted tendrils of white smoke. The gunner's eyes were bloodshot, resembling smoldering coals, betraying an indomitable spirit. His combat gloves were tattered and worn, nearly unrecognizable in color, while sweat cascaded from his brow like a waterfall, saturating his camouflage uniform. On one side, spent shell casings piled high, and the assistant gunner operated tirelessly, incessantly reloading the heavy machine gun. They had been engaged on this front line for over 2 hours without a moment's respite, the relentless gunfire depleting the once ample ammunition supply. Those 2 boxes of shells might well be their last glimmer of hope. The squad leader stood firm like a mountain, patting Zhou Feng's shoulder, the cigarette dangling from his lips flickering in the smoke-filled air, akin to an undying battle flag on the field. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, his voice resolute and commanding as he addressed Zhou Feng. If we truly run out of ammunition, then our squad must stand united in life and death. Even if we must resort to bayonets, we will ensure the enemy pays the price. Behind me are my parents, my children, my family. If they wish to advance, they must tread over my corpse. Do you not entertain thoughts of surrender? Do you truly believe these infected will accept your capitulation? His words conveyed a sense of finality, his eyes scanning the soldiers around him like a falcon surveying its territory. I want to see which of our squad dares to falter. I will show no mercy. Never forget, we soldiers are the iron wall that protects our homeland. A flicker of hesitation crossed the eyes of the soldiers surrounding him. After all, who is not afraid of death? Especially when the afterlife offers no peace. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for doubt. The throngs of infected surged forward like a relentless tide, using various objects as shields, their figures flickering in the dim light like demons unleashed from hell. Emitting chilling howls, "Squad leader, we can't penetrate," a soldier wielding a Type 95 light machine gun shouted anxiously, his voice nearly drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. The 5.8mm rounds were utterly ineffective against the thick hide of that towering infected beast. His tone was laced with a sense of helplessness, as if confronting an insurmountable wall. The squad leader quickly surveyed the battlefield. Indeed, those infected, towering 5 or 6 meters high, had developed a hardened layer of skin, rendering the 5.8mm bullets as ineffective as raindrops against rock. "Tell the heavy machine gunner to concentrate fire and take him down." The squad leader's voice was resolute as he kicked Zhou Feng, issuing a new command. Zhou Feng was in the midst of reloading but, upon hearing the squad leader's directive, sprinted toward the heavy machine gunner. "Brother, do you see that behemoth 300 meters away? Give him a burst. Our small caliber cannot penetrate that guy's hide." Zhou Feng nearly roared at the machine gunner, urgency and anxiety tinging his voice, for the continuous gunfire had left the gunner's ears ringing, rendering other sounds nearly inaudible. The heavy machine gunner said nothing, merely nodding, his gaze resolute as he steadied the heavy machine gun's aim. He zeroed in on the enormous infected creature, pulling the trigger. The heavy machine gun erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrential downpour of 12.7mm rounds that struck true. The immense bullets possessed staggering power, instantly tearing the colossal infected apart, limbs and body parts scattering in a gruesome display. Chapter 7. The collapse of the defense line. Though the giant infected fell like a towering edifice, for the entire defense line, it was but a drop in the bucket, unable to alter the dire situation. The armed helicopters above, once their guardians, unleashed a barrage of 20mm rounds like the hammer of Thor upon the infected surging forth. However, after exhausting their limited ammunition, the helicopters were forced to retreat, their silhouettes fading into the distance like the last star extinguished in the night sky. Zhou Feng's gaze followed the departing helicopters, a torrent of longing swelling within him. How he yearned to escape this hellish battlefield. The sustained aerial firepower could not be maintained indefinitely. Although the resupply base for the helicopters lay just outside Area C of Lehigh City, the necessary maintenance and ammunition replenishment would inevitably create a gap in fire support. Akin to the deepest darkness before dawn, Zhou Feng's focus returned to the encroaching infected. The firepower on the front line had noticeably waned, ammunition running low, and the soldiers' stamina and morale stretched to their limits. The fierce determination in their eyes had been replaced by fatigue and dread, each pull of the trigger feeling unbearably heavy. The defense line resembled a dam under relentless assault, cracks spreading ominously. It appeared on the verge of collapse. This thought loomed in Zhou Feng's mind like a merciless decree, his heart sinking into an abyss of despair. The faces of his comrades, those brothers who had once fought side by side, bore expressions of resignation and resolve. Each understood they stood on the precipice between life and death, and the footsteps of death drew ever closer. In the highest command room of the Zhongxing United States. An elderly man with snow-white hair resembled a steadfast mountain, his gaze piercing as he directed an inquiring glance below. It has been 24 hours since the crisis erupted in Lehigh City. I wish to know if we can firmly contain the source within the city. He demanded a detailed report from the military and health authorities. At this moment, an official from the Health Control Department sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. Gripping a report in his hands, his voice tinged with gravity. Upon investigation, we have determined that the virus outbreak in Lehigh City originated from India, severely impacting several cities there. This virus is highly contagious and lethal. With no effective treatment available at present, infected individuals rapidly exhibit symptoms, and the virus spreads through both air and water, with the airborne transmission range being particularly difficult to ascertain. Even in high-temperature environments, the virus cannot be wholly eradicated. To prevent waterborne transmission, stringent water management must be enforced. The virus may mutate during transmission, resulting in infected individuals with unique abilities. Globally, the virus has spread widely, posing a grave threat to humanity. According to our research, infected individuals lose normal human behavior post-infection, displaying aggression and an insatiable craving for blood and flesh. They no longer experience fear, their actions becoming desensitized. The recovery ability of the infected is exceptionally strong, even capable of regenerating lost body parts. Through analyzing combat footage between the Lehigh military and the infected, we have observed enhanced physical capabilities among the infected. Some can secrete corrosive substances or exhibit remarkable jumping abilities. Many infected display abnormal physiological characteristics, warranting our utmost attention. Meeting the gazes of those present, the health department official paused before continuing. In summary, aside from retaining a degree of intelligence and the potential for mutation, their behavior closely resembles that of the zombies depicted in films. Upon hearing this, the elderly man sighed. Very well, I understand. Continue to enhance research on this virus, ascertain its transmission range and pathways, and compile a catalog of the abilities that the infected may develop. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the health control officials to take their seats. After the health department's briefing, the defense minister rose immediately, his voice resonating throughout the conference room, firm and powerful. Chairman, in response to the urgent situation in Lehigh City, we have swiftly dispatched 2 elite units into the city for containment. The 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade. This ironclad force has established a defensive line near the outbreak's epicenter, aiming to firmly contain the source within the customs trade area of Lehigh City's Area A. Simultaneously, the 527th Mobile Infantry Regiment has enacted a military lockdown across the entire city, ensuring every street and corner remains under our control. He paused, his gaze unwavering as he continued. Moreover, we have prepared a second contingency plan to address the worst-case scenario of a containment failure resulting in widespread infection. We have mobilized the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division and the 21st Homeland Defense Brigade to establish a perimeter lockdown around Lehigh City, prohibiting all ingress and egress, effectively isolating the entire city from the outside world. The defense minister's voice bore an undeniable resolve. All forces surrounding Lehigh City have also entered a state of heightened readiness, but we lack the excess troops to deploy further into the city. The remaining units must hold their ground in other cities, serving as guardians to protect our homeland against the potential widespread infection. We must uphold every line of defense in this war against the virus without faltering. Just as the tense discussion continued, the elderly man abruptly interrupted the defense minister, his voice slicing through the meeting room's stillness like a winter chill. How many troops does the Southern Military District currently have? His question was direct, each word laden with gravity. The defense minister paused thoughtfully, as if meticulously untangling the military structure of the Southern Military District in his mind. The Southern Military District. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Currently, there exist two armored maneuver brigades, the 72nd Armored Maneuver Brigade and the 75th Armored Maneuver Brigade. As for motorized infantry divisions, we have three, namely the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division, the 49th Motorized Infantry Division, and the pride of the Southern Military District, the Guard Motorized Infantry Division. He continued, his tone revealing a hint of pride. There are also two Territorial Defense Brigades, the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade and the 27th Territorial Defense Brigade. Additionally, there are four infantry divisions, the 55th Infantry Division, the 59th Infantry Division, the 71st Infantry Division, and an understrength 32nd Infantry Division. As the 527th Motorized Infantry Regiment of the 32nd Division has been reassigned to Linhai City last year, we also established a Coastal Defense Brigade. In terms of aerial capabilities, we possess the 5th Aviation Division and the 5th Army Aviation Brigade. The Southern Military District, due to its unique geographical position, faces relatively lower military operational pressures. Therefore, apart from the necessary air defense missile units, this military district has not deployed ground strike missile forces. This strategic configuration implies that should ground strike capabilities be required, they must be mobilized from the Central Theater Command. In this context, the total strength of the Southern Military District has reached 153,296 personnel. In terms of naval power, the Southern Military District boasts a formidable coastal fleet. This fleet has recently completed resupply and personnel reinforcement and is preparing to undertake new missions, comprising 18 vessels, including a medium aircraft carrier that serves as the core of the fleet. The aircraft carrier is equipped with 36 carrier-based aircraft, which ensure the fleet's aerial combat capabilities. Among these, 20 are multi-role fighter jets capable of executing various missions, including air combat, ground attacks, and reconnaissance. Additionally, there are 13 air superiority fighters specifically designed to engage enemy aircraft and safeguard the fleet's security. The remaining aircraft are reconnaissance or anti-submarine types. Besides the aircraft carrier, the fleet also includes 3 newly commissioned light cruisers from last year, alongside 4 older destroyers. Furthermore, there are 2 missile frigates primarily responsible for escort and defensive operations for the fleet. In addition to these combat vessels, the fleet also incorporates several support vessels tasked with providing essential supplies and energy, ensuring the fleet can sustain its operations. The total number of naval personnel in the Southern Military District amounts to 23,421, including ship operators, pilots, technicians, and logistical support staff. His words unfolded like a military map, meticulously outlining the military strength of the Southern Military District, with each datum serving as a coordinate that accurately delineates its military disposition. After listening to the report, the white-haired elder pondered for a moment, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Reinforce the Coastal Defense Brigade and the 5th Army Aviation Brigade for perimeter control around Linhai City, and simultaneously order the Southern Military District's coastal fleet to remain on high alert for potential strikes. We must prevent the virus from spreading. The Minister of Defense immediately gestured to a nearby officer, signaling him to implement the orders without delay. Upon noticing the minister's indication, the officer hurriedly exited the conference room, his steps resolute and swift. What is the current situation on the front line in Linhai City? The white-haired elder inquired once more, his question piercing the heart of the military landscape like a sharpened blade. The Minister of Defense glanced at the latest report, his voice tinged with concern. It is not optimistic. The 72nd Armored Maneuver Brigade entered the city in haste, inadequately supplied with ammunition, making it difficult to enforce containment measures within the city. His words cast a shadow over the room, foreshadowing the impending challenges and difficulties. Then why not conduct an airdrop? The elder interjected. The Minister of Defense turned to an official from the Health and Safety Department, stating, because the virus can be transmitted through the air, and we have yet to ascertain its range or altitude. Thus, out of caution, we have refrained from deploying the Air Force for airdrops. The elder sighed, his voice resonating with a sense of urgency. Have you made arrangements for the evacuation and supply support for the residents within the city? Under the weight of the elder's gaze, the Minister of Defense felt an unprecedented pressure, his voice heavy with gravity. I fear the evacuation will also prove challenging. Linhai City has a population exceeding 7 million, while the forces entering the city comprise merely over 10,000 troops. The vast disparity in numbers renders the evacuation effort seemingly futile. Furthermore, during the initial outbreak, the armed forces in Linhai City suffered over 4,000 casualties while suppressing Area 8. The minister continued, his voice imbued with an unspeakable sorrow. Even if we include the remaining police, special police, and armed police, the total does not exceed 25,000 personnel, and part of the armed police from the 72nd Armored Brigade is stationed in the central section of Area A to maintain containment. Thus, we can expect no more than 20,000 personnel to be mobilized. Given that Area A has a relatively smaller population compared to other areas, only over 5,000 troops are stationed there. Most of the 20,000 personnel are in Area B. As if Area A were to be breached, the military and police forces in Area B would also bear the daunting task of relocating over 3 million residents. A deep sense of worry permeated the minister's tone. Area C is even worse off, with a mere 5,000 troops. For the time being, the supply situation for living materials is relatively adequate, and there are no signs of shortages. The minister added, his voice laced with a hint of reassurance. The white-haired elder sighed, his voice reverberating in the conference room. Let us proceed with the plan. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. His words conveyed a sense of resignation, yet simultaneously a firm resolve. Issue the reserve mobilization order. All reserve personnel under 45 years of age must report to the nearest assembly point. Having spoken, the elder rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with piercing clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatest challenge our United States of Zhongxing has ever faced. I urge everyone to unite in overcoming this hardship. His voice echoed with the resolution and strength of a leader. Anyone caught exploiting this national crisis for personal gain shall be executed on the spot. His words rang out like a stern command, unequivocal and unyielding. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the primary defensive line in Area A of Linhai City witnessed the sound of gunfire gradually diminishing. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the defense line like a flowing stream, cloaking this battleground of life and death in a chilling embrace. Beneath the line, the anguished cries of the infected echoed, reminiscent of a hellish call, mingling with the dull thuds of colliding containers. Creating a terrifying symphony, Zhou Feng leaned against a sandbag, his fingers gently gliding over the cold surface of his rifle, realizing he had only about 30 rounds of 5.8mm ammunition left. These precious bullets were not to be squandered lightly. As he too yearned for survival, should the defense line truly collapse, he could not afford to hold his ground. Although he had a Type 92 pistol in his holster, its range and lethality paled in comparison to that of his rifle. At that moment, Zhou Feng's squad leader peered over the edge of the container, his tone laced with foreboding. Those things are starting to build a human wall, at this height of 5 or 6 meters. It won't be long before they climb over. Zhou Feng was startled by this revelation and immediately leaned out to observe. Indeed, the infected were stacking vehicles beside the container, bustling about like ants, utilizing the height of the vehicles to construct a human wall. This scene resembled something out of a post-apocalyptic film, sending chills down his spine. At that moment, Zhou Feng's squad leader produced an 82 series grenade from his tactical belt. His movements swift and practiced, he pulled the pin and hurled it downward. With a thunderous explosion, the previously dense mass of infected was blasted apart, but for the entirety of the 5-kilometer-long defense line. It was but a drop in the bucket, like striking a match in endless darkness, only to be snuffed out immediately. Under the moonlight, a communications soldier appeared flustered, akin to a rabbit pursued by hounds. Urgently finding the company commander of Zhou Feng's unit, breathless, he relayed the latest directive from the command post. The command post has issued an urgent order, due to the breach at the forward position in Area A by a group of infected emerging from a concealed passage in the shops. We must immediately organize a full retreat of the troops. The company commander was taken aback, as though struck by the news, his voice filled with disbelief. We haven't been breached here. How could Area A's forward position be compromised? Moreover, even if a few infected slipped through, it should not suffice to breach a line defended by nearly 1,000 troops. However, the communications soldier remained insistent, his tone imbued with an undeniable urgency. The highest command still does not know the situation, but they have ordered an immediate full retreat to Area C within 10 minutes, with the rear guard being handled by the 373rd Armored Regiment. Understood. We will execute the orders without hesitation. After saluting, the company commander addressed the communications soldier, and then swiftly made his way towards the company headquarters, his stride resolute and rapid, akin to a warrior rushing towards a new battlefield. At that moment, Zhou Feng was preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape the defensive line, his mind racing with countless ideas, yet he could not conceive a safe way to disengage. His brows knitted tightly, resembling a chess player confronted with a complex position on the board. Just as Zhou Feng was engulfed in his distress, the communication soldier from the headquarters rushed up to him, panting heavily, and urgently proclaimed, "The command post has ordered all officers and soldiers of the entire brigade to immediately retreat to Area C, with our armored infantry regiment taking the lead." Without even the chance to inquire why there was a sudden retreat, the communication soldier dashed towards another position, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. The squad leader adjusted his helmet, sighed, and remarked, "But it is best not to wait here to die." His words carried a hint of relief, yet also revealed uncertainty and anxiety about the future. The command spread like lightning across the various units along the defensive line, and within minutes, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Soldiers who had previously lain listlessly on the battlefield seemed to be injected with a potent stimulant, immediately revitalizing as they prepared their weapons and equipment with swift and vigorous movements, racing towards the armored vehicles or trucks. Zhou Feng could hardly contain his excitement, pumping his fist and exclaiming a jubilant yes. But his exhilaration was abruptly interrupted by a kick and a scolding from the squad leader. "You bear, having suffered defeat, how can you be so pleased? What sort of hapless fool are you? When we reach the rear, I will ensure you receive a thorough reprimanding." The squad leader's spittle landed on Zhou Feng's face, and his expression instantly shifted from sunny to stormy. Zhou Feng dared not speak further, understanding that in the military, rank held significant weight. He was merely a private, while the squad leader was a sergeant, the disparity in their ranks a chasm. He quickly gathered his rifle and ammunition, sprinting towards the military truck assigned to their squad, as if fleeing a tempest. With a powerful push and a leap, Zhou Feng, trained for such agility, ascended the truck like a gymnast, finding a spot to sit down, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "I'm utterly exhausted." He adjusted his helmet and glanced around, noting that most of his squad had assembled. As the last light machine gunner boarded, the squad leader surveyed the group, confirming their numbers, then tapped on the driver's cabin, his gesture reminiscent of a conductor guiding an orchestra into the next movement. Soon, the truck roared to life, departing towards Area C, its engine's sound akin to war drums, adding a tense rhythm to the prelude of this retreat. "Report to the commander, Area A has completely fallen." A communication soldier stumbled into the command room, his expression fraught with terror. "What? Area A has entirely succumbed?" The voice of Chen Liqiang, commander of the Southern Military Region Fleet, reverberated within the aircraft carrier's command room, filled with anger and incredulity. What was the purpose of allocating so much funding to the army each year? His voice thundered, shaking each person present. He could scarcely believe the report from the front lines, where the defensive line had collapsed completely after merely a few hours of resistance. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, betraying his anxiety and tension. "Commander, the situation has transpired. We must now consider our response," a major general reminded, holding the report, his tone calm but his eyes revealing urgency. Chen Liqiang inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. "I understand," he replied in a low voice, then swiftly issued commands to mobilize the multi-role fighter jets from the Southern Fleet to deliver precise strikes against the infected in Area A of Linhai City. All vessels capable of reaching Area A were to execute a comprehensive fire assault. Chen Liqiang approached the maritime map surrounding Linhai City, his gaze sharp as a blade, striking forcefully upon the location of Linhai City, as if intent on erasing the city from the map. "Are we disregarding the possibility of surviving civilians within Area A?" a colonel nearby inquired, his voice trembling in clear shock at such orders. Chen Liqiang turned back, his eyes glinting with determination, shouting hysterically, "What we must do now is alleviate the defensive pressure on the city's ground forces, not concern ourselves with the potential survivors. Do you understand?" His tone bore an undeniable authority. Having just replenished ammunition at Linhai City, the newly acquired supplies were now to be returned in destruction. Chen Liqiang's heart swelled with complex emotions, filled with profound helplessness and sorrow. Yet this was no ordinary return. It was a return laden with devastation. Such an outcome was unbearable for Chen Liqiang. and though he felt immense reluctance, he knew he must act for the greater good. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then slowly opened them, a resolute light flickering within. The other officers, witnessing Qian Liqiang's wrath, quickly turned to issue commands. As the orders were given, the aircraft carrier's deck erupted into a flurry of activity. Ground crews swiftly guided multi-role fighter jets onto the runway, the roar of their engines deafening. The aircraft ascended in sequence, the missiles beneath their wings glinting ominously in the vessel's lights. Concurrently, naval artillery adjusted their angles, targeting Area A of Linhai City. Shells were loaded into the cannons, the gunners' expressions grave as they awaited firing orders. The missile launch systems were also prepared, their indicators flashing incessantly. The cruisers opened fire first, shells slicing through the sky with a sharp whistle. Following suit, the destroyers and frigates unleashed their artillery, smoke billowing across the surface of the sea. Missiles shot forth, trailing long tails of fire towards their target zone. Chapter 8. Panic in the sky. Bright trajectories pierced the night, missiles and shells launched from the fleet, resembling shooting stars in the night sky, yet bearing the weight of annihilation. These lights appeared particularly blinding against the darkness. Messengers of death, transforming into a haunting spectacle in that moment. Iron Area A. Those who remained uninfected huddled within their shelters, their eyes peering through windows or cracks, fixated on the deadly trajectories above. Their hearts brimmed with terror and unease. Each whistle of a missile tightened their chests, each explosion illuminated their souls with dread. What once symbolized safety and strength, the military's actions, had now become their greatest threat. How dare the military? An official from the city government, hiding in his home within the trade zone of Area A, trembled as he spoke, disbelief etched across his features. He watched as buildings collapsed outside. Familiar streets and homes reduced to ruins amidst the flames. His hands clutched the curtains tightly, his expression contorted and desperate in the light of the inferno. The sounds of explosions reverberated, each deafening blast accompanied by tremors of the ground. As if even the earth quaked in sympathy for this calamity. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the night and the terrified faces of the people. Smoke and dust filled the air, blurring visibility. Yet the incendiary flashes cut through it all, mercilessly displaying the brutality of war. Amidst the chaos, the cries, wails, and pleas of the people intertwined, forming a heart-wrenching symphony. Many among them lost loved ones, friends, and homes in that moment. Their lives irrevocably upended, their futures shrouded in uncertainty. For the populace of the trade zone in Area A, this night stretched into the longest, most terrifying night of their lives, as the front line of the residential area in Area A suddenly crumbled. Coupled with the relentless streaks of missiles and the intense explosions emanating from the trade zone, both the residential areas of A and B received the grim news of the failure of containment. Simultaneously, the latest evacuation orders from the Linhai City Command Post were promptly dispatched to both areas A and B. In the residential area of A, the evacuation commenced in an orderly fashion. Please, citizens, proceed with your transfers in an organized and orderly manner. Do not panic. The nation's military forces are confident in safeguarding your lives. A fleet of trucks repeatedly broadcast the evacuation orders, attempting to quell the populace's panic with steadfast voices, much like a lighthouse guiding ships through a storm. However, as the orders were issued, chaos erupted within the containment zones of the residential area in A, with thousands of people surging towards Area C like a flood. Despite the military and police's efforts to maintain order, they struggled to control the crowd's frenzy, akin to trying to stem a tide with bare hands. In the darkness, a dense throng of people spilled out from the containment points, much like ants fleeing a collapsing nest. Many clutched boxes of various sizes. Some contained gold and jewels, others held food. And even small children sported little satchels, unknown treasures or memories hidden within. Yet the majority carried government-issued supply boxes for livelihood assistance, their backs burdened with an array of packages. The weight of these boxes impeded their speed, their steps heavy and slow, reminiscent of refugees fleeing for their lives, each stride imbued with uncertainty and fear for the future. The undertaking of such a massive personnel transfer under the cover of night inevitably incites tremendous panic. Fortunately, the city remains illuminated. The streetlights stand like the watchful eyes of sentinels, offering a flicker of light and hope amidst the chaos of this exodus. The military and police officers maintaining order along the streets gaze upon the crowd, which moves sluggishly like snails, and cannot help but sigh. Their eyes reflect a blend of sympathy and resolve. They possess a clear understanding of the dire situation unfolding at the front line, feeling both fear and alarm. Yet, the uniforms they wear and the rifles they wield constantly remind them of their duty as soldiers, to protect the people, even in the face of the unknown. Over 1 million individuals, among whom a significant number are elderly, women and children, crowd together. Shouts of anger and the cries of children intermittently punctuate the air, and conflicts arise, causing further delays in the already sluggish movement of the masses. Despite the military and police exerting their utmost to maintain order, the mere 5,000 personnel are woefully inadequate to manage such a vast throng of over 1 million. Meanwhile, within the command center of District A's residential area, the atmosphere is tumultuous, filled with a cacophony of voices that seem to threaten to burst through the roof. Suddenly, a staff officer rushes in, his expression urgent. He approaches Wang Tianming, salutes sharply, and reports loudly, "Commander, I bring the latest intelligence gathered from armed helicopters." Wang Tianming furrows his brow as he takes the report. Skimming through its contents, however, upon reaching the critical information, his expression shifts dramatically, nearly causing him to leap from his seat in shock. He bellows, "What? The containment zones A01, A02, and A03, adjacent to the front line of District A, have all fallen, and the containment forces are retreating." His eyes widen in disbelief and fury as he continues, "How could this happen? These zones house over 36,000 residents. What on earth are the station troops doing? Are they nothing but a bunch of gluttonous layabouts?" Despite his seething anger, Wang Tianming is acutely aware that this is not the time to assign blame for the failure of the station troops. The front line has already crumbled, and these containment zones lie less than a kilometer away from the collapse. Although additional military and police forces had been deployed to reinforce these areas, each zone is defended by merely over 80 soldiers, tasked with protecting against a massive population of over 10,000. Such a disparity in force renders the defense of these zones an almost insurmountable challenge. Get a swift report on the casualty situation and detail where the forces have retreated. Wang Tianming commands urgently, his mind racing without the luxury of contemplation. At this moment, the situation in District A resembles the sword of Damocles, precariously hanging overhead, instilling fear and dread. The circumstances are dire and far from optimistic. The once formidable defensive lines intended to thwart the advance of the infected now appear as fragile as paper, collapsing in an instant and signaling a total loss of control. Consequently, the unprotected residential area stands starkly exposed to the ruthless infected, akin to a defenseless maiden confronting a fearsome giant. Even more astonishing is the rapid disintegration of the frontline troops stationed in the residential area. Despite having a relatively modest number of personnel, this frontline was equipped with a well-trained armored company and 2 skilled paramilitary squads. Additionally, to further bolster the defenses, reinforcements had been drawn from other regions. A highly mobile infantry company was also dispatched as a supplementary force. Yet, the question remains. What kind of terrifying enemy or unforeseen event could have led to the swift obliteration of this seemingly impenetrable line of defense? Remarkably, not even the most basic warning signals were issued in time. The entire situation is utterly unfathomable and sends chills down the spine. "Commander, we have only been able to establish contact with the remaining forces at A02. They report having retreated to the junction near the A04 and A05 containment zones." An officer swiftly marks the specific location on the map before adding with a grave expression, "The other 2 units are unreachable." Wang Tianming glances at the map, his brow furrowed. "Order them to immediately establish a defensive line here to block the infected and buy time for the transfer of personnel from the rear containment zones. Furthermore, whatever means necessary, the communications unit must intensify efforts to reach the remaining 2 containment forces and instruct them to set up a defensive line on the spot. Over 1 million civilians await their evacuation. The moment of sacrifice for our country is upon us." Yet, the communications officer speaks with evident concern, "Commander, the remaining forces at A02 may struggle to fulfill their mission. Reports indicate severe casualties, with less than 30 personnel and only 1 armored vehicle remaining. Supplies are critically low, morale is plummeting, and many soldiers are gripped by panic." A tone of unavoidable despair underscored the officer's voice. Wang Tianming, however, slams his hand on the table, his gaze icy as he locks eyes with the communications officer. "I do not wish to hear complaints. The entire defensive line of Lehigh City is in distress. They are running low on ammunition. Do we have an abundance of supplies in the rear containment forces? As soldiers, it is imperative to suppress any feelings of panic. This is not the time for retreat. Immediately command the retreating containment forces to establish a defensive line right where they stand. Even if it requires sacrificing their lives, they must hold back the infected and make the enemy pay dearly. Under Wang Tianming's piercing gaze, the communications officer felt an invisible weight upon him. Unable to meet the commander's eyes, he hurriedly retreated to the communications room, as if fleeing a storm about to break. Wait! Wang Tianming suddenly called out to the communications officer, his voice slicing through the tense air. The officer halted, his body rigid as he turned back, resembling a tree frozen in the biting wind. Order all containment forces in the rear of District A, currently evacuating civilians, to reallocate half their personnel and all heavy weaponry. Establish a buffer defensive line at the municipal square of the residential area to secure ample time for the transfer of personnel. Without lifting his gaze from the operational map, Wang Tianming spoke with unwavering conviction. The communications officer saluted and rushed towards the communications room, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows of the doorway, akin to a soldier hastening to the battlefield. However, should we transfer half our personnel and all heavy weaponry to establish a defensive line at the municipal square? The remaining forces tasked with evacuating civilians would consist of only a handful of paramilitary and police officers. If we withdraw all heavy weaponry, we will be left defenseless against a large-scale infected tide, making it nearly impossible to maintain control over the situation. A staff officer in the operations room remarked, his voice tinged with concern, akin to the faint twinkle of stars in the night sky. Subtle yet impossible to ignore. Clearly, upon hearing Wang Tianming's orders, he refrained from immediate dissent, understanding his role as a mere advisor and respecting the chain of command. Wang Tianming did not respond right away. Instead, he paced the meeting room as if searching for answers, finally sighing, "Is there truly no better alternative? If we do not position forces at the municipal square to establish a defensive line, the infected will breach the unprotected residential area of District A without resistance. At this moment, everyone evacuating from District A is walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a plunge into the abyss." His voice carried a sense of tragic resolve, reminiscent of a general standing on the precipice of a cliff, confronting an uncertain fate. Once Wang Tianming concluded his thoughts, the operations officer adjusted his glasses. His tone remarkably calm amidst the tension in the command room. "We could disperse the troops within the residential area of District A, engaging in staggered ambushes to delay the advance of the infected, thereby buying time for the evacuation efforts." His suggestions were akin to a search for a glimmer of hope in the darkness of despair. In a sudden fit of rage, Wang Tianming hurled his cup to the ground, the shattering sound resonating through the meeting room like the cracking of ice. Fixing his intense gaze upon the operations officer, he spoke with a mix of fury and determination. "Do you truly regard the lives of soldiers as expendable? Our forces are already stretched thin. We cannot afford the luxury of leaving any personnel behind. While deploying a portion of our forces to construct small defensive fortifications within the residential areas and employing staggered ambush tactics could yield some effectiveness, it would be tantamount to waiting for certain doom." Wang Tianming paused momentarily, grasping the baton in his hand, as he slowly approached the operations officer before him. Locking his gaze onto the officer's eyes, he stated, "To traverse from Area A to Area C, there lies a daunting distance of over 20 kilometers. Based on the current rate of relocation for this populace exceeding 1 million, it would likely take over 6 hours. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility to extend to 7 or even 8 hours. Thus, during this protracted span of 7 to 8 hours, how many of our own forces must we relinquish to ensure the safe migration of these hundreds of thousands to Area C?" Observing the gravity of the situation, the officer was drenched in cold sweat, hesitating as words eluded him. Yet, Wang Tianming continued unabated, taking a sip from his teacup before asserting, "Moreover, will those left behind to delay the enemy's advance not feel a sense of dread? Could there not be instances of desertion?" Each of these considerations posed significant and pressing challenges that demanded resolution. Wang Tianming's discourse was imbued with a profound and heavy sense of concern, akin to the thick fog that shrouds one's path under the cover of night, obscuring the direction ahead. After all, soldiers are human and experience fear. Mere words of encouragement cannot compel one to face death unflinchingly. This is the essence of human nature, regardless of one's status. When life hangs in the balance, selfless sacrifice becomes an unattainable ideal. Wang Tianming's voice conveyed a deep-seated compassion, which is, indeed, the truth. With the populace already gripped by anxiety, should we persist in abandoning our troops to delay the infected's assault, it is likely that Area A will meet its demise. Thus, the only viable strategy at present is to establish a defensive line at the municipal square. As this option offers greater feasibility, after all, soldiers will find solace in the presence of their comrades. At this point, Wang Tianming even reached out to adjust the officer's attire. The immediate task was to suppress panic and maintain order. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, and the troops would spiral out of control, leaving us with no recourse. Wang Tianming sighed, clearly recognizing this as a last resort. Under the veil of night, the infected in the trade zone of Area A had breached the midline defenses. Spreading like a deluge toward the residential areas of Area A and Area B, the infected had already overrun 7 containment zones, leaving only 2 barriers between them and the municipal square. Moreover, the military personnel and civilians within these 2 zones had evacuated completely. It was anticipated that in no more than 3 minutes, the infected would reach the municipal square, akin to the relentless approach of death itself. The darkness loomed like a vast curtain over Linghai City, with the headlights of military vehicles slicing through, illuminating the municipal square. Urgent reinforcements from the rear, including members of the 527th Infantry Regiment, were hastily constructing defenses at the forefront of the square, their movements swift and forceful, racing against time. Meanwhile, Zhang Han in Area B was also undergoing a complete evacuation, resembling a silent prelude to retreat. After all, the only organized military unit in the city, the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade, had already relocated to Area C, not to mention that the remaining forces were merely scattered contingents deployed for containment. As night fell, the lights of Linghai City flickered in the darkness, resembling a brilliant pearl embedded in black velvet, illuminating the night sky. From the perspective of armed helicopters hovering above, the infected in Area A had already spread to the outskirts of Area B, where the defensive line was engaged in skirmishes with the scattered infected that had arrived first. Firelight intertwined with the night, reminiscent of the gates of hell being flung open, among the throngs of people. Zhang Han appeared particularly gaunt. His height of approximately 175 centimeters made him unremarkable in the crowd. Clad in a billowing black long coat over a fitted black undershirt, he wore practical black athletic pants. A bulging black sports backpack rested on his back, and worn black sneakers adorned his feet. Each step resolute and swift. Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing flanked him closely. Li Yud carried a hefty bag. His voice tinged with evident discontent. What the hell is this? It's the dead of night, and so many people are crammed together. Where are we even being relocated to? Zhang Yuanqing weakly retorted. You complain when they don't let you go, and you complain when they do. You're just being difficult? Li Yud feigned ignorance, gazing at the chaotic crowd. Goodness, this is worse than when I tried to catch a train during the Spring Festival in 2002. How long is this going to take? Zhang Han paid no heed to their banter, instinctively brushing his right hand against the Type 54 pistol concealed beneath his coat. This holster had been in his possession for quite some time, and it was the first instance it was put to use. A small pouch hung from his waist, originally meant for change, now containing magazines and spare ammo. Though his attire was somewhat mismatched, it afforded him a sliver of security. Suddenly, the piercing roar of fighter jets sliced through the air. A dozen multi-role fighters had arrived over the shadowed Linghai City. Upon reaching their designated airspace, the pilots swiftly engaged advanced radar and targeting systems, pinpointing their targets in Area A with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, they pressed the weapon release buttons, unleashing a volley of surface-to-surface missiles that screamed through the air like arrows from a bow, trailing long tails of fire as they hurtled toward Area A. Simultaneously, an array of precision-guided munitions cascaded from the aircraft's belly, aimed at their designated targets. Missiles and precision bombs rained down like a deluge, their targets being the infected wreaking havoc throughout the city and streets. The lives of the surviving citizens in Area A were no longer a priority. As the bombs struck the ground, deafening explosions reverberated, shaking the earth to its core. Flames and smoke rapidly engulfed the surroundings, painting the night sky a fiery orange. Buildings crumbled under the blasts as if they were mere paper constructs. Concrete and steel splintered under the force of the explosions, massive structures began to sway, windows shattered, and glass shards scattered like raindrops. Some buildings were instantly reduced to rubble by direct hits, leaving behind gaping craters and debris strewn about. Those structures not directly impacted also trembled under the shockwaves of the explosions. Cracks rapidly spread across the walls, with supportive structures twisting and distorting under immense pressure, ultimately succumbing to collapse. Dust and smoke billowed into the air with the collapse, obscuring the sky, as if the entire city were shrouded in a gray veil. At the epicenter of the explosions, flames licked hungrily at every building, spreading rapidly, blackening the facades of high-rises as windows and door frames were consumed. Crackling with the sound of fire, flammable materials within some structures ignited, bursting forth from windows and illuminating the night. "What is happening? Why is there fighting behind us?" Someone cried out in terror, their voice trembling. "What is going on? Why are the fighter jets involved?" Another voice filled with confusion and fear chimed in. "Forget about that. Run!" A loud shout pierced through the chaos, as someone desperately sought a glimmer of hope for survival amidst the turmoil. The crowd evacuating from Area A frequently glanced back, only to be met with the sight of a densely packed throng and the distant glow of burning buildings. The throngs of people surged forward, frantically pushing toward the front, accompanied by the cries of children and the screams of women. Driven by panic, many strong adult males began to forcefully shove through the crowd, their actions brutal and strong, toppling weaker individuals to the ground as they pressed onward, akin to sheep driven by fear, all searching for a path to safety. Throughout the crowd, individuals occasionally fell and could not rise again, marking a disaster for those attempting to evacuate in an instant. What had once been an orderly crowd transformed into utter chaos. Desperation drove people to shove and trample one another, each fighting for their own life amidst the turmoil. The air was filled with screams, cries, and pleas for help. Chapter 9. The desperate counterattack. In this tense and chaotic moment, the B-47 containment zone where Zhang Han found himself felt like a forgotten corner. Marked at the periphery of this large-scale evacuation effort, designated as B-47, this number symbolized his distance from Area A. The smaller the number, the closer the proximity, amplifying the sense of urgency. With over 300 containment zones activated simultaneously, a monumental personnel transfer unfolded. Zhang Han's position was a mere 5 kilometers from the defensive line in Area B. This distance appeared as a mere line on the map, yet in reality, it represented a stark boundary between life and death. He could almost feel the heartbeat of the core zone, a tense and rapid rhythm urging him to quicken his pace. However, the path to Area C stretched out like an endless marathon. 17 kilometers filled with uncertainty and challenges. This journey was not merely a test of distance but a trial of will. The tumult of the crowd resembled a disturbed hive, order collapsing in an instant, transforming what was once an organized evacuation into a frenzied escape. Zhang Han found himself amidst a throng, akin to a solitary leaf swept along by the surging tide of humanity, his grip tightening around the handgun secured at his waist. In such tumult, the loss of that weapon would signify the collapse of his final bastion of defense. Armored vehicles and military trucks roared past on either side of the crowd, their presence serving not only as a manifestation of power, but also as a silent announcement of the fierce battles raging in the rear. Armed helicopters screamed overhead, their thunderous roars resonating as the most potent note in this chaotic symphony, reminding every soul that combat was never distant and safety had not yet arrived. Within this maelstrom of humanity, several civilians from the nearby containment zone wore expressions etched with anxiety and confusion, their voices piercing through the cacophony. "The troops have retreated. Why are we still here? We witnessed an entire battalion fleeing from Area A like lost souls. What has transpired?" As Zhang Han listened to these voices, a wave of unease surged within him. The retreat of the forces, the delay of the populace, the incessant sounds of explosions and gunfire from behind, coupled with the fighter jets that had just soared overhead and the blinding flames within the city, all conspired to unveil an ominous premonition. Yet, the turmoil did not persist for long. When the barrels of the military police's firearms, along with the ominous heavy machine guns and cannons mounted on armored vehicles, were aimed at the crowd like the scythe of death, all clamor ceased abruptly. The throng fell into a profound silence, as though even breathing had become a cautious endeavor. Despite the relatively small number of military personnel, the sheer might of their weaponry rendered everyone reluctant to act recklessly. The question of whether the troops would dare to fire hung in the air. The bodies sprawled haphazardly along the roadside, akin to branches and leaves ravaged by a storm, their blood seeping into the pavement, transforming it into an eerie dark red, silently narrating the decisiveness and terror of the military. For the military police, their paramount task was to expeditiously relocate the surging crowd to Area C. This was not merely to ensure the safety of the populace, but also to avert the cataclysmic disaster that would ensue should over 3 million individuals become infected. In times of chaos, stringent measures must be enforced. An armored vehicle halted in the street, and a major officer rose, brandishing a loudspeaker, addressing the crowd. We have reiterated our objective numerous times. This operation aims to dismantle the viral research facility. The decision to conduct the relocation at midnight stems from the government's necessity to disinfect areas A and B. However, the virucidal agents pose certain side effects to human health, thus necessitating the temporary relocation of all individuals to Area C. We kindly request your cooperation. Thank you. With that, he returned to the armored vehicle. Whether the populace believed the explanation was inconsequential, at the very least, they required some rationale. Following the officer's announcement, military vehicles dispersed among the crowd began to amplify his words. Meanwhile, the heavy machine guns mounted on the trucks or armored vehicles silently pointed at the throng, exuding an air of authority that deterred any thought of insubordination. Once the crowd quieted, the street resembled a scene ravaged by a storm, littered with debris and the lifeless bodies of those who had perished in the chaos. After a cleanup, even as the crowd gradually regained its composure, their movement remained excruciatingly sluggish. The military police, tasked with maintaining order, were frantic. The defensive line in Area B was on the brink of collapse, unable to withstand much longer. They faced numerous challenges: insufficient ammunition, a lack of personnel, and the burdensome task of relocating over 3 million people weighing down upon them like a mountain. From the moment they received the order to commence the relocation, it had been a mere matter of minutes. Consolidating the crowd and initiating the transfer had proven to be a Herculean endeavor. Initially, the command center had contemplated allowing civilians to drive their vehicles for the relocation, but the potential for criminals to breach checkpoints, triggering accidents, or for vehicles to suddenly stall could only lead to unimaginable chaos. Thus, in resignation, they were compelled to resort to the unfortunate decision of mandating foot relocation for all individuals. Moreover, the military strength was already inadequate, and a significant portion had to be allocated to bolster the defensive line in the rear. While additional mobile units had to be dispatched to secure the perimeter, preventing any errant infected individuals from launching surprise attacks and inciting panic in the residential area of Zone A, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as heavy and oppressive as congealed blood. The soldiers left behind to cover the rear faced the infected, once their compatriots, their internal conflict rendering their hands almost incapable of lifting their weapons. At such close proximity, the artillery and missile support from the Southern Coastal Fleet had clearly dwindled. Exhaustion and confusion clouded their gazes, as though they were in search of the meaning behind their struggle. At that moment, the loudspeaker atop the command vehicle erupted with a deafening sound. Wang Tianming's voice cutting through the night like thunder, his words resolute and forceful, penetrating the hearts of every soldier. Comrades, we have no retreat left. According to aerial reconnaissance, all routes from Area A to B have been overrun by the infected. Now we must engage in a bloody battle. This proclamation acted as a potent stimulant, revitalizing the weary soldiers. A flicker of determination ignited in their eyes. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. They fought not for others, but for themselves, for the honor and responsibility embodied in their military uniforms. As soldiers of the United States, they were to embody the spirit that champions the brave in dire straits. All must heed my command. Fix bayonets. The soldiers' bodies seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and their hands began to move instinctively. Their actions were swift and powerful, each motion exuding the hallmark of rigorous military training. They adeptly unsheathed their bayonets, the glinting blades shimmering in the moonlight. Subsequently, they affixed the bayonets securely onto their rifles, the sound of metallic clinks resonating in the air. The officers along the defensive line snapped back to reality from their shock, their voices hoarse yet powerful as they commanded all soldiers to assemble by squads. Wang Tianming stood upon the armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping over every face in the line. Those young soldiers, their faces still marked with youth and innocence, now bore expressions filled with fear and despair beneath the moonlight and the chilling gleam of their bayonets. Yet they understood that they were more than just children to their parents or pillars of their families. They were soldiers of the United States, entrusted with the sacred mission of protecting the people and the nation. Under Wang Tianming's command, the soldiers began to gather. Though fear lingered in their eyes, the harsh reality lay before them. They recognized that the impending battle would be a struggle for survival. Yet they were prepared to fight to the death against the infected for honor, for responsibility, and for those they cherished. Wang Tianming meticulously scanned each soldier's face, as though he intended to etch their visages deeply into his memory. He knew that behind these youthful faces lay the hopes and concerns of over 2,500 families. Each individual was a treasure in their parents' eyes, an irreplaceable support in their homes. Yet in this moment, their identity was singular. They were soldiers of the United States, and they must bear the weight of this grave responsibility for the sake of their country and its people. Wang Tianming's heart swelled with complex emotions. He understood that to safeguard more lives, sometimes the most difficult choices had to be made. Taking a deep breath, he turned, as if he could perceive the expectant gazes from behind, knowing he must lead by example. To gain time and protect more lives, sacrifice was unavoidable. He swiftly took a rifle from a guard, expertly affixing the bayonet. His strides were firm and powerful, akin to an arrow shot from a bow. As he advanced towards the defensive line, along his path, the soldiers stood tall like resilient pines, their gazes resolute, their weapons held in unison as a salute, an expression of respect for their commander. In a preparation for the impending battle on the front line, the infected surged like a relentless tide, and the soldiers were engaged in fierce combat against them. Every clash was a contest of life and death, each collision a struggle of strength and will. Wang Tianming raised his arm and shouted, "Comrades, the nation calls upon us. Charge!" His voice resonated like a war drum, stirring the spirits of every soldier. Awakening courage and resolve from the depths of their hearts, on the precipice of despair, the soldiers surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, plunging into brutal close-quarters combat with the infected. Their movements were agile and forceful, each thrust of the bayonet imbued with strength and determination. Employing the skills honed in training, the soldiers targeted the vulnerable spots of the infected while deftly evading their strikes. In this visceral struggle, they exhibited astonishing bravery and resilience. They attacked with bayonets, struck with rifle stocks, kicked and charged, each assault aimed at delivering a fatal blow. In this contest of life and death, humanity found itself at a disadvantage, their flesh and spirit appearing feeble in the face of the infected's frenzy. The infected moved like animated corpses possessed by death, their eyes devoid of the flame of life, only endless voids yearning for the living. Each assault felt like icy tendrils extending from the depths of hell, seeking to drag humanity into an abyss of darkness. Unless a bayonet precisely penetrates the eye socket of an infected individual, disrupting their central nervous system, no matter how many times your blade strikes their torso or other parts, the infected will remain as unfeeling machines, relentlessly persisting in their assault. With each swing of the sword, the soldiers can feel the coldness and despair emanating from the tip, as if they are confronting not merely the infected, but an inescapable fate. Even more terrifying is the notion that a comrade who fought alongside you just a moment ago could, in the next heartbeat, become one of the infected, turning to launch a fatal attack against you. This betrayal is not solely physical. It is profoundly psychological, etching deep wounds in the hearts of the soldiers. They begin to doubt everyone around them, even themselves, wondering who might transform into those soulless monstrosities in the next instant. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the entire defense line crumbles like a sandcastle swept away by a storm. The remaining soldiers, fewer than 500, flee in a frantic panic, their eyes filled with terror and despair, as if countless demons pursue them from behind. Following the collapse of the defense line, the Southern Coastal Fleet's involvement escalates the calamity to new heights. Missiles and artillery rain down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the entire municipal square's defenses. In this indiscriminate bombardment, the possibility of friendly fire is no longer a concern. Annihilating the infected is the sole objective. With each fierce impact of ground-targeted missiles, the once formidable fortifications of the municipal square are reduced to ruins in an instant. The deafening explosions illuminate the night sky over Linhai City, while buildings collapse in the chaos, transforming into heaps of debris. Dust and smoke fill the air, obscuring vision. In that moment, the soldiers' despair reaches its zenith. Many are hurled by the shockwaves of the explosions. Some are buried beneath the rubble, while others lose their lives in the blasts. The infected, having already lost their sanity, are now mercilessly torn apart by the explosions, their bodies flung about, a horrific spectacle of carnage. The entire municipal square has become a wasteland, once a gathering place for citizens, now a symbol of death and destruction. The surviving soldiers' spirits and bodies are deeply scarred. Many have lost comrades, hope, and even their sense of self in this disaster. The artillery fire from their own side has not only obliterated their defenses but has also shattered their psychological fortitude. At 3:58 a.m. on November 4, 2026, the defenses of the municipal square were breached, leaving a force that once numbered over 2,500 reduced to fewer than 200, fleeing towards the rear guard like a flock of birds struck by a shotgun. At this moment, the A District's evacuation team has also received the grim news of the defense line's breach. Within an armored vehicle slowly moving with the crowd, the military police exchange glances, their faces etched with shock and unease. The municipal square lies a mere 6 kilometers away, and with the terrifying speed of the infected, they could reach this location in under 20 minutes. This realization strikes each individual like a heavy hammer, instilling an unprecedented sense of urgency and dread. At this moment, the sky seems to weep for the impending disaster. As a gentle rain begins to fall, the droplets pattering on the ground as if the heavens mourn humanity's suffering. Among the evacuating masses, discontented murmurs arise. The gunfire stops, and then it rains. Doesn't it? It's like fate conspiring against us. Why are we relocating in the dead of night? And now it's raining. If someone gets hurt, what then? The cacophony of voices swells like ocean waves, one cresting after another. Yet, the military police tasked with maintaining order pay little heed to these complaints, their minds consumed by the horrific news of the rear guard's collapse. Among the remaining fewer than 2,500 personnel, over 2,100 are police officers, and more than 300 are armed police. Faced with the onslaught of the infected, how can they possibly construct a solid defense without heavy weaponry? Yet, instinct for survival compels one to fight against the tide. A testament to a warrior's honor. Led by over 300 armed police, they swiftly form a rear guard of 2,000, fully aware that retreat is no longer an option. At this juncture, they dare not reveal the grim reality to the crowd. For if they were to learn the truth, maintaining order would be impossible, and panic and chaos would engulf everything like a ravenous beast. A captain of the armed police stands resolute in the rain, saluting the 400 police officers who continue to uphold order. Raindrops patter against his gas mask, cascading to the ground like the tears of a soldier. The coming path rests upon your shoulders, he declares, his voice unwavering and robust. The remaining police officers, silent yet resolute, convey their determination through steadfast gazes. In such dire circumstances, failure equates to sacrifice. Their eyes shimmer with a commitment to duty and the protection of their fellow beings. Without a moment's hesitation, the armed police captain turns, leading the more than 2,000 behind him against the wind and rain, sprinting in the opposite direction of the crowd. Their footsteps splash through the muddy ground, each face marked with fear. Upon reaching a narrow intersection, observing the mountains of cars piled on either side, a glimmer of resolve flashes in the captain's eyes. He understands that time is of the essence. Every second of hesitation could spell doom for countless lives. He meticulously surveys the terrain, rapidly calculating the optimal strategy. Undoubtedly, this location serves as a natural choke point for ambush. While lacking sandbags or other robust fortifications, these vehicles could serve as an impromptu iron wall. He silently rejoices, recognizing this might be their only chance of survival. Let us push these cars together to form a defense line, the armed police captain shouts, rallying those around him. His voice cuts through the storm, instilling a glimmer of hope among the crowd. Amidst the torrential downpour, the makeshift defense line becomes a hive of activity as everyone races against time. Their clothing is already soaked, rainwater and sweat mingling, blurring their vision, yet their movements show no sign of faltering. Constructing a barrier of cars is undoubtedly a formidable task. The weight of the vehicles and the slick road complicate matters. Yet no one complains. Each person knows this is their sole opportunity for survival. However, the infected will not grant them much time. With their lightning speed, they will likely arrive here sooner than anticipated. If the defenses are not completed in time, a horrific massacre awaits them. Fortunately, the soldiers who previously fled from the defensive line have bought them precious moments. Otherwise, by the time the defenses are established, it may already be too late. After a flurry of urgent activity, they finally manage to set up the defense line just before the infected arrive. Although it is somewhat hasty and rudimentary, it is certainly better than nothing. The armed police captain stands at the forefront of the defense line, his gaze unwavering, his weapon firmly grasped. He knows this will be a life-and-death struggle, but he and his team are ready. They will defend this line with their lives, protecting everyone behind them. Chapter 10. The fall of a district. The armed police captain raises his binoculars, peering through the rain, fixating on the approaching tide of infected individuals. Their figures emerge and fade in the smoke of missile and artillery explosions, advancing step by step like harbingers of death, encroaching upon the line of life. The coastal fleet from the southern military district has ceased its bombardment, having exhausted their missile supply after hours of intense firing. The 130mm and 76mm caliber naval guns of the cruisers and missile frigates have significantly diminished their effectiveness against the infected within the city. Raindrops splatter against the lenses of the binoculars, obscuring his view, yet his fingers grip the binoculars tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. He turns, sitting on the rain-soaked ground, leaning against the makeshift barrier of cars. Surrounding him are police officers and soldiers, poised for battle, each resting against the vehicles, gazing ahead. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, their shadows stretch long, their bodies trembling slightly. Whether from the chill of the rainy night or the creeping fear within remains uncertain. Their breaths form clouds of white mist in the cold air, each pair of eyes alight with a flicker of fear and unease. Once more, he pulls from his pocket a photograph from his wedding day. Raindrops fall onto it, blurring the sweet smiles of the couple captured within. The armed police captain gazes at the image, the two smiling so blissfully, and a smile unwittingly crosses his lips, only to swiftly morph into a bittersweet expression. Raining, it seems I still cannot fulfill my promise to grow old with you, Yuding. His words carry an endless sense of regret and affection, akin to a final farewell. He closes his eyes momentarily, only to reopen them, now filled with a fierce resolve, as if gathering strength for the impending battle. Drawing a deep breath, he fills his chest with the frigid air, then exhales slowly, attempting to quell the tumult within. He gazes up at the pitch-black sky, countless raindrops cascading down, each drop akin to a life lost in this catastrophe, silently vanishing from the world. Soon, he too will become one of those droplets. Dissipating into the ether of existence, he silently recited in his heart, his voice betraying a sense of tragic resolve and determination. This calamity had wrought havoc, leaving countless families shattered. Each lost life stood as a testament to this unfolding tragedy. The armed police captain rose to his feet, brushing the rain from his clothing, and tightened the tactical belt around his waist to ensure that every piece of equipment was securely fastened. He surveyed his surroundings, nodding to each comrade, their eyes reflecting a profound understanding and trust. He knew they were warriors, and regardless of the outcome, they would fight side by side until the very last moment. Brothers, his voice rang out amidst the downpour, firm and resolute. We may not survive to leave this place, but our sacrifices will not be forgotten. For our families, for our nation, for those we have vowed to protect. We shall fight to the end today. His figure appeared particularly solitary in the rain, yet unwavering, like a lighthouse steadfastly guarding the last flicker of light amid the storm. As the night deepened and the rain fell like tears from the heavens, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the urgent voice of a sentry. Commander, the infected have entered firing range. His words sliced through the tranquility of the rainy night like a clarion call. Awakening the soldiers' taut nerves, the captain swiftly wiped the raindrops from his gas mask, as if erasing the hesitation from his heart. He turned to gaze into the rain-soaked night, where a multitude of infected souls surged forth like fiends escaping from the depths of hell. Their howls echoing as they rapidly approached the defensive line. Their forms flickered in and out of visibility through the curtain of rain, each step laden with the threat of death. Open fire. The captain bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Instantly, the defensive line erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, the sounds of handguns and rifles intertwining to create the most brutal of symphonies. Bullets discharged. Hot casings fell onto the rain-soaked concrete, producing sharp sounds quickly drowned out by the gunfire. The foremost infected were relentlessly struck by bullets, their silhouettes swaying in the flashes of light. Even when riddled with holes, they pressed on undeterred, like unyielding phantoms, unafraid of death. November had already begun to chill, and with the sudden onset of rain, everyone shot at the infected amidst cold and fear. This damned rainy night exacerbated the shooting accuracy of everyone on the line, compounding the difficulties for those already facing a shortage of ammunition. The rain intensified, resembling tears from the sky, while the defenders felt an increasing heaviness in their hearts. The captain drew his last rifle magazine, and as he listened to the sparse gunfire from the defensive line, a wave of despair washed over him. Has it only been 10 minutes since the engagement began? Is this how it ends? Despite the continuous gunfire, the infected drew ever closer. Faced with these fearless beings, light weaponry felt utterly impotent, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, ready to extinguish at any moment. Though aerial support from the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade was on standby, the firepower from the helicopters seemed trivial against the sheer number of infected, like a drop of water in a parched desert. The helicopter searchlights swept over the defensive line, but the swiftly moving infected, propelled by their momentum, crashed into the vehicles that formed the barricade. The air was filled with the explosive sounds of impacts as countless infected slammed against the barricading cars, which were pushed back like small boats in a tumultuous sea, poised to be engulfed at any moment. Clearly, the infected had breached the firepower blockade. At that moment, the captain exhausted his final magazine, and silence fell over the defensive line, broken only by the sounds of infected colliding with the vehicles. As a gap was torn in the line, countless infected surged through, leaving behind only the soldiers' anguished cries and the frenzied roars of the infected. The captain cast one last glance at his wedding photo, waved it skyward, turned, affixed a bayonet to his rifle, and shouted, "I'll fight you to the end." He charged headlong into the throng of infected, undeterred. Amidst the screams and roars, that thin photo spiraled in the sky for a moment before succumbing to the relentless rain. As if foretelling that no one could escape this crisis, in the rear, the police evacuating Area A, upon hearing the gunfire cease entirely, surmised that the defensive line had been breached. This was an impossible task. A mere 2,000 personnel, most armed only with handguns, attempting to halt an unknown number of infected. Even knowing it was futile, someone had to step up and bear the burden. Though the crowd hastily retreated towards Area B, they still faced over half an hour's journey ahead of the evacuation from Area A. Due to insufficient personnel, the scouting team consisted of only 10 officers, armed with 92 Type handguns, their eyes scanning the surroundings as they gazed at the desolate high-rises flanking them. Rain hammering down upon their weary faces, the once bustling streets now lay eerily silent, devoid of life. Despite the glow of streetlights, an unsettling chill pervaded the air, especially amidst the ongoing bioweapon crisis in Linghai City. The recent days of intense work had left the officers fatigued, yawning repeatedly, and the cold rain only heightened the sense of distraction within the scouting team. They were aware that another scouting team followed behind, so any oversights would likely be caught by them. Typically, they performed cursory checks. If nothing seemed amiss, they would swiftly pass through, for thorough inspections were impractical under such manpower constraints. "Old Lou, what do you think caused this sudden outbreak of that damned virus?" lamented a young officer. "Now we have over 400 officers protecting more than 1 million civilians. That averages to 1 officer for every 10,000 people. The pressure is entirely on us, but better to survive than die. At least we keep our lives. What a pity," he continued. "We once had a force of over 5,000, and now it's just us few left." After speaking, the young officer shook his head as if recalling something. Old Lou, however, merely replied with a hint of resignation, "If it weren't for your youth, you'd be part of the second batch of rear guards. Do you think we could have gotten this 1,000,000+ people out alive without those rear guards? You've seen the infected in the footage and know their horror. Don't think we're safe just because we've come this far. Keep your wits about you. We are responsible for the safety of over 100,000 lives behind us." The young officer muttered, "But those civilians are oblivious to the danger. How many have snuck into those deserted areas?" Old Lou halted, turned, and looked at the young officer, stating, "Right now, we have no means to control whether over 100,000 people are fleeing. We can only do our part." The young officer fell silent, lost in thought. while the other officers wore anxious expressions, especially since infected had already appeared in Area B, even if they reached Area B. What would it matter? Requests for assistance yielded only a response of no reinforcements, with the added note that the pressure on Area B was even greater. Could it be worse than our situation? With only 400 people, we are tasked with securing over 1 million lives. As the group fell into silence, a low, menacing growl echoed from a distance. Instantly, everyone's senses heightened, gripping their weapons tightly. Stay alert. Infected may be approaching, Old Lou warned in a hushed tone. A flicker of fear crossed the young officer's face, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Cautiously, they advanced towards the source of the sound. Turning a corner, they beheld a swarm of infected wandering from Area B, howling and rushing towards them with frenzied eyes. "Open fire!" Old Lou shouted. The gunfire shattered the silence. The piercing sounds of gunfire disrupted the previously tranquil street. But the 9x19mm rounds from the 92 Type police handguns could not fully halt their advance. Though the 9mm bullets possessed significant penetrating power, they faced the unyielding infected, and in the rain-soaked night, the accuracy of shooting at swiftly moving targets was compromised, making headshots nearly impossible. As anticipated, under the onslaught of the infected, none of the team survived, yet they fulfilled their duty, providing a crucial warning to those behind. At least their deaths held value. When the evacuation team in the rear heard the gunfire erupt like a war drum, they reacted swiftly, as if touched by a taut string. Except for the 200 officers holding the rear, the rest surged forward like a tide, forming a solid defensive line. Their silhouettes appeared resolute amidst the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the crowd seemed somewhat bewildered, as if caught in an unexpected storm, unsure of how to respond. By now, gunfire could no longer incite panic. After all, the sounds of gunfire had barely ceased in Linghai City, becoming a discordant backdrop to the city. Many citizens, driven by a numb curiosity, approached the police-formed barricade, peering with squinted eyes to discern what was occurring ahead. However, the police, at this moment, sternly intervened, their voices cutting through the chaos with remarkable clarity. They turned to address the bewildered crowd, instructing everyone, swiftly seek refuge in the rooms and secure the doors. This is no jest nor a drill. It concerns your very safety. Upon hearing the police's directives, the majority of the populace chose to trust their words, their movements becoming swift and orderly, as if they had found the direction towards a safe haven. Yet, a considerable number of citizens remained seated upon the rain-soaked ground, unwilling to move. For those unaccustomed to exertion, the day had drained the last vestiges of their physical strength. Meanwhile, the crowd behind them clearly had not heard the police's commands, standing in a daze like forgotten pieces on a chessboard. But upon witnessing those in front fleeing towards the surrounding residential areas, the police made no effort to stop them, prompting these individuals to hastily scatter in all directions. The human instinct to conform was magnified to its utmost in this moment of crisis. Furthermore, during the scramble for shelter, incidents of brawling erupted frequently, with children lost amidst the chaos, as frantic parents searched for them, and the elderly similarly misplaced, as their loved ones sought them out. Indeed, when over 1 million people dispersed without any controlling authority, the ensuing chaos was akin to a flood, utterly uncontrollable. Yet, there was little time to spare for these over 1 million souls. For the infected had already appeared at the end of the road ahead, their figures resembling harbingers of death, heralding the onset of a new wave of panic and flight. The scene of the infected was like a grotesque tapestry, interwoven with a variety of figures: soldiers clad in hazmat suits, police in riot gear, and students in uniforms, among others. They had once been the guardians and hopeful future of this city, but now they had become the sacrificial victims of this catastrophe. Many among them were familiar faces, those who had formed the front line of defense, yet now they were separated by an insurmountable chasm, their presence rendering the atmosphere both alien and terrifying. Now, they were reduced to mindless creatures, their only remaining instinct a thirst for blood. The network of over 200 police officers seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this disaster, their defenses breached in less than 2 minutes. The surviving officers fled in desperation. No one was willing to gamble with their lives. Their figures appeared helpless amidst the turmoil. It was not until now that the displaced crowd bore witness to the true source of this lockdown. Those who had collapsed on the ground, upon sighting the infected, immediately grabbed their belongings, crying out as they stumbled in frantic escape. Yet, against the terrifying speed of the infected, they could scarcely take a few steps before being brought down. And within 10 seconds, they too were transformed into the infected, becoming part of this tragic narrative. At that moment, the crowd resembled sheep stripped of their shepherd's protection, mercilessly devoured by ravenous wolves. The cacophony of cries, screams, and wails resonated through the air, akin to a symphony of doom, heralding the ultimate elegy of human fear and despair. Many adult males, having exhausted their avenues of escape, resorted to their physical strength, seizing luggage or bricks to hurl at the infected, only to realize that against these death-defying adversaries, they held no advantage. Their resistance appeared feeble in the face of this dark force. Women, children, and the elderly found themselves bereft of even the chance to flee. Their already diminished physical capabilities rendered them the last to escape, making them the most helpless victims of this disaster. The rainwater mingled with blood on the concrete, gradually turning a deep crimson, reminiscent of red wine in a glass. Yet this was no celebratory feast, but rather a grotesque banquet of death. The military and police in Area A exerted themselves for long, yet ultimately could not salvage the lives of over 1 million individuals. At times, having a plan does not guarantee its execution, for the world is fraught with uncontrollable variables. This disaster stands as the most brutal testament to that truth. Chapter 11. Crisis within a military tent situated beside the main thoroughfare out of Linghai City. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Though modest in size, this tent bore the significant responsibility of overseeing the safety of the entire city. It served as the command center for the lockdown of Linghai's outskirts. Outside, a torrential downpour battered the tent's roof and surrounding canvas, producing a cacophony of sound. The commander of the coastal garrison, clad in a thick military raincoat and wearing a tightly fitted gas mask, was entirely enveloped in a full-body hazmat suit as he struggled to push open the tent's entrance and stride into the command room. As he walked, he muttered curses under his breath. "This damned rainy day is utterly infuriating. Because of this rain, we've been delayed by over half an hour." Upon reaching a nearby coat rack, he forcefully flung his drenched raincoat onto it, causing water to cascade down, pooling on the tent floor. Inside, more than a dozen individuals donned in similar protective gear anxiously awaited his arrival. Some stood, while others sat, each face etched with seriousness and concern. At this moment, the commander of the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division, Hu Ji, lifted his head, scanning the room to ensure everyone was present. After confirming their attendance, he cleared his throat and spoke in a hoarse voice, heavy with fatigue. "Gentlemen, the current situation is exceedingly grave. Area A within Linghai City has completely succumbed, and the circumstances are dire. Despite the relentless saturation bombing by the Southern Coastal Fleet on the fallen Area A, the latest intelligence reveals that not a single one of the over 5,000 armed police officers, or personnel from the 527th Motorized Infantry Regiment stationed there has survived." He paused, seemingly unable to continue describing the horrific scenes. The reality now was that the infection of over 100,000 individuals in Area A was unavoidable. For the troops within the city, this was akin to a thunderclap, reverberating ominously above them. Yet, the Ministry of Defense had issued a strict order prohibiting any troops from entering the city to provide assistance. Politicians fear that individuals within the city might carry the virus, thus mandating that all forces maintain a tight perimeter around Linghai City to prevent the virus from spreading. The urgent task was to seal Linghai City tightly, as impenetrable as a fortress, to avert the virus and its carriers from escaping like a plague. Currently, the troops and police within Linghai City were like a solitary force besieged, isolated and without reinforcements. Hu Ji, as the overall commander of the lockdown perimeter, felt as if he were juggling 15 buckets of water, filled with anxiety. His rank of brigadier general in a motorized infantry division was insufficient to command such a vast assembly of troops. Yet, everyone in the southern military region regarded Linghai City as a terrifying den of horrors, avoiding it at all costs. The original commander, the deputy commander of the southern military region, General Gao, had retreated in fear as if encountering a plague, dreading any association with it. Ultimately, the heavy burden of commanding the lockdown perimeter of Linghai City fell squarely upon Hu Ji, the highest-ranking officer present. Once one has tasted the flavor of power, no one is inclined to relinquish their life easily, let alone someone who has risen to the rank of deputy commander of a military region. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly against the tent, producing a dull yet nerve-wracking sound. Inside the command room, smoke swirled, and as the commanding officers, they were all too aware of the challenges inherent in sealing off Linghai City, with only a mere 30,000 troops at the perimeter. How could they possibly withstand the total collapse of the city? No one spoke. All played the role of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. Huji took a deep drag from his cigarette, and as the smoke curled upward, he shattered the silence within the room. I require detailed maps of the perimeter around Linghai City, including troop deployment, the defensive layouts of each unit, and the logistics of supply distribution. We must ensure that nothing is overlooked. An operations officer promptly stood, his gaze resolute as he looked over the statistical data, reporting, "We have completely sealed off all possible exit routes from Linghai City and its surrounding areas. The engineering troops are working diligently to erect 6-meter-high isolation walls at various intersections. However, due to the heavy rain and insufficient manpower, it is estimated to take a day to complete," he continued. Meanwhile, essential supplies and ammunition from the Southern Military Region's logistics depot are being continuously delivered to the front lines, akin to a lifeline. The 5th Aviation Brigade has also dispatched an air squadron to monitor the 3 exit routes. While the remaining aviation units are on standby for combat, the operations officer's voice resonated in the room as he continued his detailed briefing. Currently, we have assembled 4 units at the perimeter of Linghai City. The 43rd Motorized Infantry Division stands at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the pressure. The 21st Territorial Defense Brigade is stationed to the left of the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division, though it is merely a garrison brigade with a personnel count of 423 and inferior equipment. His gaze swept over the audience as he continued, "Considering the brigade's personnel and equipment are at a disadvantage, we have redeployed the 341st Infantry Regiment from the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division to reinforce their defenses." With the eyes of the room upon him, he deliberately glanced at the brigade commander of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade, who could only lower his hat brim, feeling somewhat embarrassed in such a meeting regarding his unit's apparent inadequacies. In his heart, he mused, "It is of little consequence that the garrison brigade is poorly equipped. This is a widely acknowledged and accepted truth, and like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water." He remained unfazed. The operations officer continued, "The Coastal Garrison Brigade, having only just arrived, has not yet fully reached the right defensive line. However, its advance unit, the 248th Rapid Reaction Mobile Infantry Regiment, has already arrived at the front lines, with the subsequent forces expected to arrive in half an hour. The 5th Aviation Brigade has also established a temporary airstrip in a wasteland located 20 kilometers behind the 43rd Motorized Infantry Division. Yet ammunition supplies and aviation fuel have yet to be completely allocated." Upon concluding his report, the operations officer handed over the troop deployment situation and defense layout map to Huji. Huji received the documents with a gaze that was resolute and sharp, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey. He issued an unequivocal command to the operations officer. "Inform the engineers at the front that I am granting them only 10 hours. Regardless of the obstacles encountered, I expect to see the defensive structures fully constructed in 10 hours. Otherwise, military law will be enforced." His voice echoed within the tent, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Now is not the time for us to squander the limited hours we have in Linghai City. We must hasten our defenses, everyone." His words resonated like the beat of war drums, invigorating every officer present. "Disperse. Return to your posts." Huji's directives were concise yet powerful, and with a wave of his hand, he revealed an indescribable weight of pressure. Upon his shoulders rested the safety of the entire city, a burden as heavy as a mountain. The remaining officers rose in unison, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. They saluted with precision, then, bearing Huji's orders and their dread of the virus, exited the tent. They boarded the armored vehicles parked along the roadside, the engines roaring like the neighing of war horses. As they sped towards their respective defensive lines, prepared to confront the imminent challenges ahead, in Area B of Linghai City, nearly 3 hours had elapsed since the evacuation commenced, yet the vast throng had traversed a mere 9 kilometers. Many pondered, "I could run 5 kilometers in half an hour. Even at a slower walking pace, 3 hours shouldn't result in just 9 kilometers. However, this was a crowd of 3 million, amidst a torrential downpour. With many dragging families and belongings, the cold weather and heavy luggage impeding the speed of the masses. A flash of lightning illuminated the ground, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that echoed through the evacuating crowd. The transfer efforts in Linhai City under such stormy weather appeared utterly futile. Zhang Han moved slowly with the crowd, and the earlier thunder had startled a child in a nearby mother's arms, causing the little one to wail inconsolably. The sound of crying intensified Zhang Han's already frazzled nerves. Having hurriedly evacuated without an umbrella or raincoat, his windbreaker was now drenched, and the cold wind mixed with rain caused him to shiver uncontrollably. Beside him, Li Yud and Zhang Yuanqing were similarly chilled, their clothing soaked through by the relentless rain, droplets cascading from their bodies. The dispersing crowd mirrored their plight, as few had thought to bring umbrellas or raincoats. This inclement weather seemed tailor-made for the onslaught of the infected. Under the cover of night and heavy rain, the specially mutated infected breached the firepower blockade like phantoms, inflicting severe damage on the rear defensive line. Several searchlights mounted atop tall buildings shone like beacons of despair, illuminating the chaos and destruction along the defense line, where alarming gaps had begun to appear, and reinforcements rushed in to reclaim the line amidst the surging infected. A communications soldier from the 3rd Brigade of the Armed Police stood panting before an armored vehicle, wiping the rain off his gas mask, his voice tinged with exhaustion and despair. "Commander, our casualties are overwhelming. The defense line of the 3rd Brigade has been breached for the 2nd time. From over 1,000 personnel, we now have fewer than 300 left. Let us temporarily withdraw to regroup. Otherwise, the 3rd Brigade will be wiped out." The deafening gunfire and anguished cries along the defense line became mere background noise, failing to disturb the officer's composure inside the armored vehicle. In a calm yet resolute tone, he replied, "Absolutely not. All personnel capable of combat must remain on the line. No matter the casualties, we are a nail that must be driven firmly into this defense." His voice rang clear amidst the rain, like a campfire in winter, offering warmth and strength. Behind this line lies over 3 million people. The defense line of Area B has gathered more than half of our military forces. In other words, we are the last hope for all residents of Area B. Every second we endure allows one more person to evacuate, perhaps even 100. His words exuded a tragic determination. If this line collapses, the evacuation of 3 million souls will become an impossibility. With a heavy sigh, he picked up a military dagger from the armored vehicle and handed it to the communications soldier. "Deliver this to your brigade commander. We must hold the line, even unto death, and no retreat allowed. Violators will face military law." The communications soldier, his voice quavering yet resolute, affirmed, "We will accomplish our mission. As long as we stand, we will endure." After the frontline positions at the A District residential area and the primary containment line in the midsection of a district crumbled like a house of cards, the defenders of the B District line, initially numbering fewer than 1,000, gradually swelled to over 5,000, like a trickle of water merging into a river. Yet now, these 5,000 resembled a sandcastle ravaged by a tempest, with only about 3,000 steadfastly holding the front line amidst the chaos of battle. Most of these 3,000 soldiers had exhausted their ammunition, resorting to bayonets, akin to ancient warriors, embroiled in brutal close-quarters combat. The deafening explosions of grenades punctuated the air, akin to the drumbeats of death. As many soldiers, bitten by the infected, desperately pulled the pins from their grenades, preferring a heroic sacrifice to becoming bloodthirsty monsters. Rain fell mercilessly upon both soldiers and infected, one side displaying despair while the other reveled in frenzied roars. The soldiers on the defense fought a hopeless battle against the infected, enduring hunger and cold. For them, the path to survival had been severed, and the light of hope extinguished. The collapse of the B District defense line was an established fact. With total disintegration merely a matter of time, the infected surged like a tide, systematically dismantling all remaining forces along the line, their assault a storm of darkness, relentless and unstoppable. This was a battle devoid of hope or end. Soldiers fought until their last breath, yet soon they would rise again, becoming part of the enemy, turning their weapons upon former comrades, a cruel and tragic irony. Without a doubt, in mere minutes, the line would completely shatter. The troops' ammunition was nearly depleted, and should a breach occur without adequate firepower to suppress it, that gap would widen like a floodgate burst, swiftly expanding into a larger breach, leading to the total collapse of the line. With the fall of the defense line came an overwhelming barrage of missiles and shells from the southern coastal fleet. These lethal weapons rained down like a deluge, further shattering the already devastated battlefield. Flames soaring skyward. Yet, astonishingly, such fierce firepower did little to halt the relentless advance of the frenzied infected. They moved as if impervious to death, nimbly weaving through the ruins of buildings or hiding within the still intact structures, waiting for their moment to strike. Whenever the bombardment paused, they surged forth like a tidal wave, resolutely pushing towards area B. Zhang Han tightened his soaked windbreaker around him, involuntarily shivering, the drenched fabric clinging uncomfortably to his skin as he pondered the chaos unfolding behind him, only to suddenly realize that the previously intense gunfire had ceased, leaving only the distant sound of explosions approaching the evacuating crowd. What is happening? Why has the gunfire suddenly stopped? Zhang Han murmured to himself. Meanwhile, his right hand swiftly slipped beneath his windbreaker, subtly resting near his holster. Beside him, Liud sniffled, his nose running like clear water, muttering, "What else could it be? The battle must be over. No need to evacuate now." "But I'll freeze to death." Upon hearing Liud's words, Zhang Yuanqing fell silent, his pace quickening like the wind. In contrast to Liud's nonchalance, a deep sense of unease surged within Zhang Yuanqing. The military police, struggling against the howling wind and rain to maintain order, turned as the gunfire behind them fell silent, their faces turning ashen. They shouted at the slowly dispersing crowd. "Everyone, run forward immediately. Quickly, quickly. All of you, move at once. Abandon all supplies. There will be provisions in Area C." In truth, had there been alternative options, the military personnel would have been loath to allow the crowd to abandon their essential supplies. After all, upon reaching Zone C, resources would dwindle as rapidly as precious water in a parched desert. Currently, virtually all vehicles entering the city are part of the ammunition convoy from the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade, while the provision of daily necessities remains an uncertain prospect. Nevertheless, if these supplies were not discarded, the pace of the throng would remain painfully sluggish. Chapter 12. The flight. A flicker of doubt and unease began to rise within the hearts of those urgently evacuating. They started to speculate about the nature of the events transpiring behind them. In an instant, the entire city seemed to have been pressed into a state of eerie silence, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. The incessant gunfire that had echoed relentlessly from the onset had suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving no sound in its wake. Yet, sporadic gunshots from the rear reverberated like phantoms in the ears of the crowd, a constant reminder that the fighting continued and tensions remained high. Upon realizing that trouble had emerged behind them, a palpable fear washed over the faces of most individuals. Without hesitation, they jettisoned what they deemed non-essential items and hastened toward Zone C. Propelled by the instinct that, in such a life-or-death moment, speed equated to survival. However, in this vast world, not everyone exhibited such rationality and decisiveness. A significant number of individuals stubbornly clung to their burdens, reluctant to part with their cumbersome luggage and precious supplies, particularly among the frail elderly and the physically weak women. Regardless of how desperately the crowd urged them onward, they continued at their leisurely pace, as if strolling in a tranquil garden, moving forward at a languid tempo. What on earth is wrong with those folks ahead? Have they broken their legs? Or are they seeking to taste the bullets? A military officer, his face contorted with fury, glared at the sluggish elderly and women, bellowing commands. Yet, in this seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous moment, those elderly individuals and some fiercely outspoken women, accustomed to unruly behavior during peacetime, showed no signs of fear upon hearing the officer's stern reprimands. Instead, they escalated their defiance. Some plopped down on the ground, while others sprawled out, vociferously protesting their treatment. "Oh dear! Come and see. These are the so-called soldiers defending our nation, treating us innocent civilians in such a manner," cried a white-haired, wrinkled old woman, slapping the ground with her hands. Another stout, flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman chimed in defiantly, hands on her hips, shouting, "If you dare, shoot us. I want to see if you soldiers have the guts to fire at us civilians. Humph. Where's the justice? Where's the law? I'm old, and my legs aren't what they used to be. So what if I walk slowly? Must you control that too?" In an instant, chaos ensued. It was already the dead of night, and the heavens poured down rain as they undertook this arduous evacuation. The elderly and women were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. The military's stern admonitions served as a spark, igniting their long-suppressed fury. The officers, who had just been issuing commands, now found themselves flustered and at a loss, standing frozen in place, unsure of how to handle this sudden upheaval. The evacuation route, already narrow, was swiftly obstructed by those elderly and women, who sprawled across the road, wailing and rolling about. Those behind, eager to press on, found themselves unable to move, anxiously gazing ahead, their lips moving with complaints. "What the hell is going on up there? Why has the crowd suddenly stopped?" Liud shouted, panting heavily, his face flushed with frustration from the prolonged exertion and sudden halt. Beside him, Zhang Han, equally exhausted, leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. He had nearly collapsed during the hurried flight. "I don't know. But if we can rest a bit, that would be good," Zhang Han stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts between breaths. He glanced at Liud, who, despite his bulk, seemed to possess an unexpected stamina. Zhang Han wondered silently how that was possible. At that moment, Liud appeared equally disheveled, sweat mingling with rainwater, dripping onto the ground. He clutched a single bag, the other, filled primarily with drinking water, having been lost in the chaos. Barely 2 minutes into their brief respite, a thunderous explosion erupted from the rear of the crowd, sending a blinding light illuminating the city. The deafening blast further incited the already frantic crowd, especially for Zhang Han and his companions, who were closer to the epicenter. The explosion seemed to resonate in the hearts of those present. As the throng surged forward in a frenzy, "Move, move! You don't want to live anymore, but don't obstruct our escape," a frail little girl pleaded, her voice swallowed by the tumult in the face of such internal and external turmoil. No one cared for the lives of others. Self-preservation reigned supreme. Even as the military personnel fired warning shots, they could not quell the uncontrollable crowd. "What on earth is happening behind us?" an officer, attempting to restore order, shouted to a soldier. The soldier, glancing at the distant flames, replied, "It appears a missile launched by the fleet struck a cluster of vehicles to obstruct the infected as pursuit. But there may not be much time left. Then why weren't we informed sooner? Now the crowd at the back is out of control. What do we do?" The officer surveyed the chaotic scene, uncertain of how many had perished in the pandemonium caused by trampling or suffocation. Ahead, the elderly and women continued to block the path, having heard the explosion but remaining unharmed, thus unyielding in their obstruction. An armored vehicle sped forth and halted beside the crowd. An officer disembarked, quickly assessing the situation before addressing his fellow soldiers. "Take a lesson from this. In future occurrences, handle it as I will." The surrounding personnel watched as the tall, stern-faced officer strode forward with resolute steps. As he advanced, he unsheathed a gleaming 92-style military handgun with remarkable speed, as if the weapon were an extension of his own being. The sound of metallic clicks echoed as he swiftly chambered around, then forcefully parted the throng as a tiger breaks through dense foliage. Finally, he stood before the defiant woman seated on the ground. His expression impassive as he raised his firearm, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at her. Under the scrutiny of all present, his finger gently pressed the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated, and a 5.8mm bullet shot forth like lightning. In an instant, the woman's head was perforated as though it were mere parchment, blood splattering and brain matter erupting as her body crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, the episode did not conclude there. Before anyone could react, the officer coldly redirected his weapon towards several terrified women and elderly individuals nearby. Bang, bang, bang! The relentless gunfire rang out like the tolling of a death knell, striking terror into the hearts of every instigator. Each bullet found its mark, piercing chests and abdomens, as the wounded fell, writhing in agony. In this manner, the officer expended the entirety of his magazine, a total of 20 shots, until the last echo of gunfire faded into silence, leaving only the pained groans of the injured. The officer slowly lowered his heated firearm, carefully returning it to its holster. Subsequently, he lifted his head and, with a pair of eyes brimming with lethal intent, coldly surveyed the surrounding crowd that had been utterly paralyzed by fear. He spoke, articulating each word with chilling clarity. "We are indeed tasked with escorting you to Zone C. But that does not imply we lack control," he continued. "From this moment forth, Anyone causing an obstruction will be dealt with ruthlessly. The soldiers around him responded in unison, yes. Following this grim display intended to serve as a warning, the previously congested crowd rapidly regained its flow. Although the distance had increased considerably due to the earlier dispersal of those with priority evacuation numbers, the influence of fear had significantly heightened their pace. At least by half. Zhang Han and the others, who had lower evacuation numbers, also regained their order. Just moments ago, witnessing the military's warning shots and their inability to quell the unruly crowd, the troops resorted to indiscriminate gunfire, which ignited a chorus of wails among the masses. Countless bullets rained down like a tempest, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind and the threat of death. Surprisingly, many of those struck by the bullets, despite suffering severe injuries, miraculously clung to life. They groaned in agony, trembling uncontrollably, one after another collapsing onto the cold, hard ground. Blood gushed forth from their wounds, staining the earth crimson, while the air became thick with the metallic scent of blood, evoking a suffocating sense of dread. Some victims clutched their wounds tightly, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood, while others lay powerless on the ground, their eyes vacant and devoid of hope. The scene was a chaotic and harrowing spectacle. Zhang Han and Li Yud gazed at the lifeless bodies left in the wake of the military's slaughter, their hearts heavy with the tumult of emotions. He understood that while the military's actions were brutal, they were undeniably effective. At last, the crowd, once paralyzed as if under a spell, began to move again. Yet they remained eerily silent, as if their souls had been shaken to the core by the military's indiscriminate gunfire. Fear spread through the crowd like a contagion, driving them forward in a frenzied rush. In that moment, the throng scattered like dandelion seeds caught in the wind, leaving the elderly, women, and children behind like flickering candles in a storm. Zhang Han and Li Yud darted through the gaps in the crowd, swift as leopards. Now, the contest was one of stamina and willpower, with the infected hot on their heels, eager to breach the military's scattered defenses. Zhang Han glanced back as he ran, feeling as though countless pursuers were closing in behind him, while Li Yud, panting like a bellows, gasped, "We can't keep this up. Our stamina is about to give out." Zhang Han, deftly avoiding abandoned supplies and luggage strewn across the ground, retorted without looking back, "What do you plan to do? Stop running. Don't you hear the gunfire growing ever closer? I have no desire to find out what the military is firing at." Meanwhile, beads of sweat streamed down Li Yud's face as he clutched the sole bag of supplies tightly, lamenting, "I've never exerted myself like this since entering society. It seems today will be the end of me." Zhang Han, too preoccupied to engage with Li Yud's complaints, wiped his face, rainwater and sweat blurring his vision. The mixture trickled into his mouth, tasting slightly salty and bitter. The dispersing crowd now resembled a fragile boat adrift in a vast sea. One misstep could lead to their being swallowed by the abyss. The infected were now less than 3 kilometers behind the fleeing crowd, and the troops assigned to hold them back were nearing their limits. A multitude of infected consumed everything in their path, leaving no life in their wake, much like a swarm of locusts. Only deserted streets and cities remained. The command center for Zone B now lay in a chilling silence, with no one daring to utter a word. The commanding officer of Zone B, sitting at the helm, flushed red, resembling a volcano poised to erupt. After a long pause, a communications soldier stumbled into the command room. Desperation etched on his face, stating, "The infected are less than 2 kilometers from the crowd. If the blocking forces do not receive reinforcements soon, they may not last 10 minutes. The others in the command room understood all too well that there were no additional troops to send. Even the ammunition for the blocking forces had been drawn from the remaining combat personnel in Zone B. If the blocking forces were to be annihilated, how could the scant ammunition left among the remaining personnel mount a defense? The commander of Zone B glanced at the images transmitted from military satellites. Over 3 million evacuees formed a serpentine line stretching over 10 kilometers. We no longer have sufficient forces to repel the infected's advance. For the greater good, we must abandon the rear evacuees. I alone will bear the responsibility for this decision." The commander of Zone B addressed those in the operations room. After speaking, he appeared to age a decade in an instant. For this was the fate of 500,000 lives. Yet, if those lives were not sacrificed to slow the infected's advance, the evacuation of others to Zone C would be impossible. The thoughts of those present mirrored his own. Yet no one dared to shoulder the responsibility of abandoning those 500,000 lives. Chapter 13. The flight 2. In mere minutes, the cold and resolute command from the command center struck like lightning, swiftly embedding itself in the minds of every soldier. Abandon the 500,000 with lower evacuation numbers. All control troops are to withdraw immediately. We must preserve our surviving strength. The soldiers were stunned but recognized the dire situation. These 500,000 innocent lives were about to be forsaken on this infected land. Yet with only over 700 control troops, the notion of protecting such a vast number of people was sheer folly. At this moment, the front line of resistance had already crumbled, and the infected surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for these soldiers to ponder their fate. They could only grit their teeth, suppressing their inner sorrow and helplessness, and execute the orders given. They understood that failing to retreat decisively would not only doom the remaining evacuees, but also put their own lives and those of their comrades at risk, leading to total annihilation. The officer in charge of the area where Zhang Han and the others were located, Ho Chung, sat steadily behind the wheel of a military truck, his emotions swirling in complexity, tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of secret glee. After all, this way, he would not have to face the dangers posed by the infected alongside those people. He could temporarily distance himself from the battlefield where life and death hung in the balance. Ho Chung leisurely lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Through the hazy veil, he cast a cold, indifferent gaze at the throng of people outside the window. Their faces were etched with fear, confusion, and helplessness, while Ho Chung merely curled the corners of his mouth into a sardonic smile. "What a pity! What a pity!" he murmured, inhaling the smoke. "Who told you to have such low evacuation numbers? This is fate. If you are not to serve as cannon fodder, must I do so?" His words dripped with cruelty and indifference, as if the lives of these individuals were nothing more than pawns to be discarded at will. Yet, beneath this facade of coldness, Ho Chung harbored his own fears. He, too, was afraid of death, terrified of never seeing his parents and family again. Whenever he contemplated this, his heart would involuntarily tremble, but this fear did not alter his decision. Rather, it became an excuse for him to evade danger. Zhang Han strained his ears, listening intently to the surroundings, but the once fierce gunfire had vanished without a trace. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the military vehicles speeding away in the distance. A chilling thought creeping into his mind. Could it be that we are being mercilessly abandoned? This horrifying notion coiled around Zhang Han's brain like a venomous serpent, as the crowd gradually sensed the military's withdrawal. The already fragile order began to disintegrate further. Previously, under the military's formidable pressure, they had managed to maintain a semblance of order. However, with the army's departure, many could no longer suppress their exhaustion and fear. Collapsing unceremoniously onto the rain-soaked, muddy ground, gasping for breath. When the military was present, they had dared not pause for even a moment, fearful that any halt would lead to a traffic jam and summon a death sentence upon them. But now, all restraints had been lifted, and like birds released from captivity, the people freely expressed their long-suppressed emotions. Not far away, an elderly woman wiped the sweat from her brow and exclaimed, "Finally, no one is here to control us. Child, let's take a break." With that, she reached out to the young man beside her who was assisting her, signaling him to stop and rest as well. The young man halted his hurried steps, a look of confusion and concern crossing his face as he turned to his mother, urgently asking, "Mom, are we really stopping here? Look, the troops have already withdrawn. In the rear, there shouldn't be any danger. Right?" As he spoke, his gaze continuously scanned the back, seemingly searching for some reassuring signs from the end of the road filled with fleeing crowds. However, the elderly woman shot him a displeased glare and retorted curtly, "You little rascal, when have I ever let you suffer? Just take a good look around. There are so many people resting just like us, and they all seem perfectly fine, with so many companions. What are you really afraid of? Trust me, listen to your mother, you won't go wrong." After saying that, she gently patted the young man's shoulder, signaling him to stop overthinking. Hearing his mother's resolute words, the young man involuntarily shifted his gaze to the others who were also taking a break. He observed some panting heavily by the roadside while others engaged in conversation, their faces betraying little sign of panic. Although a flicker of apprehension lingered in his heart, he could only sigh helplessly and concede. Nodding to his mother as he said, all right, Mom, Let's rest for 10 minutes before we continue our journey. Zhang Han's eyes swept across the various individuals who had paused for different reasons, choosing to rest in this spot. A subtle twitch of his lips betrayed his disdain as he inwardly cursed, "What a bunch of fools!" At this moment, even the military had hastily retreated from the area, indicating that a terrifying force or situation lay beyond that even a formidable army could not withstand. Yet, this group of people remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, casually sitting here at ease. Zhang Han found it utterly incomprehensible how they could be so oblivious. Did they not realize that even a moment's delay could plunge them into an irretrievable abyss? Or were they simply a bunch of dullards lacking any sense of crisis? With these thoughts, Zhang Han shook his head in resignation, sighed deeply, and quickened his pace to distance himself from this seemingly tranquil yet treacherous locale. At that moment, Li Yud unexpectedly clapped a hand on Zhang Han's shoulder and inquired, "Say, where on earth has Zhang Yuanqing run off to?" He vanished the instant that explosion went off. Zhang Han often found it tedious to indulge a chatterbox like Li Yud. This guy was akin to an irritating bee, incessantly buzzing in his ear. Zhang Han, already somewhat irked, felt a headache brewing as Li Yud persisted. With an impatient expression, Zhang Han snapped, "Why are you so concerned? He is neither your acquaintance nor mine. Is he your own child? Honestly, stop fretting. If you have time to waste, you might as well look after yourself." Zhang Han muttered angrily, his steps unconsciously quickening. Each stride seemed infused with dissatisfaction and ire. As if he were eager to escape this vexatious topic, Li Yud, however, clung to him like an unshakable piece of chewing gum, following closely and continuing to chatter. "But not even if we don't care about him. The troops have retreated. Where could that guy possibly go? I'm just worried." Li Yud's voice carried a hint of anxiety and concern. Suddenly, Zhang Han halted abruptly, as if a cat had been stepped on its tail. He spun around, glaring at Li Yud with wide eyes, and bellowed, "Can you please stop yammering? In this situation, we're barely ensuring our own safety. Do we really have the luxury to worry about others?" His shout reverberated through the air, causing Li Yud to instinctively take 2 steps back in shock. Yet, he still mumbled stubbornly, "After all, we've been through so much together. We can't just abandon him like that." "Emph," Zhang Han scoffed, interrupting Li Yud. "Besides, he didn't even say goodbye when he left. He just disappeared without a trace. Are we really going to waste our time and energy searching for him? I think you're just overly sympathetic, wanting to save everyone. I suggest you tuck away that so-called motherly heart of yours and focus on our own survival first." With that, Zhang Han turned away, striding forward without a glance back, leaving Li Yud standing in place, dumbfounded as he watched Zhang Han's retreating figure. Li Yud, momentarily taken aback, quickly snapped out of his daze, grabbed his bag, and hurried after Zhang Han. With the military's effective control now absent, the crowds in transit sought refuge in nearby buildings from the sudden downpour. As a result, the previously congested road became significantly more passable. At this moment, those who had been following the main group turned back, only to catch sight of a few soldiers in camouflage uniforms rushing towards them with alarmed expressions. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these soldiers were abandoning all their weapons and gear in their haste to escape. Their faces were etched with terror, as if a malevolent demon were relentlessly pursuing them. As they sprinted ahead, they shouted hoarsely to the curious crowd, "Run! Hurry forward!" However, the hundreds of people remained unmoved by the soldiers' urgent cries. Their hearts were filled with confusion and curiosity, questioning what could possibly instill such panic in the typically brave and fearless soldiers. "What is going on? Why are these troops running so fast?" A middle-aged man asked his wife, who was cradling their child, his brow furrowed with worry. He placed a hand on her shoulder, seeking answers. "Why do you care so much? I, for one, am too exhausted to walk." The wife retorted with a roll of her eyes, clearly displeased. Clutching the child, clad in a raincoat, she trudged along, her expression weary and resigned. The child in her arms cried incessantly, and as she gently soothed him, she wiped the sweat and rain from her forehead, unable to shake off her unease and anxiety. Seeing their warnings had fallen on deaf ears, the fleeing soldiers ceased their attempts to persuade. After all, they had done what they could. Whether these people heeded their advice was beyond their control. Perhaps leaving these indifferent souls behind might buy them some time against the terrifying pursuers. Just as the crowd continued to glance around, Within the blink of an eye, the horrifying infected individuals appeared before them. Each one was clawing and gnashing their teeth, their faces grotesque, racing towards the crowd with an eerily distorted gait, accompanied by shrill, piercing shrieks like hungry wolves charging at their prey. In that instant, the once lethargic crowd erupted like a powder keg, an ear-splitting, high-pitched scream resonating through the air, akin to a tumultuous wave engulfing the entire space. Simultaneously, desperate cries for help rang out, intertwining to create a chilling symphony of horror. Faces drained of color, eyes wide with boundless terror and despair, they seemed gripped by an invisible hand squeezing their hearts. While a powerful force knocked them off balance, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily in the face of this sudden terror, all reason fled, and the crowd turned on their heels, frantically seeking to escape this horrifying scene. "Ah, help! There's a monster!" someone screamed, his voice trembling uncontrollably, barely coherent. Each word was steeped in profound dread and despair, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. "Please, spare me. I'll give you all my money." Another voice followed, filled with a plaintive tone and desperate pleas. Overcome with fear, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs weakly struggling as he attempted to crawl away from the unseen danger. Yet his efforts seemed futile, as fear continued to shadow him relentlessly. Meanwhile, not far ahead, Zhang Han heard the chilling cries from behind, causing his heart to tighten, and he instinctively quickened his pace. As he ran, he swiftly unholstered his pistol, fingers tightly gripping the handle, remaining highly alert, ready to draw and shoot at the slightest sign of trouble. At that moment, Li Yud also sprinted up from behind like the wind, closely following Zhang Han, refusing to let his guard down. Meanwhile, the crowds who had previously been resting or seeking shelter from the rain suddenly snapped to attention, realizing the gravity of the situation. They moved with agility and speed that seemed almost unbelievable, as if their earlier fatigue had merely been an act. Chapter 14. The Escape. 3. As the cries from behind drew ever closer to Zhang Han, his heartbeat quickened, and his footsteps grew increasingly frantic. Despite his legs aching to an unbearable degree, each step feeling as if a myriad of steel needles were piercing him, Zhang Han dared not allow his feet to falter. However, the relentless onslaught of pain from his body surged like a tidal wave, causing his already faltering pace to slow further. The rain in the sky intensified, with torrential droplets smashing against the ground, creating a cacophony that seemed to envelop the entire world in its downpour. To Zhang Han, these relentless raindrops felt more like merciless hammers, striking him down with every fall. Overwhelmed by fatigue and weakness, his running posture became increasingly unsteady, resembling a frail branch that might snap at any moment in the wind. Suddenly, an abandoned suitcase came into view, lying horizontally in the narrow passageway, its surface dappled with mud and rainwater. Zhang Han, oblivious to this obstacle, lost his balance at that moment, pitching forward and crashing heavily to the ground. As he fell, both his knees and palms met the unforgiving, icy surface, causing him to lose control in an instant, as if an invisible force had yanked him down. Li Yud, who had been closely trailing Zhang Han, was jolted by the sudden fall and rushed forward, gripping Zhang Han's shoulder with all his might to help him up. Panic etched across Li Yud's face, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "It's over, this time it's really over. If we keep running like this, that terrifying thing behind us will catch up sooner or later." In truth, Zhang Han was all too aware of their dire predicament. He understood well that given their current state of utter exhaustion, if they continued at this pace, it would merely be a matter of time before those mysterious creatures that had plunged Linhai City into lockdown would overtake them. This thought filled him with a profound sense of despair, nearly suffocating him. But what other choice did they have but to flee? The heavily armed military had already retreated, with only a small handgun in his possession. Could he truly hope to turn the tide? Resolutely, Zhang Han slapped his face with his hand, draping his arm over Li Yud's shoulder, gritting his teeth against the sharp pain radiating from his knee, and said, "If even the army can't resist, what can we mere mortals do but run?" Due to Zhang Han's unexpected injury, the two of them stood out conspicuously among the panicked crowd. Countless frightened individuals surged past them like a tide. As if Zhang Han and Li Yud were inconsequential, Li Yud clung tightly to the limping, staggering Zhang Han, his face a mask of urgency as he muttered, "Damn it." At this rate, we won't escape at all. We should find somewhere to hide quickly. Look at those exhausted people and families. Many have already slipped into the surrounding buildings. If we can conserve some supplies and patiently wait for the army to return, we can surely endure. At that moment, Zhang Han, his wounds throbbing from the exertion, had his once handsome face twisted in agony. He endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth, and managed to squeeze out a few words for Li Yud. Wait for rescue? Hemph. I think you've lost your mind, dreaming such foolish dreams. In my view, this damn disaster likely erupted the moment we were locked down. The government's first act was to trap us, showing no intention of evacuating the over 7 million residents of Linhai City. Do you seriously expect any rescue? Don't be naive. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Han seemed to make a resolute decision, abruptly retracting the hand resting on Li Yud's shoulder, forcefully pushing him away, and shouted, "Enough! You need to go. Right now, I'm nothing but a burden, dragging you down. Save yourself. Don't worry about me." Li Yud paused in shock, then turned to gaze deeply at Zhang Han, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately only managed to utter 2 words, "Take care." Without hesitation, he pivoted and sprinted away, soon vanishing into the vast sea of humanity. Watching Li Yud's retreating figure, a bitter smile crept across Zhang Han's lips. They were but 2 chance encounters, like floating weeds. How could one expect a bond as solid as rock? Enduring the pain, Zhang Han moved forward like a sluggish snail, for his injured leg was akin to a defeated soldier, and moving swiftly was but a distant fantasy. In truth, escaping had become a far-fetched notion. Yet where could he go from here? Zhang Han stumbled onward, his mind racing like tumultuous waves, desperately contemplating any clever stratagem to extricate himself from this predicament. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. He had a gun. Why not use it to threaten a few individuals to carry him to safety? Yes, what a brilliant plan. With the military long gone, he was perhaps the only one left armed. A rather ruthless thought, like a demon, took root in Zhang Han's mind. Yet, at this moment, his instinct for survival overshadowed all else. Zhang Han halted, drawing the 54-style handgun from its holster, checking the magazine before disengaging the safety. Expertly chambering around, observing the throngs fleeing ahead, he began to scout for suitable candidates. He needed individuals who were easier to control and physically capable, ensuring his own safe passage. At that moment, several figures darted through the bustling crowd like lightning, swiftly coming into his line of sight. Zhang Han acted quickly, raising his gun and aiming the dark muzzle at 3 individuals who were sprinting with all their might. Shouting, "You 3, stop right there!" As he focused on them, Zhang Han noticed that the trio wore blue and white uniforms, their striking attire standing out amidst the chaos. They appear to be approximately 17 or 18 years old, in the prime of their youth. Curiously, there were no older individuals accompanying them, suggesting they might have been confined to their school due to the virus, as it was unusual for them to be without family. However, the 3 students seemed entirely oblivious to Zhang Han's command, continuing to sprint past him without a hint of intention to stop. Seeing their lack of response, Zhang Han made a decisive move, unhesitatingly firing into the ground before them. It was his first time shooting, and the powerful recoil of the 54-style handgun sent a shock through his hands. A deafening bang erupted, the bullet racing forth like a wild stallion, piercing the concrete with astonishing speed. In an instant, the bullet collided violently with the hard surface, sending a shower of debris scattering and embedding itself into the ground, leaving behind a stark crater. The gunshot drew the attention of everyone nearby, a collective realization dawning that this man possessed a firearm. The 3 students halted, their eyes widening in fear as they regarded Zhang Han. Being singled out by a stranger in such a manner was hardly a reassuring experience. As the surrounding crowd recognized that Zhang Han posed no immediate threat, they resumed their frantic escape. Zhang Han, still holding the gun, waved it gently, beckoning the students to approach. With a friendly smile, he spoke softly. "Don't be afraid, I just need a small favor from you." Yet, in the face of such a situation, the 3 students exchanged glances but found no courage to take even a single step forward. Observing their hesitation, Zhang Han gritted his teeth, enduring the agony in his knee, and limped toward them with great difficulty. As he drew closer, a thought flashed through his mind. He would pose as an undercover police officer. In such chaotic circumstances, he understood that if he presented himself merely as an ordinary citizen with a handgun, anyone would quickly deduce he was a criminal. How could he expect anyone to comply with his commands then? However, if he claimed to be a police officer, the dynamics would shift dramatically. This identity would instill a sense of trust in the naive students, and with the authority of a law enforcer behind him, he would have greater justification to direct them as he wished. It is essential to recognize that these students are still quite young, their minds not yet fully matured, and they have scarcely encountered the tempests and trials of society. Moreover, as they find themselves without parental accompaniment at this moment, for Zhang Han, these three students appear to be the most ideal candidates for his purposes. With this thought, a subtle smile, akin to a fleeting star twinkling in the night sky, graced Zhang Han's lips. He approached the trio with a steady yet slightly hesitant gait, coming to a halt before them in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze. He addressed the three young ones. "Do not be afraid. My dear children, I am indeed an undercover police officer. At this juncture," he paused briefly, seemingly to gauge their reactions, before continuing, "as it happens, I have sustained an injury to my leg and am unable to keep pace with the main group during our retreat. Thus, I was hoping to find a few kind-hearted souls willing to lend a hand and carry me out." He added reassuringly, "Of course, if you choose to assist me, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. With this firearm in my possession, I can guarantee your safety along the way." As he spoke, Zhang Han emphatically waved the handgun he held, as if to affirm his undeniable identity. Upon hearing the term undercover police officer, the three students exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of skepticism, for such a scenario was indeed extraordinary to them. However, when their gazes fell upon the dark muzzle of Zhang Han's gun, their doubts were somewhat assuaged. In the United Federation of Zhongxing, where gun control is exceedingly stringent, the mere possession of a firearm by an ordinary citizen, aside from those entrusted with national duties, is strictly prohibited. Anyone found unlawfully carrying a weapon faces severe legal repercussions, potentially even a felony charge. At that moment, one of the students, unable to contain his curiosity and confusion, inquired, "Then, officer, why did you specifically choose us three to assist you?" Zhang Han glanced at the trio and replied, "Because I noticed that none of you are accompanied by your parents, and I thought it would be prudent to look after you on this perilous journey. After all, there are formidable creatures lurking behind us." Although Zhang Han was entirely unaware of the true nature of the threat that lay beyond, he strained his imagination to concoct a chilling image of monsters, hoping to effectively deceive these naive youths. Upon hearing his words, the three students instinctively turned to Zhang Han, their eyes filled with doubt and wariness. It was evident that such a feeble explanation was insufficient to dispel their apprehensions, leaving them skeptical of Zhang Han's claims. Yet, as their gazes returned to the handgun tightly gripped in Zhang Han's hand, a flicker of fear and helplessness stirred within them. In this dire situation, confronted by an armed Zhang Han, they felt they had little choice but to comply with his directives. However, one of the students furrowed his brow and lamented, "But where are we to find anything to carry you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han swiftly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon a nearby hardware store. Through the transparent glass door, he could clearly see several aluminum ladders displayed within. A sly smile crept across his face as he confidently remarked, "There we have it. All we need to do is break the glass door of this hardware store. Then we can fetch one of those ladders inside. You can carry the ladder while I recline comfortably upon it. That should solve our dilemma." Without hesitation, Zhang Han raised his handgun and fired a shot at the glass door. With a resounding bang, the glass shattered into countless shards, scattering across the ground. He then gestured for the three students to spring into action. Though reluctant, the trio complied with Zhang Han's instructions, hastening to the broken door, carefully slipping inside the store, and swiftly retrieving an aluminum ladder. Meanwhile, Zhang Han took the opportunity to grab a few hammers and screwdrivers from a nearby shelf, stuffing them into his backpack, just in case they would come in handy later. Chapter 15. Misfortunes never come alone. Zhang Han lay atop the aluminum ladder, his black sports backpack pressing heavily against his chest. A weight that felt burdensome. In the midst of this sudden catastrophe, he had finally found a moment to catch his breath. Rain poured from the sky, drenching him and sending shivers down his spine, the rain exacerbating the pain from his wounded leg. Despite being tightly wrapped in a raincoat, the soaked fabric had lost its insulating properties, leaving him feeling even colder. gripping the 54-style handgun in his hand. He felt a cold yet reassuring sensation. He deftly pressed the magazine release, extracted the magazine, racked the slide, and caught a bullet that had been left in the chamber. Opening his waist pouch, he retrieved a fresh magazine, confirmed it was loaded, and secured the safety. After inserting the magazine containing 3 rounds back into the pouch and zipping it closed, he understood that in this life-and-death situation, he must ensure his magazine remained perpetually full. This was the law of survival. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Han looked down at the 3 students below, who were panting heavily, and felt a surge of gratitude. He had never anticipated that he would find himself in such a position, being carried like an official, enjoying this fleeting respite. Were it not for these 3 students, he would have likely been overtaken by the terrifying creatures pursuing them, given his injured leg. His gaze pierced through the rain. Noting how the crowd was drawn to this peculiar arrangement, 3 students hoisting a ladder with a person atop it was a sight rarely seen, especially amidst such chaotic flight. Zhang Han and his companions had long ceased to be fazed by the inquisitive stares. From the moment their unusual formation emerged, they had become the focal point of attention, yet within their hearts, they remained unperturbed. Observing the throngs of people gradually falling behind, Zhang Han advised the 3 below. In truth, it's perfectly fine to slow down a bit. We have already surpassed many others. However, the trio beneath him harbored profound skepticism towards Zhang Han's words. Whenever they slightly reduced their pace, he would tap the aluminum ladder as a reminder. If they ignored him, he would brandish his handgun, threatening, "What if, due to your slow pace, I accidentally fumble this gun, and someone gets hurt? What then?" Throughout this long and arduous retreat, Zhang Han and the 3 students grew closer, learning that their names were Lu Jiwei, Zhu Dachong, and Tang Xiangrong. Due to the citywide lockdown, they had been confined within their school, unable to move freely. The school, situated near the severely affected Area A, had been assigned a later evacuation sequence, designated B39. Just as they were following the school's organized evacuation team, moving slowly yet orderly towards a safer zone, a deafening explosion erupted from behind them. The thunderous roar and the subsequent shockwave sent their hearts racing into their throats. Given their evacuation numbers' proximity to the blast site, they felt the searing heat and tremors distinctly, causing panic to ripple through the crowd. The cacophony of student screams, teachers' reassurances, and distant sirens entwined to create a chaotic and tense atmosphere. Some individuals began to shove, desperate to escape the perilous area more swiftly, and this disorderly surge only slowed the entire evacuation process further. In the midst of this chaos, they lost contact with the main group. The once orderly line had been shattered by the explosion and the frantic crowd, leaving them to rely solely on themselves as they sought a way out of the turmoil. Why weren't the students prioritized for evacuation? Why did the escorting military abandon us? Zhang Han pondered with confusion. Zhu Dachong, gasping for breath as he hoisted the heavy ladder, his steps resolute yet increasingly labored, called out to Zhang Han above, "Brother Zhang, how much farther until we reach the evacuation point? I'm about to collapse." His voice carried a hint of complaint, yet it was tinged with fatigue. Zhang Han tilted his head, glancing down, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You, standing at 1.83 meters tall, are feeling tired? You look sturdier than an ox." Indeed, Zhu Dachong's robust stature, towering at 1.83 meters and weighing over 160 pounds, made him the most imposing among the trio. It was precisely this strength that had earned him the responsibility of carrying the ladder at the forefront. Zhu Dachong chuckled wryly. "I'm human too. We've been on the move for nearly 2 hours. We began our transfer just after 3 in the morning, and we haven't rested at all." Nevertheless, he did not allow his pace to falter. The 2 students behind him were approaching their limits, shouldering nearly 170 pounds of weight, and having been running with Zhang Han for over 10 minutes. They now struggled to catch their breath, each inhalation feeling increasingly arduous. Zhang Han's comfort was built upon the suffering of the 3 beneath him. They bore the heavy burden, while he remained the protected one, even as this comfort rested upon the sweat and exhaustion they endured. Yet, no matter how swiftly Zhang Han and his companions flee, they ultimately cannot escape the relentless pursuit of the infected. As the pace of the 3 individuals descending the ladder begins to wane, the distance between them and the infected continues to diminish. At this moment, the nearest infected individual is less than 2 kilometers away from Zhang Han and his group. Behind them, Nearly 300,000 people have either sought refuge in buildings, like frightened birds, or have already succumbed to infection, losing their humanity. This is a desperate escape, a race against time, where each step is fraught with uncertainty and dread. Zhang Han lies on the ladder, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings when suddenly he catches sight of Li Yud, who had departed earlier. A flicker of confusion arises within him. Why is he still within my reach? Upon closer inspection, Zhang Han realizes that Li Yud's bag has torn, and he is bent over, gathering the scattered supplies from the ground, resembling a seagull struggling against a tempest, desperately trying to salvage what little sustenance remains amidst the turbulent waves. At this moment, Li Yud is wholly engrossed in collecting the scattered provisions, his attention entirely captivated by the disarray around him, oblivious to the hurried passage of Zhang Han and his companions. Zhang Han, however, does not harbor any intention of calling out to Li Yud. He is acutely aware that if Li Yud joins them, his fade as a false police officer will be exposed. Should his identity be revealed, the three individuals below would no longer comply with his commands. While they might begrudgingly obey due to the threat of his pistol, their commitment would not match their current dedication. Zhang Han understands that, with the anguished cries of the crowd growing ever nearer behind them, he cannot afford to be abandoned by these three individuals. Otherwise, he would be left without a grave. The crisis looms like a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, silently closing in, causing the three bearers of Zhang Han to become increasingly frantic and disoriented. The once stable ladder now resembles a solitary vessel amidst a storm, violently swaying in the tempest, on the verge of capsizing. Zhang Han is equally anxious above, having cautiously stowed his pistol into its holster, while his black sports bag is loosely tied to the ladder. His hands grip the sides of the ladder like iron clamps, his knuckles turning white from the strain, terrified that a momentary lapse in concentration could send him plummeting into the abyss. "Can't you three steady it a bit? I'm about to fall. If I do, I swear I'll pull out my gun and shoot you all." Zhang Han's voice trembles in the air. Saturated with despair and fury, he clings tightly to the ladder, leaning slightly forward to maintain his balance. Behind the trio, Tang Xiangrong's voice is steeped in a sense of apocalyptic hopelessness. "It's over. It's over. It seems we're all destined to meet our end here." His words convey an unavoidable resignation to fate, as if he has already glimpsed the conclusion in front of Tang Xiangrong. Lu Jiwei is in a state of utter panic, panting heavily as if racing against time, managing to utter, "Zhang Gu," in a moment. "Those ghastly things behind us are catching up. What should we do?" His words are laden with fear and uncertainty, each syllable squeezed from his trembling lips, suffused with icy dread. Zhu Dachong, utterly exhausted, is drenched in sweat that trickles down his forehead, saturating his clothes. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Han's words, he can't refrain from retorting, "Just shoot us already. We're all done for. If it weren't for you, we might have escaped by now." His tone carries a hint of sarcasm and anger, as if accusing Zhang Han of being the source of their calamity. At this moment, Zhang Han's cheeks flush, a wave of inexpressible guilt surging within him. He realizes that his presence has undoubtedly become a considerable burden for these three individuals. However, the instinct for survival compels him to persevere, for he has only just stepped into the vibrant bloom of his 22nd year. How could he so readily bow to fate, allowing the flower of life to wither in its prime? His heart brims with a yearning for existence, even laced with a touch of self-deprecating humor, for he has yet to taste the sweetness of love or even touch a woman's hand, an undeniable regret in his life. In this life-and-death moment, Zhang Han's will to survive transforms into his mental fortitude. Addressing the three beneath him, his voice, though trembling, resonates with determination. "Fear? Nonsense. If that damned creature catches up, I'll shoot it with my pistol and send it to meet its grandmother. Let her know how formidable I am." Zhang Han's tone seems like a rallying cry to bolster his own courage. However, just as his words hang in the air, tragedy strikes. The last bearer of the ladder, Tang Xiangrong, suddenly collapses as if a taut string has snapped. His legs give way, and he falls helplessly to the side, like a marionette deprived of its strings. Exhaustion has drained every ounce of strength from his body, akin to a parched riverbed unable to bear its burdens. Simultaneously, the ladder loses its balance and crashes to the side like a felled tree. Zhang Han, lying on the ladder, suddenly feels the jarring sensation of weightlessness as his body tilts. Spiraling sideways like a leaf caught in a whirlpool, helplessly rolling along with the incline of the ladder. Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, positioned at the front and middle, are likewise ensnared by this abrupt calamity. They are forcefully pressed to the ground by Zhang Han's tumbling weight, instantly losing control. Hiss! Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Han gasps sharply, a breath mingled with pain and shock. The moment his back collides with the earth, it feels as though all the air has been expelled from his lungs, leaving only a throbbing agony radiating through his body. Damn it! In his anguish, Zhang Han cannot help but curse, a venting of both pain and frustration at the ineptitude of his companions. With a slight tremor in his voice, yet still resolute, he commands, "You lot, get me up. Let us keep moving." Despite the agony distorting his features, his fierce desire to survive compels him to instruct the three to carry him onward. His gaze flickers with the light of survival, for in such dire circumstances, to cease their flight would be to await death. Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, jolted back to reality by Zhang Han's roar, exchange glances, recognizing the fear and hesitation mirrored in each other's eyes. After all, he has the gun. Ultimately, they grit their teeth, enduring their exhaustion and pain, and slowly lift Zhang Han back onto the ladder. Tang Xiangrong struggles to rise from the ground, his face pale, drenched in a mixture of sweat and rain, resembling someone just pulled from the depths of the water, his body trembling. The trio resumes their burden of the ladder. Each step feels like traversing a razor's edge, yet they understand that only by pressing onward can they hope to find a sliver of survival amidst this calamity. Zhang Han lies upon the ladder, his body taut with pain, yet his heart brims with gratitude. He knows that without these three companions, he might have already succumbed to this chaotic land. Clutching his Type 54 pistol, his sole reliance and means of protection, they continue their arduous journey through the rain, each step laden with hardship, their pace increasingly sluggish. The infected draw ever closer, like harbingers of death, merely hundreds of meters behind Zhang Han and his companions. The shadow of death looms over them like the night in Linhai City, enveloping their heads, blurring the line between life and death, making it seem precarious and fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. Zhang Han frequently glances back, urgently rapping the aluminum ladder with the grip of his pistol, the metallic clanging resounding sharply in the tense atmosphere. His voice nearly breaks into a howl, saturated with despair and urgency. Run faster. Run faster! That damned thing is closing in on us. His words reveal a profound fear of death, intertwined with a fervent yearning for survival. However, the three bearing Zhang Han are nearing their physical limits. Each step feels like trudging through a mire, their calves heavy as if filled with lead, requiring every ounce of strength to advance. Beneath the ladder, their breaths become rapid and labored, akin to a bellows roaring in their ears. As sweat and rain mingle, blurring their vision, yet failing to obscure the terrifying presence closing in behind them. The anguished cries from the rear grow increasingly nearer, heralding the grim reality that no one may escape this fate. Chapter 16. A blood-soaked feast in the dark of night. A myriad of complex emotions saturates the sky. Amidst the crowd, people scramble in a frenzy, emotions spreading like wildfire, plunging the scene into chaos. Screams, cries, and hurried footsteps intertwine, creating a cacophony that evokes profound despair and terror. In the face of this sudden catastrophe, individuals push and shove like headless flies, attempting to flee the looming threat of the infected. Yet panic binds them, stripping away their sense of direction. Many fall victim to the tumult, trampled by the merciless tide of humanity. Due to prolonged inactivity, the physical condition of many is far from ideal, rendering their escape from the infected even more arduous. The haunting wails of survivors and the roars of the infected strike their nerves, gradually awakening a brutal reality. They do not need to outrun the infected, only those beside them. This is a sorrowful realization, yet also a primal instinct for survival. Everyone is racing for their lives, their eyes filled with fear and despair, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming longing for existence. In this brutal contest for survival, the darker facets of humanity are laid bare. Some individuals, in a desperate bid for their own survival, do not hesitate to thrust nearby survivors toward the infected. The eyes of those pushed toward the infected are filled with disbelief and hopelessness, reflecting a final plea for understanding in a world gone awry. but soon, these lives are consumed by the infected, vanishing into the abyss. During this catastrophe, many stumble or are injured in their flight, scattered along the path like forsaken fragments. They extend trembling hands, attempting to call for help from those rushing past. Their voices hoarse and desperate. However, amidst such turmoil, the hearts of the people are shrouded in fear, their gazes becoming short-sighted and selfish, fixated solely on their own safety. The cries of the fallen are drowned out by screams and the cacophony of hurried footsteps. Falling on deaf ears, the despair reflected in their eyes seems as though they have been forgotten by the world, silently narrating the indifference of humanity. In this torrent of flight, each individual resembles a solitary island, isolated by the tumultuous seas of panic. Their hurried and chaotic strides appear driven by an invisible force solely to escape the approaching infected. Zhang Han lies upon a ladder, witnessing all of this. His heart brimming with complex emotions. The very cause of the city's lockdown and the withdrawal of troops turns out to be these abominations. Zhang Han's heart races violently within his chest, his gaze fixated on the encroaching infected, pondering his next move. Given the terrifying speed of these infected, escape is evidently impossible. No wonder the military has destroyed all vehicles and motorcycles within the containment zone, seemingly to prevent rapid movement and a widespread outbreak of the virus. At this moment, the three individuals carrying Zhang Han wear expressions of sheer terror, their faces as pale as death, eyes flickering with fear. Their erratic steps grow more frantic in despair, each stride a race against death. Witnessing the throngs that continuously surpass them, uttering chilling words such as zombie and monster, Zhu Dachong and his companions finally comprehend the horrific entities pursuing them. These infected are like harbingers of hell, bringing panic and death to the realm of the living with their bone-chilling speed and strength. The terrifying roars draw ever closer, like a silent river flowing beneath their feet. The infected behind them resemble a pack of ravenous beasts, their eyes glinting with a thirst for blood, merely 100 meters away from the panicking crowd, as if they could devour them at any moment. Zhang Han's heart pounds rapidly. His gaze sweeps across the surrounding buildings, searching for a glimmer of hope. With a tremor in his voice, he addresses the three beneath him. It seems our only option is to hide inside the building. This is our sole chance of survival. There is no time for hesitation, no time to devise a better plan. Panic is etched across their faces, yet their movements betray no hesitation. Drawing upon the last vestiges of strength, they surge toward the nearest boutique adorned with high-end apparel. For Zhu Dachong and his companions, the events of today are utterly unbelievable. Those zombies, once confined to novels and films, have materialized in reality. Hurry, hurry! Zhu Dachong anxiously urges his companions, his voice nearly swallowed by his own ragged breaths. The four reach the shop's entrance, where Zhu Dachong and the other two quickly lower the ladder. Zhang Han, enduring excruciating pain in his knees, slowly rises, his face contorted with anguish, yet he persists. The door is locked. Tang Xiangrong exclaims in desperation, glancing back to see the infected drawing ever nearer, their terrifying visages rendering his legs weak. Grasping the doorknob tightly, he attempts to force it open, but it refuses to budge. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Han swiftly draws his handgun from its holster and fires twice at the U-lock hanging on the door. The 7.62 25mm bullets strike the U-lock, igniting sparks, the gunfire echoing loudly, attracting the attention of those nearby and the distant infected. Zhang Han furrows his brow, tugging forcefully at the U-lock still affixed to the door, which emits a creaking sound yet remains steadfast in a fit of rage. Zhang Han exclaims, "I refuse to believe I can't break this wretched lock." His voice resonates with a raw intensity amidst the tense atmosphere. He raises his handgun once more, aiming at the fragile lock beam, his fingers steadily squeezing the trigger. With a sharp crack, the bullet strikes the vulnerable lock beam. This time, the U-lock finally succumbs, its metal form emitting a final lament before it falls to the ground like a lifeless husk. Producing a dull metallic thud, Zhang Han quickly pushes the door open, and the others rush inside in a flurry of chaotic urgency. Zhu Dachong and his companions manage to slip in, followed closely by several others. Their silhouettes weaving together at the threshold in a tableau of survival, each face etched with urgency and dread. Zhu Dachong swiftly turns to shut the glass door with a resounding thud. Fear envelopes Zhang Han's visage as he gazes through the glass at those outside, pounding and pleading for entry. Though compassion stirs within him, the instinct for survival prevails. He understands that in this merciless world, every moment of hesitation could signify the end of life. Each moment of indecision could lead to irrevocable regret. The individuals who have entered the shop do not linger. Their movements are swift and purposeful, as if racing against time. Each person transforms into an indefatigable machine, stacking hangers, mannequins, display cases, and even heavy sofas and tables, layer upon layer behind the glass door. These items are imbued with new life in their hands. No longer mere commodities or decorations, but transformed into a barricade safeguarding their safety. Each movement is accompanied by anxious breaths and hurried footsteps, echoing throughout the store like a requiem for the end of days. The group inside works feverishly, sweat trickling down their cheeks, breaths rapid and labored. Their actions accelerate, knowing that only through this urgency can they stave off the encroaching infected. Zhang Han's voice is laced with panic, every nerve in his body quaking, his eyes magnetically fixated on the transparent glass door. His voice pierces through the tense atmosphere, sharp and urgent. Faster, faster, move quicker. If you wish to live, block that door now. His words carry a sense of life or death urgency, freezing the very air around them. Gaze fixed in terror upon the chaotic scene outside, they witness a throng of people frantically fleeing, their faces painted with despair and fear. In their wake, a horde of grotesque, foul-smelling infected relentlessly pursues them like ravenous wolves. Zhang Han's heart races, his hands trembling involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he strives to calm himself, swiftly removing the magazine from his handgun. This action feels exceptionally arduous in the moment, but he knows that without a prompt magazine change, the mere 5 remaining bullets in his 54 Type pistol would be utterly insufficient against the advancing infected. Zhang Han reaches into his waist pack with utmost speed, retrieving a fully loaded magazine. Gripping it tightly, his fingers pale with tension. Without hesitation, he inserts the new magazine into the handgun, pushing firmly to ensure it is secure. Completing this sequence of actions, Zhang Han raises his trembling hands, aiming the handgun towards the infected assaulting the crowd beyond the seemingly ordinary glass door. What once was a bustling street, teeming with life, has transformed into a chilling tableau, as if the entire world has been dragged into an interminable abyss of darkness. The once vibrant thoroughfare now lies shrouded in silence, replaced by a horde of grotesque, blood-soaked infected. These creatures descend upon every remaining soul with the ferocity of starving beasts, their gaping maws revealing sharp, yellowed fangs, savagely tearing into the frail flesh of the living. The air is thick with the pungent scent of blood and decay, evoking nausea. Every corner is littered with dismembered limbs and shattered corpses, crimson blood pooling into small streams that flow languidly across the concrete. The once welcoming shop windows have been stained a vivid red, adorned with grotesque handprints and bloodstains. The infected seem insatiable, reveling in their bloody feast. Some clutch human entrails in both hands, feasting with delight, while others hoist victims high before slamming them to the ground, relishing the sound of bones shattering in maniacal laughter. For the infected who retain a semblance of intelligence, the cries of survivors, following the satiation of their bloodlust, are the most exquisite sounds they can imagine. Such horrific scenes evoke a chilling dread, as if the apocalypse has indeed arrived. Quick, move with purpose. Cover those glass doors and windows with whatever you can. Absolutely must not allow those damned infected outside to clearly see the situation within our shop. Zhang Han bellowed commands, brandishing his handgun vigorously to direct everyone present to act swiftly. His frantic expression and urgent tone conveyed the pressing danger of the situation. People scrambled to grab every available piece of clothing, fabric, and other materials, rushing towards windows and doors to commence their frantic barricading efforts. The scene was a cacophony of chaos, yet each individual understood that time was of the essence. Any delay could lead to unimaginable consequences. Only when the glass doors were completely obscured, cutting off the infected's line of sight, did the taut string of Zhang Han's nerves finally begin to relax. He felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed onto the cold, hard ground like a deflated balloon, gasping for air, as if to expel the pent-up anxiety that had been suffocating him moments before. Looking around, he saw others similarly sprawled on the floor, their faces etched with exhaustion and terror, clearly indicating the harrowing experience they had just endured. Reflecting on the narrow escape, he realized how precarious their lives had been. A single misstep could have cost them dearly. Zhu Dachong was even more undone, lying sprawled on the ground, his vacant gaze fixed on the chandelier hanging high above, which emitted a gentle glow that, to him, appeared as an illusory mirage, utterly devoid of interest. At that moment, the vividness of the earlier terrifying scenes replayed in his mind, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The click of a lighter cut through the shop's silence like a flash of lightning. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, the glowing ember resembled a beating heart, pulsating before the eyes of the onlookers. As the smoke curled away, it seemed as if a soul was escaping its corporeal confines. "I'm still alive. I've preserved this wretched life," Zhang Han mumbled to himself, his voice barely audible. Yes, even through the glass door, the thick stench of blood from the street wafted in, an invisible plague that made everyone inside retch. The excited howls of the infected outside sounded like the wails of hellish demons, echoing incessantly in their ears. The future remained uncertain, but at least they were alive, flickering like a flame in the dark, though faint. It still burned defiantly. Clutching his cigarette, Zhang Han slowly removed the magazine that had already discharged 3 rounds. His movements were gentle and deliberate, as if caressing a precious treasure. Then, he carefully extracted loose bullets from his waist pouch, treating them like rare gems, loading them one by one into the magazine. These bullets were not just a safeguard for his life. They symbolized his power, as weapons represented everything in this apocalyptic world. The others in the dimly lit shop stood like a group of silent spectators, intently observing Zhang Han's every action. Their gazes revealed a complex array of emotions. To them, the handgun in Zhang Han's grasp was both a beacon of hope against the infected and a chasm of fear. Chapter 17. The isolated city. The terrifying roars of the infected outside, mingled with sporadic explosions and the sound of rain, created a chaotic symphony. Meanwhile, the artillery bombardment from the southern military district's coastal fleet had lessened in intensity. The prolonged high-intensity firing had caused the cannons to heat up rapidly, the once cold, hard steel now glowing red-hot. To prevent catastrophic failures, such as barrel ruptures due to overheating, the gunners had to adopt a strategy of intermittent firing, allowing the barrels sufficient time to cool. This served as a constant reminder of the chaos unfolding outside. Within the pitch-black shop, which seemed to swallow all light, Zhang Han gritted his teeth against the sharp pain in his knee and slowly, laboriously straightened his body. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his frame trembled slightly from the cold and fear, his bloodshot eyes resembling those of a wild beast. Water dripped from his clothes, once dry and neat, now clinging to his skin like a heavy, cold shackle, making him feel utterly uncomfortable and chilled. Dragging his injured leg, he limped forward, each step accompanied by the faint sound of his knee joints rubbing against each other. Scattered around him were discarded items, lying like forsaken orphans on the ground, remnants of the earlier chaos, shoes tossed aside, bottles rolling away, and various small objects creating a dazzling array. He approached a rack adorned with an assortment of garments. The hangers were laden with clothes in a riot of colors and styles, some vibrant and striking, others simple and elegant, creating a mesmerizing display in a world that once thrived in peace and prosperity. These expensive garments sparkled like distant stars, radiating an unapproachable brilliance. They hung high in the exquisite windows, representing an untouched celestial realm in Zhang Han's mind. However, fate's wheel had turned unexpectedly, thrusting him into a new reality where he encountered these once distant high-end fashions. There was no time to savor the textures or designs of each piece. He relied on instinct to select attire that suited him from the dazzling array in the dim light of the shop. Disregarding the gazes of others, he shed his own clothing, revealing his emaciated form, his pale skin shivering in the cold breeze. After hastily donning a new outfit, he felt the fabric envelop him, gradually restoring warmth and sensation to his nearly numbed body. Exhaling heavily, he slipped on a pair of black leather gloves taken from a mannequin. In that moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. Simultaneously, the others surrounding him seemed to awaken from a stupor, cautiously selecting suitable clothing for themselves, fearful of making any noise that might disturb the reveling infected outside. During the earlier harrowing escape through the stormy night, everyone's clothing had been thoroughly soaked with sweat and rain. Moreover, the garments emitted a nauseating stench, a pungent blend of mud, sweat, and rainwater that was almost unbearable. Once everyone had changed, the shop returned to an eerie silence, with only the glimmer of eyes and the sound of heavy breathing piercing the darkness. Ignoring the paralyzed onlookers, Zhang Han laid down several thick garments to create a makeshift cushion. Leaning against the rack, he slowly lowered himself, his back pressed against the icy wall, seeking some semblance of support. Amidst the faint sounds of shuffling shoes, Zhu Dachong and the other two students quietly approached him, their steps so light they barely disturbed the dust in the air. For these three students, the events of the day had left their minds in disarray, while Zhang Han, now armed and embodying the role of a plainclothes officer, had become their anchor. The remaining three who had entered the shop with Zhang Han now sat at a distance, as if separated by an invisible barrier, maintaining a subtle distance from him. Them, the figure of Zhang Han, gripping his weapon, appeared somewhat intimidating. Zhang Han scanned the faces of Zhu Dachong and the others. Their expressions of terror were as vivid as frost flowers on a winter's day, painfully clear. A sigh welled up within him, like the soft rustle of autumn leaves. Silent yet heavy, he should have realized that from the moment they were abandoned by the military. They had become like discarded pawns, ruthlessly forsaken by fate, and no matter how they struggled or fled, it seemed they were ensnared in an invisible web of destiny. Alas, he had never anticipated that even with their utmost efforts, they would still be trapped within the steel cage of Linhai City. He could only silently pray that this zombie crisis was merely a localized disaster within Linhai City. His gaze fell upon his phone. The signal-less icon weighed heavily on his heart like a stone. Cut off from the outside world, they were like isolated islands, unable to glimpse even a fraction of the outside. Area C of Linhai City lay beyond the artillery range of the southern coastal fleet, with only a handful of missiles capable of providing support here. Under this sky fraught with death, a pilot of an armed helicopter gazed down upon the surging tide of humanity fleeing from Area B, millions of lives in desperate flight. A hopeless migration. The ammunition on his helicopter had been depleted, mirroring the dwindling hope in his heart. He had just crossed the tail end of the evacuation crowd, witnessing the abandonment of over 50,000 souls, who had become the sacrificial lambs to the infected, mere bait in this catastrophe. Though their lives had bought precious time to delay the spread of disaster, the cost was unbearably steep in Area B. The evacuation troops, already low on ammunition, had lost over 1,000 comrades in this race against time. Their figures appeared so small yet so grand under the encroachment of the infected. There was no choice. Without leaving a rear guard, the remaining 250,000 innocent lives would become like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of the infected in this life-and-death evacuation. The vanguard of Zone B surged towards the checkpoint in Zone C like a relentless tide. Their footsteps were hurried and heavy, each individual carrying a profound yearning for survival and an unsettling uncertainty about the future. The checkpoint, initially a makeshift structure, had transformed into a cacophony of noise, teeming with voices, where the palpable tension hung in the air, as if one could almost reach out and touch it. 3 hastily erected medical tents formed a passageway barely 50 meters wide, yet appeared exceedingly cramped. People lined up in long queues, anxiously awaiting their turn for inspection, hoping to swiftly traverse this narrow gateway to safety. The stark white of the tents, under the dim light, shone with an almost blinding brightness, akin to a glimmer of hope amidst despair. To maintain order, an armored battalion from the 72nd Armored Brigade had been urgently dispatched to this location, dressed in heavy gear. Rain relentlessly pelted their gas masks and protective suits. Though their hearts were filled with fear and anxiety, their faces bore expressions of solemnity and resolve, striving to impose a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Their armored vehicles moved slowly through the crowd, with heavy machine guns and cannons sweeping over the throngs, instilling a sense of dread in the weary evacuees. In such density, any outbreak of unrest could yield catastrophic consequences. Yet, even with the entire medical personnel from Zone C and the city mobilized, the pace of inspections remained agonizingly slow. The medical staff bustled within the tents, their eyes revealing not only fatigue but also a fierce sense of duty. They understood that each individual passing through the inspection represented a flicker of hope for a life, and each check was a race against death. Amidst the din of the crowd, the cries of children, the coughs of the elderly, and the comforting words of women mingled together. Each person expressed their fear of the unknown and their yearning for safety in their own way. The lights of the checkpoint flickered under the night sky, as if guiding these weary travelers while bearing witness to the brilliance of humanity in the face of disaster. In this temporary sanctuary, everyone was fighting for survival, whether they were the soldiers maintaining order at the front, the medical personnel diligently working in the tents, or the ordinary citizens, anxious yet patiently waiting in line. Beyond the checkpoint, within a brief span of less than 12 hours, a towering isolation wall had risen. Standing 6 meters tall, like an indomitable barrier separating Zone C from Zones B and A, this wall was not merely a physical divide but a line of defense for life and safety, silently conveying urgency and resolve. Initially, the military and police presence in Zone C was insufficient to erect such a colossal structure. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation from the trade district in Zone A, the command issued a requisition order. The youth of Zone C were summoned, many of whom harbored doubts and grievances regarding the sudden conscription. Their lives were abruptly interrupted, their tranquility shattered, and they could not help but feel a sense of resentment. Yet, as they witnessed the sealed-off intersections outside Lehigh City and the soldiers standing at the ready, the severity of the situation dawned upon them. Although the isolation wall in Zone C was hastily constructed under immense pressure, resembling a protective dragon winding between the zones, its rapid assembly also brought forth significant risks. The wall, while appearing robust on the surface, concealed potential dangers, akin to an unexploded bomb, capable of triggering unforeseen crises at any moment. The foundation of the wall seemed precariously weak, as if it could collapse at any time. A closer inspection revealed that the materials used for its construction varied in quality. Some sections employed durable bricks, while others consisted merely of hastily assembled wooden or metal boards. Due to time constraints and limited resources, there had been insufficient opportunity for comprehensive geological surveys at the site, let alone establishing a solid foundation. In the face of a fierce onslaught from the infected, no one could ascertain how long this shaky structure would endure. Regardless of its shortcomings, it was crucial to acknowledge that we were in an exceedingly urgent and challenging period. The very fact that a solid isolation wall could be erected under such adverse conditions and limited resources was nothing short of remarkable. After all, providing a semblance of security for the defending soldiers and the civilians within the isolation zone sufficed. Report to the commander. A flustered and hurried operations officer sprinted towards Liu Xiaofeng, who was inspecting the defense line, shouting, "The infected have successfully breached the rearguard's defenses. At this slow inspection rate, it seems unlikely that the millions of civilians in Zone B can evacuate safely. If the situation continues to deteriorate, we may be forced to make the difficult decision to abandon approximately 1 million civilians in the rear." Upon hearing this news, Liu Xiaofeng abruptly turned around, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he fixated on the operations officer, sharply questioning, "What?" The incendiary bombs launched by the air squadron and the missiles from the Southern Coastal Fleet have failed to impede the advance of the infected? How is this possible? The operations officer, gasping for breath, urgently explained, "Commander, it seems these infected possess a degree of intelligence. They have learned to cleverly evade the kill zones of the incendiary bombs and missiles, weaving through the surrounding buildings. Worse still, the crowd behind has now been caught up by the infected. Damn it! This disrupts our plan. We must act immediately. Issue orders for the 439th Armored Infantry Regiment, which has just completed ammunition resupply, to quickly mobilize 2 of its battalions to implement strict blockades and control in specific areas to ensure the safe isolation of the crowd in Zone B. Simultaneously, the armed helicopters, also fully resupplied, should take off immediately, heading towards the rear of the evacuating crowd to engage in suppressive fire. We must do everything within our power to delay, to buy precious time for subsequent responses and the transfer of personnel. Furthermore, instruct all checkpoints to expedite inspections. There is no longer time for cumbersome and unnecessary procedures. We only need to quickly check each person's temperature and observe their demeanor. After all, under such pressing circumstances, achieving a thorough inspection is nearly impossible. Moreover, for those who have completed inspections and are entering Zone C, appropriate arrangements must be made. The police and armed police in Zone C will be responsible for escorting these individuals to the isolation area controlled by the 439th Armored Infantry Regiment. Meanwhile, the remnants of the 527th Mobile Infantry Regiment, originally tasked with control in Zone C, will promptly head to the isolation wall to reinforce the carefully constructed defense line of the 373rd Armored Regiment. As for the control work, Let the police and armed police within the control zone continue to take responsibility. Finally, the 155mm howitzer battalion must prepare for firing as quickly as possible, with all personnel remaining highly vigilant, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Undoubtedly, we have reached a critical juncture that will determine the fate of Lehigh City. Every decision, every action, is intertwined with the destiny of this city, and we cannot afford the slightest oversight or complacency. Gazing at the hurried figure of the operations officer receding into the distance, the deputy brigade commander muttered gravely, "For us, with absolutely no personnel or military supplies, holding Zone C is nothing short of an impossible task." With that, he slowly lifted his head, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon, his eyes hollow and bewildered, as if he could already see the relentless tide of the infected army surging forth. From his elevated position, Lu Xiaofeng looked down at the bustling crowd below, a deep sigh escaping his lips. If we have lost all hope for Lehigh City, what fate awaits these innocent civilians? Pausing momentarily, Lu Xiaofeng fell silent before extending his right hand to gently pat the deputy brigade commander's broad shoulder, speaking with unwavering conviction. To sacrifice oneself for the nation's plight is to regard death as a return home. If it comes to it, we shall embrace death. The deputy brigade commander was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his resolute face, but he quickly regained his composure, uttering not a word. At that moment, he simply lowered his head, his eyes fixed intently on the tense military preparations and the chaotic scene surrounding the checkpoint below. Indeed, as a soldier, when the nation faces peril, stepping forward and sacrificing oneself for the country is an inescapable duty. A matter of course, for this is not merely a call of responsibility and mission, but a representation of supreme honor. To die on the battlefield for one's country, what need is there for a horsehair shroud? This is the highest honor one can attain as a soldier. However, when confronted with those terrifying infected beings, how many can truly advance fearlessly? After all, these infected differ from ordinary foes. They carry a lethal virus. And once infected, one becomes a mere shell of their former self. Even the most battle-hardened warriors are not immune to fear. Chapter 18. Gathering the cannon fodder, listening to the harrowing cries emanating from beyond the glass door, which gradually faded from heart-wrenching wails to a mere whisper before descending into complete silence. The surroundings fell into an eerie stillness. "Zhang, brother Zhang, do you think we can make it out alive?" The timidest among them, Tang Xiangrong, cautiously reached out to pat Zhang Han's shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. Zhang Han kept his eyes tightly shut, his grip on his handgun tightening as cold sweat trickled down his forehead from the pain. After a moment of silence, he finally murmured, I don't know. We have no idea what the situation outside is like. How can we even think about surviving?" His words were steeped in profound pessimism and despair. As if he could already envision his grim fate, a faint gurgling sound, like a stealthy thief, crept into Zhang Han's ears, shattering the tense atmosphere. Following the sound, his gaze swept across the room like a spotlight, finally landing on Zhu Dachong, who was leaning against a shelf. It appeared that Zhu Dachong's stomach was protesting the neglect of hunger, emitting a faint yet clear complaint. Zhu Dachong, lost in thought and furrowing his brow as he pondered where to find some food, was startled back to reality when Zhang Han's gaze fell upon him. He flashed a grin and said, "Brother Zhang, I'm hungry. What can I do? A man is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skipped makes one uneasy." There was a hint of levity in his words. "Look at you, even in such dire circumstances, you're still thinking about food." Zhang Han chuckled, albeit with a hint of reproach. Yet his tone revealed a semblance of gratitude towards Zhu Dachong. For this Maine laborer who had carried him along the way, he could hardly harbor any anger in an instant. The previously taut atmosphere was punctured by an invisible needle, deflating into a much more relaxed state. Casting a glance at Zhu Dachong, Zhang Han spoke softly to the trio, "Continue." He swiftly retrieved 3 packets of N90 compressed biscuits from his black sports bag, tossing them accurately to the 3 gathered around him. Next, he produced 3 bottles of 500 milliliters of drinking water, tossing them one by one to each of them. "Be frugal. I only brought 6 bottles of water." The compressed biscuits still amount to about 25 bags, Zhang Han instructed the impatient trio, his voice tinged with seriousness yet not devoid of concern. He understood that in such times, Every drop of water and every morsel of biscuit could be the key to their survival. Zhu Dachong and the others, chewing on the compressed biscuits, mumbled their responses indistinctly. Got it, brother Zhang. Don't worry. As for their supplies, they had long since lost track of them during their chaotic escape. The personal survival kits issued by the government had become more of a burden than a blessing. Unlike Zhang Han's black backpack, which was easy to carry and allowed for unhindered movement, the shabby box they had received could only be clutched tightly, with no other option available. Consequently, when the sudden, thunderous explosion had erupted behind them, they had been so frightened that they tossed the box aside in panic and fled forward. Knowing they could never keep pace with Zhang Han while lugging those heavy boxes, not far from the corner where Zhang Han and his group sat, another trio of survivors was drawn to the sight of Zhu Dachong and the others devouring their food. Their eyes were glued to the scene, as if an invisible force had ensnared them, unable to look away. Their throats involuntarily emitted swallowing sounds, echoing loudly in the still air, reminiscent of a parched traveler in the desert yearning for water. Each sound betraying an intense craving for sustenance. One individual, clad in a blue backpack, though small, was evidently stuffed with food. Yet, in such a life-and-death moment, he displayed no willingness to share. After all, he was unfamiliar with the other two and had no established trust or emotional bonds with them. In this extreme environment, the instinct for self-preservation was magnified, and each person fought fiercely for their survival. He clutched the straps of his backpack tightly, his fingers whitening from tension. For him, the food within was not just a means to satiate hunger but a slender thread of hope amidst the calamity. His gaze flickered between Zhang Han's group and his own backpack, perhaps engaging in an internal struggle. On one hand, he yearned to belong to a collective and gain a sense of security. On the other, he feared that exposing his supplies would render him prey in the eyes of others. This conflict furrowed his brow, his expression a complex tapestry of uncertainty and turmoil. Ultimately, after an extended period of internal wrestling and weighing his options, he clenched his teeth, as if resolving to make a significant choice, and took hesitant yet determined steps toward Zhang Han and the others. When he stood just a few paces from them, he halted. First, he steadied himself, as if to root his form deeply into the ground, then raised his head, fixing his gaze directly on Zhang Han and his companions. He inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to draw in all the air around him. As he breathed in, his previously taut body relaxed slightly. Once his breath steadied, he slowly opened his mouth, speaking in a low, clear voice, "Brother Zhang, may I join you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han turned to regard him. Taking in the sight of this man, slightly hunched, wearing a pleading smile, standing roughly 5'7", appearing about 25 or 26, with a blue backpack slung over his shoulders, his hands awkwardly fidgeting with the hem of his coat as if it were his last lifeline. Oblivious to the fact that his small movements were perceptible in the darkness. Meanwhile, the others, who had been engrossed in chewing their food, instinctively ceased their actions. They watched the unfamiliar figure with caution, awaiting Zhang Han's response. Zhang Han's sharp gaze bore into the newcomer, his mind resolute in not wanting to accept another into their small group, especially in this apocalyptic context where humanity faced severe trials. If this individual harbored ill intentions, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for Zhang Han. Seeing the group's silence, the man stammered like a trembling leaf in the cold wind. "I can share half of my food with you. And I'm a courier. Yes, I'm quite familiar with the local routes." Upon hearing that the individual was knowledgeable about the local terrain, Zhang Han finally regarded him with renewed attention. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Zhang Han's eyes. He understood that in this indifferent world, information and resources held equal weight. His scrutiny shifted from wariness to assessment, weighing the stranger's worth. He was acutely aware that someone familiar with the landscape could be an invaluable asset. "What is your name?" Zhang Han's voice was low yet firm, seeking further clues from the man's response. "I'm Li Ming," the man stammered, though he seemed to steady himself somewhat at Zhang Han's inquiry. Zhang Han nodded, scrutinizing Li Ming, seemingly appraising his strength and reliability. "Originally, I didn't intend to accept you, but we do need someone familiar with the area," Zhang Han stated slowly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. A glimmer of hope sparked in Li Ming's eyes. He recognized his opportunity had arrived. "I assure you, I know this area very well and can definitely guide you along the less populated routes to Zone C," he said eagerly, hoping to prove his worth. He understood that they too, had to make a choice. For in this city teeming with infected beings, every decision could mean the difference between life and death. Very well, Li Ming, you may temporarily join us, Zhang Han ultimately decided, his voice tinged with resolute finality. But remember, if you exhibit any treacherous behavior, we will not hesitate to assist. Li Ming nodded vigorously, gratitude illuminating his face. Thank you, I promise I won't let you down. With Zhang Han's verdict, Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that in this besieged city, surviving alone was nearly impossible, and joining Zhang Han's group significantly increased his chances of survival. At this moment, Zhu Dacheng observed Zhang Han's agreement to Li Ming's inclusion and patted the space beside him, inviting Li Ming to take a seat. This gesture from Zhu Dacheng undoubtedly conveyed acceptance and trust towards Li Ming. A warm tide surged within Li Ming's heart. He understood how precious such acceptance was during these trying times. Nodding in acknowledgement, he cast a grateful glance at Zhu Dacheng before cautiously sitting beside him. The other two individuals, upon witnessing Li Ming's integration into Zhang Han's group, felt a stir of emotion as well. With Li Ming's addition, the originally small team of 4 transformed into a quintet. Zhu Dacheng's acceptance enveloped Li Ming in a comforting warmth as he carefully settled next to him, ready to share his provisions. From his blue backpack, he retrieved some government-issued compressed biscuits and a can of pork, distributing them to the hungry Zhu Dacheng. Zhu Dacheng scratched his head and expressed, "Thank you." Li Ming, in return, waved his hands dismissively, his gaze then falling upon the eager eyes of the other 2 students, Tang Xiangrong and Lu Jiwei. Reluctantly, he extracted 2 more pieces of compressed biscuits from his bag, stating, "Make do with these. I don't have much supply either." Lu Jiwei and Tang Xiangrong accepted them without complaint, sharing a sheepish smile with Li Ming. The 2 others, who had been hesitating about joining Zhang Han's group, began to waver upon seeing Li Ming's acceptance. Their supplies had long since been discarded during their flight, and now, having escaped danger and found temporary safety, they felt a gnawing hunger and thirst. They exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts. Ultimately, one of them, a robust middle-aged man, rose with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. "Brother Zhang, we wish to join you as well," he announced, his voice deep and unwavering, fixating his gaze on Zhang Han as if seeking an affirmative response. Zhang Han scrutinized the 2 newcomers with a measured demeanor. One was a stout, powerful man, exuding an aura of steadiness, garbed in a somewhat worn work uniform speckled with traces of cement, telling tales of his arduous days at the construction site. The cement stains were deeply embedded in the fabric, rendering its original color nearly unrecognizable. The other individual, in stark contrast, appeared rather unremarkable, average in stature, with plain features and black-rimmed glasses that lent him a scholarly air. However, when Zhang Han's gaze met his, he quickly averted his eyes, resembling a startled rabbit, revealing a hint of timidity and shyness. Contemplating the 2 before him, Zhang Han struggled to find a justification for accepting them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The 3 students, lacking in social experience, had shown compliance throughout their journey and would be essential to keep close. Observing Li Ming, he noted his timid nature and frail appearance, posing no threat to him. Otherwise, why not send these 3 students to scout ahead? They might comply initially, but in the long run, they would surely resent being mere cannon fodder. Yet, on the road to retreat, some expendable lives would inevitably be necessary. Zhang Han understood that the path to survival was often paved with sacrifice. In this brutal reality, sometimes individuals must step forward, whether voluntarily or by compulsion. After all, he had to survive. With this realization, clarity dawned upon Zhang Han. "What are your names?" he finally inquired. "I am Zhao Gang. And this is my nephew Lu Bo," the middle-aged man replied, with Lu Bo casting a slightly evasive glance at Zhang Han while nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Han regarded the 2 and stated, "I accept you. After all, we are all survivors and must support one another." With that, he tossed 2 pieces of compressed biscuits to them from his bag and signaled to Li Ming to offer them 2 bottles of mineral water. However, he was reluctant to part with the remaining 3 bottles, as they were his lifeline. Zhao Gang and Lu Bo received the food and water with gratitude in their eyes. "Thank you, Brother Zhang. Feel free to give us any instructions in the future." Zhang Han nodded slightly, softly advising, "Let us rest for now. Tomorrow at noon, we must undertake a long journey to Zone C, which will be arduous. And we do not yet know how many infected we will encounter along the way. Maintaining our energy is of utmost importance." He then turned to lay out some clothing from the shelves on the ground. Selecting a few thick coats to use as makeshift bedding, he instructed Zhu Dachong, "Remember to assign someone to keep watch at night. If the infected realize there are people in this store, we are all doomed." For Zhang Han, who was armed, he had no intention of taking the night watch. Should anyone insist, he would remind them of the hard truth with the weapon in his hand. Zhu Dachong complied and began organizing the night watch. After Zhao Gang and Lu Bo finished their meal, they found a corner to rest. That night, Zhang Han's sleep was anything but peaceful. The pain in his knee and the unease in his heart kept him tossing and turning. In the stillness of the night, he felt like a solitary sentinel, gripping his handgun tightly, his mind taut like a drawn bowstring. Unwilling to relax for even a moment, he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Each thump a reminder that lowering his guard could lead to irretrievable consequences. If someone were to stealthily steal his handgun in the dead of night, he would be as helpless as a beast deprived of its claws, defenseless against impending danger. Thus, he had to remain vigilant, like a sentinel guarding the last line of defense, ensuring no potential threats could exploit any weaknesses. Moreover, considering the condition of his injured leg, he feared abandonment by the group the following day, which would leave him with no chance of survival. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes, for his handgun would convey the message of mutual destruction to anyone who dared challenge him. Whether through the lives or flesh of others, he was determined to escape alive. He glanced at the contents of his black sports backpack. A power bank, 2 windproof lighters, a flashlight, 3 hammers, and 3 screwdrivers hastily taken from a hardware store, along with a roll of bandages and a box of anti-inflammatory medication. In terms of food, aside from what he had consumed and shared with Zhu Dachong and the others, he was left with only 2 bottles of 500-milliliter mineral water and 23 bags of N90 compressed biscuits. His backpack was not large enough to accommodate much drinking water, and he had not anticipated being trapped in a city overrun with infected. Had he foreseen it, he would have brought more food and water. He prayed to the Buddha for deliverance, hoping that Zhang Han would escape this dire situation. Ironically, he, who had never believed in deities, now found himself invoking divine intervention. But with the emergence of zombies, who could say that a god might not one day actually appear? Chapter 19. Full-scale outbreak on the morning of November 4, 2026 at 7:41 a.m. The command room of the Southern Military District was steeped in a heavy, tense atmosphere, with dozens of generals gathered, each adorned with at least the gleaming insignia of a major general. At the center of this constellation of stars sat General Chu Xiong'an, a seasoned veteran of countless battles. Occupying the main seat, his finger traced across the large screen in the command room, illuminating the Southern Military District's border, a lengthy stretch of approximately 300 kilometers marked in red. His voice resonated with calm authority, penetrating every corner of the command room. "Gentlemen, a previously unprecedented viral outbreak has erupted in the Southeast Asian nations bordering our Southern Military District. Investigation reveals that this virus is identical to the one that led to the lockdown of Linhai City, posing an unprecedented challenge to our extensive border." General Chu Xiong'an's pointer glided across the screen. A shocking video of military forces clashing with the infected in Southeast Asia began to play. The footage depicted a scene engulfed in smoke and chaos, soldiers clad in rudimentary protective gear, armed and taking cover behind armored vehicles or fortifications, valiantly engaging the terrifying infected, among whom were some formidable variations. Just as the video reached a tense climax, an astonishing sight emerged. A gigantic infected creature, towering at 6 or 7 meters, reminiscent of a monster straight out of a nightmare, its presence jarringly dominating the screen as if even the display struggled to contain its colossal form. At this moment, General Chu Xiong'an decisively paused the video, his gaze piercing and his finger firmly pointing at the enormous infected entity, his voice tinged with a mix of astonishment and gravity. "Gentlemen, what you are witnessing is a direct manifestation of the virus's terrifying mutational capabilities. This colossal infected creature is covered by a layer of keratin that can withstand the onslaught of a 25mm cannon." General Chu Xiong'an's tone carried an air of incredulity as he continued. "What does this signify? In nature, carbon-based life forms are typically fragile. However, this infected entity has defied our understanding. Its skin can withstand the ferocity of a 25mm cannon's assault, something unimaginable in past conflicts." His words echoed in the command room, each syllable striking the hearts of the generals like a hammer. This was not merely a challenge to our military might, but a profound challenge to our scientific understanding. The limits of carbon-based life forms have been ruthlessly shattered here, and we are confronted with an entirely new adversary, a threat we have never encountered before. It is noteworthy that the keratinous layer of the colossal infectors discovered in Linhai City can withstand the assault of 5.8mm rifle bullets, serving as a formidable shield against the menace of conventional small-caliber weapons. However, when faced with the concentrated fire of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, this protective barrier proves utterly inadequate. Akin to fragile parchment, easily torn asunder by overwhelming firepower. Yet now, the situation has escalated dramatically. The voice of General Chu Xiong'an reverberates within the command center, his words imbued with a sense of urgency and profound concern. We are up against colossal infectors that have evolved to withstand 25mm autocannon fire. What an unimaginable concept! The virus is undergoing a frenetic evolution and mutation in its battle against humanity. It is unfathomable to consider that when these beings evolve to resist direct hits from tank shells, what weaponry will remain at our disposal to inflict lethal damage upon them? I fear that at that juncture, we may be compelled to resort to our last resort, nuclear weapons, the ultimate arsenal once deemed a taboo of the peace era. Within the command center, officers exchange glances, their expressions frozen in shock, as if Chu Xiong'an's words have encased them in ice. Ignoring their astonishment, Chu Xiong'an continues with a calm analysis. Along the lengthy, 300-kilometer border that our military district shares with Southeast Asian nations, we are defended by merely the 27th Territorial Defense Brigade and the 71st Infantry Division, totaling less than 20,000 troops in peacetime. This force may suffice for garrison duties, but when faced with the zombie-like infectors, the might of 20,000 appears utterly insignificant. His words reveal a sense of helplessness and urgency, as if reminding everyone present that they are confronting not merely a conventional border conflict but a war for the very survival of humanity. After delineating the circumstances facing the southern military district's border, Chu Xiong'an turns to his aide, who is diligently taking notes, and commands, immediately redeploy the Southern Military District's Guards Motorized Infantry Division and the 75th Armored Mobile Brigade to establish a defensive line along the border. The aide nods in acknowledgement and promptly exits the conference room. Once the aide has departed, a young staff officer rises, his posture erect but his voice tinged with concern. "Commander, our military district is already under strength, having diverted nearly 40,000 troops to secure Linhai City. Should we also reassign these elite units to the border, I fear we will be unable to guarantee sufficient forces in every city within the Southern Military District." His words articulate the dire predicament of troop shortages currently besetting the Southern Military District. General Chu Xiong'an's gaze shifts to an officer responsible for summoning reservists, his expression one of inquiry and expectation. "How is the status of the reservist mobilization?" The Major General immediately stands, his paper report serving as his shield, his voice resolute. At 6 this morning, the National Command Authority issued a mobilization order to all eligible reservists across the nation. According to our statistics, there are a total of 738,062 reservists in the 37 municipalities governed by the 2 provinces within our Southern Military District. However, the mobilization situation is bleak, as the information was only disseminated at 6 this morning, and many remain oblivious to the announcement. General Chu Xiong'an's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. He understands that time is of the essence, particularly in such an urgent situation. Where every moment counts, he inquires in a grave tone. "Then, how many have responded to the call?" The Major General's expression grows somber, his voice heavy. "As of now, fewer than 1 in 10 have reported. Moreover, most of this fraction comprises officers, while the remaining reservists might still be asleep or have failed to notice the notification for various reasons." A glimmer of resolve ignites in General Chu Xiong'an's eyes. He recognizes the necessity for more proactive measures. He promptly issues orders. Initiate the emergency plan immediately, utilizing all available channels, including television, radio, internet, and text messages, to reiterate the mobilization call. Simultaneously, organize personnel to penetrate communities, notifying households one by one, ensuring that every eligible reservist receives the call to arms in a timely manner. Having spoken, his gaze swiftly flicks to his wristwatch, the hands indicating 7:59, seemingly a countdown of fate. Ticking ominously, "I shall grant you but 2 hours. By 10 o'clock, All reservists must assemble, and by 11, they must be combat-ready. Subsequently, deploy reservists and militia units from nearby municipalities to the border. The remaining reservists are to secure all transportation arteries and maintain order within the city. Given the gravity of this crisis, societal order within the city will undoubtedly unravel. The military must not show leniency, rigorously addressing any violations of law and order, for chaos cannot be allowed to reign. The 5th Airborne Division is to immediately carry incendiary bombs to the border, incinerating the primary jungle within 10 kilometers of the frontier, ensuring that we detect the infectors the moment they breach the boundary. We have little time remaining. Considering the terrifying speed of the infectors' advance, the Southeast Asian forces will not hold out for long, and within mere hours, they may traverse the primordial forest to reach our borders. The Major General swiftly records the orders before turning to depart, prepared to execute them. The entirety of the military might of the Zhongxing United Nations and its personnel fervently gears up for this monumental battle for the survival of humanity. A tense and grave atmosphere swiftly envelopes the entire nation. Concurrently, countless civilians have learned of the imminent viral outbreak through the internet and other channels, with neighboring countries suffering severe infection events. The active forces of the Zhongxing United Nations are compelled to dispatch the majority of their strength to the lengthy, boundless border, standing vigil day and night, solely to ensure that the infectors cannot breach the defenses and infiltrate the densely populated interior. Meanwhile, the scant forces remaining within the country are primarily stationed in the capital and a select few crucial military-industrial cities, tasked with maintaining security and stability in core areas. For the multitude of ordinary cities, they can only silently hope for the prompt arrival of reservists to restore and maintain normal social order. Yet, unexpectedly, the previously orderly state of the cities is shattered in an alarmingly brief span of time. Streets are thronged with people, panic spreads like a contagion. Traffic is paralyzed, vehicles are ensnared in congestion. Supermarket shelves are stripped bare as citizens frantically hoard supplies. In an instant, the entire city is plunged into chaos. Even the police station's emergency lines are overwhelmed, rendered entirely inoperative due to the sheer volume of calls. The once spacious thoroughfares have devolved into a chaotic battleground, vehicles trapped in an impenetrable snarl. Crowds jostling and pushing against one another, each individual frantically scurrying in search of survival. Despite the valiant efforts of the police and armed police units to maintain order, their capabilities appear woefully inadequate in the face of this sudden and escalating crisis. Akin to a solitary grain of sand amidst the ocean, fires rage uncontrollably, thick smoke billowing skyward. Instances of looting proliferate as criminals seize the opportunity to plunder. Violent confrontations have become alarmingly commonplace, and the previously tranquil urban order seems to have crumbled overnight, descending into utter chaos. Hospitals are already overwhelmed. As the city plunges into extreme turbulence, the number of injured staggering. Doctors and nurses are beleaguered, scarcely able to catch their breath, their bloodshot eyes betraying profound exhaustion and uncontrollable anxiety. Each hospital bed is crammed with casualties, the air filled with the anguished groans and desperate cries echoing throughout the wards in what should have been vibrant schools, filled with the sounds of learning. And bustling office buildings, a disquieting silence now pervades. Empty classrooms stand with orderly desks and chairs, sunlight streaming through the windows, yet devoid of the laughter and play of students. In the hushed offices, mountains of documents lie neglected, computer screens still aglow, but devoid of the focused presence of white-collar workers. Only the gentle breeze whispers through the windows, emitting a faint wail, as if silently articulating the solitude and helplessness endured by this city. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the downtown streets has reached a fever pitch. Armed police and officers stand at the ready, collectively forming the last bastion against the impending crisis. Clad in heavy riot gear, gripping sturdy shields, they stand shoulder to shoulder, resembling an indomitable wall of humanity. Parked nearby, police armored vehicles and fire trucks have entered a state of readiness, with tear gas canisters poised for deployment. Prepared to confront any emerging threats, the fire trucks' high-pressure hoses are raised, their torrents of water erupting with a thunderous roar, akin to a ferocious beast roaring its defiance. All weaponry is aimed at the frenzied crowd attempting to breach the barricades. As everyone is acutely aware, should this line of defense be tragically breached, the order of the entire city would instantly crumble into chaos, descending into an irretrievable state of turmoil. during this chaotic moment shrouded by a virus. Every individual in the United Federation of Zhongxing finds themselves teetering on the brink of life and death, exerting every ounce of effort to fight for survival. They must confront not only the formidable threat posed by the relentless, lethal virus, but also conquer the profound fears and despair that lurk deep within their hearts. At this very moment, the myriad expressions of the populace resemble the desperate struggles witnessed before the apocalypse, evoking feelings of both tragic heroism and helplessness. Within the hovering helicopter of the aerial news station, a reporter anxiously gazes down through the window at the shocking scenes below. His eyes widen, mouth slightly agape, seemingly rendered speechless by the profound impact of what he witnesses. After a long pause, he utters, "Is this the malevolence inherent in human nature?" Meanwhile, the photographer seated beside him is wholly engrossed in operating his professional camera, meticulously capturing this heart-stopping tableau. As the helicopter gradually shifts, the photographer continuously adjusts his lens angle and focus, leaving no detail overlooked, ensuring that every chaotic moment in the city is immortalized. The outbreak of this virus was so abrupt, akin to a sudden, unheralded nightmare descending upon the world. Moreover, its rate of transmission is astonishingly rapid. In this fleeting yet harrowing time, nations across the globe were caught off guard, unable to mount an adequate response or implement effective measures. The armies that should have swiftly mobilized were, for various reasons, unable to reach the city in time. Thus, the hastily assembled soldiers found themselves forced to venture into the urban chaos, navigating through fleeing crowds and mingling with the infected. Once a thriving and vibrant city, Los Angeles now resembles a cursed inferno, suffused with fear and despair. This city stands as a mirage of liberty and human rights, where people have become disoriented. No longer adhering to military control, streets and alleys are ensnared in utter disarray, akin to a torn canvas. Ultimately, the panicked populace fled like startled birds, their sole thought being to reach the safety zone established by the military. Each face in the tumultuous crowd is etched with fear and despair. Some shout the names of their loved ones as they run, while others focus solely on sprinting, as if pursued by the specter of death. Simultaneously, those afflicted appear as demons emerging from the depths of hell, having completely lost their reason and humanity. Their features, ravaged by the virus, become grotesquely distorted, reminiscent of malevolent spirits from the underworld, invoking a chill in anyone who dares to gaze upon them. These infected individuals launch brutal and savage attacks on those around them, employing methods of unimaginable cruelty, leaving a trail of ghastly scenes in their wake. Faced with such a dire situation, the military and police entering the city swiftly mobilized, erecting fortified barriers at key transportation points, striving desperately to prevent further spread of the infection. However, the cunning infected had already infiltrated the fleeing throngs, emerging unexpectedly to deliver lethal blows to the soldiers. This caught the military off guard, adding to their mounting pressure. Despite their rigorous training and superior equipment, they struggled to withstand the unanticipated assaults from the infected, incurring significant casualties. As the situation spiraled further out of control, the fear etched upon the soldiers' faces became undeniable. In a moment of desperation, the commanding officer issued a brutal order to commence indiscriminate firing. The cacophony of heavy machine guns and rifles intertwined, with bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. The already chaotic crowd erupted into further disarray, screams and cries echoing in a cacophonous symphony. Some agitated civilians, realizing their slim chances of survival, seized nearby weapons to engage in fierce exchanges of fire with the military. Observing this scene evokes a poignant reflection. Truly, this is the land of the free and beautiful, where gunfire reigns daily. Chapter 20. The terrifying velocity of evolution. The torrential rain from last night has finally ceased. With the rising sun, the skyline of Linhai City appears exceptionally serene under the golden light. However, this tranquility is abruptly shattered by a sharp sound slicing through the eye in the sky. A fighter jet streaks by like a nocturnal hawk, its engines roar reverberating in the night, reaching the ears of Zhang Han and others who are still in slumber. Zhang Han's eyes snap open, his body instinctively springing up from the ground. Swift and agile, his gaze immediately shifts to the night watchman, Lu Bo, his eyes brimming with alertness and inquiry. "What is that sound?" Zhang Han's voice, though low, carries an undeniable urgency. Lu Bo, who had been leaning against the glass door at the counter, nearly lets his coat slip off him. Startled by Zhang Han's voice, his body involuntarily jolts, and he quietly responds, "Not sure. It sounds like the roar of a fighter jet." The roar of a fighter jet? Zhang Han echoes Lu Bo's words, furrowing his brow as various possibilities flash through his mind. Could the military be preparing to bomb the city? A grim thought surfaces, but he quickly shakes his head. Attempting to dispel it, he listens intently. The gunfire from District C remains distinctly audible, indicating that the battle is still ongoing. A flicker of reassurance washes over Zhang Han. It seems Linhai City has not completely fallen, and they still have hope. Take a look outside. Zhang Han urges in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with tension. Hearing this, Lu Bo's heart tightens, and he slowly lowers the heavy coat draped over him. As if it bears a weight of 1,000 pounds, then, he cautiously extends his hand, gently lifting the edge of the coat that obscured the glass door. Initially, he dares to reveal only a narrow slit. But as his courage grows, he slightly widens the gap. Next, like a nervous thief, Lu Bo bends down, leaning in closer to the opening, carefully peering outside. The street appears desolate and silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. A glance reveals no sign of either the infected or any survivors. Scattered luggage lies strewn across the ground, some torn open, with their contents spilled haphazardly. Not far away, gruesome remnants of flesh and dark red bloodstains lie quietly, silently narrating the horrific events that once transpired. Thus, Lu Bo remains fixated on the outside, meticulously observing for approximately a minute. Finally, he takes a deep breath and slowly turns to Zhang Han, whispering, "Brother Zhang, it seems like there's nothing particularly unusual outside. Those infected seem to have vanished without a trace. Though you think they all headed towards District C. How could that be possible?" Zhu Dachang's rebuttal cuts in from the corner. The infected that spread from District A number at least over 1 million. While the gunfire from District C may attract them, it shouldn't draw them all away. He pauses, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then continues, "Let us not forget how they unleashed their bloodthirst upon the incapacitated survivors yesterday. This indicates they possess a certain degree of cunning." Zhu Dachang's analysis sends a chill through everyone present. They all understand that if the infected truly possess intelligence, their threat extends beyond mindless monsters to organized, strategic foes. Therefore, it's impossible for them all to be heading to District C. There must still be a portion remaining in our District B. Albeit perhaps not many. Zhu Dachang's voice is grave, his gaze sweeping the room as if seeking affirmation. Lu Bo, clearly unconvinced, retorts, "Then where do you think they went? Because from what I see, the streets are utterly deserted. Not a single figure in sight." His tone bears a hint of provocation, seemingly questioning Zhu Dachang's judgment. Zhu Dachang refrains from a direct answer, instead waving his hand in irritation, saying, "You ask me? How the hell would I know? I am not a fortune teller." His words carry a note of sarcasm, clearly displeased with Lu Bo's skepticism. Subsequently, Zhu Dachang strides toward the glass door, his movements somewhat brusque but purposeful. As he approaches, he addresses Lu Bo, "Step aside. Let me take a look. I want to see if there is truly not a single soul out there." Using his ample frame, Zhu Dachang pushes Lu Bo aside. Though the act is crude, it proves effective. Lu Bo is shoved to the side as Zhu Dachang crouches down, pressing his eyes against the glass door, scrutinizing the street intently. After a prolonged observation, he slowly withdraws his gaze, rising with a barely perceptible stiffness. He cautiously approaches Zhang Han, his expression grave, brow furrowed, eyes glimmering with unease. "Brother Zhang." Zhu Dachang's voice is low, tinged with tremors, as if the weight of his words is burdened by the tense atmosphere. "I sense something is amiss." Upon mentioning this, he cast a glance at Zhang Han and continued, "Do you think it is possible that the infected have taken refuge in the surrounding buildings?" As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, and an involuntary chill surged within each heart. Zhang Han, listening intently to Zhu Dachang's remark, was momentarily lost in contemplation. He understood that if the infected truly were, as Zhu Dachang suggested, hiding within the nearby structures, they were akin to prey ensnared in darkness, poised to become the next targets of lurking predators at any moment. Firmly gripping his handgun, Zhang Han inhaled deeply and addressed the group, "Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot remain idle. Dachang, Lu Bo, you two continue to monitor the entrance." Upon hearing their names, The two immediately crouched by the doorway, meticulously surveying the street outside. The others seized the moment to search the shop for any usable supplies and alternative exits. As Zhang Han's words echoed through the room, the tension escalated palpably. Each individual became acutely aware that they might be ensnared in an unknown peril. They were compelled to act to secure their safety. This is really the end. Tang Xiangrong's voice quivered, laced with a hint of trepidation. We are already short on supplies, and those infected are lying in wait for us to venture out. His words brimmed with helplessness and dread, as though he had foreseen their grim fate. He continued, who would dare to go outside? Wouldn't that be tantamount to signing their own death warrant? This statement seemed to question others while simultaneously reflecting his inner turmoil, as tears of terror streamed down his face. Lu Jiwei, seated beside him, offered quiet consolation. It will be all right. There must be a way, Brother Zhang. As long as we have this gun, if the infected dare to approach, we will shoot them down. We will surely survive. Lu Jiwei grasped one of Tang Xiangrong's hands while using a tissue to wipe away the tears cascading down his cheeks. For Lu Jiwei, despair was a familiar companion. His parents' evacuation number was even further back in line than his. He feared the day he might encounter the faces of his parents or other loved ones among the infected. Yet, he refrained from crying. He needed to project strength. After all, his parents had always told him that boys must not weep. Boys must possess the courage to bear everything. This invisible shackle compelled him to stifle his tears, even as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Dachong had turned to glance at the weeping Tang Xiangrong but quickly redirected his gaze to continue observing the street. No one could fathom his thoughts, save for Liu Bo, who caught a glimpse of a solitary tear slipping from the corner of his eye. What Zhang Han did not realize was that the eldest among the three students, Zhu Dachong, was merely 18, while the youngest, Tang Xiangrong, had just turned 17. Their faces still bore the innocence of youth, yet their eyes flickered with fear and despair that belied their years. Last night, they had huddled in a corner, trembling slightly as tears flowed silently, moistening their cheeks. They dared not contemplate whether their loved ones, who once warmed their hearts, were still safe or if they too were weeping helplessly in some distant corner. Although their sobs were faint, they resounded like a gentle rain in the dead of night, each drop striking deep within every heart. It was a voiceless call, a lament for the tranquility of lives lost, and an expression of fear for an uncertain future. Their tears were a testament to their longing for family and yearning for home. Zhang Han surveyed the dejected expressions of those around him and opted for silence. Perhaps it was time for them to regulate their own emotions. In such dire circumstances, survival would ultimately hinge upon their mental fortitude. They must learn to gradually adapt to this world. Once their tears had dried, they would no longer weep. When his parents had abruptly vanished, he too had often found himself sleepless, his pillows soaked with tears. Yet, who was there to comfort him or show concern? Ultimately, he had to rely on himself. Like resilient grass emerging from the depths of unending darkness, he pulled out his phone from his backpack and glanced at the time. The faint glow seemed overly glaring in the dimly lit shop. Is it only 8:43? Zhang Han muttered to himself. November 4, 2026, at 8:43 a.m. In District C of Linghai City, the pressure at the checkpoint had reached its zenith. Faced with the task of screening and controlling nearly 2 million residents, they appeared overwhelmed. Under such immense strain, Commander Liu made a perilous decision. He resolved to allow over 1 million individuals to enter District C without rigorous examination. This choice was undoubtedly a gamble. For if even one among them carried the virus, District C could face a catastrophic outbreak. Commander Liu's words were succinct yet potent. For every additional survivor, there is one less infected. This statement was starkly realistic and tinged with resignation. However, not everyone concurred with this decision. Lu Liang, the former mayor of Linghai City and the current head of the personnel control team in District C, expressed vehement opposition. His reasoning was both steadfast and compelling. If an unchecked populace enters District C and triggers widespread infection, who will assume responsibility? In the face of skepticism, Commander Liu's retort was unwavering. If entering District C requires examination, then at least 1.7 million people will be unable to enter, and I alone will bear all the consequences. Ultimately, through Commander Liu's insistence, the others reluctantly acquiesced. After all, far too many lives had already been lost in Linghai City. They could not afford further turmoil. Yet, the more than 600,000 individuals left behind in District B were not spared from the onslaught of the infected, becoming mere bait to delay the assailants. From an initial 3 million during the evacuation, only a meager 1.9 million managed to enter District C. In less than a day, nearly 2 million souls had perished in Linghai City. A veritable nightmare for those who remained on the front lines. Zhou Feng, wielding a Type 95 assault rifle, aimed at the relentless tide of infected advancing from the distance. He had long lost count of how many rounds he had fired. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, a direct consequence of the prolonged tension of battle. His fingers bore deep imprints on the trigger, each pull a manifestation of his desire for survival and defiance against death. He did not wish to perish. Thus, the only fate that awaited the infected was demise. As the sun broke over the horizon, the pale light of dawn gradually tinged with hues of red. Yet District C had already succumbed to the engulfing smoke of warfare. From the moment the clock struck 6, marking the onset of battle, the fierce conflict had persisted for over 2 hours without respite. The strength of District C's forces was ruthlessly drawn into a precarious defense, akin to water spiraling into a vortex. High explosive shells of 155 mm caliber soared through the sky like the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping lives as they exploded amidst the throngs of infected. Each detonation was accompanied by a cacophony of flesh and blood, every flare illuminating the shadows of mortality. On the ground, the muzzles of tanks roared like enraged beasts, unleashing 120 mm high explosive shells that detonated among the infected, sending forth torrents of blood and carnage. However, the number of infected appeared inexhaustible. They surged forth like an unstoppable tide, each wave more relentless than the last. The main thoroughfares of the city were interwoven with barbed wire and various obstacles, forming a series of deadly barriers. Yet these merely slowed their advance without halting their inexorable march. The infected trampled upon the corpses of their comrades. Indifferent to pain or death, bearing ladders collected from the city and the discarded riot shields of soldiers and police in their frantic flight, pressing forward, onward, ever onward. The sky was intermittently pierced by the roar of fighter jets, shattering the silence of the heavens, followed by violent explosions that sent the figures of the infected twisting and vanishing in the flames. On the battlefield, smoke enveloped the air, flames soared skyward, each explosion akin to a malevolent flower blooming in the night sky. Each gunshot a proclamation of life's end. The faces of soldiers were etched with fatigue and despair, yet they remained steadfast, knowing the infected would never accept their surrender. Through the lens of binoculars, Lu Xiaofeng's gaze pierced through the smoke enveloping the defense line, his voice heavy with concern, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. He spoke slowly to the deputy commander. Since the initial skirmish commenced, those special variants have mingled amongst the ordinary infected, resembling a surging undercurrent assaulting our defenses. He paused, his eyes betraying profound worry, before continuing, more startlingly, those previously disorganized ordinary infected have become remarkably orderly under the guidance of the special variants. They bear ladders, wield various tools, and form ranks akin to a military force, launching organized assaults against our quarantine barriers. His voice reverberated in the wind, as though foretelling an ominous prophecy. With this, Lu Xiaofeng fell silent, as if he had glimpsed the grim fate of humanity, a brand new species, unafraid of death, unafraid of pain, endowed with a measure of intelligence and an extraordinary capacity to learn. They were no longer the familiar compatriots of yore, but had morphed into formidable and terrifying adversaries. The deputy commander took up the thread of conversation, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Indeed, these infected are gradually learning in their battle against humanity. Their method of assault bears an uncanny resemblance to the ancient siege warfare. They have mastered the art of utilizing tools and have learned to organize and coordinate their efforts. This is no longer a mere instinctive reaction, but rather a conscious and strategic endeavor. The gazes of the two men converged through the lenses of their binoculars, both understanding that this conflict has transcended the simple struggle of humanity against the infected. It has evolved into a battle for the very survival of mankind. These infected, once human, are now evolving at an unprecedented pace. They are learning, adapting, and growing ever more formidable. This compels them to question whether humanity can uncover a glimmer of hope for survival in the face of this novel threat. Chapter 21. Resolution on the morning of November 4, 2026, at 9:40 8:43 a.m., the atmosphere in the conference room of the Ministry of Defense of the United Commonwealth was so tense it felt almost frozen. Outside, the first light of dawn broke, yet the artificial lights within the room cast an especially harsh glare, illuminating the somber faces of those present, as if they were chiseled from marble, upon the vast electronic screen. A harrowing scene unfolded. The fortified defenses of District C and Coastal City were currently enduring relentless waves of assaults from the infected. The footage revealed frenzied, infected individuals, akin to a horde of a ferocious army cursed by malevolence, recklessly charging into a torrential downpour of gunfire. Some bore long ladders upon their shoulders, attempting to scale the defenses. Others wielded heavy riot shields, struggling to advance, while even more brandished an array of razor-sharp weapons. Heedless of their own safety as they surged toward the defenses, AS-1 surveyed the scene. The once broad and level road was now obscured by a dense carpet of infected corpses, strewn haphazardly across the ground, resembling a blood-soaked battlefield long forgotten by the world, silently narrating the ruthlessness of this sudden catastrophe. Above, armed helicopters hovered like cold harbingers of death, ceaselessly circling. Their thunderous roars filled the air, and the weapon systems mounted on their frames unleashed torrents of flames and lethal munitions, mercilessly raining down upon the throngs of infected below. Each soldier on the front line appeared utterly exhausted from the prolonged combat. Their uniforms soaked with sweat, yet they remained steadfast at their posts, showing no sign of retreat. However, the fear and despair intertwined in their gazes were unmistakable, reflecting both an instinctive response to the horrific spectacle before them and a profound anxiety regarding their uncertain fate. On the adjacent massive display, images flickered rapidly, showcasing the heightened state of alert among various military units along the borders, hurriedly and methodically fortifying their positions. Simultaneously, scenes of urban chaos emerged on the screen, intertwining in a chaotic yet soul-stirring symphony. Each fluctuating digit and rapidly shifting image resembled restless notes, collectively composing a tumultuous melody of crisis and upheaval. The streets of the city had been engulfed by flames, towering infernos reaching skyward, dense plumes of smoke swirling and staining the heavens a murky yellow. The rioting crowds resembled a pack of frenzied beasts, rampaging through the streets. Their eyes revealed profound despair and uncontrollable rage. Gripping kitchen knives and Molotov cocktails, ordinary household items transformed into deadly weapons in their fight against an unjust fate. Each frenzied swing was a desperate cry against the brutal reality. Within the spacious conference room, the long table was nearly obscured by an array of maps and densely packed reports. Each sheet detailed the brutal realities brought forth by this sudden disaster: collapsed buildings, casualties, and the disintegration of social order. The officials of the Ministry of Defense sat around the table, each brow furrowed deeply, forming a series of profound crevices. Their voices were low and urgent, at times erupting into heated debates, at others engaging in hushed discussions, striving to explore viable strategies and effective countermeasures. The air was thick with the rich aroma of coffee, mingling with the faint scent of ink wafting from the papers. Yet, even this familiar fragrance could not mask the pervasive tension and the intensifying anxiety simmering within their hearts. The Minister of Defense's eyes were bloodshot, as if stained by the very essence of blood. The crimson hue sent chills down one's spine. His gaze pierced through each individual in the conference room like a sharpened blade. Laden with exhaustion and a seething fury, since the onset of that terrifying viral outbreak, the entire world had descended into chaos and panic. This resolute Minister of Defense had been embroiled in the turmoil for a grueling 24 hours without a moment's respite, both body and spirit nearing their limits. Yet, at this very moment, the pent-up rage and anxiety within him erupted like a volcano. Unable to be contained any longer, "I must ascertain the truth," he roared, his voice resonating like that of an injured lion, shaking the souls of all present. Each word seemed to burst forth from the depths of his chest, infused with boundless strength and resolve. How in the world have those damned infected managed it? By what means have they organized themselves and launched relentless, methodical assaults on our defenses in Coastal City, District C? His inquiries echoed in the air, laden with confusion and indignation. The domestic situation had deteriorated to an unfathomable extent, with lives lost every second. A military officer seated at the far end swiftly rose to speak. "Minister, according to urgent information released by the United Nations, We are facing an unprecedented global crisis, an outbreak of a new virus known as the bloodthirsty infectious virus. This virus, with its astonishing transmissibility and capacity for mutation, has rapidly spread across the globe, posing a threat beyond anything we have ever encountered in mere seconds. An infected individual can transform from a rational human being into a bloodthirsty fiend, possessing an intelligence akin to that of a 12 to 13-year-old human, yet devoid of reason and emotion, driven solely by a thirst for flesh. These infected beings possess formidable physical strength and remarkable regenerative capabilities, unless their central nervous system is directly destroyed or they are utterly obliterated. They can slowly self-repair through the flesh of their kind or human blood, continuing their sanguinary rampage. Even more concerning, nations attempting to combat these infected with incendiary devices have discovered that the virus is prompting their skin to evolve a resistance to fire, significantly complicating our response efforts. Moreover, data indicates that the virus's mutative properties have been greatly enhanced. Detailed statistical analyses reveal that among all infected individuals, approximately 10 have a terrifying probability of undergoing mutations, transforming into special infected entities. These special infected are not only endowed with greater physical strength and destructive potential compared to ordinary infected, but they also possess higher intelligence, rendering them exceedingly cunning and elusive in their tactical maneuvers. As if that were not enough, global pharmaceutical research institutions and disease control departments, after extensive studies on the infection cases caused by this virus, have reached a unanimous conclusion. There are no cures available, no remedies to be found. In simpler terms, once one is unfortunate enough to succumb to this virus, the progression of the illness will prove irreversible. Faced with such a dire situation, it seems humanity is left with but one choice: to take the most extreme and resolute measures to eradicate those already infected without mercy. However, it is worth noting that as this virus rampages across the globe, its capacity for airborne transmission has unexpectedly diminished to a negligible level. In sharp contrast, the virus's ability to spread through water sources has become increasingly pronounced, and its infectivity and mutative capabilities among populations continue to escalate alarmingly. After delivering this grave account, the officer appeared to lose all strength, standing frozen as if turned to a cold, lifeless statue, his eyes betraying deep concern and helplessness. Are you suggesting that these infected are not being orchestrated by humans? Rather, it is the virus itself that has evolved, granting them a modicum of intelligence, enabling them to learn and utilize various tools. The Minister of Defense's eyes widened in shock and skepticism, his voice trembling involuntarily. The officer standing beside him nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, sir. Based on the intelligence currently at our disposal, the situation is indeed as such. Moreover, what exacerbates the problem is that the mutation rate of this virus is significantly increasing." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Defense could not help but draw in a sharp breath, contemplating to himself, if this is the case, then the war against the infected will become exceedingly arduous. He immediately pressed on with his inquiry. What about other factors? To what extent has the virus's regenerative capability been enhanced? The officer took a deep breath and with a grave expression responded. Through thorough research and analysis, we have discovered that these infected individuals possess such bodily functions and regenerative abilities that unless they are killed outright, they can consume the corpses of their deceased kin or humans to regenerate. In other words, even when severely wounded, they may still rapidly recover and re-engage in combat. This statement struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy blow, causing even the usually composed commander of the Central Military Region to murmur in disbelief. It is simply unimaginable that our troops are to confront such a terrifying enemy at this moment. An officer responsible for arranging the defense line could no longer contain his mounting anxiety. He stepped forward briskly and spoke urgently. "Minister, if we do not take decisive measures and continue to mobilize additional forces to bolster the defense line, the consequences will be catastrophic should those infected successfully breach the border. By then, it may well be too late." The meeting room erupted into chaos. The Minister of Defense, with a grave expression, sat at the head of the conference table, entirely disregarding the anxious faces of those gathered around him. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded as he slammed his palm down on the sturdy wooden table, startling everyone present. Following that, he rose abruptly, his already formidable visage now twisted with anger, his eyes bulging as if they could emit fire, glaring fiercely at those below him, and bellowed, Silence! The entire meeting room fell into an immediate hush, the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the stillness. The powerful aura of the Minister of Defense intimidated everyone present, making them hold their breath, too afraid to utter another word. Once he saw that the room had finally quieted down, the minister took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated emotions before slowly speaking. From the current situation at the coastal city's defense line C, the outlook is exceedingly dire. According to the latest intelligence, the assault by the infected is exceptionally fierce, and our defending forces have been holding out for far too long. Even airdrop supplies may not sustain them much longer. However, at this critical juncture, I must make it unequivocally clear that no reinforcements will be dispatched to that area. He paused slightly, casting his gaze over each individual's face once more, then emphasized, "Nevertheless, this does not imply that we shall abandon that place. On the contrary, we must devise every possible means to buy them more time to fortify the outer defense." After a moment of contemplation, the minister continued issuing orders. Immediately notify the 32nd Airborne Division to assemble all personnel and equipment within 2 hours and parachute to the outer defense line of the coastal city at the quickest speed, providing necessary support and assistance to our defenders. Furthermore, promptly instruct the Southern Military Region to mobilize the ready reserve forces from the surrounding cities and counties to swiftly reinforce the coastal city's outer defense line. Additionally, it is of utmost importance that, regardless of the measures taken by the Southern Military Region, every effort must be made to sever all water connections between the coastal city and the inland areas. Not a single drop of water must flow out from the coastal city. Simultaneously, command the 7th Air Division of the Central Military Region to gather all transport aircraft for the aerial drop of heavy weaponry and special munitions, including white phosphorus incendiary bombs, to the outer defense line of the coastal city. Upon receiving news of the complete fall of defense line C of the coastal city, bombers will immediately carry out extensive bombardments with explosive and napalm munitions. Just then, an officer was about to speak, his eyes filled with hesitation and unease, as if searching for a glimmer of hope. However, the Minister of Defense promptly interrupted him, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "I know you wish to express that there are still surviving civilians within the coastal city, but we can no longer afford to consider their plight." His words sliced through the emotional complexities like a sharp knife, leaving behind nothing but the harsh reality. Should the infected from the coastal city spread out and breach the outer defenses, the nation would face utter ruin. His voice bore a solemn determination, as if confronting an irreversible tragedy. Ignoring the shocked expressions of those in the meeting room, he continued, "The coastal city is akin to a nuclear bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Once the infected breach all defenses, our nation shall suffer unimaginable repercussions. At that point, all of us shall become historical scapegoats, burdened with eternal infamy." His words conveyed an inescapable sense of responsibility and resolve. He understood the implications of this decision, yet he knew that failing to act would lead to even graver consequences. As for bolstering the border defenses, rest assured there will be reserve forces ready to strengthen the border. The nation does not wish for any infected individuals to breach the border into our territory. He paused, his gaze piercing, surveying each commander present, instructing that once the reserve forces from various military regions enter the city, they must immediately suppress urban unrest and restore production. His voice exuded an unwavering conviction, akin to a command forged from steel, leaving no room for dissent. All recorded criminal activities and offenders shall be met with severe punishment. A chilling undertone accompanied his words, sending shivers down spines. Yet, should there be individuals posing a significant threat to society, his voice rose with a decisive fervor. Execute them all in that moment. He was no longer an ordinary soldier but a merciless arbiter, a guardian maintaining order amidst chaos. His gaze radiated no warmth. He had transformed into a relentless beast, ready to tear apart any threat to national security. Once more, his voice resonated with an irrefutable resolution. We must instill fear in those restless potential criminals. His words were imbued with power. In the center of the command room, the minister's silhouette appeared particularly solitary, his gaze fixed intently upon the immense national emblem, as if seeking answers. What manner of enemies do we face? Although some senior generals proposed the extreme measure of a nuclear strike on the coastal city, that notion was evidently impractical. If a nuclear strike were to be executed, what fate would befall the troops stationed on the perimeter? A retreat? It is likely that in the very first moments of withdrawal, the infected would follow the retreating forces, breaching the outer isolation walls of the coastal city and subsequently spreading outwards. If they were to spread outwards, would that necessitate a comprehensive nuclear strike? If so, what yield of nuclear weapon would be appropriate to ensure that it does not inflict severe damage on the surroundings? This presents a complex dilemma, as the power of a nuclear weapon is a double-edged sword. It can annihilate the enemy yet also harm the innocent. Furthermore, even disregarding the perimeter troops, should a nuclear strike be forcibly employed, the structures within the city would diminish the weapon's efficacy, potentially becoming a shield for the infected. As for whether nuclear radiation and fallout would pose lethal threats to the infected, the mere thought of their terrifying regenerative abilities made the Minister of Defense tremble. The current situation is indeed a deadlock. The border defenses are engaged in combat while a colossal hidden peril looms domestically. This is not merely a military confrontation, but a multifaceted trial for the nation. Chapter 22. A twist of fate. The sun hung high in the sky, its blinding rays mercilessly casting down upon this lifeless city, unable to dispel the shadow of death that enveloped it. The desolate streets lay strewn with vehicles and motorcycles that had been punctured and destroyed by the military, as if recounting the city's former prosperity. Only the gunfire emanating from Zone C echoed like the whispers of death, piercing through the suffocating stillness, reminding the populace that the city's vitality had been ruthlessly snatched away by the infected. The coastal city, home to over 7 million inhabitants, seemed to have lost all life and hope overnight to those merciless infected. It was no longer the vibrant place etched in people's memories, but had transformed into a lifeless shell, stripped of all color and warmth. In such a city, the entrance of an inconspicuous shop at the street corner creaked open silently, revealing a narrow gap. Subsequently, 3 furtive figures cautiously peeked through the slender opening. Their eyes were filled with terror. Evidently, these individuals had also been cornered during the frenzied pursuit of the infected yesterday. Forced to seek refuge within this shop, narrowly escaping the bloody massacre that ensued, their silhouettes, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared particularly solitary and fragile. Yet their presence amidst the empty streets was strikingly jarring and distinctly different. They surveyed their surroundings with heightened vigilance, each minute sound quickening their heartbeats. One among them bent down to gather the scattered provisions of food and water, remnants abandoned by others in the desperate flight of the previous night. They understood that these supplies represented their only hope for survival. In the harrowing escape, people had been driven by panic, discarding their precious belongings, as if those once treasured items had become insignificant in the face of life and death. Their hurried, chaotic steps resembled a herd of deer pursued by hunters, striving only to outrun the impending calamity. Backpacks, canteens, and even their garments were ruthlessly abandoned along the path of their flight, leaving behind a trail of discarded footprints that chronicled their frantic retreat. The once pristine pavement was now marred by a viscous layer of blood, its vivid crimson hue starkly glaring under the sun's rays. The 3 stepped reluctantly into this sanguinary mire. Each lift of their feet elicited a nauseating adhesion between their soles, and the blood at it was a harrowing tug-of-war between death and life, each pull serving as a grim reminder of the world's newfound cruelty and indifference. Blood trailed from their shoes, forming slender threads akin to the tentacles of a demon, ensnaring them and making escape from this nightmare difficult. The woman among them, desperately collecting what lay on the ground, finally succumbed to her revulsion and turned, retching violently onto the earth. Her vomit acted as a catalyst, triggering a chain reaction as the 2 men, as if infected by her distress, began to heave uncontrollably. The stench of blood clawed at their minds, and upon glimpsing dismembered limbs within the gore, the woman felt her strength drain, stumbling backward until she collided with a suitcase and collapsed to the ground. As she struggled to rise again, her pants and back were stained with a shocking crimson, transforming the street into a chilling tableau reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Steeling herself against the turmoil within, she mustered the courage to advance once more, only to be confronted by a ghastly sight that invaded her vision. A round, bloodied object lying not far from her, seemingly awaiting discovery. Her steps involuntarily slowed. Her heart racing, yet driven by curiosity, she approached until she stood before the abominable form. As her gaze focused on the grotesque object, disbelief washed over her. It was the head of an infected individual. Its hollow eyes seemingly fixated on her, the distorted mouth moving as if to convey silent terror. Overwhelmed, she could no longer contain the surging dread within her, unleashing a deafening scream that shattered the silence of the night like a razor-sharp blade. The force of her cry reverberated, causing the glass of nearby shops to tremble, on the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Zhang Han and his ragtag team had been covertly observing the trio since their emergence onto the street, meticulously tracking every detail of their actions. However, upon hearing the woman's piercing scream pierce the night air, Zhang Han shook his head in resignation, a glimmer of disappointment and concern flickering in his eyes. He murmured to those beside him, "These three are finished." Their actions were akin to an open invitation to all infected. They seemed utterly oblivious to the critical importance of silence in this apocalyptic setting. Zhang Han's words conveyed a sense of helplessness regarding their fate, critiquing their recklessness, which undoubtedly amounted to digging their own graves. Yet, it served as a stark warning for the other survivors hidden within the shops. Observing the three once more, the two men, upon hearing the woman's shrill scream, wasted no time in turning to sprint into the nearest shop, hastily locking the door behind them. The woman's scream echoed down the deserted street, a prelude to death that captured the attention of the infected. Her voice, rife with terror and despair, pounded against the closed door, pleading for her companion's rescue, but silence was her only response. Tears filled her eyes, mingled with blood and dirt, rendering her plight distinctly tragic. The two male companions sheltered within the shop may have felt a twinge of guilt, yet their overwhelming desire for survival eclipsed all else. They frantically searched for anything that could serve as a weapon against the impending threat, desperate for anything that could delay the onslaught of the infected. Shelves lay overturned, merchandise scattered about as they scoured the chaos for a glimmer of hope. Not far away, a dilapidated store bore the signs of devastation, concealing within it two grotesque, foul-smelling infected, lurking in the shadows, fixated on every slight movement of the trio outside, as if awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, one woman's sharp, piercing scream sliced through the still AI or IT resonated like a bolt of lightning, igniting the primal urges of the two infected. Without hesitation, they surged forth from their hiding place, propelled by their bloodthirsty instincts and a fragment of evolved cunning. Fully aware that in this city overrun by their kind, any opportunity for prey could vanish in an instant. If they did not act decisively, they would be left with nothing when other infected surged forth like a relentless tide. Thus, they stumbled forward with urgency, heedless of the shattered glass beneath their feet, producing a series of bone-chilling crunches. This cacophony served as an alarm, instantly alerting the woman to the danger. Terrified, she turned to see the two horrifying figures charging toward her. The woman glanced from the approaching infected to the tightly shut shop door, desperately hoping for any sign of a gap, yet her heart was filled only with despair and rage. Her once beautiful eyes, now consumed by bitterness, glared fiercely at the two men inside the shop. In that fleeting yet protracted moment, no one could decipher the tumult of emotions within her. Perhaps it was an overwhelming resentment towards her companions for their abandonment, or maybe a profound regret for her earlier scream. Yet, none of these thoughts could quell her instinct to survive, as she abruptly pivoted and, though her steps were unsteady, she dashed back in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the two grotesque, foul-smelling infected noticed her flight, their excitement surging like wolves catching the scent of blood. Their pace quickened, low, terrifying growls emanating from their throats, their hands gripping sharp kitchen knives they had found, waving them wildly as if prepared to dismember their prey at any moment. Fate, it seemed, relished in mocking them. The direction the panicked woman fled toward was precisely where Zhang Han and his companions were concealed. For a frail woman, scarcely accustomed to physical exertion, evading the pursuit of two enhanced infected was an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the inherent physical disparity between men and women rendered this chase utterly one-sided from the outset. In less than 20 seconds, the distance between the two monstrous, clawing infected and the woman had dwindled to under 30 meters. The poor woman sprinted desperately, glancing back in terror as the fearsome infected closed in like demons. Unable to contain her dread any longer, she screamed hoarsely, "Help! Is anyone there to save me?" She yearned for a brave soul to emerge from behind the securely locked doors of nearby shops, ready to rescue her from this life-threatening predicament. Yet, in her extreme panic, she had lost all rational thought, oblivious to the fact that her cries might attract even more malevolent infected. Just as she cast another fearful glance over her shoulder, a sudden dull thud echoed. It was the aluminum ladder placed at the entrance of a high-end clothing store, which unexpectedly lay across her path, catching her off guard and sending her tumbling to the ground. The fall was severe. Pain radiated through her body as if her bones had shattered, yet the instinct to survive compelled her to scramble back to her feet. However, as she lifted her gaze to the encroaching infected, despair washed over her. Just when she was on the verge of breaking down, her eyes caught sight of the glass door of the shop before her. The once transparent glass door was inexplicably obscured by some garments, evidently intended to shield the interior from prying eyes. A flicker of hope ignited within the woman. She realized that behind this door might lie survivors capable of saving her life. Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled towards the glass door, propelled by desperation. The woman was utterly oblivious to the potential catastrophic consequences her reckless intrusion might impose on those within the establishment. In a state of frenzy, she flailed her arms and pounded relentlessly on the closed glass door, the sound echoing like a drumbeat, as if she sought to shatter the barrier before her. Meanwhile, the individuals hidden inside the shop were engulfed in a tumult of anxiety and indignation. Cursing their unforeseen misfortune, they had been quietly concealing themselves, making not a sound, only to be met with such an unexpected calamity. Truly, it was a manifestation of the age-old adage, good deeds are rewarded, and evil met with retribution. It is not that justice is delayed, but that the time has yet to come. Now, this unwarranted disaster had arrived unannounced, catching them all off guard, as the cacophony of banging intensified outside. Zhang Han had already brandished the 54-style handgun, which had remained unchambered and uncocked since the previous day. His hands trembled uncontrollably, the muzzle aimed squarely at the door, while he seethed with rage. Cursing, is that madwoman's head filled with nothing but filth? She cannot accept her own demise and wishes to drag us down with her. Cowering beside him, Tang Xiangrong resembled a frightened kitten, her face a mask of terror as she trembled and whimpered, "I'm so scared I miss my mother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han swiftly turned to her, dismissing her fears, and barked, "Even if you wish to think of your ancestors, you must first contend with these infected before indulging in nostalgia." At that moment, the foolish woman had led all the infected straight to them. Zhang Han bellowed in fury, "You dimwits, why didn't you bring the ladder inside yesterday? You left it out in the open." As he shouted hoarsely, he gripped his handgun tightly, its dark barrel aimed with intent at the trembling glass door. Zhu Dachong and the other two students stood silently to the side, not daring to utter a word. They understood that Zhang Han had completely lost his composure. Any attempt to argue could result in a bullet flying towards them. After unleashing a torrent of curses, Zhang Han gradually regained some semblance of calm. His gaze shifted from Zhu Dachong and the others to the barricaded glass door, behind which lay a chaotic heap of assorted items, nearly obscuring their view. Yet, even amidst the clutter, they could distinctly hear the relentless pounding from outside. Zhang Han inhaled deeply, aware that their time was rapidly dwindling. If they did not devise a way to break free soon, they would find themselves trapped in this cramped store, awaiting their inevitable demise as the infected closed in. Having come to this realization, Zhang Han wasted no time in raising his voice, hoarsely commanding, "What are you standing around for? Are you waiting to die? Move all that junk away from the door." His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted in anger, "Hurry up and clear the stuff behind the door. If the infected come rushing in, we'll be nothing but dumplings wrapped in flesh." Did they not grasp such simple logic? What on earth filled their heads? Were they all just festering refuse? Under Zhang Han's thunderous roar, the previously paralyzed individuals, gripped by sheer terror, finally snapped back to reality. They scrambled in a frenzy towards the entrance, pushing the mountain of debris with all their might. The scene erupted into chaos, with people shoving one another, shouts and gasps reverberating throughout the space. Just as they were on the verge of clearing the barricade behind the glass door, a horrifying tableau unfolded. Two grotesque, ravenous infected surged towards the unfortunate woman, launching a merciless assault upon her. Her screams pierced the air, a cacophony of anguish that struck at the hearts of everyone laboring within the shop like a dagger. As they united in their efforts to clear the clutter from behind the glass door, Zhang Han swiftly opened his bulging backpack and retrieved 3 hefty hammers. Without hesitation, he hurled them through the air, the hammers arcing gracefully before landing squarely before Zhu Dachong and the 2 students beside him. He then pivoted sharply and bellowed at the remaining trio, "Stop dawdling. Go find some decent weapons. Now, we are at the brink of life and death. We must fight for our survival. Otherwise, when those terrifying infected storm in, we'll become their next meal. You'll end up just like those already infected. Grotesque and mindless, reduced to mere shells of your former selves." Chapter 23. A life and death struggle. Observing the 3 others as they rummaged through the debris for weapons, Zhang Han was met with sheer incredulity. 2 of them brandished plastic clothes hangers unearthed from the piles, while another held a large bundle of coat hangers. Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression beyond words. He gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lu Bo, I told you to find weapons to take down the infected outside, and you come back with a bunch of hangers? Are you out of your mind?" At Zhang Han's sudden outburst, Lu Bo trembled, his body shaking slightly. He stammered, "Zhang, brother Zhang, I really couldn't find anything else. The only 2 hangers in the store were already snatched up." With that, Lu Bo timidly cast his gaze towards Zhao Gang and Li Ming, who stood frozen like statues, not uttering a word. Their faces were as pale as paper, eyes filled with profound fear and confusion, tightly clutching the hangers as if they were the only protection against death. Zhang Han's eyes swiftly scanned the store, the haphazardly piled debris appearing increasingly chaotic. His brow furrowed in frustration. There was not a single item that could serve as a proper weapon. Was he to suggest that Lu Bo charge out wielding that human mannequin from the corner? The mere thought made Zhang Han shake his head, muttering, "I must have owed you all in a past life." Complaints aside, the dire situation left no room for hesitation. Zhang Han quickly rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a screwdriver and without a moment's pause, threw it towards Lu Bo. It was the only makeshift weapon he could find. Lu Bo fumbled to catch the screwdriver, gripping it tightly. Zhang Han then fixed him with a serious gaze and, in a tone of exasperation, instructed, "When the infected come, grip that screwdriver tightly and aim for their eyes. Do you understand? It may be short, but it's far better than that useless hanger you had." Lu Bo glanced down at the screwdriver, barely the length of his palm. Stunned into silence, he inwardly lamented, "What? I'm expected to face those infected, armed only with this puny tool against their knives. Fearless of death and pain, enhanced as they are? It's sheer folly." Outside, the woman had ceased her screams, swaying unsteadily as if acclimating to newfound strength. Her eyes gleamed with a feral madness and bloodlust, a primal craving for flesh. Though her body trembled, each step she took radiated a menacing threat, announcing her relentless resolve. As the debris behind the door diminished, the other 2 infected continued to batter the glass door with knives and their bodies, each impact resonating with a heavy thud, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface, heralding imminent shattering. "You 2 non-entities, brace the door. If you are just going to clear away debris, at least use your bodies to hold it up." Zhang Han shouted at Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, urgency and anger lacing his voice. The 2, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to support the glass door with their bodies. Sweat pouring down their faces, muscles taut, veins bulging. They knew that if the glass shattered, they would face the merciless onslaught of the infected. Their breaths grew rapid, each inhalation resembling a race against the specter of death. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, every heartbeat accelerating, as they all understood that each passing second could determine life or death. The air was thick with tension and fear, as if time itself hung in suspension. Awaiting that decisive instant, at this juncture, Zhang Han completely forgot the searing pain radiating from his knee. He clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the discomfort as he hurriedly advanced forward. Finally arriving at the glass door, he paused, inhaling deeply before steadily raising the pistol in his hand. At such a close range, he could afford no extraneous movements to accurately aim at his target, though his hands trembled slightly from anxiety. The moment he resolved to pull the trigger, a sharp click resonated as the firing pin struck the primer with blinding speed. Immediately after, 2 deafening gunshots erupted, bang bang. The 2 powerful 7.62 mm bullets shot forth from the barrel with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. These projectiles, imbued with unmatched force, effortlessly shattered the glass door before him. However, to his dismay, the first bullet merely grazed the neck of the infected individual, causing its body to shudder violently, yet inflicting no substantial harm. Nevertheless, the second bullet followed with unrelenting ferocity, piercing the head of the infected who was desperately slamming against the glass door, much like a sharp chopstick effortlessly penetrating a block of tender tofu. Accompanied by a chilling sound, the infected's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, crimson blood and pale brain matter splattering in all directions, rendering the scene grotesquely bloody and brutal. At the very instant Zhang Han fired. Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, who had been bracing against the door, turned without hesitation and fled towards Zhang Han's rear, harboring no intention of remaining to fend off the other infected. Only Zhang Han remained, gun raised, standing alone before the infected, his expression fraught with panic, as the glass door shattered with a thunderous gunshot. Shards flew about like hail. Outside, two infected seemed to be invigorated by the sudden barrier, their faces contorting with wild excitement, akin to famished beasts finally spotting prey. They lunged towards Zhang Han and his companions without a second thought. Meanwhile, the fallen infected continued to convulse uncontrollably on the ground. Yet to the two now lost in frenzy and madness, this downed creature was merely an inconsequential piece of rotten flesh, long forgotten and devoid of any utility in this moment. Their eyes glinted with a chilling ferocity, their only intent to bring death to all within the store. This was their singular aim, the sole meaning that sustained their existence. Particularly, the infected wielding a kitchen knife was consumed by horrific visions of bloodshed. It raised the glinting blade high, like a frenzied beast, and savagely swung it towards the throats of the store's occupants. In an instant, blood erupted like a volcano, forming a gory fountain. Merely envisioning such a scene filled this infected with an unprecedented thrill and satisfaction. A relentless desire for slaughter surging within it craved that release of power, that exhilarating sensation of controlling life and death. It yearned to chop them into pieces, imagining their screams would provide it with excitement for the entire day. The female infected, though just recently transformed and still adjusting to this sudden surge of strength and speed, also burned with a thirst for blood. Her body, though somewhat awkward, propelled her recklessly towards Zhang Han and the others. Zhang Han's eyes widened in terror as he beheld this looming threat, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat, his body stiffening in overwhelming fear and tension, almost unresponsive. In this life-or-death moment, his instinct for survival took precedence, his finger driven by an unseen force, furiously pulling the trigger at the rapidly approaching infected. Bang, bang, bang. The barrel of his Type 54 pistol spewed flames, each shot accompanied by deafening reports, bullets shooting forth like lightning. Every bullet glimmered with the light of death, carrying Zhang Han's final hope and despair. Yellow casings ejected from the chamber, tracing arcs through the air before clattering to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Time seemed to freeze as Zhang Han became wholly absorbed in this frenzied shooting, his mind a blank slate save for one thought. He must eliminate the infected before him. When the last bullet was fired, the gun emitted a sharp metallic click, signaling an empty chamber, a sound that struck Zhang Han's heart like a hammer, jolting him from his near-manic state of shooting. Now gasping for breath, Zhang Han's gaze remained fixed on the infected, still propelled forward by inertia. In truth, the moment he had fired the second bullet, it had accurately pierced the infected skull. Yet, due to its forward momentum, its body continued to lunge recklessly ahead. Zhang Han's heart was filled with boundless uncertainty and dread. He could not ascertain whether that shot had truly extinguished the infected's life. Overwhelmed by this acute panic, he mechanically continued to pull the trigger of his now empty weapon again and again. Finally, as the infected's body collapsed heavily before him, beginning to convulse, he slowly released his finger from the trigger, sweat soaking his clothes. Meanwhile, the newly transformed female infected, seemingly frenzied, charged at him with wild abandon. Her speed was astonishing, leaving Zhang Han no opportunity to retrieve a fresh magazine from his bag. Staring at his now empty Type 54 pistol, he cursed his misfortune. Without hesitation, he dragged his injured leg, now limping, and desperately retreated. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Damn it! Are you six just going to stand there? Hurry and block that damn thing. If I die here today, none of you will live." Zhang Han's exclamation, "If I die here today, none of you will live," struck like thunder, instantly rousing the previously paralyzed onlookers from their stupor. Zhao Gang and Li Ming, armed with a drying rack, surged forward as if awakening from a dream, raising the rack high to thrust it towards the chest of the infected, striving to halt the ferocious advance of the enemy. However, in their panic, Li Ming inadvertently jabbed the drying rack directly into the chest of the female infected. With a sharp crack, the rack passed through without effectively impeding her. Fortunately, Zhao Gang remained relatively composed, accurately targeting the infected's collarbone. Yet, in that split second, a crisp snap echoed as the plastic drying rack shattered like a brittle twig. Simultaneously, Zhao Gang was struck by the overwhelming force of the infected, his body sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Just as danger loomed, no one noticed when Lu Bo stealthily grasped a mannequin that had been left in the corner of the store. Gripping it tightly, he raised it high and charged toward the infected without hesitation. From his contorted face, a cacophony of frantic, nonsensical screams erupted, as if such noise could bolster his courage. Nonetheless, when the mannequin collided with the female infected, the immense impact visibly deformed her chest. Astonishingly, despite sustaining such a heavy blow, the infected showed no signs of retreat, her already unsteady body resembling a crazed beast as she continued to lunge forward with reckless abandon. It was evident that even Zhao Gang, a robust man accustomed to the rigors of construction work, had been powerless against the infected's terrifying strength. How could the comparatively slender Lu Bo withstand it? True to expectation, in mere moments, the infected's unmatched power crashed into Lu Bo like a speeding freight truck, forcing him to stagger backward. Having retreated to the rear, Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, upon witnessing the increasingly perilous circumstances before them, dared not hesitate any longer. They hastily advanced, positioning themselves on either side of Lu Bo, and together mustered their strength to barely fend off the aggressive female infected. Meanwhile, the patrons within the store were embroiled in a harrowing struggle for survival against the grotesque and erratic infected. Each individual remained utterly focused on the imminent crisis, not daring to relax for a moment. In the midst of the chaos, Zhang Han, concealed behind the crowd, was overwhelmed with panic, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In a frantic search, he managed to retrieve a pristine magazine from his waist pouch. His gaze fixated on the empty magazine in his hand as he swiftly pressed the release button. Yanking it out forcefully, without a moment's hesitation, he inserted the new magazine, filled with bullets, into the grip. A soft click echoed as the pistol's chamber automatically cycled, loading the first round with precision. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for Zhang Han to meticulously aim. His mind fixated on a singular thought: "You foolish woman, how dare you seek my life? Today, I shall ensure your demise." Gripping the pistol tightly, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the female infected. The sharp cracks of the shots reverberated as bullets rained down like a tempest. Before long, his Type 54 pistol was empty, the magazine fully expended. Zhang Han paid no heed to conserving ammunition. In that moment, his sole desire was to obliterate the wretched infected from existence. Anyone who threatened his life would surely meet their end. The female infected crumpled to the ground like a toy severed from its power source, her once fair visage now marred by 2 bullets, resembling a flower ravaged by a tempest. The remaining bullets pelted her relentlessly, and the black blood oozing from her body, akin to ink, swiftly darkened the floor beneath her. Chapter 24. Escape from the store. Zhang Han had successfully swapped in the last magazine. Clutching his pistol, his expression darkened as though it could drip with the weight of his resolve, his eyes glinting with fierce determination as he surveyed the still-dazed patrons within the store. He then bellowed, his voice hoarse from exertion, "What are you all doing, dawdling in here? Waiting to die? If you don't seize this moment to break free, do you intend to idly wait for those infected to waltz in here with their gleaming knives to invite you out?" His furious shout struck the crowd like a heavy blow, jolting them back to the grim reality of their predicament. In the suffocating atmosphere, the burly Zhu Dachong gritted his teeth, gripping the hefty hammer firmly in hand. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward without hesitation, the first to declare, "To hell with it. We're dead either way. I'm going to fight these bastards." He rallied, "Brothers, no more hesitation. Let us charge." In that moment, A fervent flame of rage ignited within Zhu Dachong. He recognized that this perilous venture was not only about preserving his own life, but also about demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to Zhang Han. After all, just moments ago, he had turned tail and fled when confronted by the terrifying infected, leaving Zhang Han to fend for himself. Despite his brave front, none of the others dared to take the initiative to exit the store. Seeing the reluctance among the others, Zhu Dachong's resolve wavered, as he merely sought to encourage them to charge out, not necessarily to lead the charge himself. Through their encounters with the infected, they had all grown acutely aware that these creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence. Particularly after witnessing the infected lay traps for humans, they became increasingly cautious with every action. Who could say whether the seemingly tranquil corner outside the store concealed lurking infected, poised to pounce? Thus, despite their fervent desire to survive and their fear of Zhang Han, the group hesitated to take that critical step towards life or death. Zhang Han, upon observing this scene, felt a surge of fury wash over him. He swiftly raised his pistol, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, two students who, sensing danger, had abandoned him. He barked, "You two, get the hell out there and assess the situation." The audacity of their betrayal, to flee while he faced the infected alone, ignited a blaze of indignation within Zhang Han. He had always prioritized his own interests, deeming any threat to his safety intolerable. Yet here he was, reduced to a mere shield for these two fledgling cowards, a humiliation he could hardly endure. At the mention of their names, Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei felt their bodies tremble as though struck by lightning. Though young, they understood the gravity of Zhang Han's ire directed solely at them. A wave of terror surged through them as they exchanged glances, paralyzed with fear. Time was running out, offering no chance for hesitation. In that moment, Zhang Han racked the pistol's slide, the crisp sound of a round chambering echoing ominously in their ears. It was a death knell, sending chills down their spines. They understood that failure to comply with Zhang Han's demands would likely result in a merciless bullet aimed at them. Zhu Dachong clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Drawing a deep breath, he raised the heavy hammer high, as though it symbolized his courage. Trembling slightly, he took the first step forward, while Lu Jiwei, inspired by Zhu Dachong's bravery, though still gripped by fear, followed suit, cautiously moving alongside him. Behind them, Zhao Gang and Lu Bo gaped in terror, for just moments ago, Zhang Han had fixated on them with a ferocious gaze, urging them to follow the leading pair. Reluctantly, they hoisted a 30 to 40 kilogram mannequin, trembling as they shuffled forward. Meanwhile, the most timid in the group, Tang Xiangrong and Li Ming, clung closely to Zhang Han, aware that should danger arise, they would need to assist him in fleeing promptly. Thus, they remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the movements of the others ahead. Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei proceeded with trepidation, cautiously peering ahead, each small step taken with utmost care to avoid disturbing any lurking threats. Unexpectedly, just as Zhu Dachong set foot outside the store, a grotesquely contorted infected lunged towards them from around the corner like a specter. Its bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness and bloodlust, emitting a low, terrifying growl reminiscent of a creature from the depths of hell. To compound their horror, it wielded a rusted, blood-stained steel rebar, swinging it wildly through the air, generating a chilling gust. Zhu Dachong stood frozen, stunned by the sudden apparition, his blood running cold, his mind going blank. Moments later, clarity returned, yet terror had completely engulfed him. His face drained of color, lips trembling, he let out a sharp, piercing cry, "Oh my God!" In the throes of abject fear, Zhu Dachong instinctively turned and bolted back into the store, forgetting all else in his panic. He reached back to grasp Zhao Gang and Lu Bo, attempting to pull them before him to serve as a shield against the horrifying infected. Zhao Gang and Lu Bo, equally paralyzed by shock, could only surrender to Zhu Dachong's frenzied tugging. Thus, the three of them became a chaotic throng, stumbling back into the store amidst utter disarray. Seeing this, Lu Jiwei, already fearful, followed suit, retreating alongside Zhu Dachong and the others. Zhang Han, witnessing the scene unfold, furrowed his brow and shouted, "If you keep retreating, I'll shoot you. Either we charge out now or wait for death." The four retreating figures halted in their tracks, compelled by the sight of Zhang Han's pistol aimed squarely at them. One could only stand their ground, bracing for the onslaught of the infected. Regrettably, the infected did not charge at them in a corporeal manner as they had anticipated. Instead, they hurled the steel rebar in their grasp with astonishing force. As if casting a spear, the blood-stained rebar, propelled by the immense strength of the infected, sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound reminiscent of death's chilling wail. It hurtled towards them at a breathtaking speed, ultimately embedding itself with a sharp thud into the human mannequin held aloft by Lu Bo, piercing through its solid plastic shell. The pointed tip of the rebar was a mere 2 fingers' breadth from Lu Bo's head, almost brushing against the very thread of his life. Faced with the specter of death, Lu Bo exhibited remarkable courage and decisiveness. He had no time for fear, no time for hesitation. He understood that to pause even for a moment would allow Zhang Han's gun to unleash a fatal blaze without a second thought. He raised the mannequin, now skewered by the rebar, like a tattered shield, initiating a countercharge towards the infected. His expression was one of despair and madness, clearly pushed to the brink in his reckless charge. Lu Bo aimed to halt the infected, using his flesh and blood to withstand the onslaught. Zhao Gang and Zhu Dachong followed closely behind, their bloodshot eyes betraying their readiness to fight to the death. They were acutely aware that Lu Bo alone could not withstand the might of this male infected. The earlier female infected had already drained them of their strength, leaving them nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Lu Jiwei's face was etched with terror. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the hammer. Casting a glance back at Zhang Han, his eyes reflected a deep fear of the unknown and a profound dread of death. Yet he felt compelled to advance alongside the others. However, this infected was markedly different from the recently mutated female infected, whose movements had been somewhat clumsy. This one was agile and swift to the point of astonishment. Just as Lu Bo launched his fierce charge, the infected deftly sidestepped with lightning speed, effortlessly evading Lu Bo's oncoming attack. Without granting Lu Bo a moment to breathe, it pounced upon him, its eyes wide with primal hunger. Akin to a ravenous tiger upon its prey, claws bared and poised to strike. The speed was blinding, leaving no room for reaction. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bo found himself knocked to the ground by the ferocious infected. Its gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, which had unhesitatingly sunk into Lu Bo's chest. The choice of this target was purely pragmatic. Having successfully brought Lu Bo down, it was the closest spot within reach of its mouth. Witnessing his nephew Lu Bo writhing in agony on the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries, Zhao Gang was instantly consumed by rage. His eyes burned crimson, his anger erupting like an uncontrollable volcano in a sudden burst. He seized the heavy hammer from Lu Jiwei's grasp and, disregarding all else, swung it with all his might towards the infected's head, which was viciously tearing into Lu Bo. Each strike was imbued with his pent-up fury and concern for his nephew's safety. At that moment, the long-buried fear within him erupted into a primal instinct. His singular thought was to annihilate the detestable infected, even if it meant reducing it to a pulpy mass of flesh. Standing beside him, Zhu Dachong slowly shook his head, his previously dazed expression gradually regaining clarity. Once he collected himself, he too raised his hammer high, summoning all his strength to bring it crashing down upon the infected's head. The sound of the hammers colliding with the infected skull resonated like thunder rolling across the sky, deafening in its intensity. Each blow delivered a tremendous impact, mercilessly ravaging the infected's head. As time passed, the infected's cranium became a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, unrecognizable and horrifying. Meanwhile, its body, save for a few fingers that twitched mindlessly, had long since ceased to function. Observing this gruesome spectacle, Zhu Dachong and Zhao Gang, who had been driven to madness, finally paused their relentless assault. They gasped for breath, exchanging incredulous glances, as if struggling to comprehend the brutal and bloody actions they had just committed. After a lengthy silence, they began to regain their composure. Before they could fully catch their breath, Zhang Han's cold, unyielding voice cut through the air. "Hurry up and check if Lu Bo is still alive. If he's been bitten, do not hesitate to deliver a few blows to his head. We cannot afford to let the virus spread." Hearing this, Zhao Gang's heart tightened, and he rushed forward, forcefully pushing aside the corpses of the infected that lay atop Lu Bo. He found Lu Bo gasping for air on the ground, his eyes clear. Zhao Gang quickly inspected the bite marks, peeling back the outer wool coat that had been punctured, revealing the inner jacket that had narrowly escaped damage. Relieved, he sighed, his eyes slightly misty. "You're a lucky one." With that, he pulled Lu Bo to his feet. In that moment, Lu Bo silently rejoiced, recalling how when he changed clothes the previous night, he had noticed the thickness of the coat and deemed it a wise choice for warmth. Ultimately donning it as his outer layer. That moment, he understood that had it not been for that decision, he might have succumbed to the fate of infection. Zhang Han, upon seeing Lu Bo unharmed, felt a slight relief wash over him. Though Lu Bo appeared somewhat frail and exhibited a shy demeanor, in the face of life and death, he revealed an astonishing bravery and determination, even daring to risk his life. It was this spirit of defiance that prompted Zhang Han to regard Lu Bo with newfound respect. In his eyes, Lu Bo was no longer merely a hapless pawn, but rather a figure with potential for combat. "All right, everyone, let us proceed," Zhang Han called out as he limped toward the group, shouting, "Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei, you two lead the way. Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, follow closely behind. Remember, if anyone dares to retreat a single step, do not blame my bullets for their lack of discretion." Lu Bo was intently focused on extracting the rebar that had become embedded in the mannequin. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, he nodded in acknowledgement. He then gestured for Zhao Gang to assist him. Together, they summoned their strength, and with a sudden exertion, they finally managed to free the stubborn rebar from the mannequin. Satisfied with the sharp end of the rebar, Lu Bo felt a sense of accomplishment. As the group prepared to exit the shop once more, Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei gripped their weapons tightly, their legs tense and straight, nerves heightened. Unlike their previous display of timidity, they now appeared invigorated, fully alert and poised for the imminent struggle for survival. This transformation could be attributed to Zhang Han's earlier admonition. That moment, holding a gun and wearing a fierce expression, he had warned them, "Listen up, I currently have only 8 bullets left in this gun. If anyone dares to abandon me and flee, I cannot guarantee how many enemies I can take down when faced with the infected. But for those who attempt to escape, well, just know that if my bullets find their mark, it will be a one-shot kill." After Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei confirmed that there was no danger outside, the group filed out of the small shop in a steady stream. Zhang Han stood firm, his gaze sweeping over the blood-soaked street, a wave of reflection washing over him. Once, humanity stood proud, believing itself the sovereign ruler of nature, capable of controlling the fates of all living beings. Yet who could have foreseen that in the face of such a terrifying catastrophe, we would be reduced to becoming mere fodder for others? Upon stepping outside, the group's nerves were taut, pressing closely against the walls of the shops as they advanced cautiously. At this moment, Lu Jiwei, holding a pickaxe, timidly took the lead, assuming the role of a scout. This position was undoubtedly the most perilous, most susceptible to attack, effectively transforming him into a veritable pawn. Close behind him was Zhu Dachong, each step taken with utmost caution. Given Zhu Dachong's prior experience in direct confrontation with the infected, it seemed rather unwise to place such an experienced individual in the role of a sacrificial scout. Meanwhile, at the heart of the group, Zhang Han was flanked by Li Ming and Tang Xiangrong, who supported him on either side. Zhang Han was diligently reloading 2 empty magazines with ammunition, skillfully pressing the bullets into place while muttering in frustration, "These wretched infected. I'm down to only 32 bullets." He raised his head to glance at Li Ming and Tang Xiangrong, both appearing so tense they seemed nearly frozen, their bodies trembling slightly as if they might collapse at any moment. Regarding these 2 timid individuals, Zhang Han truly could not conceive of any expectation beyond their roles as mere cannon fodder or as assistants to support him. What surprised him the most was the duo of Zhao Gang and Lu Bo, the uncle-nephew pair. They ambled leisurely at the rear of the entire procession, seemingly separated from the main group by an invisible barrier. Initially, when this pair attempted to integrate into Zhang Han's team, he held them in low regard. At first glance, their unremarkable appearances rendered it difficult to associate them with formidable characters. Yet, as the adage goes, one should not judge by appearances. With the passage of time and shared experiences, Zhang Han gradually discerned that this seemingly ordinary uncle and nephew duo harbored hidden depths of resilience. Particularly in the face of various arduous challenges and crises, the courage, tenacity, and remarkable problem-solving abilities they displayed were truly impressive. Chapter 25. The sudden arrival of Bomber's brother Zhang. "Do you truly believe we can reach Zone C?" Tang Xiangrong asked anxiously, supporting the limping Zhang Han as he stared into the distance. Worry etched across his face. Zhang Han laboriously lifted his head, gazing towards the direction of Zone C. There, the area remained shrouded in the cacophony of gunfire, with plumes of smoke lingering in the air, indicating that Zone C had yet to succumb to the onslaught of the infected. He furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to Tang Xiangrong, "At this juncture, our primary concern should not be whether we can reach Zone C, but rather whether Zone C can withstand the relentless tide of the infected forces." Recalling their recent encounter with the four infected, Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread. These infected were utterly unlike the traditional image of zombies. They exhibited remarkable intelligence, wielding an array of weapons with astonishing agility and ferocity, far removed from the mindless, bloodthirsty monsters of lore. It was evident that they possessed a degree of organizational capability and coordination, making them all the more formidable. Such terrifying beings completely upended Zhang Han's previous conceptions of zombies formed through novels and films. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised, "It seems that when I fired earlier, I did not attract more infected to our location. It is likely that the fierce battle occurring in Zone C has drawn most of their attention away." Following this line of reasoning, the number of infected in Zones A and B must be exceedingly sparse. Yet, even if the infected within the city were few, no robust individual could withstand the formidable physical strength of the infected. Just moments ago, you all surely had a profound personal experience regarding this. At this point, Zhang Han paused briefly, allowing his gaze to sweep across the faces of those cautiously advancing while intently listening to his words. He continued, "So, do you think it is truly necessary for them to maintain such a large number of infected within the city? Consider that the military, armed with various advanced firearms, and the police, tasked with maintaining order, have suffered heavy casualties in their fierce confrontations with the infected. Moreover, their ammunition is nearly exhausted. Even if some fortunate survivors manage to scavenge weapons left behind, they often find them devoid of usable ammunition." Zhang Han then shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness and concern crossing his features as he added, "For those unarmed survivors, how can they possibly contend with the infected, who not only possess exceptional physical prowess but also adeptly wield weapons as means of attack? Furthermore, I must candidly state that it is not my intention to belittle the survivors in the city. However, given the current situation, they likely lack even the courage to confront these terrifying infected in direct combat." Having said this, Zhang Han ceased speaking, recognizing that further elaboration might extinguish the flickering glimmer of hope that remained in their hearts. Reflecting on their recent ordeal in the store, he felt a chill of apprehension. Had he not been fortunate enough to possess a firearm, those armed only with a clothes pole and hangers would undoubtedly have become mere prey for the vicious infected. The mere thought of the infected's terrifying strength sent shivers down Zhang Han's spine, leaving him unable to fathom the prospect of engaging them in a one-on-one life-and-death struggle with a melee weapon. Undoubtedly, the outcome could only be one: death. "Brother Zhang, this street is predominantly lined with shops. It should be the path to Zone C with the fewest people." Li Ming's voice was low and tense, his eyes betraying anxiety yet revealing a keen awareness of the current predicament. He continued, "If we head towards the main avenue, it is crowded with residential areas and schools, concealing who knows how many infected within." Supporting Zhang Han, Li Ming pointed towards the road ahead, his fingers appearing pale under the sunlight. Yet his movements were resolute and vigorous, indicative of his familiarity and confidence in this route. Zhang Han nodded, remaining silent. His gaze held no trace of doubt, for he understood that Li Ming would not lead them into a densely populated area. After all, Li Ming was part of the team. If he were to do so, it would be akin to seeking his own demise. Traversing the desolate street, flanked by abandoned vehicles and bloodstains, Zhang Han and his companions, despite the diminished number of infected in Zone B, remained on high alert. They proceeded cautiously along the streets, each individual on edge, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Particularly at the forefront, Lu Jiwei was fully focused on the dimly lit shops lining the road. Aware that any infected could be lurking within, poised to pounce from the shadows, as the group moved forward with trepidation, a sudden roar of engines echoed from afar. The sound was deafening, prompting everyone to look up and witness several bombers flying low overhead. The engines roared relentlessly, unsettling the minds of all present. The previously tranquil air had been rendered unstable by the noise. While the bombers flew at a moderate speed, their mere presence instilled a sense of dread. Zhu Dachong, who walked ahead of Zhang Han, was the first to notice the unusual sight in the sky. His eyes widened with surprise and excitement, akin to discovering a treasure, as he pointed with a trembling finger towards the approaching aircraft. Whispering, "Brother Zhang, look, military planes!" In stark contrast to Zhu Dachang's enthusiasm, Zhang Han's countenance turned as pale as a sheet in an instant. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his eyes reflecting profound fear and unease. Without hesitation, he urgently instructed the group, "Quickly, hide! Who knows what the military planes are doing here at such a critical moment?" Tang Xiangrong and Li Ming, supporting Zhang Han, involuntarily flinched at his panicked shout. They had no time to ponder further, sprinting towards the nearby convenience store like startled birds, tightly gripping Zhang Han as they fled. Meanwhile, the others, witnessing Zhang Han and his companions dart towards the store, were filled with uncertainty yet felt compelled to follow suit amidst the tense atmosphere. Panic-stricken, they stumbled after Zhang Han, resembling a flock of frightened sheep fleeing in a desperate escape. Recalling the earlier scene in the store, each individual was still engulfed in fear and shocked. At that moment, Zhang Han had gripped his pistol, his expression stern, and without hesitation, fired relentlessly. With each resounding shot, 3 infected fell lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, Zhang Han appeared as a battle-hardened warrior returned from the depths of hell, emanating an aura that instilled terror. The memory of that scene remained indelibly etched in their minds. Impossible to erase. Faced with such a powerful and ruthless Zhang Han, every member of the team regarded him with awe, hardly daring to breathe. After a frantic dash, they finally reached the convenience store. Zhang Han halted, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed intently on the closed glass door before him. The chain lock glinted coldly in the sunlight, almost mocking his helplessness. A sense of powerlessness surged within Zhang Han, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it! This wretched lock, do I have some vendetta against it? Why do I always find myself in such predicaments?" Regardless of his anger and complaints, reality remained brutally unyielding. During the urgent personnel transfers in the military, shopkeepers, in a bid to safeguard their hard-earned possessions, had collectively secured their establishments with heavy chains. With no other option, Zhang Han and his companions turned their gaze toward the adjacent shop. Zhang Han lifted his eyes to the sign above the neighboring establishment, Labor Supply Store, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. "Tang Xiangrong, hurry up and check it out," Zhang Han said impatiently, forcefully shoving aside Tang Xiangrong, who was supporting him. The sudden push caused Tang Xiangrong to stumble, but he dared not show any reluctance, quickly nodding in agreement. "Sure thing, Brother Zhang. I'm on it with that." He darted towards the shop entranced like a startled rabbit. Moments later, Tang Xiangrong arrived at the door. Cautiously, he extended his hand and lightly touched the door, only to retract it quickly, as if fearing that the door might bite him. After much hesitation, he finally summoned his courage and gently pushed the glass door open. "No lock?" A sudden shock coursed through Tang Xiangrong. The door was unlatched, merely ajar. This unexpected revelation filled him with both astonishment and joy. Excited by the sight, he speculated whether the shopkeeper had forgotten such a crucial detail in the haste of evacuation. With that thought, he turned back towards Zhang Han, enthusiastically signaling a grand okay gesture. Observing this, Zhang Han and the others, who had been tense and watchful, felt an immense wave of relief wash over them, their faces illuminating with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickened their pace toward the shop's entrance. Once positioned, Zhang Han's expression turned grave. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the tightly shut door, and in a low, resolute voice, one that seemed to resonate from the depths of the earth, he instructed Tang Xiangrong. "You go in and take a look." Though his voice was soft, it bore an irresistible weight. Tang Xiangrong, momentarily stunned, asked, "Brother Zhang, do you mean me?" "Yes, you. Go inside and check," Zhang Han reiterated, his tone now even deeper and more commanding, akin to a general issuing a final ultimatum to his soldiers, leaving no room for doubt or disobedience. After all, none could predict the peril that lay beyond that door, should infected individuals lurk within. The first person to step inside would essentially be walking into a trap, courting disaster. When his name was called, Tang Xiangrong's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, his already pallid complexion taking on an even more dismal hue. He instinctively glanced at the expressions of the others, hoping for some semblance of support or assistance. To his dismay, the others either stared blankly at him or averted their gazes, clearly unwilling to offer aid at that moment. Reluctantly, Tang Xiangrong inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He cautiously lifted his right foot, taking a tentative step forward, followed slowly by his left. Thus, like a sneaky thief, he crept closer to the door. With each step, it felt as though he was treading on cotton, devoid of any sense of solidity. Finally reaching the door, Tang Xiangrong trembled as he extended his right hand, grasping the doorknob. Just as he was about to exert force to push the door open, he halted, glancing back at the group behind him. They remained unresponsive, silently observing him. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and pushed with all his might. With a creaking sound, the door began to yield at that moment. Tang Xiangrong's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He raised the heavy hammer in his hand, gripping it tightly, his eyes fixated on the darkness seeping through the door's crack, poised to confront any danger that might emerge. As the door fully swung open, a pungent scent of plastic enveloped him. Tang Xiangrong stifled a gag, cautiously peering inside, using the dim light to assess the shop's interior. To his relief, the shop was orderly. The merchandise neatly arranged, with no signs of irregularity. However, he remained vigilant, continuing to advance cautiously, scrutinizing his surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of any infected presence did his anxious heart begin to ease slightly. Yet, even then, he maintained a high level of alertness. After a thorough search, Tang Xiangrong concluded that the store was indeed devoid of any threats. At that moment, he finally exhaled a long-held breath, feeling utterly drained by what was, in essence, a simple task. Satisfied that no danger lurked within the shop, he took a deep breath, hastening to the entrance and gently grasping the cold doorknob. His movements were exceedingly careful, as if the slightest noise might awaken some dreadful entity. As he turned the knob, a faint click echoed ominously in the stillness. Slowly, he pushed the glass door open, the hinges creaking slightly. Nervously swallowing, he strained to listen for any unusual sounds. Once assured of silence, he turned to Zhang Han and the others outside, lowering his voice. "Brother Zhang, I've thoroughly checked inside. There's really nothing to worry about. You can rest assured." Standing nearby, Zhang Han nodded slightly, acknowledging Tang Xiangrong's words. Yet his expression remained solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively instructed Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei. "You two go ahead. Scout the path, I'll follow closely behind. We need to be prepared for anything." Although Tang Xiangrong had conducted an inspection, Zhang Han still felt a lingering unease. Zhu Dachong and Lu Jiwei exchanged glances. Despite their own trepidation, they nodded without hesitation and stepped into the shop. They moved lightly, striving to make no sound, weapons gripped tightly, ever watchful. Zhang Han trailed closely, his eyes scanning every corner, leaving no potential danger unnoticed. The group stealthily entered the shop, remaining vigilant rather than relaxing. They split up, some checking beneath the shelves, others peering behind the counters, while a few ventured into the restroom to investigate. Each person remained focused, unwilling to let their guard down for a moment. After a thorough examination, they ultimately confirmed the absence of any threats. At this juncture, Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, the last to enter, quickly took action. Together, they maneuvered the heavy cash register to block the glass door, piling various items on top to reinforce the barrier. Then, they found some clothing and cleverly hung it at the entrance, creating a simple screen to obscure their presence. At this point, the group needed no further instruction from Zhang Han. They instinctively understood how to conceal themselves, avoiding detection by the terrifying infected. Having completed their tasks, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their weary bodies sinking slowly to the ground, ready to rest for a moment. Once seated, Zhang Han noticed the curious and puzzled gazes directed at him by the others in the shop. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and began to explain. "Earlier, those planes flying slowly through the sky, judging by their appearance and model, are undoubtedly bombers. As for their sudden arrival, we cannot yet ascertain their intentions. However, if those aircraft are laden with bombs, the potential consequences are likely self-evident, aren't they? Moreover, given the current situation, we can no longer harbor unrealistic expectations of the military." Upon hearing Zhang Han's insightful explanation, the group nodded in realization, understanding the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if those bombers were indeed targeting this already devastated area, the horrors that might ensue were unfathomable. Chapter 26. The Flyers. Seizing this rare moment of respite, Zhang Han took the opportunity to address the group. "Everyone, Earlier, while searching the streets, we were fortunate to find some scattered supplies, including a small portion of food. While it isn't much, it should suffice to tide us over for now. This announcement was akin to a divine revelation for the weary individuals who had been laboring since dawn, now approaching noon without a morsel to eat. Instantly, jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Hooray! Following this, the group, burdened with their overflowing backpacks, others had also gathered discarded bags along the way, cautiously extracted the various food items they had painstakingly collected, arranging them neatly on the ground. The array of food before them was a feast for the eyes. 8 neatly stacked blocks of N90 compressed biscuits, 3 large bags of instant noodles wafting an enticing aroma, 2 hefty cans of braised pork that made one's mouth water, and dainty, exquisitely packaged 100-gram chocolates alongside 13 bottles of clear, 500 ml drinking water. Zhang Han, with a determined gaze fixed upon the food, spoke steadily. Now, let us allocate these supplies. First, each person may take a pack of compressed biscuits. As he spoke, he distributed the biscuits to each individual in turn. Then, he turned to Lu Bo, Zhao Gang, and Zhu Dachong, adding with a smile, "You 3 have bravely fought in the store and performed exceptionally well, so I shall reward each of you with an additional pack of instant noodles." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo and the others beamed with delight. Subsequently, Zhang Han pointed at the cans of braised pork and said, "As for these cans, let us divide them equally." He skillfully divided the cans into equal portions, ensuring that everyone could savor this delicacy. When it came to the drinking water, Zhang Han continued to organize. Everyone may take 2 bottles of water each. Once those are consumed, there will be no more supplies. So do remember to conserve your intake. However, since Li Ming has some water in his backpack, he will only receive 1 bottle this time. Li Ming nodded in understanding. After all the distribution plans were articulated, Zhang Han surveyed the group with a piercing gaze. Seeing no objections or dissenters, he nodded in satisfaction and began to methodically distribute the food at S. For the enticing pack of chocolate, he unhesitatingly stowed it away in his own backpack. As the group received their respective rations, they could no longer contain their inner joy and desire. They eagerly tore open the food packaging and devoured it ravenously. Some chewed on the compressed biscuits, producing a crunching sound. Others impatiently opened their noodle bags, ready to relish the delicious instant noodles, while others delicately pried open the cans of braised pork, letting the rich aroma of meat permeate the air. For these individuals, who had endured numerous hardships to acquire food, every bite was precious, and every flavor worthy of savoring. The 3 who received an extra pack of instant noodles felt an indescribable surge of pride within. This seemingly insignificant pack of noodles held profound significance for them, as it represented Zhang Han's high recognition and affirmation of their courage to engage closely with the infected. The distribution of food concluded in an orderly manner. The previously tense atmosphere within the group instantly transformed into one of ease and relaxation. Each person wore a hint of satisfaction on their faces. Zhang Han silently observed the sight of everyone devouring their food. Feeling an influx of complex and inscrutable emotions, he deeply understood that in such a cruel and harsh post-apocalyptic environment, food and clean water were essential to sustaining life. If the most basic necessities for survival could not be adequately provided, then even with overwhelming force to impose control, this group would inevitably rise in rebellion or scatter in flight. As for those who had received only a single block of compressed biscuits, whether they would be able to satiate their hunger was clearly beyond Zhang Han's considerations. After all, in his view, to maintain the stability of this team over the long term, there must be a clear system of rewards and punishments. Otherwise, if everyone received the same meager reward, a single block of compressed biscuit, regardless of their participation in fierce battles against the infected, who would be willing to risk their lives against those terrifying foes? Would they really rely solely on brute force to coerce compliance? The answer was naturally a resounding no. Despite the seemingly trivial task of food distribution, it became a pivotal point in determining the future direction of the squad. This opportunity must be seized to clearly delineate the hierarchy among team members. Otherwise, as time passed, various conflicts and issues would accumulate and intensify, ultimately leading to unforeseen disasters. As the leader of the squad, he needed to unhesitatingly exhibit a strong and ruthless side. After all, given his severe leg injury and limited mobility, failing to maintain control over his subordinates could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Han was acutely aware of the complexities and ugliness of human nature. Once they sensed his vulnerability, these seemingly obedient pawns might ruthlessly discard him as a burden, leaving him to fend for himself. At that point, he would be left with no escape route. After the group rested for a while, Zhang Han scanned the room, observing the whispers and hushed discussions among the members, then raised his voice. Zhu Dachong and Li Ming, you two should thoroughly search this store to see if you can find any food or useful weapons. Currently, we have no supplies, so let us see if there is anything here that might be of use to us. The others, hearing that their names were not called, turned their attention back to their conversations. Zhu Dachong and Li Ming, who had just settled down for a brief respite, felt a twinge of reluctance upon hearing this. However, they gritted their teeth and, albeit begrudgingly, stood up from their seats to begin a meticulous search of the store. Deep down, they understood that Zhang Han's words were solid truths. If they did not promptly find something useful, the path ahead would likely become even more arduous. However, this was merely an ordinary labor protection supplies store. How much food or formidable weapons could they possibly find here? With this doubt in mind, the two began to act separately, rummaging through boxes and inspecting corners, both unwilling to let a moment of negligence slip by. As seconds ticked by, their faces gradually revealed expressions of disappointment. After a flurry of searching, Zhu Dachong, feeling dejected, approached Zhang Han, who was leaning against a stool, straining to retrieve a roll of bandages from his backpack, carefully wrapping it around his swollen knee. With a downcast demeanor, Zhu Dachong spoke, Brother Zhang, we've thoroughly searched this place inside and out, but the only thing we found was a water dispenser with barely half a tank of water left. As for food, we didn't see a trace. The only weapon we found was a solid steel pipe that Li Ming got lucky with. After speaking, he let out a long sigh, feeling that their meager haul was pitifully inadequate. Zhang Han, suppressing the pain, lifted his head, his expression slightly contorted. Yet his voice remained resolute as he addressed Zhu Dachong. Do not dwell on despair. Even if it is little, having something is better than having nothing. Collect those empty water bottles and refill them. Have Li Ming hand over the steel pipes to Zhao Gang. After all, he has faced the infected head-on and is a construction worker with greater strength than you all. Thus, entrusting them to him is the wisest choice. After finishing, Zhang Han paid no further heed to Zhu Dachong and concentrated on treating his knee. For him, proper handling of the knee injury was crucial to ensuring his mobility in the upcoming actions. He meticulously wrapped the bandages around his knee until the swollen area was securely bound. Taking a deep breath, he felt a temporary sense of relief. At least, this would allow him to move more flexibly and conveniently in the subsequent actions. Once Zhang Han had attended to his knee, Li Ming, who had been vigilantly observing the situation outside, quietly leaned in and whispered to Zhang Han, Brother Zhang, the roar of airplanes outside seems to have faded. But they dropped a bunch of white flyers. Should we send someone out to retrieve a few and see what they say? Zhang Han pondered for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, and slowly replied, We need to carefully survey our surroundings to ensure there are no lurking dangers. Once it's safe, let us have Lu Jiwei go out and gather a few flyers. Those papers might contain the government's latest announcements, which are crucial for us. Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately turned and strode purposefully towards Lu Jiwei, who was resting on the ground. He bent down, patted Lu Jiwei's shoulder, and firmly stated, Brother Zhang has spoken. He said that once the outside is confirmed safe, you must go out and collect a few flyers. Those might contain essential government notifications we urgently need. Lu Jiwei, upon hearing this, reluctantly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Han, who was carefully inspecting his handgun. Deep down, he understood that the street outside might have attracted those terrifying infected due to the noise of the airplanes. If he recklessly ventured out, wouldn't he be walking into a trap, becoming prey for those monsters? Despite the shadows of hesitation and fear enveloping his heart, he was acutely aware that he stood at the crossroads of fate. With no retreat in sight, Go falter would invite the wrath of Zhang Han, whose formidable authority brooked no challenge. Thus, he steeled himself, grasping the hammer resting on the ground, akin to a ravenous wolf poised to strike. Silently inching toward the store's window, he cautiously peered through the narrow crevice, scanning the street for any signs of danger. Aside from the white flyers stirred by the wind, the street appeared eerily still. He waited until he was certain the vicinity posed no potential threats, then carefully pushed the door open and dashed into the street. His movements were swift yet deliberate. After collecting a few flyers, he promptly returned to the shop. Upon re-entering, Lu Jiwei handed the flyers to Zhang Han, who received them and began to read intently. The content read as follows: Dear residents of Linhai City, we are facing an unprecedented crisis. A terrifying, bloodthirsty infectious virus is ravaging our city, stealthily claiming countless innocent lives like a devil. Our once vibrant Linhai City is now besieged by an unparalleled catastrophe. In order to prevent this disaster from spreading further and to safeguard more lives, the government has made a difficult decision after careful deliberation. Should the virus continue to spread to Area C, we will be compelled to take extreme measures, conducting indiscriminate bombings across Linhai City. This is a painful choice, but to protect more lives, we must proceed. We understand how shocking and frightening this news is for you. But please trust that our aim is to safeguard every survivor. Therefore, we implore all survivors to take immediate action and seek safe havens nearby. To ensure your safety, please adhere to the following guidelines. Steer clear of tall buildings and densely populated areas, as these may become breeding grounds for the virus. Gather sufficient supplies, including food, water, and medical essentials, for unforeseen circumstances. Seek safe refuge, such as underground parking lots, subway stations, or underground malls, which can offer some protection from the impending bombings. We are acutely aware that this bombing will result in significant casualties, but remember, our goal is to protect your lives. In this trying time, let us unite and collectively confront this disaster. Supreme Command of the Defense of the United Star Alliance, November 4, 2026. After reading the flyer, Zhang Han remained silent for a prolonged moment, gripping the lightweight paper as though it bore an unbearable weight. Each phrase echoed in his mind, each line piercing his heart like a dagger. He had thought himself mentally prepared, yet the stark reality before him caused his heart to constrict involuntarily, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Were they ultimately to be forsaken for the greater good? A bitter wave surged within him, his eyes betraying a sense of confusion and resentment, as if questioning the injustice of fate. He passed the flyer to the hopeful crowd, remaining quietly seated as he contemplated a shadowy corner of the dimly lit shop. The tranquility of the establishment was shattered by the arrival of the flyer, akin to a bomb detonating amidst a crowd, stirring a tempest of chaos. Lu Bo, typically the optimist, now appeared as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Gazing blankly at the ceiling, lips quivering as he muttered, "How could this be? This is impossible." His eyes were filled with disbelief, as though the world had flipped upside down before him. Zhao Gang, the usually composed construction worker, now seemed somewhat helpless. He patted Lu Bo's shoulder, his tone heavy with gravity. "Nephew, reality is brutally harsh. We have been abandoned. Now, we must consider how to survive in this chaotic world." Tang Xiangrong, the timid soul who often hid behind others, now had tears glistening in his eyes, his hands clutching his clothing as if seeking the last vestige of comfort. Meanwhile, Lu Jiwei, the boy who always feigned strength, could no longer hold back his tears. For them, the military's rescue had been their sole hope to persevere, but now that hope had morphed into profound despair. Zhu Dachong, the typically boisterous giant, appeared drained of all vigor, slumped on the floor. Staring vacantly at the door, a figure rendered utterly solitary in the shop's dimness, Li Ming, his eyes wide and face flushed, bellowed in anguish, "Why? Why us?" His voice seemed to threaten to shatter the ceiling above. As his rage erupted, Li Ming, seemingly unhinged, began to vent his frustrations violently. He swept items off the shelves with both hands, causing the neatly arranged products to scatter chaotically across the floor, some rolling far away. After a moment's pause, feeling that this was insufficient to quell his fury, he charged forward, exerting all his strength to topple an entire shelf. The resounding crash reverberated through the shop, stirring dust and debris. Drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 27. The Fall of Area C1. Have you lost your mind? Are you so afraid of the infected outside that you forget we have people in here? Zhang Han thundered, his voice low and seething with anger, as if the very room trembled at his fury. He sprang from his chair, enduring the sharp pain in his knee, and rushed to confront Li Ming. Seizing him by the collar with a grip as unyielding as a vice, Zhang Han exerted such force that it seemed he would tear the fabric apart. His left hand was not idle either. Swiftly drawing a pistol from his holster and pressing it unhesitatingly against the back of Li Ming's head, at that moment, Zhang Han's face was a mask of fury, eyes wide and ablaze with an intense fire that sent chills down the spine. In that instant of Zhang Han's intervention, Li Ming was caught off guard, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Instinctively, he turned to break free from Zhang Han's grasp, attempting to shove him aside. However, when his gaze fell upon the ominous muzzle of the gun, a shock coursed through him, and his chaotic thoughts sharpened into clarity. Fear surged within him like a tidal wave, draining his strength until he felt as though he had deflated, collapsing like a punctured balloon. Li Ming slumped against the fallen shelf, hands covering his face, tears streaming uncontrollably through his fingers. My family is all in this city. But now, I have no idea if they are alive or dead. Even worse, the government plans to bomb the city. I truly don't know what to do. At that moment, the government's bombing announcement struck each heart like a thunderbolt, shattering the last remnants of hope. With no supplies, no rescue teams, and even the retreat completely severed, the fall of Area C seemed inevitable, a mere question of time. Zhang Han stood there, expressionless, entirely disregarding the sobbing Li Ming at his feet. He slowly turned his head, surveying the store filled with those teetering on the brink of despair and collapse, then inhaled deeply, speaking in a low yet resolute voice. Ladies and gentlemen, to be frank, I, Zhang Han, am not well educated. I dropped out of school after elementary. Yet despite this, I am certain of one thing. Only by surviving can we harbor hope. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, the previously sorrowful crowd lifted their heads, their gazes converging upon him in unison. Sensing their attention, Zhang Han hesitated for a moment before continuing. Given the current situation, we certainly cannot venture into Area C. If, along our way to Area C, it suddenly falls, we will be met with a relentless and unexpected bombardment. At that point, we may not have a single chance of survival. As he spoke, Zhang Han raised his voice slightly, gesturing emphatically to reinforce his point. Therefore, in this circumstance, our utmost priority is to act swiftly. Our primary task is to gather as many food resources as possible and to assemble all essential supplies for survival. Additionally, we must urgently seek out a sufficiently safe refuge to successfully evade the impending air raids. Remember, while some of you may have already lost loved ones, the more we face such adversity, the more we must grit our teeth and fight to survive. We cannot afford to wallow in despair. With his words hanging in the air, Zhang Han, despite the pain in his knee, took a determined step forward, bending down to lift the still-sitting Li Ming with a firm grip. Subsequently, he tenderly and meticulously tidied up Li Ming's slightly disheveled clothing. Gently brushing away the dust that clung to it, upon completing this task, Zhang Han gazed at Li Ming's tear-streaked visage, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Indeed, how he wished to unburden his own heart of the profound anguish and sorrow. Just like everyone else, however, in this critical moment, he was acutely aware that he must not falter, for so many relied on him to guide them out of this predicament and seek a glimmer of hope. After listening to Zhang Han's impassioned yet somewhat mournful speech, Li Ming slowly raised his hand to wipe away the tears trickling from the corners of his eyes with determination. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress his sorrow, and feigned a resolute expression as he addressed Zhang Han, saying, "Brother Zhang, I understand," and no sooner had the words left his lips than he silently turned and walked towards the glass door, obscured by heavy debris. Upon reaching the door, Li Ming paused, crouching slightly and squinting through the gaps in the clutter to cautiously observe the situation outside. Meanwhile, the others in the store began to recover from their previous shock and fear, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in silent agreement before busily resuming their tasks. Each person focused intently, meticulously conducting a thorough search, fully aware that even the most inconspicuous item could potentially become the key to their survival. They understood that despite being trapped in such a dire situation, as long as they were alive, there remained a sliver of hope. However, if they were to perish, everything would be rendered meaningless, leaving behind only cold, infected corpses. Thus, regardless of the arduous challenges they faced, they had to grit their teeth and persevere, gradually adapting to this terrifying world, which bore no resemblance to the peaceful society of yore. The world had transformed into a harrowing spectacle akin to a hell on earth. At this moment, they truly grasped the profound meaning of the ancient adage, "Better to be a dog in peaceful times than a man in chaotic ones." While Zhang Han and his companions struggled desperately to survive, the situation in Area C was equally dire. if not deteriorating further. The once impenetrable outer defenses finally buckled under relentless waves of fierce attacks, succumbing to a merciless breach. A section of the quarantine wall began to tremble ominously before collapsing with a resounding crash. In that instant of collapse, a horde of infected surged forth like a black tide, flooding into the city. They resembled frenzied beasts, their eyes bloodshot and emitting low, guttural growls. The guards stationed at the quarantine wall fired furiously at the encroaching infected. Yet their bullets and shells seemed utterly ineffective against the onslaught. Despite the ferocity of their firepower, they were unable to stem the tide of these crazed adversaries. The infected seized everything they could find as weapons from the fallen city, wielding heavy hammers raised high, as if to smash everything in sight. Others brandished sturdy steel pipes, swinging them with the intent of breaking through the guards' lines. Moreover, within this vast throng of infected, some weaker yet unique infected entities assumed roles akin to commanders, issuing orders through distinctive means, rendering the assault more organized and strategic. Approximately 5 kilometers away from the front line, powerful special infected entities had yet to engage in the fray, standing as cold observers in the distance, silently watching the chaotic bloodshed, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to the guards. Coincidentally, the situation at the breach in the city wall grew increasingly perilous, as the majority of ammunition had been prioritized for the frontline troops. The internal resources of the city were severely depleted. Awaiting behind the quarantine wall were numerous police and armed officers, donned in heavy riot gear, swiftly assembling to form a solid human barrier, staunchly positioned behind the breach. What was once a formation capable of withstanding ordinary civilians now appeared as fragile as tofu, riddled with vulnerabilities under the relentless assault of the infected's overwhelming force. The well-trained and valiant police and armed officers found themselves retreating step by step in the face of this surging tide. Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the defensive line, reverberating through the air as if to pierce the heavens. Countless officers were mercilessly slain by the frenzied, unhinged infected, some even dragged from their tightly knit formations, akin to powerless lambs being taken away. Their lives seemed so insignificant and helpless against this horrific scene. Weapons of all kinds rained down upon the riot police's shields like torrential raindrops in a storm. The transparent or dark anti-riot shields bore deep and shallow scratches from the relentless onslaught, some even exhibiting visible dents. Each impact resonated with a heart-stopping thud, echoing in the air and sending shivers down spines. Riot Officer Luo Ji gripped his heavy shield with both hands, his gaze a mix of terror and determination. Fixated on the mass of infected surging toward him like a relentless tide, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like a string of broken pearls, one after another splattering onto the ground, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Not far ahead, a towering infected raised a massive iron hammer, bringing it down forcefully upon the shield of a riot officer in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the once impenetrable shield emitted a pained groan as the officer was violently knocked to the ground by the overwhelming force. Before the surrounding officers could react, the fallen officer was ruthlessly dragged into the suffocating sea of infected. Disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, witnessing his comrade fall, Luo Ji did not hesitate for a moment, stepping forward to fill the void. He gripped his solid baton tightly, swinging it with all his might at the relentless horde of infected. Gazing at the seemingly endless tide of infected, Luo Ji's heart was flooded with fear and despair. He did not wish to perish in such a manner, nor did he want to confront the grotesque, deranged faces of the infected. Yet, behind him lay millions of innocent civilians in Area C, all desperately hoping for someone to safeguard this last bastion of purity, sacrificing his own safety for the greater good. This thought echoed relentlessly in Luo Ji's mind. He understood that although the defenses in Area C were on the brink of collapse, holding out even a moment longer could grant the civilians a greater chance at survival. With this realization, he straightened his back, gripping his shield firmly, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. However, at the end of the day, he was merely an ordinary person, and how long could he withstand such a terrifying assault from the infected? An infected wielding a dagger lunged at him with claws outstretched in the blink of an eye. Luo Ji swiftly raised his shield, successfully blocking the incoming dagger. Immediately after, with his right hand gripping the baton, he swung with force, the baton carving an arc through the air, propelled by the howling wind and Luo Ji's fury. striking the infected's head with great force. The sound of the baton colliding with flesh was a dull yet powerful thud, sending the infected staggering backward from the impact. Before Luo Ji could catch his breath, another infected, clad in heavy riot gear and wielding a shield and baton, charged through the throng as if a ferocious beast, barreling directly toward Luo Ji. Despite the military's best efforts to concentrate fire on these well-equipped infected, a slip in their defenses allowed this individual to slip through. Faced with this fellow infected in identical gear, Luo Ji felt a surge of despair, fully aware that escaping death was unlikely. Yet this did not mean he would sit idly by and await his demise. He firmly grasped the riot shield, positioning it steadfastly before his chest, as if it were his final bastion of life. Simultaneously, he summoned all his strength with his right hand, swinging the baton with a fierce roar toward the infected. However, the infected reacted with remarkable agility, effortlessly swatting aside Luo Ji's shield, easily neutralizing his powerful strike. Realizing his all-out attack had been thwarted, Luo Ji felt a mix of shame and rage. "You wretched creature. Just wait. I'll make sure you pay for this," he spat, glaring at the infected in fury. Deprived of the opportunity to continue his verbal onslaught, the infected individual surged forward, brandishing a riot shield as if it were a mere extension of his formidable physique. Much like a ferocious beast pouncing upon its prey, his intent was unmistakable: to utilize his overwhelming momentum to topple Luo Ji to the ground, thereby breaching the impenetrable defense line. The sequence of events unfolded with alarming rapidity, leaving Luo Ji little time for contemplation or reaction. In the blink of an eye, the infected had closed the distance with the swiftness of a tempest. Despite Luo Ji's valiant effort to brace against the shield with his body, his resistance proved inconsequential against the sheer might of the assailant. With a resounding crash, Luo Ji was violently propelled away, akin to a kite severed from its string, inadvertently colliding with two riot police officers behind him, sending all three crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Lying there in a state of disarray, Luo Ji was acutely aware of a piercing pain radiating from his left arm. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he struggled to rise, only to discover that the arm which had gripped the riot shield was grotesquely twisted and broken, a sight that was both tragic and disheartening. The intruding infected individual, resembling a savage beast, relied on his immense physical stature, fortified by a robust helmet and heavy protective gear, wielding a solid shield as he menacingly advanced toward the encircling riot police. He swung his baton with reckless abandon, intent on inflicting chaos. Yet, the riot police displayed no hint of trepidation or retreat in the face of such a ferocious adversary. Gripping their batons firmly, their gazes were steadfast and piercing, ablaze with determination. Some even brandished sharp weapons that glimmered ominously, as if poised to rend the encroaching darkness asunder. Without hesitation, they engaged in a heart-stopping confrontation with the assailant who had breached their ranks. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Despite the officers' relentless assaults raining down upon the infected, these strikes were akin to mere tickles against a foe whose physical resilience and formidable armor rendered him impervious to harm. The infected remained unfazed, coldly surveying his overconfident adversaries. Seizing the moment, a courageous officer launched a fierce counterattack, raising his baton with the force of a thunderclap aimed directly at the infected. Alas, just as the baton was about to make contact, the infected unleashed a sudden, powerful swing of his own baton. The impact was thunderous, echoing through the air as the officer, caught too close, was struck squarely on the head. The helmet he wore crumpled under the force as if it were mere pottery, grotesquely contorted and rendered nearly unrecognizable. Reeling from such a devastating blow, the officer felt the world spin, a disorienting hum filling his ears. His legs buckled beneath him, his body swaying uncontrollably before finally collapsing onto the unforgiving ground. Motionless upon impact, his fate remained uncertain, leaving only the discarded riot shield to tremble upon the earth, the atmosphere thick with tension. In this fraught standoff, the riot police exchanged quick glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of hesitation and fear. They were acutely aware of the helmet's formidable design, crafted from specialized materials capable of withstanding typical violent impacts. Yet, they had just witnessed an astonishing display. An infected individual had effortlessly deformed the helmet with but a single blow from a solid baton, as though it were a shoddily made contraption. This revelation sent shockwaves through their ranks, sowing seeds of doubt regarding their equipment's ability to withstand such extraordinary force. An invisible pressure saturated the air, rendering the very oxygen scarce and suffocating. The officers' bodies tensed instinctively, hands gripping their shields and batons tightly. Though these tools had sufficed in countless emergencies, the prospect of confronting such a terrifying force diminished their resolve. Amidst the palpable dread, the infected individual reveled in the officer's apparent helplessness, unleashing a triumphant roar that reverberated through the skies, as if to shatter the heavens above. In that moment of chaos, a figure charged towards the infected, Luo Ji. Despite possessing only one intact arm, he raised his baton without a moment's hesitation, barreling towards the infected with unwavering determination. At that juncture, Luo Ji had cast aside his own survival, understanding that not only did his life hang in the balance, but the very fate of everyone in Zone C was perilously at stake. The infected, eyes ablaze with crimson fury, fixated on the one who had previously fallen before him. Incensed by Luo Ji's audacity to approach once more, the infected's rage ignited, and he raised his heavy baton high, channeling a torrent of wrath and terrifying power towards the defiant Luo Ji. With a resounding crack, the resilient baton bent under the tremendous force, resembling a furious serpent ready to strike. Luo Ji was sent hurtling backward as if propelled by cannon fire, crashing to the ground with a forceful thud. The blow landed squarely on his chest. Despite the thick protective gear he wore, it felt as fragile as parchment against the infected's astounding strength. Luo Ji distinctly heard the sickening sound of his ribs fracturing, a chilling reminder of mortality. Blood erupted from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him a deep crimson. Within moments, his body lay lifeless, devoid of vitality. Meanwhile, the other riot police, witnessing the destruction of the infected's baton, charged recklessly forward, desperate to vanquish this merciless foe. Yet, their efforts proved as futile as a moth attempting to halt a freight train. The infected, a whirlwind of chaos, struck left and right, leaving no one unscathed. As time wore on, the once cohesive formation of the riot police began to fray. With an ever-increasing tide of infected surging into their ranks, the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams filled the air, echoing like a phantasmagoric symphony of despair. The scene evoked the brutal horrors of ancient battlefields, sending shivers down the spine. Even more dire, some riot officers, caught in the fray, sustained injuries that led to their own infection, transforming them into new harbingers of chaos. The situation spiraled further into uncontrollable disarray. As the fall of Zone C appeared to be an inevitable reality, Chapter 28. The fall of Zone C, too. These accursed infected individuals seemed as relentless as weeds, sprouting anew with every attempt to eradicate them. Zhou Feng stood atop the isolation wall, gazing down at the throngs of infected surging like a relentless tide, his anger boiling over in vehement curses. Sweat and grime mingled on his face, a testament to his exhaustion and despair. After venting his frustrations, Zhou Feng swiftly bent down to remove the spent magazine from his weapon, deftly retrieving a fresh one from his waist and inserting it with practiced ease. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air from a short distance away. "Medic! Where are the medics? Help me! Adopt my arm!" A soldier clutched his right arm, where a thick steel rod had pierced through, blood gushing from the wound and staining the ground beneath him. His face contorted in agony, he cried out for assistance. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries, Zhou Feng's heart jolted, yet he stifled the urge to turn and look. He understood that witnessing his comrade's horrific plight might shatter his resolve to continue fighting, perhaps even compel him to flee from this nightmarish scene. In the current dire circumstances, the hope of receiving timely medical aid from the medics was nearly a fantasy. Zhou Feng sighed deeply, redirecting his focus to the encroaching horde of infected. The defensive line in Zone C had become increasingly precarious. Aside from a handful of troops tasked with maintaining order and securing key areas, all capable personnel were concentrated here, fending off the infected's relentless assault. The medics were already overwhelmed, unable to tend to every wounded soldier. Zhou Feng gently shook his head, as if attempting to dislodge the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he refocused on his tightly gripped rifle. At this moment, he could afford no distractions. The infected had seemingly grown more cunning, now employing various tools to assault the soldiers stationed above. Rusted steel rods and an array of dilapidated weapons rained down upon the isolation wall like a relentless storm. From a distance, the isolation wall in Zone C of the coastal city is already densely pierced by projectiles. Resembling a colossal hedgehog bristling with sharp quills, instilling a sense of dread. The relentless barrage of thrown objects keeps Zhou Feng on high alert. He must remain vigilant, scrutinizing every potential danger lurking in the shadows. The cacophony of gunfire echoes along the defensive line, a deafening symphony that leaves his ears buzzing, even inducing a mild case of tinnitus. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, infiltrating his nostrils with an insistent tenacity. Zhou Feng instinctively blows his nose in an attempt to dispel the noxious fumes, but the effort proves futile. Damn, it seems I might lose my sense of smell. He mutters in exasperation. He adjusts his helmet and tightens his grip on the rifle, cautiously leaning out to aim at the infected below, firing with cold precision. After an extended period of fierce combat, his ammunition supply is dwindling, rendering him unable to unleash the same indiscriminate fire as before. Just as he successfully dispatches a grotesque infected wielding a watermelon knife, he leans out to observe the fallen foe when his peripheral vision catches a dark shadow hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Before he can react, a brick hurtles into his line of sight, enlarging with alarming rapidity. With a resounding thud, the brick strikes Zhou Feng's head squarely. In an instant, darkness envelopes him, as if the world has ceased to turn. His body sways, feeling as though all strength has been siphoned away, collapsing limply to the ground, and his tightly gripped rifle slips from his grasp. Time becomes indistinct. Zhou Feng, in a daze, senses someone vigorously shaking him. Wake up! Wake up! The breach has been compromised, and the police line has completely collapsed. We must retreat immediately and reorganize a new defensive line. The urgent shouts reverberate in his ears. Zhou Feng slowly opens his heavy eyelids. Initially bewildered and disoriented, clearly not fully awake. Gradually, he begins to grasp his surroundings, soon feeling a dull ache in his neck and spine. Despite the helmet providing some protection, the force of the brick's impact has nonetheless injured him. Zhou Feng instinctively reaches for the wounded area, unable to suppress a pained groan. Before he can fully recover, he hears his squad leader's anxious call from ahead. The deafening voice draws his attention back to focus. What is happening, squad leader? Zhou Feng asks, clutching his injured neck while awkwardly bending down to retrieve his fallen rifle. He gazes at the squad leader, confusion and concern etched on his face. Noticing Zhou Feng's lack of response to his earlier words, the squad leader realizes that further explanation would be futile. Without hesitation, he seizes Zhou Feng's arm and turns to sprint backward. The squad leader's immense strength causes Zhou Feng to stumble, losing his balance in an instant. As his neck jolts violently, a sharp pain surges again. Damn it! Zhou Feng can't help but emit another groan of agony. At this moment, he silently laments, is this a race to the afterlife? Why the rush? Could it be that the defensive line has completely crumbled? As they retreat to the street, the squad leader hardly pauses for breath, casually draping his rifle over his neck, panting heavily. He succinctly conveys the dire situation to Zhou Feng. Listen closely, the breach is completely compromised, and the infected are surging into the defense line like a tide. The line we staunchly held is now meaningless. The command center has issued an urgent order for us to head to densely populated areas and re-establish a new line of defense against the enemy's assault. Zhou Feng grips his neck tightly, as if this could alleviate the pain. His other hand clutches the heavy rifle, and his mind feels as though it's about to explode. The breach, once defended by nearly 4,000 police and armed police personnel, has collapsed in such a short span of time. He gasps in disbelief. How could this happen? Zhou Feng murmurs. It's only been less than 20 minutes. He cannot fathom that the defense line at the breach could be breached so swiftly. To make matters worse, the higher-ups have commanded them to hastily relocate to establish a new line of defense. How could that even be feasible? Zhou Feng internally groans. The rear line is not yet fully established. If they retreat now, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Yet, military orders are absolute, and as an ordinary soldier, what choice does he have but to comply? Clutching his neck, Zhou Feng helplessly observes his comrades retreating from the defense line. Each of them appears haggard, their faces smeared with soot and dust. The once resolute expressions are now replaced with fear, clearly caught off guard by the sudden retreat order. Sigh, No choice but to take it one step at a time. Zhou Feng thinks, self-deprecatingly reflecting, what can we lowly soldiers do? Wherever they say to go, we must follow. As he watches the throng of retreating individuals surge like a tide, his heart grows heavier, yet powerless to resist. Zhou Feng is swept along with the crowd, the ground uneven beneath his feet, causing him to stumble. He dares not halt, gritting his teeth and trudging onward as he rushes past a sealed-off area. He glances back, witnessing a flimsy defense line, the sandbag barricades appearing so fragile that a gust of wind could scatter them. Fewer than 20 armed police and soldiers hunker behind the sandbags, their expressions equally rife with tension and unease. Armed only with rifles and handguns, without heavy weaponry support, a sense of despair washes over Zhou Feng. What the hell? Not even a single heavy weapon. This is tantamount to seeking death, Zhou Feng exclaims in shock and anger, urgently querying the squad leader. When we had ample heavy fire support, we struggled against the infected tide. How can they hold their ground with so few personnel? The squad leader slightly turns his head, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. After a nonchalant glance at Zhou Feng, he coolly responds, they're merely there to buy time. The main force at the rear urgently needs them to secure precious moments. Besides, there are plenty more small-scale blocking positions ahead. Zhou Feng's heart jolts at these words, a wave of desolation enveloping him. Go barter lives for time. This approach is utterly cruel, he murmurs. Has the situation deteriorated to the point where we must rely on sacrificing numerous lives just to delay the inevitable? To afford the main force more time to prepare, countless small units are dispatched to act as cannon fodder, halting the spread of the infected. As Zhou Feng sprints alongside the others, traversing one makeshift defense line after another, each crossing cools his once fervent heart. He can't help but ponder, if he were not part of the illustrious 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade, would he too become one of those abandoned like the police and armed police? Merely a pawn in this war? The thought prompts a bitter laugh from Zhou Feng, a sound laced with helplessness and sorrow. Adios, laughable, this absurd predicament. When will it ever end? As they continue to retreat, Zhou Feng and his companions finally arrive at the intersection of the municipal center. The sight is breathtaking. Nearly 600 fully armed soldiers hurriedly establish a defense line, soldiers darting about with ammunition crates. A cacophony of noise yet strikingly orderly. Two massive main battle tanks loom like steel behemoths, while several armored personnel carriers are strategically positioned throughout, forming an impregnable barrier. A group of industrious engineers is diligently constructing firing positions within the buildings lining the street. Their movements are deft and methodical as they carve out meticulously designed shooting ports in the towering high-rises. Trained soldiers swiftly set up various heavy weaponry at these firing points, including the formidable 87 Type 35mm automatic grenade launchers and the ferocious 89 Type heavy machine guns. These formidable fire points are strategically distributed across key locations on the street, creating a web of crossfire to effectively deplete the infected upon their arrival. Just as Zhou Feng and his companions prepare to swiftly traverse this seemingly impenetrable defense to continue onward, a lean, serious-looking major suddenly appears before them, extending a hand to block their path. The officer's keen gaze swept over the crowd, coming to rest upon the insignia on Sergeant Zhou Feng's shoulder. He then proclaimed loudly, "You have arrived just in time. The situation on C12 Street is dire and urgently requires reinforcements. There is but a single tank, 2 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, and fewer than 200 soldiers stationed there. I command you to lead your squad to provide immediate support." Zhou Feng and his comrades, recently withdrawn from the front line where they had battled the infected, appeared weary and disheveled. They had not even had a moment to drink water when they received the officer's stern order. The squad leader, a sergeant of modest stature, stepped forward without hesitation to retort, "Sir, our explicit orders were to proceed to C3 Street for defense, not the C12 you mentioned." After declaring this, he decisively gestured for the soldiers behind him to continue their withdrawal. However, the officer showed no intention of relenting. The obstacles set up at the intersection remained firmly in place, blocking their path. With a grave expression, the officer slowly articulated, "C3 Street is already under the protection of the 373rd Armored Regiment. Your presence there would only complicate matters. May I inquire, which unit do you belong to?" Zhou Feng's squad leader immediately stood tall, saluted sharply, and responded, reporting, "Sir, we are from the 439th Armored Infantry Regiment." The officer nodded slightly. acknowledging the information before stating gravely, "That is indeed correct. According to the latest intelligence, your 439th Regiment has been scattered in the previous engagements. Currently, all units withdrawn from the front lines must be restructured and reassigned to bolster the defenses where personnel are lacking. So, do not dawdle, set off swiftly for C-12 Street. The situation there is extremely critical. The infected may have already reached that location, and your fresh forces are urgently needed." Zhou Feng and his comrades exchanged glances, their faces betraying an unmistakable air of uncertainty. The officer spoke with unwavering conviction, yet his assertions stirred doubt within them. Nonetheless, the harsh reality before them seemed to validate the officer's claims. Their once unified 439th Armored Infantry Regiment was now a mere shadow of its former self. Fragmented and disorganized, the meticulously structured formation had long since crumbled, and even before their withdrawal, the entire unit had been severely understrengthened. The root cause of this predicament lay in the deadly weapons unleashed by the infected from below. These armaments fell like rain, inflicting tremendous casualties upon the 439th Armored Infantry Regiment, leaving the unit severely weakened and its ranks thinned. Yes, sir. Despite his unwillingness, Zhou Feng's squad leader understood that military orders were not to be defied. Thus, he gritted his teeth and accepted the command, turning to lead the soldiers, including Zhou Feng, hastily towards C-12 Street. Watching Zhou Feng and his comrades fade into the distance until they vanished from sight, the major officer could not suppress a deep sigh. He was acutely aware that the defensive strength on C-12 Street was already alarmingly weak, and dispatching such a limited and under-equipped reinforcement would surely result in a grievous toll. It was merely a desperate struggle. With this thought, the major's heart grew heavy with concern. He instinctively rubbed his hands, which had become somewhat numb from the cold, and then leapt gracefully from the top of the armored vehicle. As he landed, a biting gust of wind struck him, causing him to shiver. The officer muttered under his breath, "This damned weather is growing ever colder. I cannot fathom how long this war will endure." A soldier burdened with a light machine gun, panting heavily, stumbled to the squad leader's side, the weight of the weapon causing him to stagger. With urgency, he asked, "Squad leader, do you think we stand a chance of survival on C-12 Street? It's the front line against the infected, and our numbers are so limited. We can't just be cannon fodder, can we?" The squad leader fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes resolute. "If we must become cannon fodder, then so be it. A soldier's duty is to obey orders." Upon hearing the squad leader's words, Zhou Feng clutched his throat, feeling the weight of his rifle grow unbearably heavy. Being a soldier, what a noble identity and profession it was. Gazing at the billowing black smoke rising in the distance, remnants of the military burning fuel and various debris, it resembled a colossal dragon coiling in the sky, devouring the surrounding air and casting a pall over the heavens. The crackling of burning fuel and debris released a pungent odor, mingled with a sense of desperate finality. The intense heat of the flames and the density of the smoke formed their last line of defense. Striving to delay the advance of the infected and buy precious time, he recalled the ancient signal fires, a call for aid amidst warfare. Yet, tragically, Linghai City had no banners of reinforcements, no horns of allies, only this solitary black smoke telling the tale of the city's isolation and despair. The inhabitants of the city felt akin to toys discarded in a refuse bin. Once vibrant and glorious, they now languished in bleakness. A sudden gust of cold wind swept past Zhou Feng, causing him to feel a chill in his legs. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he discovered that his combat trousers had become tattered from countless battles and retreats, the fabric stained with dirt and blood, each tear a testament to his struggle against the infected. Zhou Feng's hand unconsciously brushed over the holes, a wave of indescribable bitterness welling up within him, temporarily shutting out the distant screams, explosions, and gunfire. He found his thoughts wandering to merely 20 years of age. He was at the pinnacle of youth, brimming with dreams and aspirations. He envisioned his distant home, remembered the warm smiles of his parents, and felt their endless love and expectations. He yearned to survive and return to that loving place, to the home he cherished. He longed to tell his parents how deeply he missed them, to embrace them and share his experiences and feelings. He envisioned a future where he could marry a gentle and virtuous wife, together building a cozy family. He imagined fathering a bouncy little boy, watching him grow day by day, teaching him to walk, to talk, and to become a true man. He yearned to experience the joy and responsibility of fatherhood. Yet now, he faced the brutal reality. The relentless pursuit of the infected behind him would not allow him to fulfill those dreams. Those damned infected cared only for flesh and the spread of the virus. Chapter 29. The complete fall of Linghai City. On the road leading to C-12, a torrent of evacuees hurriedly carried their belongings. Their steps frantic and chaotic, rushing towards the rear where the military had established a defensive line. Along the way, the sounds of people discarding their possessions in panic mingled with the heart-wrenching cries of those who had become separated from their loved ones within the throng. Among the fleeing crowds, those in front were already panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Yet the terror of the infected looming behind compelled them to press on. A man clad in a black shirt, clutching a plastic bag filled with belongings, shouted hoarsely, "The people ahead can't run anymore. Make way, please. We have many others behind us." In a rush, in the midst of the bustling crowd, a woman in her 30s anxiously grasped the hand of a child of around 10. As she strained to push through the throng, she cried out repeatedly, "Husband, where are you? I'm so scared." The child, terrified by the tumultuous scene, clung tightly to his mother's side. "Everyone, move faster. The infected are getting closer," someone yelled in sheer panic. Upon hearing this, a collective fear gripped the hearts of the crowd, and they longed to escape this dreadful place. Not far off, the military's defensive line was unleashing 82mm mortar shells that whistled through the air, tracing vibrant yet terrifying arcs as they sped towards the sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek that culminated in thunderous explosions behind the crowd. Each detonation stirred up clouds of dust, further amplifying the terror among the already panicked masses, sending them scattering in all directions. Several armed helicopters flew over the fleeing crowd, their massive rotors spinning rapidly, creating gusts of wind reminiscent of a ferocious beast, ruthlessly battering the ground and stirring up dust. The terrified crowd looked up at the helicopters receding into the distance, their voices hoarse from shouting, "Hurry down and save us. We don't want to die." Their cries, filled with fear and despair, echoed in the air, lingering long after. Amidst the fleeing throngs, Zhou Feng concealed himself in a corner on the first floor of a building. He clutched his rifle tightly. After a prolonged absence of water, his lips had cracked and even begun to bleed. He instinctively extended his tongue, gently licking his painfully chapped lips. Subsequently, he slowly removed the battle-worn gloves from his hands, revealing palms marred by scars and dirt. Zhou Feng's complexion was strikingly pale, devoid of any color. His voice trembled as he muttered to himself, "Is it possible that when our defenses collapsed, the crowd had not fully evacuated?" His words betrayed a profound sense of anxiety and guilt. Beside him, a soldier wielding a light machine gun crouched at the firing port, scratching his itchy arm with his other hand, before turning to Zhou Feng and saying, "You're overthinking it." The situation was far too dire. The gap in our line, manned by the police, could not withstand the onslaught of those frenzied infected. It fell in an instant. If we hadn't acted swiftly to retreat, we would likely have already joined their ranks. And you wouldn't be here speaking now, let alone those ordinary civilians who didn't manage to evacuate. Zhou Feng slightly leaned to the side, striving to meet the gaze of a light machine gunner beside him. His brow furrowed tightly, and with a serious and anxious expression, he said, "Do the lives of these civilians truly hold so little value that they are not worth our effort to save? Even in the most arduous circumstances, we are fully capable of establishing a new defensive line during our retreat. This would at least grant them some precious time to escape." Hearing Zhou Feng's naive and idealistic speech, the seasoned, older light machine gunner slowly turned his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation and pity. He gazed intently at Zhou Feng's youthful yet resolute face before softly responding, "Young one, you are still too naive. Think carefully. Our retreating troops lack the support of powerful heavy weaponry, and the ammunition we carry is exceedingly limited. Under such circumstances, how long can we possibly hold back the enemy? Moreover, I must impart a harsh truth that may chill your heart. As long as we soldiers remain alive, even if only for a moment longer, we can afford those defenseless civilians a sliver of survival. However, should we all perish on the front lines, those civilians would be nothing more than fish on a chopping board, helpless to resist." After hearing the light machine gunner's unvarnished words, a wave of intense frustration and grievance surged within Zhou Feng. He opened his mouth, wishing to further defend his viewpoint, yet only managed a few inaudible murmurs, as if something was lodged in his throat, preventing him from producing any sound. Indeed, at this moment, for the beleaguered city of Linhai, every ounce of armed force was undeniably precious and indispensable. Zhou Feng fell silent, aware that events had already transpired, and further debate held no significance. He slowly turned his head, peering through the narrow firing port beside him to observe the busy engineers on the street. These engineers were diligently and methodically laying down cold and sturdy barbed wire in front of the sandbags. The purpose of the barbed wire was twofold. Firstly, to thwart the relentless and terrifying advance of the infected. Secondly, to block the path of the already irrational and emotionally unhinged civilians. To this end, the engineers deliberately left a narrow gap of approximately 3 meters in the center of the road, compelling anyone wishing to pass through to use this singular route. Zhou Feng occupied the ground floor of the building, which had been meticulously modified by the engineers. They had quickly carved out numerous firing ports of varying sizes in the wall facing the infected. Each port measured approximately 50 centimeters in length and roughly 40 centimeters in width. These numerous firing ports were densely arranged, resembling a beehive that covered the entire wall. Although the fortification was well constructed, this level was devoid of any heavy weaponry. The only defenders present were Zhou Feng's light infantry squad, totaling no more than 10 men. The second and third floors had constructed a couple of heavy machine gun firing ports, each staffed by a mere 7 or 8 soldiers. The forces on C12 Street were exceedingly sparse. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the street. "Airplane! Look, it's a jet fighter!" A soldier manning the 20mm cannon of a Type 92 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle had spotted movement in the sky and excitedly pointed upward, shouting hoarsely to those around him. Upon hearing this commotion, the soldiers, who had been deeply engrossed in their tasks, instinctively halted, lifting their gazes to the jet fighter soaring above. Their faces lit up with ecstasy. As if they had seen a savior, they wildly waved their arms, attempting to catch the fighter's attention. "Blast those damned infected behind us," one soldier shouted, his voice hoarse. The squad leader standing beside Zhou Feng was equally animated, fervently waving his arms toward the fighter in the sky, murmuring, "At last, you've come." Contrary to the jubilant crowd, Zhou Feng's thoughts were tinged with skepticism. Surely this jet isn't merely here for reconnaissance? Wasn't there a reconnaissance plane overhead just this morning? It didn't seem to engage those vicious infected on the ground. Just as he pondered this, an earth-shattering roar erupted from behind. The sound was like thunder on a clear day. A suffocating wave of pressure surged forth, abruptly pulling Zhou Feng's mind back to the grim reality. It was a precision-guided bomb. Our Air Force was launching an assault on the infected advancing from the rear. However, judging by the force of the shockwave, it felt dangerously close. Zhou Feng's complexion changed dramatically, a sense of foreboding welling within him. Indeed, his squad leader reacted swiftly, immediately grasping the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, the leader chambered a round in his rifle and turned to the stunned soldiers, shouting, "Stop standing around like fools. The infected are less than 2 kilometers away. Prepare for battle." Realizing the imminent danger, the soldiers constructing defensive works on the street instantly turned ashen. They scrambled to grab their rifles, hastily rushing to their pre-designated battle positions. The engineers, who had been diligently setting up the barbed wire, also ceased their work without hesitation, seizing their weapons and sprinting toward the adjacent buildings. The tank crew members, who had just disembarked and were leisurely smoking and chatting, were thoroughly startled by this sudden turn of events. They hastily discarded their half-finished cigarettes and dove into the main battle tank. The tank's turret began to rotate rapidly, lowering its angle, as the 120mm cannon pointed directly at the street, still crowded with a throng of people. At that moment, the commander of C12 Street stood at the specially reserved gap, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He raised his handgun, anxiously waving his arms toward the rear while shouting hoarsely, "Move faster! Move even faster! Stop dawdling and run." Just as the defenses on C12 Street descended into chaos, the last small defensive line ahead engaged in fierce gunfire with the encroaching infected. Those infected individuals, having successfully breached several fortified lines, had evidently gained experience from their encounters with human forces, gradually devising effective strategies to counter the overwhelming firepower. At the forefront of the infected ranks stood hundreds of robust individuals, armed with heavy riot shields and clad in protective gear. Following closely behind them was an enormous wave of ordinary infected, surging forward like a tide. Astonishingly, interspersed within this dark sea of ordinary infected were a few figures clad in military uniforms and donning bulletproof vests. Yet, guarding this critical line were merely a handful of armed police soldiers. Despite their fierce gunfire, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The armed police clutched their rifles, unleashing torrents of fiery projectiles, as shell casings fell like rain, accumulating around the sandbags that formed their line. Regrettably, even the relatively powerful 5.8mm rounds, after struggling to penetrate the thick riot shields, found their remaining force significantly diminished as they endeavored to breach the sturdy protective gear, rendering them ineffective in slowing the infected's charge. Thus, before such a ferocious formation of infected, this defensive line was unable to hold for even a brief minute, swiftly torn open by the relentless assault. In the fleeting moment of breakthrough, those infected individuals who breached the defenses unhesitatingly raised their assorted weapons, adorned in a grotesque array, their faces contorted with rage as they roared and crashed mercilessly toward the armed police within the stronghold. Amidst the defenses, the heartrending cries of the armed police echoed in a harrowing chorus. This chilling cacophony heralded the inevitable collapse of the last bastion they had valiantly held, and no obstacle remained to thwart the onslaught of these frenzied infected. They surged forth as if released from the final seals of confinement, clawing and howling as they raced towards C12 Street. "Open fire!" The commander stationed at C12 Street bore a grave expression as he watched the infected draw perilously close to the retreating crowd. Already commencing a bloody massacre and merciless infection of the innocents, he understood all too well that this group attempting to flee was doomed. With resolute determination, the commander issued his command, and the various strategic points along the street erupted in a brilliant and ferocious display of gunfire. In an instant, the sound of gunfire reverberated loudly, piercing the heavens. The tanks and armored personnel carriers stationed at the defenses were equally relentless, resembling formidable iron beasts. A thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated, followed by a billowing cloud of acrid smoke. A powerful 120mm high-explosive shell streaked through the air like lightning, targeting the densely packed throng of infected in the blink of an eye. The shell detonated amidst them, the moment of explosion. Flames soared skyward, smoke billowing thickly. Those at the forefront, wielding their blast shields in a futile attempt to fend off the attack, were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of the explosion, limbs scattering chaotically. It must be noted that this was a 120mm high-explosive shell, its destructive power far surpassing that of ordinary small-caliber weapons. The once proud defensive formation of the infected appeared shockingly fragile in the face of such overwhelming heavy artillery. The 20mm autocannon mounted on the armored personnel carrier relentlessly spat fire at the infected, who remained oblivious to the specter of death. Round after round of 20mm rounds whistled forth, crashing into the dense masses of infected with unstoppable force. Each explosion unleashed a torrent of blood and carnage, sending the infected reeling, their bodies tumbling through the air, blood spraying as if a crimson storm had descended. Under the relentless barrage, the infected scattered chaotically in a desperate attempt to evade the concentrated fire. Yet, how could the narrow street accommodate such dispersal? They could only stand in place, akin to schoolchildren being punished, enduring the hail of bullets that erupted from the defenses, despite the ferocity of the gunfire. These infected seemed utterly unperturbed by death or pain, charging forward in relentless waves, their overwhelming numbers instilling a sense of despair. The fierce firepower along the defenses did little to deter their advance. Zhou Feng gripped his rifle tightly, his body hunched at the firing port, his finger incessantly squeezing the trigger. The room was thick with smoke from extended firing, resembling a heavy white curtain that refused to dissipate. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid smoke forced those at the firing port into uncontrollable fits of coughing. The gas masks that had once adorned their faces were now hastily discarded, cast aside. The oppressive weight of the masks rendered breathing a struggle, and no one wished to endure such torment for long. Although the Ministry of Defense had clearly stated that the likelihood of airborne transmission of the bloodthirsty infectious virus had significantly diminished, to the point of requiring no special protective measures, the soldiers still donned their gas masks under the stern orders of their commander. None could ascertain whether this terrifying virus might suddenly mutate again. Should such a catastrophe occur and the troops succumb due to insufficient protection, who would bear the monumental responsibility? Yet, amid the chaos, there was no one available to monitor whether the soldiers were properly wearing their gas masks. Consequently, nearly everyone hastily removed those heavy, stifling masks that obstructed their vision. To fight while wearing such masks was akin to enduring a torturous ordeal. Squad leader, I can't take it anymore, Zhou Feng exclaimed, vigorously waving his arms in an attempt to disperse the smoke before him while shouting hoarsely to his squad leader beside him. The squad leader, hearing him, lifted his gaze, briefly glancing at the encroaching infected. Fully aware that the situation had spiraled out of control, helpless, he could only shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, the nearby light machine gun continued its relentless barrage, the sound of gunfire echoing incessantly. Shell casings, ejected from the machine gun, fell like raindrops, quickly carpeting the ground around the firing port, forming a small sea of metal. As the squad leader bent to change ammunition, he inadvertently caught sight of the scattered casings. Igniting a spark of anger within him, he whirled around, bellowing at the light machine gunner beside him, "For heaven's sake, stop firing. My ears are about to be deafened by this racket," startled by the squad leader's outburst. The light machine gunner hesitated, slowly relaxing his grip on the trigger, his head tilting in confusion as he gazed at the squad leader, seemingly unable to comprehend the sudden reprimand. The squad leader, furrowing his brow, rubbed his ears, which felt as if they might have been rendered deaf by the noise, his expression a mixture of frustration and exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he continued to shout, "Do you even know how to use controlled bursts to suppress the enemy? Have you forgotten everything you learned about long and short bursts in training?" As he spoke, he angrily pointed at the mountain of shell casings surrounding the light machine gunner. His eyes wide with incredulity, he followed up with another tirade, "And look at all these casings piled around you. Do you think we have an endless supply of ammunition to waste? With your reckless firing, I estimate we won't last half an hour before we meet our doom. I bet you're a complete wastrel at home too." Before he could finish his sentence, still seething with anger, the squad leader picked up a shell casing from the ground and hurled it with force at the light machine gunner's helmet. The casing struck with a resounding clang, hitting its mark squarely. The light machine gunner instinctively recoiled, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he scratched the back of his head, stammering, "Squad leader, you can't blame me for this. Look at the infected swarming around us. It's a veritable sea of bodies." I panicked and my mind went blank, so I lost control of my firing rhythm. However, before the light machine gunner could finish his explanation, a sudden voice cut through the chaos behind them, interrupting him. It was Zhou Feng. "Squad leader, look over there." Zhou Feng's trembling voice shattered the brief silence on the battlefield. His fear rendered his voice hoarse, akin to being scraped by coarse sandpaper. The squad leader swiftly redirected his rifle's sights, following Zhou Feng's pointing finger. In that instant, he was frozen in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer terror. Across the way, from the towering building, a swarm of special infected were being hurled toward them by a massive infected, raining down like droplets of rain. These special infected traced arcs through the air, hurtling directly toward the rooftop of their building. Occasionally, some would miss their mark due to miscalculations or poor throws, crashing against the hard walls with a series of dull thuds. In an instant, these unfortunate beings would be reduced to a gruesome pulp of crimson, falling from the sky like a bloody rainstorm upon the beleaguered defenses below. The squad leader stood transfixed by the horrifying spectacle before him, his lips trembling involuntarily. After a prolonged moment, he could only murmur to himself, This is truly the end. Retreat, retreat." The squad leader's voice, strained and hoarse, rang out to the surrounding soldiers, laced with an unmistakable panic that rendered his speech stammering. His face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his eyes remained fixed on the rapidly approaching infected. He dared not imagine how swiftly these terrifying creatures could close the distance from the upper levels to their position below. If they were to engage in close-quarters combat, the consequences would be unimaginable, an absolute dead end. Upon hearing the squad leader's command, the soldiers around him stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some even questioned whether they were hallucinating, for the squad leader had always been perceived as a paragon of mental fortitude and patriotic fervor. Yet now, he had called for a retreat, showing no regard for the lives of his comrades still holding the line. It seemed that the street of C-12 would not withstand for much longer. Despite the tumult of doubt and unease swirling within their hearts, the soldiers executed their sergeant's orders without hesitation. They sprang into action, methodically organizing their gear. Some frantically gathered scattered magazines from the ground, stuffing them into their tactical vests. Others hastily rose from their firing positions, seizing rifles propped against the wall. While a few rushed to the nearby ammunition crates, desperately clawing at the scant remaining bullets and shoving them into their backpacks. They were acutely aware that obtaining a sufficient supply of ammunition was now a Herculean task. As for the sergeant's failure to relay the order for the upper 2 floors and the remaining soldiers to withdraw from the defense line, Zhou Feng felt no disquiet. He understood that the evacuation of all personnel required a certain amount of time, and it was impossible to account for every detail. Furthermore, in this life-and-death moment, every second was invaluable. Any delay in the overall withdrawal due to waiting for others could lead to far graver consequences. Zhou Feng's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Since the retreat from Area A through Area C and witnessing the collapse of its defenses, he had arrived at Block C-12, and the horrors he had witnessed along the way had gradually hardened his once kind heart. The vibrant lives that had once flourished before him had faded away, blood staining the earth, and severed limbs scattered about. These scenes pierced his very nerves. He understood the unforgiving nature of war, where everyone could easily become a victim in the brutal struggle against the infected. Once everyone had successfully withdrawn from the defense line, they found themselves on C-12 Street. Yet, what lay before them was utter chaos. The sight from the opposing building was visible to all soldiers on the front line. The commander of C-12 Street sat in a retreating infantry fighting vehicle, his expression one of despair. His once resolute features now appeared drained of life, resembling a mere specter. He stared wide-eyed, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the defense line, on the verge of being completely breached by the infected. Filled with endless regret and self-reproach. How could this happen? I had meticulously planned and carefully arranged, pouring countless efforts into constructing this seemingly impregnable line, yet it has been so easily shattered by these damned infected. The commander muttered, his voice laced with profound despair and helplessness. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, as if only through this physical pain could he alleviate the anguish and sense of defeat within. Even though he was acutely aware that they had become discarded pawns, the harsh reality of their fate was still unbearable. The higher-ups had made their orders clear. The 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade was merely to delay the relentless advance of the infected, buying time for reinforcements to bolster the outer defenses and finalize military preparations. Countless soldiers on the front line, without any withdrawal orders, fell into a near-manic state of chaos, recklessly retreating. The once densely packed and fierce defense suddenly weakened, allowing the grotesque infected to close in, the distance between them and the defense line dwindling to a heart-stopping less than 100 meters. As Zhou Feng retreated frantically, he glanced back, his eyes sweeping over those still bravely firing at the front line. A surge of genuine admiration welled within him, yet simultaneously, a hint of derision crept into his thoughts. Humph, these fellows are quite brave, but in a life-and-death moment, what could possibly be more important than preserving one's own life? Shaking his head, as if to lament for those still fighting at the front, Zhou Feng quickened his pace to rejoin his team. Upon entering, he heard the voices of his squad. A soldier, burdened with a light machine gun, rushed to the sergeant, panting and asking, "Sergeant, where exactly are we supposed to retreat to?" The sergeant furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment on his face as he replied, "Where to retreat? How would I know? The entire city of Linhai has turned into a chaotic mess. The infected are practically everywhere in the streets and alleys. Our only hope now is to see if we can break through to the main road out of the city." Upon hearing this, a startled shout erupted from the crowd. A short soldier, his face pale with terror, took several steps back while stammering, but I heard that the outer perimeter of Linhai has already been completely sealed off. We might not be able to escape at all." The sergeant shot a fierce glare at the small soldier, bellowing, "Does anyone have a better idea? Over there, at least other troops are still resisting. Our defense line here in Linhai is completely collapsing, and the other lines will soon follow suit." Zhou Feng, in the midst of his frantic run, rubbed his slightly aching eyes vigorously, his feet moving as if propelled by the wind. As he ran at breakneck speed, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, one even landing squarely in his eye, causing a sharp sting. He had to slow his pace, wiping away the sweat while blinking furiously to dispel the discomfort. Once his eyes felt a bit better, he refocused his attention, straining to hear the sergeant's words. The sergeant's speech shattered their last flicker of hope, striking each heart with a heavy blow. Indeed, the fall of C12 Street is no trivial matter. It signifies a gaping hole in our unified front, which was originally linked and tasked with a monumental responsibility. Zhou Feng's heart sank. He understood the dire consequences this breach would entail. It was akin to a taut fabric suddenly torn, and if not promptly mended, the entire defense line would collapse. What was even more terrifying was that this was merely the beginning. The sergeant continued. The last bastion for millions of civilians in Linhai is the joint defense line we have painstakingly established. However, now that our defense of C12 Street has been breached, the consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. The vicious and swift-moving infected will undoubtedly surge through this gap like a tide. If the soldiers on the other lines are caught unawares, they may find themselves surrounded and ultimately fall into a dead end. As he spoke, the sergeant's pace involuntarily slowed, his gaze piercing through the crowd, directed at the artillery-scarred sky. His voice was deep and resonant, each word heavy with weight. Addressing the soldiers, he spoke in a tone filled with despair. I believe you all know what will happen if Area C falls. Given the situation, I trust you can guess the military's response to it will be an all-encompassing, indiscriminate bombardment. Imagine a fiery inferno in the sky. Bombs raining down like droplets, every inch of land swallowed by the flames of war. In such circumstances, if we remain in the city, how many chances do you think we will have to survive? Perhaps all will turn to ashes. With that, the sergeant turned without hesitation, leading the charge towards the road out of the city. His figure seemed unburdened, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The soldiers behind him watched his retreating form. Feeling a sense of disorientation, their hearts remained heavy with fear and unease. Yet in this moment, they could scarcely conceive of a better alternative. Now that Linhai had utterly fallen and bombardment loomed, it seemed impossible to evade the shadow of death, regardless of the direction in which they fled. However, having a leader in front was far better than being alone. Realizing this, the soldiers instinctively quickened their pace. Closely following the sergeant's retreat, at the rear of the group, Zhou Feng gently rubbed his still-aching neck, his right hand clutching his rifle, the only support he had in this city. The weight of his gear was nearly suffocating, and since yesterday, their unit had been caught in an endless battle with scarcely any time for rest or resupply. Yet he dared not pause for a moment. He no longer trusted the morale-crushed 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade to withstand the relentless assault of the infected on the other lines. The only reliance he had now was on himself. Chapter 30. The imminent bombardment. Be careful, Zhang Han hissed in a low voice, his eyes wide with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the empty street, as if he could sense any disturbance in the air. Even while on guard, he glanced back at Zhu Dachong, who was fiddling with a hydraulic cutter to sever the lock on the small shop, and warned again, if you make too much noise and attract those damned infected, we're all done for. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Dachong, gripping the hydraulic pliers, couldn't help but tremble slightly. With a hint of trepidation, he turned his head, a bitter expression adorning his face as he lamented to Zhang Han, Brother Zhang, you know as well as I do that using these hydraulic pliers to grip anything is bound to create noise. Especially with this being a chain lock, the sound could very well be even louder than usual. Observing the tense atmosphere was Tang Xiangrong, who immediately crept forward like a cautious mouse. He lowered his voice, but spoke with a stern tone to Zhu Dachong. Dachong, the lives of all 7 of us depend entirely on those hydraulic pliers in your hands. You must steady yourself. Do not let your hands shake. If anything goes awry, we might as well be on our way to the west to seek scriptures with you. As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at Zhang Han, who was holding a handgun and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Zhu Dachong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He swiftly freed one hand and grabbed Tang Xiangrong's collar, who was attempting to stealthily retreat. His face was flushed with indignation as he spat out in fury, "You have no idea what it's like. Why don't you give it a try if you're so capable?" As he spoke, he thrust the hydraulic pliers towards Tang Xiangrong, seemingly determined to force him to take over. Tang Xiangrong was taken aback by Zhu Dachong's sudden aggression, his face paling in fear. Trembling, he waved his hands frantically, managing to muster a feeble smile as he stammered, "Oh dear, please don't, Da Chong. I've never used such tools before. If I make a mistake and ruin everything, our lives might just end here." At that moment, Zhang Han, having just assessed the situation on the street behind them, turned around and spotted the two bickering. His brow furrowed in annoyance as he cursed under his breath and strode over. Without a word, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to both Zhu Dachong and Tang Xiangrong's heads. With two resounding smacks, they were left dazed, momentarily stunned. Zhang Han glared at them, his voice sharp as he reprimanded, "Do you two think you're just strolling down the street? You have the audacity to bicker at a time like this. Shut your mouths and stop the incessant chatter. Zhu Dachong, get to work cutting the lock. Tang Xiangrong, assist him if you delay any longer. I won't hesitate to deal with you." After delivering this reprimand, Zhang Han turned to Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, signaling them to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. They nodded in acknowledgement, becoming even more vigilant. Zhang Han's attention then swiftly shifted back to the two bumbling fools before him. The duo appeared utterly bewildered. As if they had yet to recover from the recent chaos, their expressions reflected a palpable awkwardness, as if time had momentarily frozen. It was a dreadful situation. They had anticipated discarding the hot potato in their hands. Yet not a single one had managed to escape. With no other options, they steeled themselves and, under Zhang Han's piercing gaze, tremblingly grasped the hydraulic pliers. With great trepidation, they began to cut through the hinge lock on the door. As the force applied by the hydraulic pliers intensified, the sturdy chain produced a cacophony of grating sounds that made one's teeth ache. "Keep the noise down. Do you want to get us all killed?" Zhang Han could no longer contain his rising anger as he shouted at the two, who were sweating profusely and concentrating intently on cutting the chain. The reprimanded duo shivered in fright, not daring to utter a sound, let alone respond. They exchanged glances, each silently thinking the same. Oh dear, in this world, only petty individuals and Zhang Han are difficult to deal with. One wishes to ride the horse, but refuses to feed it. How is that even possible? This is a classic case of unreasonable demands. With a sudden, sharp crack, the sound of metal snapping echoed through the air. The two individuals, who had been laboriously working at the glass door, felt as if an immense weight had been lifted off their shoulders, exhaling a sigh of relief. My goodness, this task is more exhausting than a workout, gasped Tang Xiangrong, panting heavily as he struggled to detach the rusted, now broken chain lock. Zhu Dachong, standing nearby, turned to glance at him, noting the sweat glistening on his weary face. A thought crossed Zhu Dachong's mind. No wonder this guy earned the nickname Airplane Brother back in school. It was precisely for moments like these, unable to stifle his amusement, Zhu Dachong let out a chuckle. This unexpected laughter caught the attention of Zhang Han, who had been standing watch at the door for quite some time. With his nerves taut, preoccupied with strategizing which food items to prioritize once they entered, Zhang Han furrowed his brow at the sudden outburst of laughter. He closed his eyes tightly and raised his hand to pat his forehead, exclaiming irritably, "Hey, what on earth are you laughing about?" We've finally managed to pry the door open, and instead of getting in there to hold it wide for us all, you're just standing there like a log. What are you trying to accomplish? Zhu Dachong, reprimanded by Zhang Han's sharp words, recoiled like a startled rabbit, instinctively drawing in his neck. He wasted no time and hurriedly stood up, pushing against the heavy glass door that had just opened a crack. With a grating creak, the door finally swung open fully. Zhu Dachong and Tang Xiangrong cautiously stepped into the store, crouching low and moving lightly on their feet, armed with a crowbar, leaving no corner unchecked. They split up to conduct a meticulous search of the entire shop, inspecting everything from the shelves to the counters and even the hidden nooks. After a tense and careful search, Zhu Dachong and Tang Xiangrong exchanged glances and nodded slightly, indicating that no immediate danger was present. Zhu Dachong then waved towards the others outside, signaling Zhang Han and the rest that it was safe to enter. Outside the store, the group, who had been on high alert, finally felt a weight lift from their chests upon seeing Zhu Dachong's signal. Their taut nerves relaxed slightly, but they dared not delay. Rushing swiftly into the shop, each face etched with urgency, fearful of being left behind. In this perilous street, no one could predict when a terrifying infected individual might suddenly appear. Thus, hastening into the relatively safe store was the wisest course of action. Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, bringing up the rear, synchronized perfectly as they gently closed the door behind them. Their movements were soft and cautious, striving to make not a sound. Once the door was secured, Lu Bo and Zhao Gang adeptly pushed the heavy cash register against the door, creating an additional barrier. They then scoured the area for miscellaneous items to pile in front of the glass door, attempting to further obscure the interior of the store as a precaution. Once everyone had entered the shop, Zhang Han paused to survey the layout. His gaze swiftly traversed the neatly arranged shelves, the counters brimming with various goods, and the entrance to the storeroom tucked away in the corner. While observing the store, he kept an eye on his 6 companions, ensuring their well-being. Zhang Han rubbed his slightly itchy nose, suddenly feeling a heavy atmosphere enveloping him as he entered the shop. This sensation left him somewhat uneasy, as if the air had thickened, making it difficult to breathe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han deduced the cause. The store had likely been locked tight for a day or two without ventilation, leading to the stale and stagnant air within. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Han noted the small convenience store measured roughly 20 square meters. Given its size and location, it was evidently a shop catering primarily to the local residents. The store appeared quaint, but exuded a warm and inviting ambience. Upon entering, one could see the shelves brimming with an array of goods, albeit somewhat haphazardly arranged, with an abundance of snacks like potato chips and colorful spicy strips prominently displayed. For such a small convenience store, staples were not its forte. The sale of assorted snacks constituted its primary business. At this moment, Zhang Han walked lightly towards the shelves, his attention drawn to a particular chocolate bar. He extended his right hand, cautiously lifting the exquisite piece of chocolate to examine it closely. The wrapping was elegantly designed, with the words milk chocolate prominently printed. Surely, all these are chocolates, Zhang Han murmured to himself. He then retrieved his phone from the pocket of his coat, switched on the flashlight, and directed the beam onto the shelf before him. As the light slowly swept across the shelf, he discovered that it was entirely stocked with an array of chocolates in various brands, flavors, and shapes. Zhang Han silently mused, "I had no idea there were so many varieties of chocolate here. My goodness, braised pig's trotters," exclaimed Zhu Dachong, standing by another shelf, his eyes wide with excitement. He raised the enticingly glistening trotter in his hand and whispered to those around him, "It's been ages since I've had this." At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had shrunk to just him and this long-desired delicacy. He tore open the packaging of the braised pig's trotter and began to devour it hungrily. This commotion drew the attention of several nearby individuals who were previously engaged in idle chatter or their own tasks. Tang Xiangrong, having only consumed a pack of compressed biscuits, could no longer contain his envy and hurriedly approached Zhu Dachong, exclaiming, "Hey, save some for me, old Zhu. Don't eat it all by yourself." His demeanor resembled that of a famished Zhu Beiji, fixated on Zhu Dachong and the trotter in his grasp. At that moment, Zhu Dachong, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, looked as though he had 2 large walnuts hidden in his mouth. Upon hearing Tang Xiangrong's call, he mumbled incoherently, "Aren't there plenty of other snacks on the shelf? Why are you so fixated on what I have?" Despite his words, his pace of gobbling up the food showed no signs of slowing. Indeed, it seemed to increase, as though he were genuinely concerned that Tang Xiangrong might suddenly rush over to snatch his delectable treats. Tang Xiangrong, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, muttered under his breath, "Humph, what a miser. Only thinks about stuffing his own face," showing no understanding of sharing. However, despite his complaints, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he stood up in a huff, turned away, and began to meticulously search the nearby shelf for snacks that tantalized his taste buds. At that moment, Lu Jiwei ambled over, leisurely holding a pack of fragrant beef jerky. When he witnessed Zhu Dacheng's gluttonous display, he couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Hey, your way of eating is quite the sight, almost like a starving ghost reincarnated." Zhu Dacheng, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes dramatically without raising his head, continuing to chew the food in his mouth while mumbling defiantly, What do you know? Life is short. One must seize the moment. This is what I call indulging in the beauty of the present." The others were no better off. Some eagerly tore open various food packages, frantically shoving the contents into their mouths. Others chewed voraciously, their cheeks puffed out like squirrels that had pilfered nuts. Each face radiated an uncontainable joy and satisfaction, as though these ordinary snacks were the most exquisite delicacies in the world. Amidst this frenzy of consumption, Zhang Han stood out distinctly. He merely cast a fleeting glance at his ravenous companions before swiftly averting his gaze, fully engrossed in inspecting the various goods. The actions of those around him seemed to hold no interest for him. Not even a flicker of distraction crossed his mind at that moment. His focus was solely on the array of products, and his thoughts were consumed with how to efficiently gather supplies. The bustling individuals searching for their beloved snacks were already forgotten in his mind. He ambled through the store, somewhat limping, taking care not to overlook any corner of the shelves, his gaze sharp as he meticulously observed each spot. By the end of this quick inspection, Zhang Han had clearly etched the types of supplies he needed into his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively waved his hand to summon the other 6 individuals, signaling them to come closer. The 6, not daring to delay, promptly set down their food, wiped the remnants from their mouths, and hurried over to Zhang Han. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Han lowered his voice, his tone serious and urgent. Listen up. Our primary task right now is to focus on collecting high-calorie foods like chocolates and candies. But don't forget to grab all the meat products as well. Pack them into your bags. As for drinking water, let us prioritize energy drinks. Remember, each person should take 7 bottles. In short, I don't care how you do it, but make sure to have all the supplies organized within half an hour, and then we'll make our swift exit. Upon receiving their orders, the group immediately dispersed, scouring for supplies as instructed by Zhang Han. The store was filled with the sounds of rummaging and the slightly anxious breaths of the individuals. Uncle, what does this Zhang fellow mean by giving us only half an hour to gather supplies? Isn't it safer to just stay put? Are we really going to move somewhere else? Lu Bo asked, bewildered, as he unbuckled his backpack and placed it on the ground, deftly selecting various items from the shelves, quickly picking up any meat or candy he spotted. Beside him, Zhao Gang appeared equally tense, hastily grabbing a packet of colorful candies and carefully placing it into his backpack. With vigilant eyes, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was approaching before he leaned in close to Lu Bo's ear, whispering in a voice barely above a murmur, "Didn't the government announce they were going to bomb the area? That's why this Zhang guy is rushing us to gather supplies." Earlier, when Zhu Dacheng found a hydraulic plier in the supply room, Zhang and Li Ming immediately huddled together to discuss escape routes. I believe they already have a plan in mind. Before Zhao Gang could finish, he gently patted Lu Bo on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Nephew, I understand you might not want to be used as a pawn, nor do you wish to be some sort of cannon fodder. But the truth is, they hold real power, and those 3 students are obedient to Zhang. We are outnumbered. We must bide our time and see where this leads." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo felt a simmering discontent akin to a suppressed volcano within him. He clenched his fists, unwilling to yield, and nodded resolutely, his eyes shimmering with determination. "Uncle, I understand, don't worry. If Han Exine could endure humiliation, I, Lu Bo, will not be a pushover." Zhao Gang sighed, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding and resignation, as if to say, "It's good to know you feel this way." His words were laced with both consolation for Lu Bo and a reluctant acceptance of fate. 150 kilometers from Linhai City, a massive formation of aircraft sped through the sky. The reserve soldiers and oppressed citizens in the city, whether in the streets or indoors, were startled by the sudden sonic boom, looking up with expressions of terror and confusion. The commander of the 701 Squadron grasped the radio tightly, his voice cutting through the airwaves as he confirmed their operational objectives with the rear headquarters. 701 calling headquarters. 701 calling headquarters. We have reached within 150 kilometers of Linhai City. Shall we proceed as planned? Over. The response from headquarters was swift and clear, as if delivered from the heavens. Headquarters acknowledges .701 Squadron. Your mission remains unchanged. Regardless of any survivors, proceed immediately to bomb area C. After deploying all bombs, return to base for ammunition resupply and conduct a comprehensive, no corner left unchecked bombardment of the entire city. The order was devoid of any emotion. Merely a cold, mechanical transmission, understood. Proceeding as planned, the squadron commander replied, his voice betraying a hint of ruthlessness as he sent out the notification to the entire formation. His gaze held no hesitation, only an absolute obedience to the command. With the commander's directive, each pilot responded affirmatively, their voices tinged with reluctance and tension. The escort aircraft, sensing the urgency of the command, roared to life, its engines belching fierce flames, akin to an enraged dragon, as it accelerated towards Linhai City to carry out the merciless bombing mission. Every pilot on the mission understood that this was not the time for personal sentiments. The priority was to obliterate Linhai City, ensuring that no infected individuals could escape. Chapter 31. The wailing city. Above the city of Linhai, several fighter jets soared through the sky like predatory birds, their thunderous roars resembling the grim whispers of funeral bearers from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. The bomb guidance officer, with a steely expression, peered through the viewport, his gaze as frigid as ice, sweeping over the devastated District C below. Once a vibrant hub of activity, District C had now descended into a hellish landscape filled with flames and smoke, permeated by chaos and terror. On the streets, a throng of people surged backward like a panicked swarm of ants. Driven by sheer fear, their hurried and disordered steps echoed with heavy thuds, each sound resonating with boundless dread and profound despair, reverberating within the confined space. The cacophony of gunfire, piercing screams, and sorrowful wails intertwined, composing a mournful dirge for Linhai City in this harrowing moment. The once beautiful and prosperous city had its heart ruthlessly torn and ravaged by the ravages of war, every inch of land trembling in agony. Amidst the chaotic retreat, the troops, who were supposed to maintain strict discipline and order, found themselves ensnared in a state of utter disarray. Soldiers in uniform collided with the disoriented civilians, their figures blending into a chaotic mass, making it nearly impossible to discern friend from foe. The soldiers, retreating in disarray from the front lines, poured into this torrent of desperate flight. The once orderly formation had disintegrated, each individual focused solely on their own escape from this land of death. In that moment, they transformed into a horde of uncontrollable killing machines, their last vestiges of reason devoured by fear and despair. These soldiers no longer heeded any commands from their superiors. Their eyes turned fierce and frenzied. The weapons clutched tightly in their hands became their only means of reliance, as they indiscriminately opened fire on the unfortunate masses that obstructed their path to safety. The relentless gunfire echoed across the battlefield, each bullet whistling through the air like the fangs of a demon, mercilessly piercing the fragile bodies of the innocent, snuffing out lives in an instant. Blood splattered into the air, staining the ground, while the cries and wails intermingled, creating a profoundly tragic symphony. Here, the dignity of life had vanished entirely. What was once regarded as the most precious of treasures was now ruthlessly trampled beneath the weight of a cruel reality. The kindness and compassion inherent in humanity had all but disappeared, replaced only by an endless cycle of violence and bloodshed. Above the fleeing crowd, military green transport helicopters hovered like fireflies in the night sky, their thunderous roars shattering the tranquility of the heavens. The whirling of the rotor blades stirred the air, reminiscent of a lifeboat amidst turbulent seas, carrying the last glimmer of hope as it navigated through the perilous skies. On either side of these steel behemoths, mounted heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of deadly fire, their aim directed to safeguard the high-value targets within the cabins as they evacuated from District C. The roar of the machine guns intertwined with the thundering of the helicopters, forming a tense and vigorous symphony, each shot a testament to the struggle for survival and resistance against death. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was nearly frozen with tension. The faces of the selected passengers were etched with fear and unease, overshadowed by an overwhelming uncertainty about the future. They gripped the armrests of their seats, their palms slick with sweat betraying their inner turmoil. They were acutely aware that their presence on this helicopter was due to their invaluable status and knowledge to the nation. They were prioritized for evacuation, while those left behind on the ground faced the impending calamity with helplessness. This choice between life and death filled their hearts with a tumult of emotions. Their gazes drifted through the viewport, watching the receding ground below, silently praying for the safety of those they left behind. On the streets, the city had transformed into a battlefield. With the military's defenses shattered, the infected roamed free like unleashed beasts, rampaging through the streets like harbingers of death, reaping innocent lives. Their faces bore a bloodthirsty excitement, their eyes glinting with a desire for slaughter. Their screams and maniacal laughter echoed through the air, like the trumpets of doom, heralding the city's demise. Organized armed forces remained to thwart their insatiable thirst for blood. Their footsteps and cries melded into the final elegy of this city. This elegy was filled with desperate screams and helpless sobs, resonating amidst the black smoke and flames, becoming the city's final lament. Thick black smoke billowed from the burning buildings, obscuring the sky and blotting out hope. The heavens were painted a stifling gray, sunlight unable to penetrate the heavy shroud of smoke, as if the city were enveloped in an eternal night. The flickering flames within the haze appeared as hell's windows, continuously consuming everything in their vicinity. Amidst this chaos, a little girl clad in red found herself separated from her family, standing alone in the middle of the street, her tears and fear rendering her voice hoarse. She called out incessantly, "Daddy, Daddy, where are you? One is so scared." Countless people rushed past her, each too preoccupied with their own survival to offer assistance. In the face of this catastrophe, everyone struggled for their own existence, leaving little room to acknowledge the suffering of others. The girl's cries, amidst this apocalyptic scene, seemed so feeble and desperate. The bomb guidance officer surveyed the city from above, a profound sorrow welling within him. Before him lay a city once aglow with lights and teeming with life, now reduced to a hell on earth. Among the throngs evacuating the streets, some were ordinary citizens, while others were the infected, their features blurred by smoke and fire. Recalling the frantic mobilization of countless soldiers and civilians just 2 days prior, who had attempted to contain the viral outbreak, he realized how quickly the city had succumbed. The sheer power of this virus was chilling as he lingered in this poignant reverie. The cold voice of the squadron commander crackled through the radio, interrupting his thoughts. The last group of evacuees has successfully departed. Commence bombing. In that moment, each pilot faced a harrowing decision. Their gazes pierced through the viewport, fixating on the chaotic crowd below. Among the evacuees were normal citizens and the infected. Yet, in this battle for survival, they had no other choice. With a heavy nod, the bomb guidance officer confirmed, his voice deep and resolute. "Confirm bombing target." The pilots inhaled deeply, a flicker of reluctance flashing in their eyes, as if battling their inner demons. Nevertheless, their fingers pressed the release buttons with unwavering resolve, an act akin to a fateful resolution, heavy and irreversible. As the buttons were pressed, bombs plummeted from the belly of the bombers like messengers of death, glinting with a cold metallic sheen as they sliced through the air, hurtling towards District C. Some bombs resembled massive anvils, heavy and lethal. Others, slender like arrows, swift and piercing. Yet, without exception, they bore the weight of destruction. The harbingers of doom, the embodiment of despair. The bombs traced their trajectories through the sky, akin to shooting stars streaking across the night, but their arrival heralded not hope, but annihilation. These paths were omens of death, the prelude to destruction. The sounds of explosions rang out in rapid succession, flames and smoke billowing from District C, engulfing the area entirely. The earth trembled, the sky ablaze, and lives faded into oblivion. The squadron of bombers circled above, their mission accomplished, yet the weight in their hearts remained unrelieved by the release of the bombs. They understood that this battle was far from over. Gazing through the clouds at the city shrouded in flames and smoke, they were filled with a complex array of emotions. They were not merely soldiers executing orders. They were witnesses, bearing witness to the annihilation of a city and the end of countless lives. They would obliterate all of Linhai City, not just District C. This decision was cold and ruthless, but to prevent the further spread of the virus and safeguard more lives, they had to make this agonizing choice. Their hearts swelled with grief for the innocent lives lost, anger towards the virus that had stolen so much, and an overwhelming uncertainty and fear for the future. A thunderous explosion erupted from District C. "What on earth was that explosion?" exclaimed Zhu Dachong, who had been diligently selecting various food items at the shelf. The sudden, deafening noise startled everyone in the store. They clearly sensed something was amiss. Halting their selection of goods and anxiously rushing toward Zhang Han, who lay leisurely on the sofa in the shop, headphones in place, lost in the world of music. At that moment, the 6 individuals, including Zhu Dachong, exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with fear. Yet none dared to approach and awaken the seemingly slumbering harbinger of doom. Everyone is acutely aware that if we inadvertently awaken this esteemed individual, the consequences could be truly catastrophic. Heaven knows what kind of troubles might ensue. Just as the crowd found themselves in a stalemate, Zhu Dachong, who had been lurking at the back, attempting to diminish his presence, was unfortunately spotted by the keen-eyed Tang Xiangrong. Without uttering a word, Tang Xiangrong forcefully shoved Zhu Dachang to the forefront. Go on, be quick about it, don't dawdle. When it comes to your relationship with Brother Zhang, you are the most favored here. Thus, this formidable task falls squarely upon your shoulders. As he spoke, Tang Xiangrong vigorously waved his hand at Zhu Dachang, urging him to take swift action. Caught off guard by the forceful push, Zhu Dachang stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance. With a face full of indignation, he turned to glare at Tang Xiangrong, muttering under his breath, "Why must I always be the one to do everything? Is it my fate to be eternally burdened with toil?" Despite his heart brimming with discontent and grievances, his disobedient body, as if on reflex, swiftly extended a hand, moving with such gentleness as if afraid to rouse the slumbering individual. He lightly tapped Zhang Han's arm, which was resting on the back of his head as a makeshift pillow, and whispered softly, "Brother Zhang, wake up. There's been a major incident." At that moment, Zhang Han, comfortably sprawled on the sofa, was deeply asleep. He vaguely sensed a gentle tapping. Slowly, he opened his eyes, laboriously propping himself up, and sat up at a leisurely pace. Stretching his arms wide, he let out a satisfying yawn, accompanied by a contented groan. Though he had only dozed for a brief 15 minutes, for someone who had been tirelessly on the move for an extended period, those few minutes felt like the most restful and secure sleep he had experienced from yesterday until now. Subsequently, Zhang Han moved his somewhat numb arms and removed the headphones perched on his ears. He carefully placed the headphones into their case and tossed it with precision to Li Ming, who caught it deftly, a radiant smile gracing his face as he teasingly remarked, "Brother Zhang, you certainly had a delightful nap. How do you feel? Rejuvenated, perhaps?" Zhang Han, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, replied languidly, "It's passable, just about tolerable. But tell me, why the urgency to rouse me? Has our half-hour time frame already elapsed?" Crouching beside the sofa, Zhu Dachang interjected with uncertainty, "Brother Zhang, it seems there are sounds of explosions coming from District C, and they have been incessant, almost unrelenting. Has the military commenced bombardments?" Upon hearing the news of military bombardments, Zhang Han, who had still been somewhat dazed, immediately became alert. He abruptly raised his legs from the sofa, only to forget the injury on his knee. "Ouch, that hurts," he grimaced, clutching his knee. After gently massaging the sore joint, he stood up and, now able to hear the explosions clearly, limped towards the glass door. Cautiously, he lifted a corner of the covering to glimpse the situation in District C. However, all he could discern was smoke and the buildings of District B, nothing more. Turning to face the others, a hint of anxiety crept into his expression. It appears District C has fallen. Otherwise, such a cacophony of explosions would not occur. Previously, there were only sporadic blasts and gunfire, but now the entire city seems engulfed in the roar of explosions. His voice bore a weight of concern. If the military has indeed started bombarding District C, then District B will not escape unscathed. The entire city is now under the dominion of the infected. You all saw the government's notification, yet I never anticipated that District C would succumb so swiftly. His words were laden with apprehension regarding the current circumstances and astonishment at the rapid downfall of District C. After absorbing Zhang Han's articulate and coherent analysis, the typically timid Tang Xiangrong turned pale, his lips quivering as he exclaimed, "Then Brother Zhang, we mustn't delay. We need to flee immediately. Staying in this tiny convenience store is tantamount to courting death. If a powerful bomb were to drop from above, wouldn't we all be doomed? Indeed, you're right, Brother Zhang. Let us hastily make our escape. It would be more tragic to perish under the military's fire than to fall victim to those terrifying infected creatures." Zhu Dachang, who was closest, chimed in, anxiously rubbing his sweat-laden hands while gazing at Zhang Han with desperate eyes. Zhang Han nodded slightly, signaling his agreement with their sentiments. Then, he limped toward the sofa, where he slowly bent down to retrieve his heavy backpack resting on the floor. This bag was filled with essential survival supplies he had meticulously prepared. Struggling, he hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders, adjusting the straps before bending to check the handgun in the holster at his waist and the magazine and bullets stowed in his waist pouch. Satisfied that everything was in order, he raised his head, swiftly scanning the faces of Lu Jiwei and Tang Xiangrong standing nearby, and solemnly instructed, "You two, move with alacrity. Quickly scout the surrounding area to ascertain if it is safe." The deafening explosions earlier have likely drawn all nearby infected towards them. Once you confirm that the outside poses no danger, return immediately. We must leave this place without delay. Also, Li Ming, do not remain idle. Take this time to mentally map out our escape route. We shall adhere to the plan we discussed today. Upon receiving the orders, Lu Jiwei and Tang Xiangrong carefully moved the debris blocking the door, opened it, and stealthily stepped outside. Meanwhile, Li Ming sat quietly in the corner, his eyes tightly shut as he concentrated on visualizing their route ahead. Every path and every corner appeared vividly in his mind, as if he had traversed them countless times before. The other companions were equally diligent, meticulously inspecting their backpacks to ensure no vital item was overlooked, as time slipped by unnoticed amidst their busy preparations. Lu Jiwei and Tang Xiangrong hurriedly returned to the store, their faces reflecting shock and breathlessness. "Brother Zhang, it's bad news. It's snowing outside." This unexpected revelation left the group in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with confusion. After all, they were situated in the subtropical coastal city, where, by all accounts, snow was an impossibility in November. Even the usually composed Zhang Han couldn't help but display a look of incredulity. As if questioning whether they were jesting, instinctively, he wrapped his thick coat tighter around himself, furrowing his brow as he pressed further. "What are the conditions outside? Are you certain the surroundings are safe?" In response to Zhang Han's inquiry, the two nodded vigorously, assuring him with unwavering conviction, "Brother Zhang, rest assured. Neither of us wishes to step outside only to lose our lives." Reassured by their firm answers, Zhang Han nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then turned to face his companions, his expression serious as he declared aloud, "In that case, let us not tarry any longer. We must set forth at once. Maintain the formation we initially established, and everyone must remain alert and vigilant. Keep an eye out for any lurking infected and the possibility of bombers overhead. Remember, we cannot afford to let our guard down." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded Lu Jiwei to take the lead as they stepped out the door. As they exited, the world outside was blanketed in pristine white. The gently falling snowflakes danced through the air like delicate ballerinas before settling softly upon his thick coat. Each flake resembled a tiny, mysterious sprite, gently caressing his garments. In that moment, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He suddenly felt that this flurry of snow was perhaps a tribute from the heavens to the millions of souls lost in Linhai City. He recalled how every Qingming festival, he would visit the graves of his relatives, offering stacks of paper money. In those moments, the white ashes, carried by the wind, would flutter down upon him in a similar manner. He instinctively extended his slightly frozen hands, attempting to catch the snowflakes descending from above. When the snowflakes touched his palm, he felt a chill, but more than that, a fleeting beauty. He focused intently on the few snowflakes resting in his hand, watching as they gradually melted into droplets of water. Raising his gaze, he looked towards the distant District Sea, which was enduring a relentless bombardment. There, flames leapt into the sky, and smoke billowed, starkly contrasting with the tranquil snowy scene before him. The drifting snowflakes seemed undeterred by the cacophony of war, continuing their graceful descent upon Zhang Han's weary and troubled visage. A gust of frigid wind swept by, bringing with it a biting chill that invaded not only his body but also seeped deeply into the recesses of his soul. Gazing at the scene before him, he was overwhelmed by an immense weight of sorrow and despair. Tang Xiangrong appeared to keenly sense the profound sadness emanating from Zhang Han, akin to the heavy, oppressive mist that hung in the air. He hastened forward, cautiously supporting Zhang Han's slightly trembling frame, while with his other hand, he tightly grasped the hammer that Zhang Han had given him, the sole weapon he possessed. The sky was adorned with pristine, immaculate snowflakes, cascading down like delicate feathers, silently dancing through the air. Tang Xiangrong stared at these snowflakes and softly sighed. "Brother Zhang, indeed, this world has become increasingly chaotic. First, there were those dreadful infectors wreaking havoc, instilling fear in the hearts of many, and now, in November, it has begun to snow. I fear the situation outside cannot be any better. The fact that we have survived this long is already quite fortunate." With that, he gently brushed the snow off his clothes, as if wishing to shake off the accompanying chill and unease. Subsequently, he fell into a contemplative silence, simply standing beside Zhang Han as they gazed into the distance. Upon hearing Tang Xiangrong's words, Zhang Han couldn't help but nod gravely in agreement, responding, "Indeed. This wretched world has become utterly unbearable. However, complaining serves no purpose. Our immediate priority must be to devise ways to ensure our survival." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Li Ming, who was leading the way ahead, pondering the next course of action. "Li Ming, are you certain that the basement you mentioned is truly nearby? We've been walking for nearly 20 minutes without reaching it. Are you playing tricks on me?" Zhang Han complained, leaning against Tang Xiangrong, his knees aching from the cold, each step a torment. Hearing Zhang Han's grievance, Li Ming momentarily hesitated in his stride. His cheeks, already reddened by the cold, grew even more flushed, his heavy coat now dusted with a layer of white snow. He halted, vigorously rubbing his nearly numbed hands. Before turning to Zhang Han and saying, "Brother Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I assure you, this basement is undoubtedly the closest one to us. When I was delivering a package, my electric bike suddenly broke down, forcing me to seek a nearby repair shop. It was there that I serendipitously discovered they had a basement." He paused, seemingly recalling his bewilderment upon seeing the basement. "Initially, I found it puzzling. Why would a repair shop need a basement? However, after some inquiries, I learned that it was specifically used for modifying electric vehicles that are prohibited by the government. As for what exactly lies within that basement, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. So I cannot guarantee its reliability." After listening to Li Ming's explanation, Zhang Han merely let out a cold snort through his nose and fell silent. Yet his countenance darkened even further, clearly harboring doubts about Li Ming's words. Tang Xiangrong, who was carefully supporting Zhang Han, sensed the escalating tension and quickly interjected, all right, having a place to take refuge is already quite commendable. Let us not be overly critical." Zhu Dachang, walking ahead of Zhang Han, seemed entirely unappreciative of Tang Xiangrong's attempt to ease the atmosphere. He frowned deeply, his face contorted with anger, still brooding over how Tang Xiangrong had pushed him to wake Zhang Han in a low, unceremonious tone. He retorted, "Humph. You certainly have a knack for making light of our situation. If that place is unsafe and unreliable, will we not end up as mere fragments scattered by the damned bombers? You only know how to play the Good Samaritan. Have you even considered the true safety of everyone?" After finishing his tirade, Zhu Dachang furiously pressed his hand against his ears, which had turned a bright red from the biting cold. This infernal weather was piercingly frigid, as if it could freeze a person's very blood. Meanwhile, Tang Xiangrong felt his face flush with heat upon hearing Zhu Dachang's merciless words, yet he struggled to find an appropriate retort. He understood that if the basement Li Ming mentioned could not serve as a reliable refuge, their group might indeed meet a grim fate. Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, who had been silently trailing at the back of the group, could no longer contain their anxiety and chimed in, "Yes, if that basement proves useless, we will be utterly doomed. At that point, we might as well be obliterated by the bombs, leaving no trace behind." Zhang Han, already irritated by the sharp pain in his knee, became infuriated upon hearing the others squabbling at such a critical moment. He abruptly halted, turning around with a countenance dark enough to seem as if it might drip with water. And in a low, furious voice, he bellowed, "Shut the hell up. At this crucial juncture, do you really have the luxury to argue endlessly? Instead of squabbling, we should be hastening our pace to ascertain whether that damned basement is indeed operational." The others involuntarily trembled at Zhang Han's sudden outburst, much like startled ostriches, hastily lowering their heads in silence, too afraid to utter another word. They understood that continuing this fruitless blame game was utterly meaningless. Yet in such dire circumstances, each person was consumed by profound unease and fear, desperately seeking a suitable outlet for their overwhelming emotions. "It's so damned cold." Zhang Han couldn't help but mutter, his eyes fixed on the figures trudging through the wind and snow ahead. The others remained mute, as if their lips had been frozen shut by the bitter chill. Their singular thought was to reach the basement Li Ming had previously mentioned as swiftly as possible. Noticing their indifference, Zhang Han shook his head in resignation, hoisting his heavy backpack higher on his back. Watching the mist of breath escape his lips, he shivered involuntarily, despite wearing two thick thermal garments. A bulky sweater and a long coat, these layers offered little solace against the ravaging wind and snow, with the cold persistently gnawing at his body. Zhang Han silently contemplated, if not for the concern that wearing too many layers might hinder his mobility. He would have donned every piece of clothing available in the workwear store. The snowflakes in the sky cascaded down like goose feathers, refusing to relent for even a moment. The city of Linhai, which had never seen snowfall before, was now transformed into a world cloaked in shimmering white, reminiscent of a dreamlike beauty. Beneath such enchanting scenery, Zhang Han and his companions had no time to appreciate it. Instead, laboriously trudging through the snow, step by step, toward the basement. Brother Zhang, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, this should be the place, Li Ming remarked, glancing up at the shop sign, which was somewhat obscured by the swirling snowflakes. His tone tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han slowly withdrew his arm from Tang Xiangrong's shoulder and pulled out his phone from the pocket of his coat. November 4, 2026, 1:49 p.m. Since their departure, a full 26 minutes had elapsed. The deafening explosions echoed ominously, drawing ever closer. Li Ming, what I require is not a mere barring any accidents, but an absolute assurance that we encounter no unexpected situations. Hurry up and go check that damned shop name for me, to see if it is indeed the place we seek. Zhang Han shivered as he spoke, laboriously making his way to Li Ming, who was at the forefront of the group. Each step he took was a battle against excruciating pain in his knee, but he gritted his teeth, turning to Li Ming with a fierce command. Consider this. Dragging along such a battered leg, stumbling through the blinding snow and biting wind for over 20 minutes, wearing nothing but 2 pairs of work pants found at the store. With no thermal underwear, and having soaked his sneakers in the melting snow, the pain was simply beyond words. Li Ming, not daring to delay, immediately dashed toward the shop upon hearing Zhang Han's shout. He quickly extended his hands, vigorously brushing away the thick layer of snow covering the sign, squinting to discern the details. Moments later, he turned back, his face alight with excitement as he shouted to Zhang Han, who stood a short distance away. Brother Zhang, it's definitely this shop. With his nose running, Zhang Han let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, my heavens, if we had arrived even a moment later, I might have felt an intense urge to explode. Thank goodness we've finally made it. After Li Ming confirmed repeatedly that this was indeed the shop they were looking for, the group quickly gathered around. Lu Jiwei, nearly frozen from the bitter cold, was the first to rush to the tightly shut door, eagerly pushing against the heavy barrier with both hands. As the door shook violently, a thick layer of snow piled atop it cascaded down like an avalanche, revealing a rusted U-shaped lock that secured the entrance. Realizing the door was firmly locked and unable to open, Lu Jiwei anxiously turned to Zhang Han, who was not far behind, and exclaimed in a hushed voice, Brother Zhang, look, this damn door is locked too. As his words fell, a plume of white vapor erupted from his open mouth, quickly dissipating into the frigid air. With great care from Tang Xiangrong, Zhang Han staggered forward, his expression a mix of helplessness and irritation as he replied, Brother, I'm afraid I don't carry hydraulic cutters capable of severing this iron contraption. What good does it do to tell me? He then abruptly turned his gaze toward Zhu Dachong, who was frantically rummaging through his bulging backpack for the hydraulic cutters, shouting, Hey, you rascal! Can you move any faster? If you don't hurry, we'll all be frozen solid like statues in this cursed weather. Upon hearing the shout, Zhu Dachong, now sweating with anxiety, fumbled more frantically, muttering, I'm almost there. Just a moment. Here it is. Finally extracting the hydraulic cutters from his bag, Zhu Dachong jogged to the door's front. With both hands gripping the heavy tool, he cautiously aligned the tip with the U-shaped lock. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his jaw, his cheeks puffing out like 2 small balloons, as if all his strength converged in his arms. With a mighty effort, Zhu Dachong strained against the lock, his face turning crimson, breaths quickening. Gradually, the hydraulic cutters pressed down on the U-shaped lock with immense force. A sharp crack echoed as the lock, overwhelmed by the pressure, finally snapped. The group rejoiced at the sight, eagerly pushing the door open and streaming inside. As they stepped into the warmth of the shop, a wave of relief washed over them after enduring the frigid outdoors for so long. The faint warmth felt like a great comfort to their weary bodies. The dim lighting inside made it difficult for them to navigate, but Li Ming cautiously extended his hands to feel for the entrance to the basement. He longed to turn on the lights, but the morning bombardment of Area C had severely damaged the city's power grid, leaving them in darkness for quite some time. After a challenging search, Li Ming's face lit up with excitement as he called out, "Brother Zhang, it's right here." He had finally located the hidden entrance tucked away in a corner. Hearing Li Ming's shout, Zhang Han quickly retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight feature. A faint yet bright beam pierced the shop's darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Zhang Han slowly made his way to Li Ming's side. Directing the light towards where Li Ming indicated, as Zhang Han focused intently, the previously concealed basement entrance gradually revealed itself. This hidden door seamlessly blended with the surrounding wall, making it nearly imperceptible to anyone lacking keen observational skills like Zhang Han. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Han turned to Li Ming and urged, "Quickly, think of a way to open this door. Move swiftly. We can't be certain when the bombardment might return." Upon hearing this, Li Ming furrowed his brow, his mind racing. After a brief moment, he decisively extended his hands and began to carefully explore the wall before him. Seconds ticked by, and just as the tension in the group reached a fever pitch, Li Ming suddenly felt a slightly raised object. His heart leaped with joy as he pressed down without hesitation. A low click resonated, and the heavy door began to slide open, revealing a dark and narrow corridor. "It has opened!" Li Ming exclaimed, rubbing his hands together and blowing warm breath into his palms with excitement. Zhang Han turned his attention towards the pitch-black corridor, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Li Ming, "Take my phone and venture down to scout the way. Be sure to assess the situation down there and confirm it's safe." Upon hearing this, the excitement on Li Ming's face vanished. Replaced by fear and hesitation, he stammered, "All right, but going down alone really makes me uneasy. Could you find someone to accompany me?" Zhang Han pondered briefly before nodding towards Lu Jiwei, signaling, "Lu Jiwei, go with him to take a look." "Oh," Lu Jiwei exclaimed, unable to hide his reluctance. However, when met with Zhang Han's steadfast gaze, all his objections were swallowed back. Resigned, he picked up the hammer in his hand and reluctantly followed closely behind Li Ming. Glancing back with every few steps as they approached the dim corridor, Li Ming and Lu Jiwei entered the passageway. The oppressive silence nearly suffocated them, their heavy breaths and footsteps echoing in the emptiness. "Oldly," Lu Jiwei said, gripping the hammer tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with trepidation. "Do you think there could be infected individuals or something sinister lurking in here?" "What could be lurking?" Li Ming replied, illuminating the path ahead with his phone. "There might be infected, but anything foul is out of the question." "Not necessarily," Lu Jiwei countered immediately. "If infected are emerging, then it's not impossible for something foul to appear as well." "Don't scare me." Li Ming's voice quivered with fear, though he endeavored to sound resolute. "We must adhere to materialism and dismiss superstitions." While speaking, he meticulously inspected the surroundings with his phone, his hands trembling slightly, but he fought to maintain composure. Just as Lu Jiwei was about to respond, he noticed Li Ming had halted. His heart raced with concern. "Oldly, why did you stop? Could there really be something foul?" His voice trembled imperceptibly, eyes betraying uncertainty as he tightened his grip on the hammer. Li Ming did not respond immediately, instead stepping aside to reveal what lay ahead, his tone buoyant and excited. "If all goes well, we've arrived." With the weak light from the phone, Lu Jiwei peered ahead. Before them lay a space of approximately 30 square meters, filled with an array of modified tools and a plethora of motorcycle supplies. His eyes sparkled with joy as tension melted away. "Hurry up! Rush back to inform Brother Zhang and the others," Li Ming urged, pressing forward. "I'll stay down here to see if we can find any backup power sources. Otherwise, it's pitch black, and we can't see a thing." Lu Jiwei stood momentarily dazed, but at Li Ming's urgent call, he mechanically nodded, turned, and sprinted back to where Zhang Han and the others awaited. Within moments, he arrived, panting heavily before Zhang Han, who eagerly approached, asking, "What's the situation? Is it safe down there? And did you find the basement?" Lu Jiwei took several deep breaths to regain his composure before replying. "There's absolutely no danger. Oldly and I checked thoroughly, and the basement is indeed safe. Moreover, we successfully found it. Oldly is down there keeping watch and searching for any usable backup power. Without electricity, it would be utterly dark down there." As Lu Jiwei spoke, he casually pulled a drink from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and took several gulps. Upon hearing Lu Jiwei's account, Zhang Han nodded in satisfaction before turning to the others, methodically instructing, "In that case, let us hasten down to investigate. Everyone, Be cautious and stay alert. With that, he gestured for Lu Jiwei to lead the way, and the group slowly followed behind as they descended. So, Lao Zhao, how stable is the structure? As the bombardment approached, could it be stopped? Zhang Han shouted loudly, completely disregarding the deafening roar of the diesel generator beside him. He hastily approached Zhao Gang, who was intently examining the wall structure, and anxiously inquired. Due to the soundproof conditions in the basement and the heavy snowfall outside, the generator's noise would not attract the infected. Zhao Gang did not immediately respond to Zhang Han's question, instead continuing to gently tap the wall with the steel pipe in his hand. Each strike resonated with a crisp sound. After a considerable pause, he slowly raised his head, his expression grave as he gazed at Zhang Han and said, "I fear the situation looks rather bleak. Judging by the current condition, the concrete used in this wall is likely only around C30. If we unfortunately encounter one of those powerful penetrating bombs or precision-guided munitions dropped by the military, and if we were to be directly hit, I fear none of us would escape unscathed. It would mean the end for us all." Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, Zhang Han involuntarily inhaled sharply, but soon sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he replied, "Alas, what can be done? There are hardly any large commercial centers or residential complexes around this place. If there were, we would have certainly relocated by now. But for the time being, we have no choice but to make do here." After speaking, he cast a troubled gaze at the seemingly sturdy yet fundamentally fragile wall, silently praying that the worst-case scenario would not come to pass. Indeed, in such a desolate and forsaken place, having a basement to take refuge in was a blessing. Moreover, who would be willing to use high-strength concrete in ordinary civilian constructions? I believe C30 concrete is already quite sufficient. After all, we have an entire building above us, which should help mitigate some of the blast impact. Therefore, it is unlikely that anything catastrophic will occur. As Zhao Gang gently caressed the cold, rough wall, he murmured words of self-comfort. Zhang Han turned his gaze towards the bustling crowd in the basement, absent-mindedly echoing, "Isn't that so? What more can we hope for at a time like this?" His tone conveyed a sense of resignation. Yet there lingered an air of fatalism. Chapter 33. The shadow of death in the quarantine zone on the outskirts of Lehigh City, Lu Xiaofeng felt as though he were burdened by invisible shackles. His body heavy as he staggered down from the last evacuation helicopter. His legs seemed devoid of strength, each step requiring the support of 2 aides by his side. The recent experiences in Lehigh City felt like a surreal nightmare, violently impacting his psyche, leaving deep imprints while simultaneously overwhelming this once robust soldier. Iron Area C of Lehigh City. Lu Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon an endless tide of infected individuals, wielding a myriad of weapons. From crude clubs to sharp blades, and even kitchen knives. Anything that could serve as a weapon was fully utilized. The frenzied infected surged forward like tumultuous waves, launching a relentless assault on the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade, which numbered less than 7,000 under his command. The eyes of the infected glimmered with irrational fervor and desire, as they charged forward recklessly, becoming increasingly organized and aggressive under the direction of special infected leaders. Despite their utmost efforts to establish several formidable defensive lines, within less than a day, these lines were ruthlessly breached. The soldiers on the front lines, facing the tidal wave of enemies, found their bullets and artillery seemingly inconsequential against this overwhelming flood. The collapse of the defense was akin to the prologue of a catastrophe, unveiling a harsher reality. Following the disintegration of the defenses, those once valiant soldiers opened fire on the innocent civilians who obstructed their retreat. The eyes of the soldiers, threatened by death, lost their former warmth and rationality, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. All they desired was to survive and escape this hell on earth. Lu Xiaofeng sat in the transport helicopter. Gazing down at the chaotic scene below, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Those soldiers who once protected the people had now become merciless executioners. He could not comprehend why his once loyal troops had suddenly devolved into such savagery, ruthlessly firing upon the very civilians who had nurtured them. This transformation felt like a nightmare, leaving him in profound helplessness and despair. Had it not been for the explosions echoing from Area C that jolted him from his stupor, he might have continued to believe this was merely a horrific dream. The sound of each explosion was akin to lives extinguished, awakening him to the blood-soaked reality he must confront. Not far from the helipad, Huji braved the biting wind, standing beside a military jeep, draped in a heavy general's coat, his hands tightly gripping leather gloves. His eyes sparkled with determination, yet beneath this resolve lay a profound concern. Accompanied by 2 aides, his strides were firm and swift, as if racing against time towards Lu Xiaofeng. When Hu Ji reached Lu Xiaofeng, his demeanor suddenly softened and slowed, as if wary of disturbing something fragile. He extended his gloved hand, firmly grasping Lu Xiaofeng's hand, conveying unspoken comfort and strength through the grip. Hu Ji's voice, hoarse and sorrowful, resonated as he said, "It's enough to be alive, just to be alive." This phrase seemed to emerge from the depths of his heart, each word heavy as lead. Tears involuntarily welled up in Hu Ji's eyes, cascading down his cheeks and falling onto the frigid snow below. He was acutely aware of the immense pressure resting upon Lu Xiaofeng's shoulders, a sense of responsibility and helplessness that threatened to crush him. Upon hearing Hu Ji's words, Lu Xiaofeng felt as though the most delicate strings of his heart had been plucked, and tears surged forth like a breaking dam. He lifted his head, his once resolute face now etched with fatigue and the marks of war, bearing the weight of experience. Alive? What purpose does my existence serve? Lu Xiaofeng's voice was laden with anguish and guilt, recalling the millions of lives in Lehigh City. Their horrific fates remained vividly imprinted in his mind. I am filled with rage. I despise my inability to protect them. Yet, I am utterly powerless. My 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade numbers less than 7,000, tasked with defending the vast expanse of Lehigh City. By the end, there were scarcely fewer than 1,000 left, and we scarcely brought any heavy weapons. Our formation was shattered, and nearly all junior officers perished, including my deputy brigade commander, who sacrificed himself to cover my retreat. I owe an apology to the millions of citizens of Lehigh City and to every soldier of the 72nd Armored Brigade. His words were infused with boundless sorrow and helplessness, each syllable a sharp blade, tearing at his heart. After speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's face was already drenched in tears. His body seemed to lose all strength as he desperately broke free from the support of the 2 aides. Collapsing weakly onto the snow, his tears mingled with the snow, forming a poignant and tragic tableau. The scalding tears left traces upon the icy ground, akin to a profound lament for fallen comrades and civilians. Amidst the snow-covered earth, the figures of the 2 soldiers appeared especially solitary yet resolute. Hu Ji's movements were slow and solemn as he knelt down, akin to an old friend offering the warmest embrace in the biting winter. His fingers gently unfastened the buttons of his leather gloves, a silent ritual releasing the warmth of his palms. With his hands exposed to the biting wind, he tenderly wiped away Lu Xiaofeng's tears, as if attempting to erase all sorrow and fatigue. Though his hands were cold, his actions were imbued with warmth and strength. Subsequently, Hu Ji gently removed his general's coat, a heavy garment bearing the weight of responsibility and honor. He carefully draped the coat over Lu Xiaofeng's trembling shoulders, a fraternal gesture of care, silently conveying warmth and protection. The weight of the coat upon Lu Xiaofeng's shoulders, while heavy, also bestowed upon him the courage to rise once more. Hu Ji extended his hands, using the arms that once commanded thousands, to laboriously lift Lu Xiaofeng from the icy ground, entrusting him to the 2 aides nearby. Each of his movements appeared cautious, as if he were handling a fragile treasure. In that moment, the distinctions of rank and status vanished, leaving only the profound camaraderie between comrades. Then, Hu Ji knelt down again, diligently brushing away the snowflakes that had settled on Lu Xiaofeng's trousers. This act, almost humble in nature, was in Hu Ji's eyes the most sincere care he could offer his comrade. The snowflakes danced away in the wake of his gentle patting, as if celebrating this bond. It was unimaginable in the military for a general to adopt such a lowly posture for a colonel, yet in Hu Ji's heart, it was merely an expression of his duty as a brother-in-arms. He slowly raised his head, striving to meet Lu Xiaofeng's gaze at eye level, his look devoid of hierarchical boundaries, only deep understanding and respect. Hu Ji reached out to straighten Lu Xiaofeng's somewhat misshapen cap, lightly patting the brigade leader's shoulder before turning to the 2 aides, saying, "You've worked hard. Take Brigade Leader Lu down to rest properly. The upcoming battles will be entrusted to us." 2 diligent soldiers nodded, their eyes reflecting a profound respect for their superior and a deep concern for their comrade. They swiftly and steadily assisted the already shattered Lu Xiaofeng into a nearby waiting jeep. Hu Ji's gaze then shifted to the aide beside him, his voice growing more urgent and forceful. Immediately send warm clothing, food, and ammunition supplies to the civilians in front of the quarantine wall and the soldiers of the 72nd Armored Mobile Brigade. They cannot even leave the containment area now. We must not let their spirits falter further." The aide promptly stood at attention, saluted with precision, and affirmed resolutely, "Yes, sir." He then turned sharply and strode purposefully towards the jeep behind him to execute the order. As the two military jeeps sped away through the swirling snowflakes, Huji retracted his gaze. He inhaled deeply, adjusted his military cap, and, accompanied by another aide, donned thick gloves before stepping into another awaiting military jeep. The engine roared to life as the jeep slowly began its journey towards the front line. The conflict within Linhai City had subsided, but this did not herald the arrival of peace. Rather, it signaled the onset of even fiercer battles on the periphery. Seated within the jeep, Huji felt a flicker of warmth from the vehicle's heater, a stark contrast to the icy desolation outside. His gaze traversed the snow-laden landscape through the window, observing the figures laboring against the bitter wind. A wave of anxiety surged within him. Despite the 7th Air Division prioritizing strikes against the infected in Zone C, the damage reports suggested that the effects of incendiary and explosive bombs fell short of expectations. Those hiding within the buildings seemed largely unscathed. He pondered whether the upcoming deployment of bunker busters and cloudburst bombs could deliver a decisive blow to the infected, but he held little confidence. As for the enhanced destructive power of the bombs on the structures, he knew it would spell disaster. Yet at this critical juncture of life and death, he could scarcely afford to dwell on the cold, hard debris of bricks and mortar. Millions of lives in Linhai City had already perished. What did these buildings amount to? If these measures remained ineffective, he would have to contemplate the final resort of nuclear weapons. The thought of nuclear armament made Huji shake his head and let out a bitter smile. He understood all too well that the detonation of such weapons would cause irreversible devastation to Linhai City's ecological environment. However, confronted with such dire circumstances, he had little choice left. Reports from the Southern Military District indicated that forces stationed along the border had also engaged in skirmishes with the infected, and the situation was equally grim. The lengthy border, sparsely populated with troops, compounded by an unexpected global snowstorm, had escalated the situation to its most critical point within a mere day. He could not help but question how long his force of over 100,000 could endure in Linhai City. Not to mention other factors, just the defense line he had set up contained more than half of the personnel from reserve forces that were severely lacking in heavy weaponry. These reservists, who had long since retired and lived peaceful, stable lives, were now compelled to re-enlist due to the sudden crisis of the infected, stepping once more onto a battlefield fraught with smoke and peril. As for how much genuine combat capability and tenacity remained within them, the truth was that even he, the commander, had little certainty. After all, time does not spare anyone. Having been distanced from the ravages of war for so long, whether they could swiftly adapt to this war against the infected was an unpredictable unknown. As relentless natural disasters and man-made calamities descended, what should have been a season of harvest joy in this golden autumn instantaneously morphed into a tumultuous and unsettled period of turmoil. "Quickly find something to burn. I'm freezing to death." Zhang Han curled up, shivering as he extended his hands to take the wooden chair from Liu Biao. This moment, apart from his hands, his entire body was enveloped in thick clothing. Yet he remained unable to fend off the bone-chilling cold. Liu Biao nodded repeatedly, equally suffering from the cold. His lips turned purple, teeth chattering, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "All right, I'll find something right away." With that, he turned and hurried away. For these 7 individuals who had never lived in the north, the harsh weather caught them completely off guard. They had assumed that winter in a subtropical city would be relatively mild. But who could have anticipated that snow would fall in November, and so heavily? Nearby, Zhu Dachong was crouched on the ground, laboriously disassembling the wooden tables and chairs with the hydraulic pliers. He exhaled clouds of white steam, grumbling, "I'm really fed up. It's only November, and the heavens are so eager to snow." Lu Zhuwei quickly chimed in, a look of exasperation on his face. "Exactly. We're in a subtropical city. After all, there is hardly any heating facilities here, and the insulation of these buildings pales in comparison to those in the north. At this rate, we're really going to freeze into popsicles." He turned to Old Li. "Don't you think so?" Li Ming was busy refueling the diesel generator. He cautiously poured diesel into the machine. Worry etched on his face as he remarked, "Forget about popsicles. I am afraid the remaining diesel in this shop won't last much longer. It might only power this generator for 5 hours. Once it runs out of power, it will only get colder. Zhang Han's teeth chattered incessantly, his body trembling involuntarily as he shuffled closer to the steaming generator. He struggled to lift his quaking hands, feeling as if they no longer belonged to him. Muttering, "Let us just get through this. Maybe a bomb will drop soon, and we'll all be done for." He glanced meaningfully at Zhao Gang, who was unsuccessfully trying to ignite wood with a lighter not far away. At that moment, Zhao Gang was equally miserable, shaking from the cold, and the lighter in his hand seemed to have succumbed to the chill. Refusing to cooperate, he shivered as he pressed the lighter switch. And finally, a weak flame flickered to life. He cautiously brought it to the pile of disassembled wood. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the flame failed to ignite the timber. Damn it! Is this piece of junk lighter even functional? If it doesn't light up, I swear I'll throw you away. Frustrated, Zhao Gang could not help but curse. Unwilling to give up so easily, he repeated the lighting motion time and again, hoping for a miracle. Yet, after several attempts, the outcome remained disappointing. The wood continued to show no signs of reaction. After repeated failures, Zhao Gang crouched down, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the pile of wood before him. He extended his stiff fingers, gently prodding the logs, seeking the cause of the issue. Finally, after several moments of exploration, he had an epiphany regarding the problem. Rising with a face full of anger, he strode towards Zhu Dachong, who was engrossed in disassembling the wood. Without a word, he bent down, picked up a piece of already disassembled wood, and hurled it to the ground with force. The wood collided with the floor, producing a dull thud and kicking up a cloud of dust. He then pointed at the wood and shouted at Zhu Dachong, "Look at what you've done. This wood is thicker than my palm. How could such thick wood possibly catch fire easily? Do you even know how to do this? Can't you make them smaller?" As he yelled, he unceremoniously snatched the heavy hydraulic pliers from Zhu Dachong's hands. Crouching down, he began to personally process the wood that Zhu Dachong had previously disassembled. Zhu Dachong stood there, his face flushed with embarrassment from the reprimand, resembling a ripe apple. For a student like him, who usually buried himself in books, he had never engaged in such laborious work before. Had it not been for the desperate circumstances, he would never have willingly taken on such a task. Watching helplessly as his hard-earned work was seized by another, Zhu Dachong felt a mix of dissatisfaction and helplessness. Slowly, he straightened up, reached into his backpack, and pulled out a few pieces of chocolate. After unwrapping them, he unhesitatingly stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously while muttering, "It's just that the wood wasn't cut perfectly. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Just as Zhu Dachong grumbled, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted without warning. Its immense force even caused dust to begin cascading from the ceiling of the dim underground room they occupied. Zhang Han was crouched in front of the generator, relying on its feeble warmth to thaw his frozen body. The sudden and violent explosion startled him profoundly, causing him to leap as if struck by electricity, only to fall heavily onto the cold, hard ground. The dust cascading from the rooftop fell mercilessly upon his previously neat and tidy attire, instantly rendering him a disheveled mess. Zhu Dachong, rendered speechless by the unexpected and deafening blast, was left in a daze. He could hardly concern himself with the delectable chocolate he had been savoring. Like a headless fly, he dashed toward Zhang Han in a state of panic. Upon reaching Zhang Han, his face awash with terror, he stammered, "Zhang, brother Zhang, it's over, it's over. We've been bombed too. We're all doomed." On the other hand, Zhang Han appeared somewhat more composed. He first raised his hand to gently brush away the dust that had settled on his cheek from the explosion, followed by a series of uncontrollable coughs. Once he regained his composure, he replied with a resigned expression, "What can we do? Do you think hiding elsewhere would spare us from the bombings? Don't you know this bombing is indiscriminate? It means that no matter where we are all at risk, my dear brother." Nearby, Zhao Gang, who had been frantically engaged in his tasks, was equally dazed by the explosion. His eyes widened in shock, and it took him a moment to regain his senses. Suddenly realizing something, he hastily discarded his work and hurriedly approached. Upon getting closer, he raised a hand, vigorously waving it in an attempt to disperse the dust-laden air rendered murky by the blast. Once the air cleared slightly, he took a deep breath and gravely stated, Judging by the sound of that explosion, it was at least several hundred meters away from us. However, if another bomb falls nearby and closer to us, the consequences would be unimaginable. I fear we would all be buried alive beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. As he finished speaking, Zhao Gang's voice trembled involuntarily, clearly filled with fear and concern. What is there to be afraid of? Fear is pointless, as the saying goes. When a person dies, they return to the heavens, and if they don't die, they live for countless years. If we truly are unfortunate enough to face something insurmountable, then it is fate that has decreed it. Thus, we need not be afraid or panic. Let us all continue with our tasks. Do not stand there like fools in a daze, especially the fire. It must be kindled quickly. Otherwise, if our socks and shoes are soaked, who knows how long we'll wait for them to dry. Zhang Han, brushing off the dust from his clothes, shouted loudly to the bewildered crowd. Chapter 34. Troop Mobilization in the Sky. Another cloud bomb was released by a bomber. This bomb plummeted directly near the basement where Zhang Han and the others were hiding. A violent explosion erupted, triggering the bomb's fuse, unleashing a torrent of cloud explosive fuel that collided violently with the air, resulting in a cataclysmic blast. The immense heat and pressure released by the explosion surged forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly forming a high-temperature, high-pressure fireball with a diameter of several meters. This searing fireball swept through the surroundings, consuming all nearby structures without mercy, no matter how sturdy the skyscrapers or how humble the single-story houses. They crumbled under this terrifying force, collapsing into a heap of rubble. The situation for those hiding in the basement was equally dire. The overwhelming shockwave crashing upon them caused the already unstable basement to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Within moments, the basement could no longer withstand such powerful forces, with only the small area supported by load-bearing walls remaining intact, while the rest collapsed entirely. As the building fell with a thunderous roar, billowing clouds of dust surged upwards, rapidly filling the basement. This dense dust infiltrated every corner, choking those trapped within, who could only cover their mouths and noses while coughing incessantly in agony. Zhang Han pressed tightly against the load-bearing wall, his body trembling slightly, his face reflecting the relief of having survived. He turned to Zhao Gang, who also appeared disheveled, and, with a hoarse yet grateful voice, said, "Ah, what a stroke of luck! Thank goodness for your suggestion to hide here. Otherwise, we would all be finished. You truly deserve your title as a builder. Once we make it out alive, I will definitely appoint you as the chief architect, and your salary will be no less than 100,000. Meanwhile, Tang Xiangrong struggled to rise, coughing violently as he expelled the dust from his mouth. He gasped in agreement. Absolutely. You deserve a salary of at least 100,000. No, 1 million. Coughing mid-sentence, he could not help but bend down again, clutching his chest as he coughed uncontrollably in such a cramped space with nearly no airflow. The thick dust was suffocating, making the experience unbearably uncomfortable. Zhao Gang, using his already soiled coat to cover his mouth and nose, breathed heavily and spoke with great difficulty. This is the only spot in the basement that is somewhat reliable, as at least it has a load-bearing wall. As for the other places, with their C-30 concrete, I can assure you, they would not withstand the immense force of an aerial bomb. Lu Jiwei waved his hands wildly, attempting to disperse the choking dust while gasping for air, laboriously asking, "So, if the entire Lehigh City is bombed, will we be safe then? Surely the military will come to rescue us, right?" His voice was filled with anticipation and a hint of undeniable fear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han paused for a moment, then could no longer contain his laughter. However, as soon as he laughed, a large cloud of dust engulfed him, causing him to cough violently. After finally regaining his composure, he replied with a resigned tone, tinged with sarcasm, "You must still be dreaming. Just take a look at the intensity of this bombing. Do you think any military would dare to rush in here? In my view, the government is hell-bent on leveling Lehigh City to the ground. Moreover, I suspect that once this wave of bombings concludes, there will surely be another. They won't rest until this place is utterly obliterated. Ah, I wonder if those military bombs require payment. They are certainly spending lavishly." As he spoke, he removed his coat and draped it over his head, frightened by the pervasive dust. Thank goodness none of it fell directly on us. Otherwise, we would all turn to ash, exclaimed Li Ming, still shaken, as he tightly covered his mouth and nose with both hands, fearful of inhaling even a speck of dust. Oh, come now. Being alive is already a blessing. At that moment, Zhu Dacheng waved his wet shoes and socks, exclaiming loudly, "Look at these shoes and socks. They're still soaking wet. Once this bombing stops, if we run out wearing these damp shoes and socks, that would truly be a death sentence." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked down at their own still damp footwear, and the icy imagery of the outside world flooded their minds, causing them to shiver involuntarily. It had taken them less than half an hour to walk from the labor protection store to this basement, yet it felt as though they had exhausted a lifetime of energy. Furthermore, none knew how long they would have to struggle through the bone-chilling snow to reach safety once they emerged from this place. What can we do? Regardless, life must go on, Zhang Han sighed deeply. Speaking with resignation, he was acutely aware that the current situation was fraught with internal and external strife, compounding their woes. Not only were terrifying infected individuals roaming about, occasionally launching lethal attacks, but the military's relentless bombings had left the already ravaged city even more battered and broken. Coupled with the damned icy environment, it was as though their odds of survival had been severely compounded. Yet, even in the face of a dire predicament that seemed utterly hopeless, Zhang Han harbored a deep-seated reluctance to succumb to death. After all, a good death pales in comparison to a wretched existence. Enough, enough. Everyone, stop standing there in a daze. Quickly check whether the exit is blocked. If it's clear, let's head toward the outskirts. I suspect that area may not have been completely overrun yet. Zhang Han strained to listen to the distant sounds of explosions, then turned to the group, who were still engaged in hushed conversations and light-hearted banter, and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the others snapped out of their reverie and sprang into action. Zhu Dacheng muttered under his breath, "Humph, what is the point of living a lifetime? Even before those dreadful infected appeared, we were already toiling endlessly, weren't we? And now, with the emergence of the infected, our burdens have only multiplied. Alas, this life truly feels like a ceaseless grind." As he spoke, he nimbly retrieved a hefty hydraulic plier from his large bag. "Can we refrain from complaining for a moment? Our immediate priority is to devise a means of escaping this cursed place. If the military launches another round of bombardments, we might find ourselves with no way out," Zhao Geng chided sternly. Swiftly extracting a steel pipe from his backpack, then cautiously made his way toward the exit, Hug gazed gravely at the reports from various regions of the country, his brow furrowed with concern over the prevailing situation. He lifted his gaze to the upright figure of Deputy Commander Shenbo beside him and inquired, "What is the status of the outer defensive line? Have we engaged in combat with the enemy yet?" Shenbo promptly replied, "Yes, Commander. We have indeed exchanged fire. However, according to reports from various units, due to the relentless bombardment by the 7th Air Division, only a few infected individuals have managed to breach the outer defenses. Presently, our operational pressure is relatively light, and the overall situation remains under control." As he spoke, Shenbo straightened his posture, displaying a confident and resolute demeanor. However, Hug gently shook his head, sighing, "Though our local circumstances appear optimistic, the nationwide situation remains grim. Come, take a look at this latest report just received from the Southern Military District." As he spoke, he handed the substantial report to Shenbo. Shenbo quickly accepted it and began to skim through its contents. As he delved deeper into the reading, his expression grew increasingly somber. He instinctively rubbed his icy face, which had been numbed by the frigid weather, and after a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, "If they insist on relocating the 5th Army Aviation Brigade, let them do so. After all, we already have the 7th Air Division carrying out around-the-clock bombardments. Moreover, the situation along the border is indeed critical, so it is only reasonable for them to request reinforcements, as long as we can safeguard the national security line. Some sacrifices and concessions are worthwhile." A trace of bitterness flickered across Hug's face as he gently shook his head and sighed helplessly. "You still underestimate the complexity and gravity of the border situation. The Southern Military District has a total force of merely over 500,000, yet they are tasked with defending a line that stretches over 300 kilometers. Given such a daunting challenge, how long do you think they can sustain this effort?" With that, he forcefully tossed a freshly issued order from the Ministry of Defense onto the large, somewhat disheveled desk. Subsequently, Hug pointed at the report, his tone heavy as he continued, "Moreover, according to this order, Our southern military district is expected to redeploy a full 100,000 troops to bolster the defenses along the border with India. When they requested the mobilization of ground attack missile units, they remained utterly silent, citing the strain on the border while claiming that our side faced lesser pressure. Now, however, they wish to withdraw troops from our district. The question arises, from where will we source these 100,000 soldiers? After much contemplation, it seems we can only draw from the reserve forces stationed in various cities. However, this would leave our urban garrisons even more vulnerable. Should we fail to ensure sufficient manpower to maintain stability and suppress potential unrest, the riots we have only just managed to quell may very well reignite. Upon hearing this, Shun Bo, who had been silently listening from the side, furrowed his brow, fixating on the order on the table, lost in deep thought. After a considerable pause, he seemed to regain his composure, slowly raising his head to speak with a grave expression. They are indeed relocating another 100,000 troops. They truly believe the southern military district is not already under enough pressure. We are well aware of the immense strain faced by the defensive line against India and empathize with their plight. However, can we simply disregard the stability of our own territory? If the excessive withdrawal of troops leads to chaos within the cities, the consequences would be unimaginable. The higher-ups are undoubtedly aware of the situations you've outlined. We too have submitted relevant reports from the Southern Military District, but can you guess their response? They claim that if the infected were to breach the defenses, even with reserve troops stationed in the city, it would be of little consequence. As for maintaining stability, they suggested merely recruiting more volunteer police to suffice. When I first heard this order, I was utterly incredulous. Volunteer police? Do they truly believe that relying solely on their meager batons can suppress the potential upheaval within the city? Humph! Fuming, Huji abruptly snatched his teacup from the table, pacing back and forth in the command center, vocally expressing his indignation. Shun Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Clearly, even he was taken aback by the directive issued from above. After a moment, he gradually regained his composure, picked up the recently released report from the Ministry of Defense, and with heavy steps approached Huji. However, since the order had already been issued, what recourse do we have? Shinbo remarked with resignation, shaking his head as he handed the report back to Huji. You must understand, it is already fortunate that we have not been ordered to mobilize our existing forces at the defensive line. Upon hearing this, Huji's face bore a wry smile, dismissing the report that Shinbo had extended. He was acutely aware that, despite his dissatisfaction, venting his frustrations would not alter the fact that the Southern Military District was compelled to deploy 100,000 soldiers to reinforce the Indian front. Contemplating this, his anger flared anew. He raised his hand and slammed the teacup onto the command table with force. A resounding crash echoed as the cup shattered, scattering tea across the surface and splattering onto the floor. Humph! I shall see where they intend to find replacements once these 100,000 troops are relocated, Huji declared, turning on his heel and striding toward the door. Calling back to Shinbo, come, let us take a look at the defensive line. I am truly feeling stifled and uneasy. With a resigned expression, Shinbo passed the Ministry of Defense report to a nearby staff officer, wearing a rueful smile as he slowly remarked, Old Hu, your fiery temper has not changed one bit. You've been like this since your youth and remain so even now. As he spoke, he hurriedly followed closely behind Huji. In truth, Shinbo harbored a similar frustration, yet as an experienced commander, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure and rationality during such critical moments, in the cities of the Southern Military District. Reserve troops receiving the mobilization order busily organized their equipment, their movements swift and orderly, as though each action had been meticulously calculated. The sound of military boots striking the cold ground echoed sharply, intertwining with their hurried breaths, creating a unique rhythm. Their silhouettes stretched long under the train station's lights, starkly contrasting with the surrounding world blanketed in snow. The atmosphere within the station was tense and solemn, as if the very air had solidified. Aside from the military personnel on duty, entry was prohibited for all others, rendering the previously bustling station eerily silent. Only the occasional commands and footsteps disrupted the stillness. Fluffy snowflakes fell like goose feathers, blanketing the tracks and platforms, blurring even the distant signal lights, as if the entire world had been transformed into an expanse of pristine white. The nation's transportation systems were entirely locked down. and personnel movement was stringently restricted to prevent the dreadful virus from spreading further. Such measures, though severe, were deemed necessary in this war against the infected. Clad in heavy winter gear, the reserve soldiers wore expressions marked by confusion and discontent. They belonged to the Southern Military District but had suddenly received orders to deploy to the distant Western Military District to engage in combat. This signifies that they are about to depart from the comfort of their familiar hometown, leaving the warm embrace of their loved ones to venture into an entirely foreign and perilous battlefield. For these warriors, who have long since retired from service, this undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge and trial. Their hearts are filled with a tumult of emotions, encompassing both a fear of the unknown and a profound loyalty to their mission. They comprehend that, despite their retirement, when their country calls upon them, they must rise to the occasion. Their gazes are resolute. Although they are burdened by thoughts of home, they are acutely aware that the journey they are about to embark upon is to safeguard countless others. For the peace of their nation and the safety of its people, as the train's whistle gradually pierces the air, the soldiers board the train one by one, their figures becoming increasingly indistinct within the compartments. Outside, the snow continues to swirl, yet within their hearts lies an amalgamation of readiness for the impending battle and longing for their families. This is a journey without a return, an endeavor destined to be etched in the annals of history. Chapter 35. The calamitous scene. How is it? Have you managed to dig it out? Zhang Han stood below, gazing up at Zhu Dacheng and Zhao Gang, who were straining to pry away the debris with their backsides protruding. He called out anxiously, his voice rising. Hearing Zhang Han's inquiry, Zhu Dacheng paused in his efforts, turning his head, sweat and dust mingling on his face as he gasped, "Brother Zhang, I understand your urgency, but please, don't rush us. We want to get out quickly too, but this task is no easy feat. What if the structure suddenly collapses? We could all be buried beneath it." With that, he resumed his strenuous efforts to lift the heavy concrete slab, the hydraulic pliers clashing against the solid concrete with a series of sharp sounds. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang remained silent, gritting his teeth as he summoned all his strength, gripping a steel pipe tightly and desperately prying at another massive piece of concrete intermingled with rebar. His exertion caused veins to bulge on his arms and beads of sweat to roll down his forehead. Time ticked by, and they had been laboring for over 20 minutes. However, the ruins before them seemed endless. With no sign of an end in sight, an uncertainty loomed over how much longer it would take to carve out their path to survival. Observing the strain on his comrades, Zhang Han felt a mix of anxiety and sympathy. Letting out a resigned sigh, "Well then, let's take our time, let's endure for another 10 minutes. If there's still no progress, we'll have Tang Xiangrong and Li Ming come in to relieve you too." "Look at you," drenched in sweat at a tea that moment, Tang Xiangrong, who had been resting on the ground amongst the debris and sipping water, raised his head and remarked, "Actually, being trapped here isn't all bad. At least it's not too cold. If it were both cold and stuffy, we'd really be in dire straits." After speaking, he took a few hearty gulps from his sports drink and wiped his mouth. "If it collapses, that would be amusing. We could all just lie down without needing to dig a pit." Lu Jiwei, standing nearby, chuckled, making light of the situation. His expression of schadenfreude was infuriating. "Shut your crow's mouth. If you have nothing constructive to say, keep quiet," Zhang Han snapped, turning around to glare at Lu Jiwei with an expression of fury. His gaze seemed to emit flames, causing Lu Jiwei to immediately lower his head. It dawned on Lu Jiwei that his previous comments had indeed been inappropriate and ill-timed. Just as the two were at an impasse, a thunderous crash echoed through the AI. It turned out that the concrete slab Zhao Gang had been prying finally succumbed to the pressure and fell heavily to the ground. More alarmingly, this massive slab nearly landed on Li Ming, who was observing below. "Damn, that scared me to death," Li Ming exclaimed, his face turning pale as he patted his chest, still shaken. That moment, his legs felt weak, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. However, Zhao Gang, positioned above, appeared unfazed by the heart-stopping event. He casually reassured, "Don't worry, I calculated it. It definitely wouldn't hit you. I've been in construction for over a decade. I have a good sense of these things, trust me with that." He tightened his grip on the steel pipe and exerted all his strength for another forceful jab upwards. There was a loud crash as more concrete debris cascaded down. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of sunlight pierced through from above, illuminating the previously dim and narrow space. "Quick, let us widen this opening." We must leave here as soon as possible. The sooner we escape this dreadful place, the better, Zhang Han urged Zhao Gang, pointing towards the opening where sunlight was seeping in. Zhao Gang nodded confidently and patted his chest, declaring, "All right, Brother Zhang, just watch. You can rest assured that I'll handle this." He then called out to Zhu Dachong, who was nearby with the hydraulic pliers, and the latter rushed over at the sound. Together, Zhao Gang and Zhu Dachong began their vigorous excavation to broaden the opening. Seconds turned into minutes as beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, yet their efforts showed no sign of abating. Finally, after a grueling struggle, the once narrow opening was successfully enlarged enough for a person to crawl through. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhao Gang immediately poked his head out of the opening, carefully surveying the surroundings. "Brother Zhang, it's still snowing outside, but thankfully, I haven't spotted any of those damned infected." "Oh no! In just this short while, my head is already covered in snowflakes," Zhao Gang exclaimed, shaking off the accumulated snow from his hair. "That is good. Let us quickly organize a team to head out," Zhang Han commanded decisively, his gaze landing on Lu Jiwei. "Let Lu Jiwei go out first to scout the way. This guy is always bursting with energy and is just the right person for the task." At this, Lu Jiwei's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded silently. He understood that he had no choice but to comply with Zhang Han's orders. Even though he was oblivious to the conditions outside and unaware of the potential presence of terrifying infected, he had no alternative but to bravely lead the charge. He firmly grasped the hammer in his hand, fastening all the buttons on his heavy coat, fully concentrating on preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. "Stop dawdling, hurry up and get out." Before Lu Jiwei was fully prepared, Zhang Han's urgent voice rang out again. Hearing this, Lu Jiwei wasted no time, carefully crawling out of the narrow opening with assistance from Zhao Gang and Zhu Dachong. As he poked his head out, Lu Jiwei instinctively raised the hammer in his right hand, eyes scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of a hawk. Moments passed, and after a minute or two, confirming that there were no immediate signs of danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked back into the opening, calling out loudly, "Brother Zhang, rest assured. There is currently no sign of infected outside. But the snow is getting heavier." Upon receiving the news, everyone inside sprang into action. Zhang Han was the first to approach the opening, followed closely by Zhao Gang, Zhu Dachong, and the others. Each of them bore tense expressions, weapons or tools clutched tightly in their hands. As they emerged from the opening, a biting cold wind rushed past, icy snowflakes striking their faces, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. They instinctively huddled together, forming a tight defensive circle. Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him. The once familiar city had been utterly transformed, rendering it unrecognizable. His mouth fell slightly open, and an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. Wow! The towering skyscrapers that had once reached for the heavens now lay in ruins, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, reduced to mere remnants. Those magnificent structures, some snapped in half and others collapsed into heaps of rubble, stirred up clouds of dust. The once spacious and level roads had vanished, replaced by mountains of fallen buildings and shattered debris, completely obscuring the path and rendering it impassable. Large snowflakes cascaded from the sky like down feathers, gently blanketing every corner of the ground. Beneath this seemingly tranquil and serene scene lay a far more harrowing sight. Some still-burning construction materials blazed fiercely, flames licking at everything around them, emitting billowing clouds of smoke. The vivid contrast between the red flames and the white snowflakes painted a surreal and sorrowful picture. This city, once so familiar to Zhang Han, had become a stranger, leaving him bewildered. The streets, shops, and parks from his memories had vanished without a trace, leaving only this desolate wasteland. Linghai City, a place that had once harbored the dreams and hopes of countless people, would now likely only exist in the chronicles of history. At this moment, all that lay before him was this heart-wrenching expanse of desolation. Slowly turning his head, Zhang Han's gaze locked onto Li Ming. His voice tinged with anxiety and uncertainty as he inquired, "In such a chaotic and smoke-filled environment, can you still clearly discern the path we should take?" Upon hearing Zhang Han's inquiry, Li Ming couldn't help but widen his already considerable eyes. His expression tense and focused as he began to meticulously observe his surroundings. The scene before him was a chaotic wasteland. Remnants of shattered walls were scattered everywhere, and the city, ravaged by military bombardment, had lost all semblance of its former glory, now a stark contrast to its once bustling vibrancy. The shops that had previously thrived with activity were now utterly obliterated, and the lively streets had vanished without a trace. Everything before him felt so alien that even Li Ming, who once navigated this city with unparalleled familiarity, now found himself engulfed in confusion. Frowning deeply, he pondered how to confront the current predicament. Instinctively, he slapped his head, as if trying to awaken the memories of the city's pathways buried deep within his mind. Unfortunately, due to the near absence of recognizable landmarks or structures, it was exceedingly difficult to discern the correct route based solely on his vague recollections. In despair, Li Ming shook his head with a grimace and said to Zhang Han, "Brother Zhang, the situation is indeed dire. The entirety of Linhai City has undergone a monumental transformation. Pinpointing each road's direction is akin to scaling a mountain. I am exerting every effort to recall, but at best I can only vaguely estimate the direction toward the city's exit. As for the specific path to reach our destination, alas, I am truly at a loss. What shall we do? If Li Ming misdirects us, won't we be trapped within the city?" Tang Xiangrong, upon contemplating this possibility, could no longer suppress his anxiety and panic, interjecting hastily, "Silence! Be quiet!" Zhang Han, who was deep in thought strategizing, was abruptly interrupted by Tang Xiangrong, and his fury flared. He bellowed in reprimand, his mood already soured beyond measure, leaving him with no patience to endure Tang Xiangrong's incessant chatter. In truth, Zhang Han's concerns were far more comprehensive and profound than those of his companions. Unlike others who possessed a narrow vision, fixated on immediate gains, he understood the grave implications. If this city had been utterly decimated, the subsequent supply of resources would pose an exceptionally thorny issue. Not to mention the challenge of securing sufficient food and water for survival. How would they keep warm in such bitterly cold conditions? Moreover, following this cataclysm, some infected individuals would undoubtedly remain in the city. In such a dire environment, it would be a veritable haven for these infected beings. Consequently, they found themselves in a truly desperate situation. Before them lay only two paths: either to successfully escape the city in search of a glimmer of hope, or to resign themselves to inaction and ultimately face death. "Let us heed Li Ming's words," Zhang Han said wearily, his voice imbued with resignation and frustration. "Based on his suggested direction, let us proceed cautiously forward. Alas, I cannot conceive of a better plan at this juncture. We must take it step by step." After uttering these words, Zhang Han appeared deflated, akin to a deflated balloon, his spirit utterly exhausted. Since the onset of this dreadful viral outbreak, he felt as though every decision he made was at the whim of fate, never progressing in the direction he desired. Each time he crafted a plan with confidence, unforeseen circumstances would invariably force him to alter or even completely abandon it. This relentless barrage of setbacks left Zhang Han feeling utterly drained and fatigued. Upon hearing Zhang Han's decision, the other team members exchanged silent glances, yet none dared to voice a word. They understood well that any dissent at this moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, despite possibly harboring differing thoughts, they chose to remain silent and obey orders. Accordingly, the group continued to march forward, enduring the relentless snowfall that blanketed the landscape. The biting cold wind lashed at their faces like a merciless whip, and the frigid snowflakes struck them incessantly, yet they dared not pause. Zhang Han, positioned in the middle of the group, stumbled slightly due to a knee injury, his body swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. Tang Xiangrong closely supported him, fearful that he might inadvertently fall into the vast expanse of snow. Meanwhile, Zhang Han's right hand instinctively rested on the holster at his waist, his fingers gently stroking the cold, hard surface of the firearm. For Zhang Han in this moment, perhaps only this weighty weapon could offer him a modicum of solace and a semblance of security. Chapter 36. National Mobilization Order. Quick, bring it here. Let me see, is there really a signal? Zhang Han exclaimed, his body trembling uncontrollably, a long strand of mucus dangling from his nose, his eyes wide with urgency as he lunged for the phone tightly grasped by Li Ming. "This wretched weather has chilled me to the bone." The cold wind mercilessly lashed against Zhang Han's body, piercing through him. "Brother Zhang, I would never dare to deceive you," Li Ming replied, his voice shaking as he let out a loud sneeze. They had been trudging through the vast expanse of snow for over an hour, each person feeling utterly exhausted, as if their bodies and souls were on the brink of being devoured by the relentless cold. Zhang Han, impatient, tapped the phone screen, his gaze quickly darting to the battery indicator in the upper right corner. Only 19 battery remaining. His heart sank, and he swiftly turned to the others, who were trudging through the snow with heads bowed, and called out, "Who has a power bank? This cursed phone is about to die." His voice echoed anxiously across the desolate snowy terrain. Hearing this, Li Ming suddenly seemed to recall something, frantically rummaging through his backpack. Moments later, he triumphantly produced a power bank, a smile of relief spreading across his face as he said, "Brother Zhang, look, I knew this phone would need a lifeline at a critical moment, so how could I forget to bring the power bank?" As he spoke, his hands trembled from the cold as he struggled to extend the power bank toward Zhang Han. With only thin work gloves for protection, his efforts seemed futile against the harshness of the weather. Zhang Han cautiously accepted the power bank, examining the charging ports before gently connecting it to the phone's charging socket. As the successful connection chimed, he adeptly opened the navigation app, diligently confirming the group's current location on the screen. "Thank goodness, we haven't strayed off course." Zhang Han exhaled a sigh of relief. "If we continue straight along this path for just over an hour, we should reach the city exit." Upon hearing this news, the previously lethargic and despondent group felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. Getting lost in present-day Linhai City was no trivial matter, yet at least they now knew they were headed in the right direction. After exiting the navigation app, Zhang Han instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the impending mucus threatening to spill into his mouth. After clearing his nose, he inadvertently glanced at the real-time temperature displayed on the phone screen. -13 degrees. A chill coursed through him, prompting an involuntary outburst. "Damn it! This cursed place of Linhai City has plummeted to -13 degrees. Who could possibly believe that?" Nearby, Zhu Dachang's mouth fell open in astonishment upon hearing this. He wrapped his coat tightly around himself, muttering softly, "No wonder it's so cold. I might just freeze solid like a popsicle." Lu Jiwei was right all along. Ding dong. A crisp, brief chime rang out just as Zhang Han tucked his phone into his coat. The familiar notification sound echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Zhang Han looked up, his gaze meeting Li Ming's. With a slight smirk, he teased, "Oh, Li, is that a message from your delicate little wife?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly waved his hands, awkwardly laughing. "Oh, brother Zhang, please don't tease me. I'm just a courier out in the wind and rain all day. What girl would ever look my way?" Nowadays, girls have such high demands. They want a man with a car, a house, and good looks. With my conditions, how could I ever dare to hope for a partner? Zhang Han rolled his eyes in response, exasperatedly muttering, "Humph," as if anyone is exempt from that. In this day and age, finding a suitable bride feels nearly impossible. After saying this, he chose to ignore Li Ming, lowering his head again to gently tap on the newly received message. As his fingertip made contact, the phone screen illuminated, and the display shifted to a live national broadcast video. Zhang Han furrowed his brows, inwardly questioning, "What on earth is this live stream? How peculiar that it's sent straight to my phone." A cascade of questions surged through his mind like an overwhelming tide, yet an insatiable curiosity compelled him to fix his gaze upon the screen, scrolling further down. The video revealed a solemn and austere conference room, dominated by an elongated table around which sat the Minister of Defense, sitting upright and composed, flanked on either side by two high-ranking generals clad in immaculate military uniforms. Their expressions were grave. Clearing his throat, the Minister of Defense addressed the camera with a serious demeanor, gradually articulating, "Esteemed citizens of the Zhongxing United States and friends across the globe, greetings. I am Lin Yi, the Minister of Defense of the Zhongxing United States. I must inform you of a severe global crisis, one from which our nation is not exempt. A bloodthirsty infectious virus, originating from India, has spread across the world with alarming rapidity and breadth. This virus is highly contagious, causing those infected to lose their rationality and emotions, leaving only primal instincts that drive them to indiscriminate violence. Whether through biting or contact with contaminated water sources, healthy individuals can succumb to infection in a mere 10 seconds. Currently, there are no effective treatments available globally to combat this virus. Our nation, with its lengthy and intricate borders, faces an unprecedented influx of infected individuals, placing immense pressure on our border defense forces Despite the extraordinary courage and spirit of sacrifice exhibited by our soldiers, they are still confronted with tremendous challenges and losses. It is disheartening to note that even our prosperous coastal city has not escaped this calamity. The Southern Military District has imposed comprehensive lockdown measures on the coastal city to safeguard the surrounding populace. Despite our utmost efforts, the city's population of over 7 million remains vulnerable to infection or brutal slaughter. At this critical juncture, I urgently implore all citizens of the Zhongxing United States to adhere to the law and uphold domestic order. Any actions that violate the law and disrupt social stability will incur severe legal penalties. All male citizens aged 16 to 50, as well as reserve soldiers under the age of 60, must respond to military conscription when the nation calls in times of need for national defense and military industry. Every citizen, regardless of gender or age, should heed the government's directives. In this time of crisis, it is the responsibility of every citizen to defend our homeland. Finally, on behalf of the Zhongxing United States, I sincerely hope that nations worldwide can unite to weather this storm and emerge safely from this crisis. As the broadcast came to an end and the host bid farewell, Zhang Han felt as though his mind had abruptly entered a state of suspension, his thoughts becoming sluggish and hazy. The others around him also heard the voice of the Minister of Defense. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stood transfixed as if under a spell, momentarily forgetting to take a step forward. The frigid air sliced through them like a chilling blade. Yet at that moment, the cold was of little consequence, for the shock of the announcement far outweighed the physical discomfort they felt. The phrase global crisis struck like a heavy hammer upon their hearts, shattering the last vestiges of hope that lingered within them. What they had initially thought to be a disaster confined to the coastal city now appeared to have spread worldwide, evolving into a monumental crisis threatening the very existence of humanity itself. Moreover, fierce gunfire erupted along the nation's borders, while the coastal city, where they stood, was the epicenter of the viral outbreak. Faced with such a dire situation, the inhabitants of this city felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and helplessness, utterly unaware of where to turn next, as the path ahead was shrouded in a dense fog. Obscuring any glimmer of hope, it was only when Zhang Han slowly raised his right hand and gently brushed the snowflakes from his head that he seemed to break free from this trance. His movements appeared heavy, as if each gesture required immense effort. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. "Let us go. We must continue towards the exit of the city." His words shattered the silence, jolting those lost in thought or distraction back to reality. They lowered their heads, gazing at their feet, leaving footprints in the snow as they embarked once more on an uncertain journey. In this moment of life and death, he understood that he was but a mere speck in the vast sea of humanity, his once grand dreams obliterated by the harshness of reality. For them, surviving had become the greatest blessing, while the future remained an enigma. The already battered coastal city was blanketed in falling snow, the piercing cold wind howling past, rendering the already frigid atmosphere even more unbearable. Zhang Han's group trudged through the vast expanse of white snow, each step heavy yet resolute. They moved further away, their footprints quickly obscured by the incessant snowfall, as if no one had ever been there. Looking up at the sky, the swirling snowflakes resembled glistening tears cascading from the somber clouds above. This sight prompted a haunting question. Could it be that even the heavens wept for the fate of this city? The sound of deafening gunfire echoed along the road out of the city, yet the footsteps of Zhang Han and his companions did not falter. The conviction to survive burned fiercely within them, propelling them onward. "Pray tell, where lies the path?" Zhu Dacheng murmured softly, but Zhang Han, his face etched with frost, quickly replied, "The path lies beneath our feet." Indeed, regardless of the hardships that awaited them, as long as they continued to press forward, they would inevitably discover the light of hope, for they understood that to remain within the city would lead them to depletion of resources, hunger, and the lurking remnants of the infected ready to pounce. In such a scenario, death would be the only outcome. Thus, even if the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, they had no choice but to march forward unflinchingly, resolute in their resolve. Zhou Feng, trembling uncontrollably, extended his hands cautiously to catch the thermal gear tossed over the quarantine wall. His body shook involuntarily, as if he cradled not a mere outfit, but the last lifeline of his existence. At that moment, he harbored no hope of escaping the city. Looking around, the quarantine walls loomed like impenetrable fortifications, tightly sealed without a single gap or passage for escape. Those cold, unyielding barriers mercilessly obstructed the path to survival. Leaving him in despair and helplessness, Zhou Feng raised his gaze, following the departing bomber that had just left to replenish ammunition. It roared through the sky, powerful gusts of wind stirring the flurrying snowflakes into a chaotic blizzard. Ultimately, Zhou Feng managed to extricate himself from that loathsome place. He gasped greedily for the biting cold air, feeling the sharpness of the chill as it entered his lungs. This pain, however, served as a stark reminder that he was still alive. A solitary solace in that moment. Each recollection of his squad leader's piercing scream before death sent tremors coursing through his body. That horrific sound echoed in his ears, relentlessly assaulting his fragile nerves. When they had first left the city, they were a fully equipped light infantry squad. Yet now, after enduring this arduous journey, many of his comrades had fallen, leaving only him and one other soldier. The path had been fraught with peril. The streets were crowded with panicked citizens, their faces pale, eyes filled with deep terror and helplessness. Some ran aimlessly, utterly disoriented. Others limped painfully due to injuries, moving sluggishly. The fleeing soldiers were equally disheveled, some bloodied and clearly wounded, while others had abandoned their weapons, visibly panicked. Yet, the merciless infected behind them showed no compassion for these unfortunate souls. They surged forward like famished wolves, claws bared. Each time Zhou Feng witnessed someone being mercilessly overpowered by the infected. Hearing their desperate cries for help, his heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, pain overwhelming. Despite his empathy and reluctance, he was no less a victim himself. For even the retreating tank unit, once a formidable fire support, had found itself in dire straits. These iron behemoths, after fierce engagements with the infected, had gradually exhausted their ammunition. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Enormous special infected beings, towering 7 to 8 meters, appeared before them like demonic manifestations. These terrifying entities exhibited immense strength, effortlessly upending tanks that weighed several tons. With a deafening crash and the screech of twisted metal, tanks were flipped over, some even landing upside down. The crew members who had sought refuge within the tanks were left in uncertain fates amidst this abrupt chaos. Would they survive such a harrowing ordeal? No one knows. At that moment, Zhou Feng stared at the dismal scene before him, a wave of despair surging within his heart. The only armament he possessed were a few light weapons. Moreover, during the retreat, his ammunition supply had been woefully inadequate, consisting of scarcely 200 rounds. The journey from Zone C to the outskirts of the city spanned over 10 kilometers. By the time he traversed such a considerable distance, his ammunition had long been depleted. Now, with no options left, he could only grit his teeth and sprint forward with all his might. The burly light machine gunner had carried a considerable amount of ammunition. But what did it matter? When they encountered that special mutated entity, everything changed. This creature was more formidable than any infected individual they had faced previously. Its skin was as tough as iron, muscles bulging as if sculpted from pure violence and hatred. It disregarded the bullets fired by the light machine gunner. Those once lethal 5.8 mm armor-piercing rounds merely left shallow dents upon striking its body. The gunner attempted to suppress the mutant with his firepower, but soon realized his efforts were futile. The creature advanced with astonishing speed, each step resembling an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble. Fear etched itself upon the gunner's face as he intensified his fire, retreating step by step, trying to obstruct the mutant's advance with a barrage of bullets. Yet the monstrosity simply swung its massive arms, swatting the bullets aside like raindrops. Ultimately, the mutant charged right before the light machine gunner. Its colossal hand, imbued with devastating force, struck down upon him. The gunner tried to evade, but his movements appeared agonizingly slow in the presence of the mutant. That blow was akin to a cataclysm. In an instant, the machine gunner's body was reduced to a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Zhou Feng witnessed this horror, his heart brimming with sorrow and rage. Yet, fear dominated his legs, rendering him incapable of any resistance. He was now deeply terrified of the infected within the city, knowing that the army's bombardment could never eradicate them completely. The mere thought of their terrifying regenerative abilities caused him to unconsciously grip his cold rifle tighter. Chapter 37. The Human Heart. Zhanggu, are we really not moving? This cursed weather is unbearably cold. I feel that if we continue crawling like this, we will surely freeze into rigid popsicles. Lu Jiwei trembled as he spoke, laboriously crawling towards Zhang Han ahead of him. At that moment, they found themselves atop the ruins of a building buried beneath a blanket of snow. Less than 5 kilometers lay ahead to reach the isolation wall of the controlled perimeter of Linghai City. After a strenuous effort, he finally reached Zhang Han's side, extending his right hand, which had long since lost sensation and was shaking uncontrollably, to gently pat Zhang Han on the shoulder. Zhang Han, in turn, was equally frozen, his face a ghastly shade of blue, devoid of any color. Especially his injured knee, which was pressed tightly against the frigid snow. The biting cold seemed to slither like venomous serpents, swiftly traversing his knee and invading every corner of his thigh. Zhang Han slowly turned his head with great effort, the harsh cold causing even the mucus trickling from his nose to crystallize into glistening ice droplets hanging beneath it. We have no choice but to wait here for now. Look ahead. Those infected seem to be gathering for some unknown purpose. Do you really think we, a motley crew, possess the capability to breach their defenses? Zhang Han's teeth chattered as he spoke. Then, shall we quickly seek shelter? If this continues, we might truly freeze to death. Zhu Dachong, while tightly gripping the hammer in his hand, turned with great difficulty, his body shaking uncontrollably. In this frigid environment of -13 degrees, even the wooden handle of his hammer seemed on the verge of freezing to his palm, as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were enveloped in an expanse of white snow and ice. The remnants of buildings standing silently amidst the frozen wasteland. In such extreme conditions, where could one possibly find refuge? After all, the entire Linghai city had been reduced to ruins due to the army's relentless airstrikes. With scarcely a complete structure visible above the surface, Zhao Gang, equally shivering, managed to extract a few pieces of chocolate from his backpack, eagerly chewing them. He understood well that in such frigid weather, the body's heat dissipated rapidly. Without promptly consuming high-calorie food to replenish energy, the clothing he wore would provide negligible warmth. Zhang Han observed the whispering group, his brows slightly furrowing, pondering what they were muttering about. Simultaneously, he instinctively extended his right hand to pry open the holster attached to his waist. To his surprise, the fabric, which normally felt soft at room temperature, had become stiff and inflexible due to the cold. Nevertheless, Zhang Han did not yield easily. Gritting his teeth, he strained to wrestle with the holster using his nearly numb hands. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in extracting the pistol from its sheath. Yet, as soon as his palm brushed against the icy metal of the gun, a chill surged from his fingertips, coursing through his arm, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Immediately, he recoiled as if electrocuted, muttering, "Damn it. In this bitter cold, I genuinely worry that if I hold it for too long, my hand will stick to the gun. Zhang Gu, quick, look." Li Ming grasped Zhang Han's sleeve in a panic, his voice trembling, while his finger pointed shakily towards a nearby group of previously motionless infected individuals. Zhang Han's heart tightened at the mention, and he hurriedly turned to where Li Ming was pointing. He was astonished to see that the infected had begun to stir, their rigid and contorted forms slowly shifting, exuding an eerie aura. How could this be? Zhang Han murmured, unable to believe his eyes. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes, which had grown sore from staring into the distance for too long, as if to confirm he was not seeing things. However, when he reopened his eyes, he found those infected unmistakably moving. They seemed to be driven by some mysterious force, rapidly advancing in a throng towards the controlled perimeter. Witnessing this, Zhang Han's heart raced, an indescribable joy swelling within him. They had been huddled in this frozen wasteland for nearly half an hour. Who knew how they had endured? The cold had nearly forced them to the brink of despair. Now that the infected were in motion, it meant they might finally escape this endless torment. No longer needing to endure the bitter cold or worry about freezing to death like popsicles. Zhang Gu, let us make a swift retreat. I can't bear to stay in this wretched place for another minute. It's nearly freezing me to death, Zhu Dachong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together and shaking off the snowflakes that had settled upon him, his face betraying an eagerness to flee to tea that moment. He felt that leaving this place was akin to breaking free from a sea of suffering, his heart filled with exhilaration and anticipation. To his surprise, Zhang Han immediately turned his head, softly admonishing Zhu Dachong. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Who knows if there are still undiscovered infected lurking among the scattered ruins ahead? If we inadvertently stumble upon one, we might find ourselves in dire straits. He suddenly halted mid-sentence, casting a scrutinizing glance at the shivering, huddled Zhu Dachong. After sizing him up for a moment, Zhang Han seemed to recall something. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he teasingly remarked, "No wonder they call you Zhu Dachong. Your brain seems to be as dull as a pig's." Hearing this, Li Ming, who had been crouching beside Zhang Han, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. However, upon realizing the gazes of those around him, he quickly covered his mouth, yet the mirth shining in his eyes could not be concealed. Meanwhile, Zhu Dachong, the subject of the public ridicule, flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing desperately for the ground to open up and swallow him whole, allowing him to vanish without a trace. Let us wait 10 more minutes. After 10 minutes, regardless of whether any infected appear, we must cautiously make our way forward. If we choose to take a detour, it will cost us over an hour. Given our current condition, we simply do not have the time or energy to spare for a detour. Zhang Han declared, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the group, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present reflected a spectrum of complex emotions, some tense, others fearful, and a few resolute. They all understood in their hearts that there was no turning back at this point. Only two paths lay before them. Either to bravely forge ahead, perhaps grasping at a glimmer of hope, or to remain ensnared in this place, ultimately consumed by the biting cold and hunger. Should they choose to advance, based on past experiences, it was highly probable that the individual surnamed Zhang would designate some to act as cannon fodder to scout the way. Once those individuals had perished, the remaining ones would inevitably face the same fate. At that moment, Lu Bo, who had been silent until now, stealthily crept beside Zhao Gang like a nimble cat, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Han was entirely focused on the infected individuals ahead. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Zhao Gang's ear, whispering, "Uncle, once we commence our actions, it is likely that Zhang Han will send others ahead as bait. When everyone else is dead, we too shall not escape the fate of being dispatched to meet our end. Thus, we must prepare ourselves in advance." After speaking, Lu Bo gazed deeply and meaningfully at Zhao Gang, seemingly awaiting a response. Zhao Gang, initially resembling a wary cat, cautiously surveyed the surrounding crowd with keen eyes. His sharp gaze seemed capable of penetrating the innermost thoughts of each individual, yet he maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance. Once assured that no one was paying attention to them, he subtly shifted his body and leaned closer to Lu Bo. Zhao Gang gradually brought his head near Lu Bo's ear, his lips nearly brushing against it. Deliberately lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper, he replied, "Your uncle understands everything. Every person here is as clear as day in their hearts. However, to venture out this time, some lives will inevitably be lost. Yet, as long as misfortune has not yet befallen us, there is no need for you to be so anxious. Think about it. How could that Zhang fellow possibly have the heart to send two capable individuals like us to certain death? After all, in this critical moment of life and death, we are his bargaining chips, so, before the others have fallen, you can rest easy." Lu Bo nodded thoughtfully at Zhao Gang's words, seemingly finding solace in them as he quietly retreated to his previous position. Even though their minds might harbor differing thoughts and worries at that moment, both were acutely aware that they must not reveal their true intentions to the individual surnamed Zhang. Thus, the best course of action was to bury these emotions deep within, revealing not a hint of vulnerability, and to remain as inconspicuous as possible among the crowd. Only in this way could they maximize their safety and avoid becoming the target of collective ire. Time flowed silently, second by second. Zhang Han leisurely pulled out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the time displayed on the screen, then raised his head to announce expressionlessly, "The time has come. Let us set out, Li Ming. You will lead the way for everyone." Upon hearing his name called, Li Ming's body jolted as if struck by electricity, feeling as though a needle had pierced his heart. This sudden summons felt like a nightmare, akin to drawing the short straw that determined life or death. He was painfully aware of the reason behind his selection. First, he no longer had the advantage of familiarity with the terrain. The city lay in ruins, and the mental maps he had were rendered useless. Moreover, he did not belong to the student faction of Zhu Dachong, holding no connection to them. Nor did he have the familial ties that Lu Bo and Zhao Gang shared. In this small circle, He was a complete outsider, utterly alone, and thus became the easiest target to manipulate. With great difficulty, Li Ming rose from the snow-covered ground, his legs trembling involuntarily. Whether it was due to the biting cold or the deep-seated fear within, perhaps even he could not articulate. Yet at this moment, he had no choice. Despite the turmoil of resistance and dread in his heart, he had to muster the courage to approach the unknown. He understood that if he dared to defy the order and refuse to go, he would not need Zhang Han to intervene personally. Even those who usually appeared amiable would not let him off the hook. Finding various means to force his compliance, Li Ming slowly shifted his steps. He cast a pleading glance at the smugly smiling Zhang Han, inwardly cursing, "That Zhang fellow is truly calculating. Let us go." Zhang Han urged, his impatience evident. "The longer we delay, the more uneasy I feel. I dread an unexpected situation arising. Don't you agree?" Oldly, as he spoke, he seemingly carelessly reached into his coat and slowly produced a sleek black Type 54 pistol. The dark muzzle seemed almost alive, swaying slightly as if intentionally pointing toward Li Ming's position. Zhang Han was acutely aware that the 6 individuals beside him had divergent thoughts and hidden agendas. Each harbored their own calculations, seeking to gain the most from this perilous venture. Nevertheless, he required someone to step forward as a scapegoat to scout ahead, clearing the path for their subsequent actions. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, in this treacherous society, everyone was exceedingly shrewd, sharing an unspoken understanding yet too wary to shatter the facade of hypocrisy. Hearing Zhang Han's command, Li Ming forced a smile. Responding, "All right, Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. I'll head over immediately." As he spoke, he bent down and picked up a moderately sized concrete brick from the dusty ground. This rough and cold brick had now become his only means of defense. Ironically, as the one designated to scout, he possessed not even a proper weapon. Recalling the steel pipe he had painstakingly found in the labor protection store, which he had hoped would serve as a means of self-defense, only to have it forcibly taken by Zhang Han under various pretexts, he felt a wave of frustration. What was even more infuriating was that those around him had the audacity to claim it was more suitable for Zhao Gang. Reflecting on this, Li Ming could not help but lament inwardly, feeling as though his life was a complete tragedy. "Lu Jiwei, just stay close behind Oldly." Zhang Han smiled as he turned to Lu Jiwei. "I see you're a tall fellow with sharp eyes. You exude a competent air, clearly a person who can get things done." Saying this, he swiftly shifted his gaze to Lu Jiwei, who was trying desperately to bury his head in the frigid snow to evade attention. At that moment, Lu Jiwei, akin to a student caught off guard during a surprise quiz, jolted in alarm upon hearing his name called. This meant that, no matter what, he could not escape this predicament. With no other option, he slowly and laboriously rose from the snow. Despite being filled with fear and unease, he managed to force a sycophantic smile, hurriedly responding, "All right, Brother Zhang. I'm truly honored by your attention. It takes me by surprise from now on. I shall follow Oldly closely and hope you can look after me." At this, he clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing slightly, his face adorned with a forced smile. At this moment, Lu Jiwei silently reflected, as the saying goes, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Since others are far stronger than I have no choice but to play the role of a timid turtle. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Recalling his father's words, tears unwittingly welled up in Lu Jiwei's eyes as he wondered whether his family was still alive. Soon after, the two figures, veritable brothers in misfortune, appeared in the sight of the crowd. They trudged forward with somewhat heavy steps, one in front and the other behind, bearing the weighty responsibility of guiding everyone through the dense fog toward the unknown and mysterious realm. Those following Li Ming and Lu Jiwei, favored by fortune and not called upon, collectively sighed in relief, their faces betraying unmistakable expressions of gratitude, secretly rejoicing. "Thank heavens! We've finally escaped this fate." This method of calling names, akin to drawing lots for life and death, inflicted immense psychological pressure and terror upon all present. Each time someone's name was called, it felt like witnessing a heart-stopping decision of life and death. Chilling to the bone. Chapter 38. The Fate of Cannon Fodder. Crack, crack. Li Ming cautiously placed his foot on the snow-laden debris of the building, yet even so, the subtle and fragmented sounds continued to emanate from beneath him. With each step, He felt the snow compress beneath his weight, accompanied by a faint crunching noise. Li Ming had exerted every effort to control the force and range of his footsteps, striving to make his movements lighter and quieter. Yet, in this desolate and eerie expanse of ruins, even the slightest sound stood out conspicuously, rendering it nearly impossible to avoid detection. Following closely behind, Lu Jiwei meticulously mirrored the footprints left by Li Ming. Advancing cautiously, thus, they treaded deeper into the very place where the infected had previously congregated. At that moment, both of their hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, nearly leaping from their throats. Unable to bear the suffocating atmosphere any longer, Lu Jiwei whispered urgently to Li Ming ahead of him. "Old Li, you must be careful, take it easy, in my opinion. This surrounding environment is ominously foreboding. Who knows when an infected might suddenly appear?" Upon hearing Lu Jiwei's words, Li Ming refrained from turning his head, instead scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, responding in a hushed tone. "What can we do?" Zhang Gu insisted that we act as the vanguard. "Everyone knows that leading the charge is the most perilous position, simply because he deems us to be of little worth." Lu Jiwei could not help but murmur under his breath, "To put it bluntly, we're merely cannon fodder. Wait, don't move," Li Ming suddenly hissed. Lowering his voice sharply in a swift motion, he darted to the ground. Disregarding the biting cold of the snow beneath him, executing the action with remarkable agility. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jiwei followed suit, instinctively dropping to the ground beside him. His heart raced wildly, fear etched across his face as he whispered anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there an infected?" Li Ming cast a quick glance back at Lu Jiwei, tension evident in his eyes. He extended a finger towards a nearby ruin, whispering even more softly, "Can't you see? Just ahead, that fellow in military attire is an infected. Didn't you notice?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwei's heart sank. He quickly propped himself up on his elbows and cautiously peered in the direction Li Ming indicated. Indeed, amidst the wreckage of the bombed building, a figure clad in military garb was struggling to move. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the figure was an infected. It was desperately dragging tattered clothing from the debris, seemingly attempting to cover itself against the cold. "Goodness, even the infected know how to dress for warmth," Lu Jiwei murmured incredulously, his face a mask of disbelief. Not far behind them, Zhang Han and the others also witnessed this heart-stopping scene. The moment Li Ming dropped to the ground with lightning speed, they followed suit without a second thought. Each person held their breath, the air around them seeming to freeze in tension. Following the direction of Li Ming's finger, they too spotted the chilling figure of the infected. Zhu Dachong, positioned in front of Zhang Han, could no longer suppress his fear. Gripping his hammer tightly, he found his right hand trembling uncontrollably from anxiety. Clearly, the harrowing battle with the infected had left an indelible psychological scar on him. "Zhang Gu, what should we do now?" Zhu Dachong asked, his voice tinged with panic as he urgently glanced at Zhang Han, as if seeking a lifeline. Zhang Han cautiously nudged Zhu Dachong's foot aside, clearing his view, and focused ahead. He saw that Li Ming and the other man lay motionless on the ground, resembling statues. Further away, there was indeed a figure rummaging through the wreckage. Although the distance and the reflective snow made it difficult to discern clearly in such a bitterly cold environment, especially one that had once been a hotspot for the infected, there was little doubt that the figure was a terrifying infected. Zhang Han gradually withdrew his gaze, his once lively eyes now turned to ice as he fixed his stare on Lu Bo and Zhao Gang behind him. He lowered his voice, wary of attracting unnecessary attention, and said, "Having come this far, it is nearly impossible to take a detour. Therefore, at this critical juncture, we must rely on our brave and formidable warriors, Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, to step forward and eliminate that infected." His tone conveyed a chilling ruthlessness, while subtly, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Dachong, signaling his intent. Zhu Dachong immediately understood Zhang Han's implication and quickly chimed in, "Exactly. In this situation, it seems we must depend on Lu Bo and Zhao Gang to personally handle this troublesome infected. However, Zhang Gu, if we use a handgun against it, the noise might attract more trouble. Moreover, isn't your leg injured? Engaging in close combat with the infected would be too perilous for you." Zhang Han nodded at Zhu Dachong's astuteness, a smile creeping onto his lips as he turned his attention back to Lu Bo and Zhao Gang. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo and Zhao Gang, who had been lying low, felt a heavy gloom wash over them. They understood Zhang Han and Zhu Dachang's ulterior motives. They were being used as pawns. Furthermore, it was evident that this was an attempt to exploit existing tensions within the group. For a moment, both men found themselves in an awkward predicament, torn between action and inaction. Yes, yes. I have great admiration for the two of you in your encounters with the infected, as Lu Bo and Zhao Gang hesitated. Tang Xiangrong chimed in. Though timid, he was not above taking advantage of the situation. The two exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an unspoken bitterness. Initially, they had naively believed that with their decent combat skills, they might endure a bit longer in this horrific disaster, even possibly securing a chance for survival. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves thrust into a life-or-death struggle against the merciless infected. All right, enough dawdling. Hurry and charge forward with confidence. The rest of us will surely provide you with full support. If you encounter any significant danger, remember, my handgun is not to be trifled with. Seeing Lu Bo and Zhao Gang still motionless, Zhang Han drew his handgun, his expression laden with meaning. He understood that his words carried two interconnected implications. One directed at the vicious infected, indicating that his weapon posed a lethal threat to them. The other subtly warning that should anyone among them dare to flee or betray, he would show no mercy. Let us go. Zhao Gang gripped his steel pipe tightly, struggling to rise from the icy ground. A look of resignation on his face as he spoke softly. Beside him, Lu Bo anxiously fixated on Zhang Han's dark handgun, biting his lip as if he might break the skin. After a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply and slowly stood up from the snow-covered ground. Lu Bo knew all too well that with only Zhang Han and two others at his side, they stood no chance against the infected. Should conflict arise, they would likely face certain death. A wave of despair washed over him, yet the instinct for survival propelled him to continue. Once upright, Zhao Gang and Lu Bo exchanged a quick glance, each understanding the unspoken message in the other's eyes. Cautiously, they evaded the infected's gaze, using the surrounding structures for cover as they stealthily approached the infected's location. Every step was taken with utmost caution, fearful of making any sound that might alert the creature. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, with Tang Xiangrong's assistance, gradually stood upright. Observing Lu Bo and Zhao Gang's prudence, he mused to himself. These two have a modicum of self-awareness. Recognizing that a direct confrontation is futile, and opting instead to stealthily approach the infected in search of an opportunity. However, to him, what can they truly accomplish? I shall not place my hopes in them. As Zhao Gang and Lu Bo diverted the attention of the infected, Zhang Han, with the assistance of Zhu Dachang and Tang Xiangrong, quietly prepared for an escape. Zhang Han understood very well that if he rashly fired upon the infected, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous commotion. The infected, having just departed, would likely return immediately upon hearing the gunfire, and at that point, the situation would become utterly uncontrollable. Moreover, even if he did shoot, there was no guarantee that Zhao Gang and Lu Bo could successfully eliminate the threat. Rather than risking a shot, it would be wiser to flee this perilous place while they still could. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Han would never easily pull the trigger. He valued his own life above all else. In this terrifying apocalyptic environment, the lives of others were worth little to him. Only his own life was truly a priceless treasure. Uncle, must we really engage in a deadly struggle with this infected being? If we accidentally get infected, there would be no hope left. Lu Bo gripped the steel bar tightly, his voice trembling with fear. Zhao Gang sighed in resignation, his gaze fixed ahead as he slowly replied. What other choice do we have? We must eliminate this infected creature to preserve our lives. If we turn to flee, who knows if that ruthless Zhang Han would shoot us without hesitation. There's no telling. Therefore, at this moment, we, uncle and nephew, have no choice but to confront this infected being in a fight for our lives, hoping to carve out a path to survival. Alas, such is the brutal reality of this apocalyptic world. Lu Bo responded softly, yet he understood well the truths Zhao Gang presented. However, he was loath to confront such a cruel reality, as a deep-seated impulse to resist surged within him. When they were less than 5 meters from the infected, Zhao Gang halted his advance. He surmised that if they drew any closer, even by the slightest measure, with the infected's chillingly acute hearing, they would inevitably be exposed to the enemy. He turned his head slowly and whispered to Lu Bo. Nephew, once you see me charge, follow my lead. But if, heaven forbid, I should fall to this dreadful creature. Remember, do not hesitate for a moment. Run for your life. After all, I cannot betray your father's trust in me." Having spoken, he resolutely removed the gloves from his hands. In this life-or-death struggle, those gloves could impede his ability to wield the steel bar with agility. Lu Bo silently absorbed every word Zhao Gang uttered. And before he knew it, a crystalline tear had silently slipped down the corner of his eye. He replied softly, "Uncle, if you truly meet with misfortune, then living would hold no meaning for me." Before he could finish, Lu Bo disregarded Zhao Gang's fervent protests and dashed forward with reckless abandon. "Oh, this little one. How am I to explain this to your father?" Zhao Gang muttered anxiously, swiftly seizing the steel bar, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed Lu Bo into the fray. That moment, the infected rummaging through the building for warm clothing turned sharply at the sound of Lu Bo's hurried footsteps. Upon seeing Lu Bo charge at him with ferocity, the infected's previously grotesque and distorted visage revealed a glimmer of surprise, as if in disbelief that such a vibrant survivor had come to him. The infected immediately ceased its previous activity, swiftly grasping a discarded sharp dagger nearby, emitting a low, chilling growl as it fearlessly lunged at Lu Bo from the gluttonous and vicious gleam in its eyes. It was clear it intended to slice away every inch of muscle from Lu Bo, intending to freeze the flesh into hard chunks to satiate its hunger when the opportunity arose. Faced with the menacing infected just meters away, Lu Bo, despite his overwhelming fear causing his hands to tremble, gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to thrust the steel bar toward the infected's head. He knew all too well that without targeting the most fatal area, it was impossible to eliminate the threat completely. The infected, confronted with this clumsy attack that seemed almost childlike, displayed a mocking expression upon its twisted, veined, and rotting face. It slowly extended its bony yet powerful left hand, seemingly nonchalantly swiping to alter the trajectory of the steel bar's advance. In that moment, Lu Bo, his face a mask of terror, could hardly react before the infected's iron grip seized his arm. Without mercy, the infected raised its right hand, driving the gleaming military dagger mercilessly into Lu Bo's chest. Though clad in thick clothing meant to withstand the cold, at that moment, those layers felt utterly feeble and incapable of thwarting the infected's overwhelming strength and the dagger's razor-sharp edge. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere as the infected yanked the blood-soaked dagger out. Even more blood surged from the wound. Zhao Gang, rushing from behind, witnessed this gruesome scene, his eyes instantly turning crimson. As Lu Bo's uncle, he knew all too well that his nephew was beyond saving, doomed to die. Yet, the surge of rage blinded him to the potential consequences of his actions, and he bellowed, "If I don't kill this beast today, I'll take its name." He gripped the steel bar tightly, his muscles taut with tension, then swung with all his might toward the infected's head. The infected, feeling the rush of wind from the incoming steel bar, showed no intent to evade. He merely lowered its head slightly, opened its gaping maw, and bit down on Lu Bo's terrified visage, which had been rendered voiceless by fear. With a horrifying tearing sound, the infected savagely ripped a large chunk of flesh from Lu Bo's face and began to chew voraciously, blood and bits of flesh streaming down the sides of its mouth. With a dull and resounding thud, the heavy steel bar struck the infected's head like a bolt of lightning. Astonishingly, this seemingly ferocious blow merely caused the infected's head to tilt slightly, akin to a willow swaying in the wind, before it quickly returned to its original position, as if the strike had been nothing more than a trivial itch. Seeing his initial attack yield no effect, Zhao Gang was taken aback, but did not hesitate. He immediately adjusted his stance and swung the steel bar once more, aiming for a decisive blow against this tenacious foe. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The very strike he had just unleashed was firmly grasped by the infected. It then dragged Zhao Gang closer. Simultaneously, the infected's right hand wielding the sharp dagger lunged toward Zhao Gang's chest like a striking viper. The thick clothing offered no resistance. The cold, penetrating metal pierced through Zhao Gang's body, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. In that moment, as the dagger cruelly punctured his chest, Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. His once familiar and beloved nephew, Lu Bo, was undergoing a horrifying transformation. Lu Bo's face twisted grotesquely, his skin turning pale and veined, his eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, emitting low, guttural growls. Undoubtedly, he too had succumbed to the fate of the infected. This scene was absurdly tragic and deeply ironic. Zhao Gang could never have imagined that he and his cherished nephew would both suffer such a fate, transformed into these dreadful infected beings. The architect of this calamity was none other than the despicable Zhang Han. Filled with anger and resentment at this revelation, Zhao Gang, lost in painful thoughts, was suddenly jolted by a searing pain in his calf. Instinctively turning to look, he was met by Liu Bo's grotesque visage, now resembling a ravenous wolf, ravenously tearing at the flesh of his lower leg, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Chapter 39. The outer defensive line engaged in combat. The atmosphere surrounding the perimeter of Lehigh City, once tranquil and serene, was now ruthlessly shattered like glass on the 6-meter-high, 3-meter-wide isolation wall. Imposing heavy weaponry glinted menacingly, standing like steel behemoths, ready for action. Soldiers clad in heavy gear, donning gas masks and thick winter coats, hurried back and forth, their pace frantic. They clutched heavy ammunition boxes tightly, struggling to navigate the narrow confines of the isolation wall. Get a move on. Hurry up and bring the ammunition for the 25mm heavy cannon. Moreover, has the calibration of the mortar's firing parameters been completed? A reserve officer bellowed, his voice piercing through the cacophony of the surroundings with remarkable sharpness. Report, sir. The mortar's firing parameters have been calibrated and we are ready to fire at any moment. Another soldier promptly replied. The reserve officer nodded, preparing to issue further commands, when suddenly, a deafening roar erupted nearby. Several fully armed helicopters, undeterred by the heavy snowfall, swiftly soared over the barricade, racing toward the city. From below, it was evident that the rocket launchers on either side of the helicopters were fully loaded, each deadly rocket poised like a coiled arrow, ready to be unleashed at the slightest command. The current situation caught everyone off guard. Those few infected individuals who had miraculously survived the bombardment seemed to have coordinated their attack, launching an offensive just as the bombers had completed their relentless assault and retreated from the battlefield. Report, sir. The vanguard of the infected has entered our firing range. A soldier, crouched atop the barricade with a handheld rangefinder, suddenly turned around and shouted at the top of his lungs. Open fire! The reserve officer standing nearby issued the command without hesitation. Accompanied by the cacophony of weapons being loaded, countless tongues of flame erupted, weaving a dazzling tapestry of gunfire. The 25mm autocannon roared, each shell carrying immense power. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage. Tracer rounds mingling with armor-piercing rounds to indicate targets for the rear gunners. The 5.8mm rifles and general-purpose machine guns joined the fray, continuously spewing lethal fire. A veritable fortress of firepower was constructed through the harmonious interplay of various firearms. The armed helicopters that had just flown past the defense line were equally formidable, their mounted weapons displaying devastating lethality. Rockets screamed from their launchers, trailing long tails of flame as they hurtled towards the mass of infected below. The 25mm cannon beneath the helicopter's nose mercilessly rained fire upon the target area. The weapon operator of the helicopter, peering through the sight, fixated on the densely packed infected below, gradually revealing deep fear and shock in his gaze. He realized that these infected seemed to have mastered the art of evading heavy military fire, and no longer did they charge recklessly. Instead, they skillfully divided into waves, attacking in an orderly fashion. This strategy was clearly well planned, aimed at exhausting the military's ammunition reserves on the front lines while minimizing their own casualties. As the barricade erupted with gunfire and the ear-splitting booms echoed once more, the hearts of the over 100,000 survivors, along with the remaining soldiers in Lehigh City, raced with fear, cold sweat pouring down their brows as terror gripped them in its icy embrace. These wretched souls found themselves at the heart of the city's main thoroughfare. They widened their eyes, instinctively recoiling, their faces etched with dread as they beheld the nightmare unfolding before them. Just moments ago, they had fled from Zone C, and the familiar scene now invoked memories of the blood-soaked streets and the throngs of panicked people during their exodus. Some appeared as pale as sheets, their lips trembling incessantly. Others clasped their heads with trembling hands. A few, utterly terror-stricken, collapsed to the ground, their legs too weak to support them. The soldiers who had evacuated from Linhai City felt the same trepidation. But they understood their duty to maintain order and protect the populace. They forced themselves to rally, brandishing their rifles and shouting loudly, striving to instill calm in the panicking crowd. Yet, the people were wholly consumed by their panic. Deaf to any words of reassurance, the terrified throng surged backward like a frenzied beast, desperately attempting to escape the horrors of the infected. But behind them loomed only a towering barricade, blocking their retreat. Faced with such despair, their hearts brimmed with hopelessness and helplessness. Resignedly, they huddled tightly beneath the barricade, seeking any semblance of safety. Yet, bullets and shell casings occasionally fell from above, producing sharp sounds as they struck the hard ground. Sending up clouds of dust, some landed amidst the densely packed crowd below, inciting gasps of alarm and chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, a mother struggled to comfort her weeping child. "Mommy, I'm so scared. Are those monsters going to eat me like they did to Daddy?" A little boy, pale as a ghost and trembling uncontrollably, curled tightly in his mother's warm embrace, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. The mother, equally ashen-faced, shivered uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes now filled with terror and helplessness. Even in such dire straits, this remarkable mother bore her own fear, gently patting her child's back and soothingly whispering, "Yuxuan, dear, do not be afraid. There are brave soldiers here to protect us. They will ensure our safety. Those vile infected will never get past." However, the little boy clearly could no longer muster a shred of trust in his mother's words. His small frame quivered as he buried his forehead deeply into her warm embrace. As if trying to escape the brutal reality, he continued to wail in despair, his voice laden with boundless fear and hopelessness. "But when we were evacuating from Zone C, you said the same thing. Mommy, you told me the soldiers would protect us. Yet when those terrifying monsters surged forward, even the brave soldiers chose to flee. Daddy bravely rushed to fight the monsters to protect us, but in the end, he was savagely devoured by one of those ferocious beasts." At this point, the boy seemed to recall the chilling scene, the pain in his heart intensifying, and his cries grew more piercing and resonant. The mother, now utterly at a loss, clung tightly to her terrified child, unsure how to stop his tears and offer him the comfort and security he desperately needed. Perhaps even she was unaware that hot tears had long since slipped uncontrollably down her cheeks, dripping onto the snow below, creating tiny blossoms of sorrow. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng found himself amidst the chaotic crowd, silently observing the tragic scene before him. His heart felt exceptionally heavy, for he understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the myriad predicaments faced by the fleeing populace. These displaced individuals had fallen into an inescapable dilemma. Ahead lay a merciless horde of bloodthirsty infected. Behind, an unyielding, frigid barricade along with expressionless, weapon-wielding soldiers. In no matter which direction they chose to advance, it seemed a path leading only to death. Zhou Feng watched the busy soldiers on the wall, fully aware that these reservists or active-duty soldiers would show no mercy. Anyone attempting to breach the barricade or daring to assault the line would become mere specters beneath their cold muzzles. Their sole mission was clear: to prevent anyone from breaching the line, be they infected or the original citizens of Linhai City. Well, it's all the same in the end. Death is inevitable. Perhaps I should at least perform a good deed before I go. Zhou Feng sighed deeply, stepping forward with heavy yet resolute strides toward the pitiful mother and child, silently reassuring himself. Despite having witnessed the lockdown of Area A in Linhai City, the large-scale evacuation of Area B, and the fall of Area C, accustomed to the brutal and bloody scenes along the way, his heart still stirred with compassion and reluctance as he faced such a sight. As Zhou Feng navigated through the crowded throng to reach the mother and son, he endeavored to soften his voice. "Little one, do not be afraid. There are soldiers here to protect you. If those terrifying monsters dare to come near, I will raise my gun and drive them all away." Throughout his speech, Zhou Feng's gaze remained fixed on the tear-streaked face of the 4- or 5-year-old child, carefully choosing his words, fearful that he might inadvertently frighten the young soul. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, the little boy named Yuxuan slowly lifted his head, cautiously surveying the soldier before him, clad in uniform and wielding a rifle. With eyes brimming with fear and uncertainty, he could not discern whether this unfamiliar uncle's assurances were genuine. Perhaps sensing the sincerity and kindness in Zhou Feng's words, or perhaps simply driven by an instinctive will to survive. Little Yushuan's cries gradually subsided. After a considerable pause, he timidly inquired, "Uncle, will you really protect us forever? Will you not, like the others, suddenly abandon us and flee?" Zhou Feng's heart jolted at the boy's words. How tragically ironic and sorrowful that such a thought should arise. Even the very populace he had tirelessly endeavored to protect began to harbor doubts about whether he would forsake them and flee alone. It is worth noting that little Yuxian was merely 4 or 5 years old. It is indeed alarming that such a young child could entertain such thoughts. What of the more mature adults around them? Surely, their fears would be even more pronounced. "No, Uncle will undoubtedly protect you," Zhou Feng declared with unwavering conviction, his voice imbued with resolute determination. As he spoke, he swiftly cradled Yuxian from the arms of the mother, who gazed at Zhou Feng with eyes brimming with profound gratitude. She offered a slight nod, signifying her trust and appreciation. Zhou Feng, in turn, regarded the mother with a gentle gaze, bestowing upon her a comforting smile before resuming his soft patting on little Yuxian's back. Attempting to soothe the frightened child, with utmost care, Zhou Feng carried Yuxian and gradually led the mother and child toward the rear of the throng. The crowded and chaotic scene rendered each of Zhou Feng's steps increasingly arduous. As he surveyed the tumultuous surroundings, his heart incessantly reminded him, no matter what, this time, he must safeguard these innocent civilians. Yet, confronted with the multitude's skepticism and fear, what course of action could he pursue? Would mere empty words suffice to alter their deeply ingrained fears? Clearly, that would not suffice. Only through tangible actions could he genuinely allay their concerns and win their trust. With this thought in mind, Zhou Feng clenched his fists, silently vowing, as a soldier, he could not allow this unfortunate mother and child, nor any other civilians, to endure further bloodshed and tears. Regardless of the daunting challenges and lurking dangers ahead, he would exert every effort to construct an unassailable barrier for them with his own body. However, the harsh reality loomed before him. He was but one solitary individual. Even more disheartening was the realization that his ammunition supply was exceedingly meager. A mere 200 rounds to it was crucial to understand that he had obtained these supplies solely because the higher-ups deemed it necessary for the remaining soldiers to maintain order during the evacuation beneath the quarantine wall. Otherwise, he might not have secured even this paltry amount. Despite orders from superiors to reassure the returning troops, the stationed officers harbored deep-seated resentment and dissatisfaction toward the troops that had retreated in disarray from the city. If not for their catastrophic failure while executing the blockade mission, leading to the breach of the defense line, how could the entire Linhai city have descended into such a dire state? The streets were in ruin, buildings lay in collapse, and of the 7 million residents of Linhai city, only a scant few 100,000 remained. Were not these soldiers, who had failed to contain the virus, the true architects of this calamity? Thus, the orders filtering down were clear. What purpose would it serve to distribute more ammunition to these defeated soldiers? Just look at the pitiful state you find yourselves in. Where is the semblance of a soldier in your appearance? Were it not for your uniforms, passers-by might mistake you for refugees fleeing from some unknown calamity, let alone providing you with more bullets to fend off the infected. Yet, even with these meager 200 rounds in hand, what could be achieved? At best, they could only serve to slightly delay the advance of the infected. Ultimately, it seemed that the only fate awaiting him was to become a meal for the very creatures he sought to combat. In the command center of the perimeter control line surrounding Linhai City, the atmosphere was tense and grave. A communications soldier hurriedly approached, making his way directly to Hu Ji, who stood at the conference table, intently observing the situation along the defense line. Upon reaching Hu Ji, the communications soldier quickly came to attention, saluting with precision before reporting loudly, "Report, Commander. The defense line of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade is in urgent peril. Their brigade commander has just sent an emergency report indicating that their area is under ferocious assault from a horde of specialized infected individuals." Upon hearing this news, Hu Ji abruptly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the communications soldier, incredulity etched across his face. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" The communications soldier, recognizing the shock on the commander's face, hastened to reiterate. "Commander, it is absolutely true. The 21st Territorial Defense Brigade is indeed facing a concentrated attack from specialized infected. Enraged by the gravity of the situation, Hu Ji sprang to his feet. Seizing a red pencil from the table, he forcefully marked the location of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade on the map, bellowing at the command room. Are the 116th Airborne Infantry Regiment of the 32nd Airborne Division merely idling about? The manpower and equipment of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade may be lacking, but surely their equipment is not so inadequate. Are the white phosphorus incendiary shells meant for warming themselves? The communications soldier stood frozen. A hint of panic crossing his features as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Faced with Hu Ji's words, his lips quivered as he seemed to struggle to find an appropriate response. Tension enveloped the command room. At that moment, Deputy Division Commander Shan Bo, who had been observing, darted forward and swiftly snatched the report from the communications soldier's somewhat stiff hands. His movements were decisive and unhesitating. After quickly scanning the report, Shan Bo raised his head, his previously calm demeanor now replaced by urgency. This is not the time to debate the effectiveness of the 116th Airborne Infantry Regiment, he exclaimed, his voice infused with anxiety and concern. We must immediately mobilize troops for reinforcement. We have thousands of innocent civilians behind us. If we fail to hold this line, the consequences will be unimaginable. Upon hearing Shan Bo's words, Hu Ji initially paused, as if awakening from a daze, his earlier fury dissipating in an instant. He understood the pressing nature of the situation, leaving no room for delay. He turned sharply to the still stunned communications soldier and shouted, "Quit dawdling. Relay orders to the 196th Reserve Infantry Regiment to reinforce the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade's defense line with utmost urgency. Not a second can be wasted." Startled by the sudden outburst, the communications soldier trembled and nodded vigorously, now fully alert. In that moment, he no longer considered adhering to military protocol for saluting the commander. He dashed out of the command room, fully committed to conveying this critical order as for the issue of the white phosphorus incendiary shells. Shan Bo furrowed his brow, expressing his deep concern. The border units engaged in intense combat have already reported that the situation with these infected individuals has become increasingly dire. Their skin has developed a peculiar keratinous layer. When our white phosphorus shells are deployed, they burn for no more than 10 seconds before being extinguished effortlessly. This is utterly terrifying. These infected are growing more formidable by the day. After voicing his concerns, Shan Bo shook his head in resignation. Seeing the communications soldier hastily exit the command room to relay the order, Shan Bo appeared to remain engulfed in worry, murmuring to himself, "What are we to do? The situation is so grave. We must find a way to respond." Standing nearby, Hu Ji listened quietly to Shan Bo's words, feeling as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. As the highest commander of the quarantine zone, he was acutely aware that white phosphorus shells had become ineffective against these infected. What tormented him was the knowledge that even during the recent skirmish, some defense lines were already perilously close to collapse. Yet, the reserves at his disposal were exceedingly limited, merely 2 reserve infantry regiments and 1 mechanized infantry regiment. With 1 regiment already dispatched for reinforcements elsewhere, how could he proceed with the subsequent defense? Was he to allow the civilians, who had only just managed to reach the quarantine wall, to recklessly charge forward like moths to a flame, engaging the infected in close combat to buy time? This thought sent a chill coursing down Hu Ji's spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If such a course were to be taken, the repercussions would be unfathomable. The soldiers stationed at the quarantine wall would likely waver in their resolve. How could the civilians possibly acquiesce to such a fate? The situation would inevitably spiral further out of control, leading to catastrophic consequences, especially when Hu Ji considered the unsettling notion that these specialized infected could organize and coordinate their assaults against the relatively weak defenses of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade. His anxiety surged like a tidal wave. What did this signify? Clearly, it indicated that these infected had acquired a certain level of tactical acumen. They not only understood how to exploit advantageous terrain and timing for their assaults, but also knew how to swiftly conceal their presence when met with formidable resistance to conserve their strength. This could not be ignored. Hu Ji, filled with trepidation, murmured to himself, then resolutely turned around, vigorously patting the still-dazed Shan Bo on the shoulder, urgently exclaiming, "Come with me. We must see the defensive line of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade." As he spoke, he deftly reached for his heavy coat hanging nearby, swiftly draping it over his shoulders before hastily making his way out of the command room. Shen Bo, initially taken aback, displayed a flicker of surprise on his face. Clearly astonished by Hu Ji's sudden actions, however, he quickly regained his composure, reaching for the handgun resting on the command desk and skillfully sliding it into his holster at his waist, closely following Hu Ji as they departed. Even as they boarded the jeep, Shen Bo's mind was enveloped in a fog of uncertainty, a myriad of questions flooding his thoughts. Just recently, they had dispatched 2 entire regiments, nearly 6,000 troops, to reinforce the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade's front line. Moreover, these regiments were not mere reserve forces with rudimentary equipment and insufficient training. One of them was the illustrious 341st Motorized Infantry Regiment, which was originally part of the elite 43rd Motorized Infantry Division, essentially a trusted ally. Based on their past performances, their combat capability should have been formidable, certainly not feeble enough to falter so easily. The other unit was the exceptionally well-equipped 116th Airborne Infantry Regiment, known in the military as the Flower of the Empire, and a prized asset of the Central Military District. Consequently, this regiment was not only armed with advanced weaponry, but also carried a substantial number of individual anti-tank rocket launchers and powerful individual thermobaric grenades. Logically, with such formidable forces, combined with the well-organized 21st Territorial Defense Brigade, they should have been able to establish an impregnable defense. Yet, what kind of dire situation could render these 3 potent forces incapable of holding their ground? While Shen Bo wrestled with these troubling thoughts, Hu Ji's voice emerged from the passenger seat. Lao Shun, the Southern Military District is halting our supply of resources. Hu Ji, his expression grave, sat in the passenger seat with his eyes tightly shut, his right hand gently caressing his thigh as he spoke with a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, Shen Bo, seated in the rear of the driver's seat, jolted back to reality, his head snapping towards Hu Ji with a look of disbelief and shock. What? How could this happen? His eyes were wide with incredulity, as if he could scarcely accept this harsh truth. Hu Ji took a deep breath, slowly turning his head to meet Shen Bo's gaze, and softly replied, "This was the news conveyed to me yesterday by Major General Gao Liping, the Deputy Commander of the Southern Military District. Currently, our border defenses adjacent to Southeast Asia have been compelled to retreat due to a lack of sufficient material support. Furthermore, our ammunition reserves, already strained by the arrival of reserve troops, are now insufficient to sustain an army originally meant for 80,000, but which now must supply nearly 180,000 personnel. While small-caliber ammunition, such as 7.62 and 5.8 mm rifle rounds, is not in short supply, we are severely lacking in large-caliber munitions, such as shells for howitzers and heavy machine guns, and those reserve troops are largely unequipped with substantial heavy weaponry. If the situation continues to deteriorate, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, to avoid causing unnecessary panic, I have kept this matter hidden from everyone and have not disclosed a word." After absorbing Hu Ji's words, Shen Bo sat in a daze for a moment. Finally, he let out a long sigh, as if all his strength had been drained, and leaned heavily against the soft cushions of the jeep's seat. Alas, at this point, it seems we have no other choice but to tighten our belts and urge the frontline troops to conserve ammunition, hoping to endure this difficult period. Shen Bo shook his head helplessly, murmuring to himself, if only the 5th Aviation Brigade hadn't been reassigned. The relentless snowfall continued to blanket the sky, while not far away, the sounds of fierce gunfire echoed from the defensive line, stirring a sense of tension and unease in the hearts of those who heard it. Hu Ji silently gazed out at the swirling snowflakes and the trembling soldiers on duty by the roadside. Even clad in cold weather gear, they could not stave off the shivers. After a long pause, Hu Ji murmured in a tone bordering on despair, "Well, it seems our only course of action is to do our best and leave the rest to fate. May we weather this storm." Chapter 40. Kill, kill, kill. Tang Xiangrong crouched in the crevice of the rubble, his eyes wide with caution as he stealthily surveyed his surroundings. Turning his head, he spoke in a hushed tone, as if fearing the very dust in the air would overhear him. "Zhang Gu, it seems the infected haven't pursued us. Moreover, it appears that fighting has erupted in the containment zone." The sound of fierce gunfire suggested that the battle was quite intense. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. With Zhu Dachang's assistance, he slowly sat up, each minuscule movement threatening to invoke excruciating pain. His voice trembled slightly. Let them fight. The more ferocious the better. If they can attract all the infected in the city, we might just have a chance to escape. As he spoke, he cautiously reinforced the bandage on his knee, which had loosened due to the vigorous movement. The biting cold relentlessly gnawed at his determination, intensifying the pain in his already injured. It was a deep, marrow-aching agony. The bandage, now seeming utterly inadequate, could neither fend off the cold nor alleviate the pain. It merely wrapped around him, bearing witness to Zhang Han's persistence and suffering. Even the simplest of movements had become a monumental challenge. Each bend of his knee felt like a test of his limits. Yet, Zhang Han had no choice but to endure, to persist, for in this city, survival was the ultimate victory. Amidst the ruins wrought by bombardment, the surrounding concrete debris lay haphazardly, akin to toys discarded by a giant, leaning against one another to form a narrow, makeshift refuge. This space, though rudimentary, had become their temporary sanctuary, a flicker of hope amidst the catastrophe, moments ago, after witnessing Liu Bo fall victim to the infected. Zhang Han, having already prepared to flee, hastily raised his handgun and kicked Zhu Dachong and Tang Xiangrong, who were paralyzed by fear, sharply. This sudden jolt of pain roused them from their stupor, and they quickly assisted Zhang Han in retreating to this relatively safer spot. After all, as the ancient said, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. As for Li Ming and Lu Jiwei, they were truly cunning. The piercing scream of Zhao Gang sliced through the air like a chilling blade, prompting their gazes to shift backward, only to find Zhang Han and his companions not aiding anyone, but rather panicking and fleeing. In that instant, both men sprang up from the cold ground like springs released, launching themselves forward without a second thought, desperately chasing after Zhang Han and the others. If one were to ask why they did not assist, the answer was simple. Why would they? If Zhang Han, armed with a handgun, was not offering help, why would they risk their lives with mere hammers? Fortunately, Zhao Gang's scream was loud enough, and there was sufficient distance between them and the infected, granting them a chance to escape. Had the distance been shorter, or the scream quieter, their fates might have been drastically different. Boldly, Lu Jiwei's face was as pale as a sheet, his lips quivering as he shouted, panic and despair lacing his voice. I have no idea what good blocking this does. We can't even seal it off. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he attempted to gather some concrete debris to plug the gaps in the rubble. But the relentless cold wind surged in like the virus from Linhai City, invading through every crevice. The icy gusts mercilessly assaulted every soul hiding amidst the ruins, causing involuntary shivers to rack their bodies. Shut your mouth! Li Ming glared at Lu Jiwei, hissing in a low voice, while cautiously scanning their surroundings, fearful that his words might provoke unnecessary trouble. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The man named Zhang had been grumbling about the cramped quarters. Hadn't he heard? Despite his own hands trembling, he was still diligently at work, striving to fill the gaps in the debris. Lu Jiwei sighed helplessly, bitterness flooding his heart. He understood that Li Ming was right. If Zhang heard their complaints, they would surely be unceremoniously expelled from this temporary refuge. After all, in such dire circumstances, each person was preoccupied with their own survival, unwilling to accommodate two useless burdens. With that thought, Lu Jiwei silently lowered his head. Refraining from uttering another word, he bent down, groping through the concrete rubble, hoping to find a suitably sized piece to continue the seemingly endless task at hand. In truth, both men had contemplated escape, yet where could they possibly flee to? The outside world was fraught with peril, teeming with unknown dangers and the infected. They possessed neither adequate weaponry nor exceptional abilities. In such a brutal environment, fleeing is undoubtedly tantamount to courting death. On the other hand, if they return, Zhang Han still clutches his pistol, which provides at least some capacity for resistance against any imminent danger. Reluctantly, they are forced to endure, living a miserable existence, reliant on others for shelter, with no assurance of survival. Above the steadfast defense line held by the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade, the situation grows increasingly tense and dire. From time to time, one can witness severely injured soldiers being hastily carried down from the barricades by their comrades, their agonized groans intertwined with piercing cries, evoking deep anguish. Simultaneously, the deafening sounds of gunfire have never ceased. As if striving to rend the very fabric of the world asunder, Those cunning and formidable special infectors cleverly conceal themselves behind the surging tide of ordinary infectors, occasionally darting forth to breach the defense line, hurling unyielding steel bars and various projectile weapons. These lethal munitions rain down upon the soldiers valiantly firing from the defense line, inflicting catastrophic casualties in an instant. "Hand me the radio," an officer, his face etched with urgency, shouts hoarsely while relentlessly pulling the trigger against the incessant onslaught of infectors below. His voice, strained and hoarse from anxiety and excitement, remains laced with desperation. The signalman promptly passes him the radio, and he quickly presses it to his ear, exclaiming with all his might, "Commander Hudaji, the situation here is critical. The number of special infectors is overwhelming, and my brothers can barely hold on. Please arrange for an artillery barrage to support us immediately." However, the response from the other end causes his heart to plummet. Commander Hudaji's voice is heavy with gravity as he replies, "Brother, I can only provide you with one more round of artillery cover. The higher-ups have issued orders to conserve ammunition for potentially worse scenarios." Upon hearing this, the officer's complexion pales dramatically, yet he grits his teeth and continues into the radio. "One round will suffice. Commander, I implore you, please act swiftly." The brothers on the front line are reaching their limits. Just 800 meters behind the defense line, a formidable position composed of multiple 82mm mortars operates under intense pressure. The commanding officer, focused intently on the incoming coordinates, wears a grave expression before bellowing to the gunners beside him. "Fire mission confirmed. Elevation 41. Distance 2,300 meters, 2 o'clock direction." His voice resonates across the mortar position. Without hesitation, he issues the command. "High explosive shells, fire for effect." Hearing this order, a nearby gunner instinctively snatches a shell from his comrade, but then, as if suddenly recalling something, he instinctively inquires, "Old Way, shouldn't we conduct a test shot first?" Yet, Old Way, clearly lacking the patience for such deliberations, retorts irritably, "What test shot? The front line is swarming with those damned infectors. Even if we miss, we can adjust later. Stop dawdling and get to work." Given such a prompt and decisive response, the gunner dares not hesitate any longer. Responding sharply, "Yes," he deftly places the heavy shell into the mortar tube. With a resounding bang, the shell's primer strikes the base's firing pin with tremendous force, igniting the propellant and sending the shell hurtling towards its target like an arrow released from a bow. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberates. Boom! The 82mm mortar shell crashes down with overwhelming force amidst the throng of infectors. The tremendous blast sends plumes of smoke and fire into the air, scattering the limbs of the blasted infectors, creating a scene of utter devastation. Regrettably, due to the prior dispersal of the infectors, the actual impact of such a fierce attack proves rather limited. The officer glares at the shell's impact site, cursing vehemently, "Damn it, it missed. Do those gunners even know how to fight? Are they merely here to eat?" As he rages, he gestures angrily toward the shell's landing spot, his face a mask of fury and disappointment. The signalman beside him, startled by the outburst, quickly salutes the officer and seizes the radio to report the situation to the artillery unit behind. "Hello, can you hear me? Your last shell missed?" The commander is furious and demands that you immediately correct your firing angle. The signalman anxiously watches the distant impact zone while observing the current positions of the infectors, then continues shouting into the radio, "Attention, the target is at the 3 o'clock position. Lower the range by 50 meters. Hurry, hurry." Upon receiving the order, the artillery unit behind springs into action, hurriedly adjusting the mortar's angle and meticulously calculating the new range. The entire artillery position buzzes with activity, the sounds of soldiers shouting and tools clashing filling the air. Finally, everything is ready. The commanding officer takes a deep breath, raises his right hand, and calls out, "Fire." With this command, shells scream forth, slicing through the sky, headed straight for the densely packed infectors. A series of earth-shattering explosions follows, flames shooting skyward, thick smoke billowing. Accompanied by a deep, powerful engine roar, a massive and robust armored vehicle glides to a halt before the command post of the 21st Territorial Defense Brigade. Resembling a steel behemoth, as soon as the vehicle comes to a standstill, a dozen elite soldiers clad in advanced combat gear and armed to the teeth spring out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they disperse, adopting tactical postures to conduct thorough reconnaissance and searches of the surrounding environment, ensuring no potential threats linger. Meanwhile, not far behind the armored vehicle, a military jeep comes to a gradual stop. The doors swing open, revealing two figures striding purposefully toward the awaiting commander of the 21st Brigade, Chen Shanji. These two individuals are Hu Ji and Shun Bo. What is the situation at the front line? Hu Ji, unable to contain his anxiety, inquires loudly before they even approach, forcefully brushing aside the warm, thick coat offered by Chen Shanji, disregarding the biting cold and his own somewhat inadequate attire. Chen Shanji, unfazed by the push, hands the coat to a nearby officer and takes the report from him, stating, "The situation is grim. The special infectors are becoming increasingly cunning, and their numbers show no signs of diminishing. The reserve forces on the defense line have already begun to crumble in small pockets." Upon hearing this, Hu Ji, who had been striding forward, suddenly halts, turning to fix an eagle-eyed gaze on Chen Shanji, questioning sternly, "What about the military police? Are their guns merely firewood now? How can they remain inactive in the face of such circumstances?" Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Shun Bo quickly steps in to mediate. "Old Hu? There's no need to get worked up. You must understand, those reserve forces inherently lack experience in combating infectors. It is only reasonable that such a situation would arise due to their prolonged neglect and training." He glances at Chen Shanji with a look of goodwill. Chen Shanji nods in understanding and continues, "In truth, our military police have been tirelessly striving to cope with this crisis. Regrettably, the casualties inflicted by the infectors' long-range attacks have been devastating. The military police are doing everything in their power to halt this tide of retreat, but those panicked soldiers, armed as they are, have engaged the military police in fierce exchanges of fire, causing the situation to spiral further out of control. Are they not aware that their families are in the rear? In such a dire situation, how can they even contemplate fleeing?" Hu Ji disregards Chen Shanji's defense, pressing further. Alas, how could they be unaware? However, when faced with such catastrophic losses, human instinct is often governed by fear. Moreover, with the majority of the reserve forces in the rear city having been relocated, the situation there has become somewhat unstable. Perhaps it is precisely out of concern for their family's safety that these soldiers have entertained thoughts of retreat, Chen Shanji reflects, observing the soldiers trudging alongside the road, burdened with heavy weapons and sighs and resignation. "Damn it, I anticipated this all along. The large-scale relocation of reserve forces from the city was an utterly foolish decision. Relying solely on those vigilantes, what use is that?" Hu Ji roars in exasperation. "Enough with the complaints. The most pressing matter at hand is how to halt this tide of retreat among the troops on the defense line. If we fail to do so, our line may not endure much longer." Shun Bo hastily approached Hu Ji, urgency evident in his demeanor. "Then do enlighten me," he exclaimed. "What possible course of action can I take now? Can I truly ensure the safety and well-being of those individuals' families? These decisions are made by those in higher authority." Hu Ji glared at Shun Bo, his anger boiling over, and bellowed loudly at that moment. Hu Ji's face was flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Resembling an enraged lion, in contrast, Shun Bo stood before him, slightly flustered. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously proposed, "How about we disperse the remaining idle motorized infantry regiment and assign them to various defensive lines, temporarily utilizing them as military police?" Upon finishing his suggestion, Shun Bo raised his gaze, apprehensively seeking Hu Ji's reaction. However, Hu Ji frowned deeply upon hearing this so-called plan and retorted with evident dissatisfaction, "If we proceed as you suggest, I will be left with only one infantry regiment as a reserve. What will we do if an urgent crisis arises?" Clearly, Hu Ji was not in favor of Shun Bo's proposal. Just as their argument escalated, Chen Shanji, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward in a bid to mediate the heated discussion. Clearing his throat, he resolutely stated, "In my opinion, we can only employ the tactic of making an example out of others. If any soldier dares to flee in battle without hesitation, we shall execute their entire squad." Upon hearing such a brutal suggestion, Hu Ji shuddered involuntarily, turning away with disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Chen Shanji. He found it hard to fathom that such a cold-hearted and cruel order could emanate from the lips of a commanding officer. "Isn't this reminiscent of the ancient practice of collective punishment?" Hu Ji murmured. Yet, he was acutely aware that despite the chilling nature of this method, It might indeed be the only way to effectively curb the soldier's tendency to rout in the face of peril. It appeared that this was the sole avenue left for resolving the crisis. Shenbo fixated on Hu Ji's contemplative figure, his expression grave as he slowly spoke. Very well. Let us proceed with this method. We must exhaust all possible means to prevent the further deterioration of this rout. Hu Ji initially waved his hand lightly, then, as if resolute, nodded vigorously at Qin Shanji and declared, "The situation has become exceedingly urgent. There is no room for mercy. Only through ruthless suppression can we compel these soldiers to muster the courage to continue engaging in fierce battles against the malevolent infected." Beneath the quarantine zone's isolation wall, a throng of people had gathered, comprising the elderly, pregnant women, children, and young men, all displaying expressions of terror and despair as they gazed upon the insurmountable barrier before them. Nevertheless, the primal instinct for survival drove them to attempt to scale the wall against all odds. Yet, the soldiers atop the isolation wall showed no mercy, their weapons unleashing fiery tongues as they ruthlessly fired upon those attempting to breach the barrier. In an instant, anguished screams pierced the air. Bodies falling like kites with severed strings, some even crashing into the panicked crowd below, provoking waves of horrified shrieks. The families bereaved of their loved ones emitted heart-wrenching cries, rendering the scene utterly unbearable. These unfortunate souls found themselves trapped, for not far behind, hordes of infected approached, braving the fierce gunfire of the military. With each step closer, they were met with the specter of death. In this dire predicament, they could only cling to the hope that these callous soldiers might display even a modicum of humanity and compassion. Alas, the harsh reality struck them like a resounding slap, for not a single soldier dared to disobey orders and allow the unarmed civilians to cross the isolation wall. Moreover, the surging crowd attempting to climb over only heightened the soldiers' unease. They were forced to fend off the onslaught of the infected, while simultaneously shooting down the innocent civilians, desperately scrambling to ascend with whatever tools they could muster. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Feng gently placed a hand over his child's ears, soothingly whispering, "Yuxuan, dear, do not be afraid. It's just the sound of firecrackers celebrating the new year." Standing beside him, the child's mother clutched Zhou Feng's shoulders tightly, her gaze occasionally drifting to his resolute face. In this tumultuous moment, Zhou Feng emerged as the third figure, alongside her deceased husband and father, who could provide her with a sense of safety and assurance. Though little Yuxuan understood that these were gunshots, he displayed remarkable composure for his tender age. Despite being just a child, he had already endured a multitude of trials and tribulations. Faced with this crude yet comforting lie, he had no choice but to place his trust in it. Chapter 41. Self-preservation in the face of despair. Within the ruins of Lehigh City, ravaged by relentless snow and wind, the absence of towering buildings left the cold to assault mercilessly. The swirling snowflakes wreaked havoc across the desolate landscape. Huddled amidst the debris, Zhang Han and his companions could even hear the wind wailing as it swept through the massive remnants, akin to nature's quiet lament or the anguished cries of souls lost within the ruins. The howling winds penetrated the broken walls, rendering the already frigid shelter even more desolate. Despite their efforts to maintain warmth, the biting cold seeped through the cracks, gradually sapping their strength. "Oldly, have you truly sealed those gaps? It feels as if it's becoming colder instead," Zhang Han complained, pressing his body tightly against the icy, unyielding concrete wall as if seeking a flicker of warmth. Draped in Zhu Dachang's heavy coat, he still could not fend off the slicing chill. The frigid wind howled, interspersed with tiny ice particles, relentlessly infiltrating through what seemed like insignificant crevices. Each gust sent shivers down Zhang Han's spine, causing his voice to quiver as he spoke. Hearing Zhang Han's grievances, Li Ming reluctantly paused his efforts to seal the gaps and turned with a pained expression to respond. "Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't want to seal them. It's just impossible. I know you're freezing, and we're all in the same boat. But this wretched place is riddled with drafts, making it impossible to block them all." With a heavy sigh, Li Ming shook his head and resumed his futile attempts to thwart the invasive cold. Zhang Han, upon hearing Li Ming's words, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He exhaled a deep sigh, muttering in exasperation, "Alas, I must be cursed. I cannot seem to escape this run of bad luck. It feels as though I'm haunted by misfortune at every turn." "Brother Zhang, let us not dwell on that. We must quickly devise a plan for what comes next, Zhu Dachang stammered, trembling in the corner beside Zhang Han, clutching his shivering shoulders. At that moment, his once warm coat had been forcibly taken by Zhang Han, leaving him bereft of any semblance of warmth. This left Zhu Dachang feeling as if he were swallowing bitter gall, unable to voice his grievances. Hearing this, Zhang Han's anger flared, and he shouted in frustration, "Stop bothering me. I've never walked the right path in this godforsaken place. What good will your questions do? Am I supposed to sprout wings and fly away?" With no other option, he resigned himself to enduring the situation. Zhu Dachang, feeling stifled, dared not utter a word in retort. What choice did he have? He was young and easily bullied. Thus, he curled up tighter, attempting to shrink into a small ball, enduring the biting cold without daring to ask Zhang Han for his coat back. Just then, Tang Xiangrong, who had been observing the outside commotion through a narrow gap, suddenly turned, terror etched on his face. "Brother Zhang, something's wrong. Outside. It seems 2 people are heading this way. I can't tell if they are those horrific infected." "What nonsense!" Zhang Han retorted, skepticism evident as he turned to face Tang Xiangrong, his voice laced with anger. "I in this dreadful weather? Who would be out here? Have your eyes turned to slits?" With that, he instinctively drew his pistol from its holster, gripping it tightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. At this moment, outside, heavy snow is falling in torrents, and a fierce wind sweeps through everything, rendering the world a vast expanse of white. As dusk approaches and the night descends, visibility diminishes to less than 50 meters. In such brutal and frigid conditions, how could anyone possibly brave the storm to approach? Even those dreaded infected individuals should be seeking refuge from the cold at this hour. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Tang Xiangrong felt a pang of anxiety, yet he swiftly drew out the hammer he always carried, gesturing animatedly as he anxiously explained, "Brother Zhang, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. It is indeed true. 2 figures seem to be making their way toward us." As he spoke, his body tensed, fixated on the front, prepared to confront any impending danger. Observing Tang Xiangrong's tense yet resolute demeanor and words, a flicker of doubt stirred within Zhang Han. Could it be that someone or something was indeed approaching them? With this thought in mind, he hastily instructed Zhu Dachang, who was beside him, to assist him in moving closer to the gap. At that moment, Tang Xiangrong, who had been stationed there, quickly stood up and shifted aside to create space for Zhang Han. He then leaned in close to Zhang Han's ear and whispered in a lowered voice, "Brother Zhang, look, they're just over to the right." Zhang Han, upon hearing this, slightly bent down, first rubbing his eyes with his right hand, then leaning closer to the gap to observe the direction Tang Xiangrong indicated. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, 2 shadowy figures emerged. These individuals struggled through the harsh environment of howling winds and blinding snow, their footsteps laborious against the thick accumulation of snow, each step seemingly requiring all their strength. "Goodness! There are indeed people out there!" Zhang Han recoiled in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to Tang Xiangrong, his mouth agape. He realized he had unjustly doubted Tang Xiangrong. Indeed, there were individuals braving the harsh elements outside. Under Zhang Han's gaze, Tang Xiangrong felt a wave of unease and instinctively blurted out, "Brother Zhang, what should we do? You are an undercover police officer. You must think of a plan." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han couldn't help but smack his forehead with frustration, lamenting internally. He felt a mix of helplessness and amusement towards the students before him, who seemed to possess an insatiable curiosity akin to a book of endless questions, relying entirely on others for guidance and lacking any independent thought. However, on second thought, this was not entirely disadvantageous. At least they lacked strong opinions, which might make them obedient when it came time to carry out orders. With this in mind, Zhang Han steadied himself and, with a serious expression, instructed Tang Xiangrong, "Stay calm and keep a close watch on those people ahead. As they draw nearer, we must discern whether they are infected or ordinary humans. Remember, do not overlook any detail." Tang Xiangrong furrowed his brow slightly, nodding as he absorbed the information. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed ahead, and inquired, "What if they are infected?" At that moment, Zhang Han, who had been retreating a few steps with Zhu Dachang's assistance, abruptly halted. His body quivered slightly, as if struck by an invisible force. Yet, in an instant, He regained his composure and continued to step back without hesitation. Zhang Han was enveloped in fatigue and helplessness. He found Tang Xiangrong's question too tedious to address, feeling that any further words would be superfluous, thus opting for silence in response. When Zhang Han finally resumed his previous position, he took a deep breath and chambered his firearm. He then turned to the others around him, his expression grave, and said, "Gentlemen, prepare your weapons." Although the blizzard raged fiercely, diminishing the likelihood of the infected detecting them, should those two figures indeed be infected and happen to notice their presence, it would become a desperate fight for survival. Upon hearing this, the others, already prepared, quickly grasped their hammers. Only Li Ming was somewhat peculiar. Holding a brick he had just picked up from the ground. Watching the others' hammers, Li Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. There was no choice. He was the only one with special treatment. As the two figures drew nearer, the tension among the group escalated. Tang Xiangrong stared intently, suddenly whispering, "Brother Zhang, they don't appear to be infected. They don't seem frantic." Zhang Han's furrowed brow remained tense as he took another look. Tang Xiangrong nodded, continuing to observe the pair. As they approached, Tang Xiangrong scrutinized through the gap and discerned that they were a middle-aged couple. Their clothing was tattered, but their eyes were clear, unlike the murky, frenzied gaze of the infected. "Brother Zhang, they are indeed not infected. They are living people. Should we greet them?" After confirming that the figures ahead were not infected but rather humans, Tang Xiangrong couldn't conceal his excitement and quickly turned to Zhang Han. Whispering, upon hearing this, Zhang Han, who had been tense and on high alert, breathed a sigh of relief but soon retorted with irritation, "Greet them? Why should we concern ourselves with that? Just look at them. They clearly intend to leave the city. With the chaos outside, it's obvious they are rushing to their doom." He then wore a cold, disdainful expression. Indeed, to Zhang Han, their current manpower was sufficient to handle the situation at hand, and the cramped space made it unnecessary to invite two more individuals who might become a burden. Although Tang Xiangrong felt a twinge of doubt and wished to say more, he swallowed his words upon seeing the indifferent expressions of the others around him. With no other option, he chose to remain silent, continuing to observe the two figures as they moved farther away. He watched as the couple, undeterred by the howling wind and swirling snow, walked resolutely toward the outskirts. It seemed that no hardship could shake their determination to leave the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, huddled in the corner, couldn't help but curse under his breath, thinking, these two must have lost their minds. In such frigid weather, instead of finding a safe place to hide and preserve their lives, they are rushing toward the outer quarantine line. It is utterly incomprehensible. The others, hearing Zhang Han's mutterings, remained silent, their thoughts consumed solely with how to preserve their own lives. As for the fates of others, they were too preoccupied to care, showing no interest whatsoever. With their own survival at stake, it was foolish to concern themselves with the lives of others. What difference would saving those people make? Would it change the dire situation they faced? What would happen if they chose not to save them? It would hardly affect them. Even if they called out to them and offered assistance, what benefit would they gain? Not a single penny, and not even a fragment of useful supplies. They might even be sent out as cannon fodder by that Zhang fellow, losing their lives for nothing. Conversely, choosing to stand by and do nothing would be far simpler. In this way, everyone could avoid unnecessary trouble, escaping the need for effort and the burden of risk. After all, in such apocalyptic conditions, each individual would inevitably become exceedingly selfish. In times like these, who could afford to care about the survival of others? The priority was to safeguard one's own life above all else. In the southern military district, situated along the border of Southeast Asia, heavy snow fell relentlessly as the soldiers of the 63rd Reserve Infantry Division faced a chaotic retreat. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Etched with terror and despair on the soldiers' faces, their steps faltered, some tripping while fleeing, others crushed underfoot by their comrades in the chaos, screams and cries echoing amidst the turmoil. Reserve Officer Lu Chuan was red-faced, panting heavily as he desperately ran, striving to board an armored vehicle nearby that was still firing. Sweat and dirt mingled on his face, leaving traces as his military boots sank into the snow-covered ground. Each step excruciatingly arduous. Just moments ago, the defensive line held by their 143rd Reserve Infantry Regiment had been breached in less than 2 hours. The sandbags along the line were overturned by shockwaves, and barbed wire lay torn and scattered, mocking their impotence. Faced with an overwhelming tide of special infected, this hastily assembled team appeared alarmingly fragile and vulnerable. It is worth noting that they had been hurriedly formed in response to an emergency. Dispatched to support the front lines, the eyes of the soldiers betrayed a sense of unease and terror. Many among them had never encountered genuine combat, having only experienced the brutal realities of war during training exercises. Some soldiers had not even had the opportunity to properly adjust their uniforms before being forcibly thrust onto this life-and-death battlefield. The weaponry they clutched was woefully inadequate, apart from the heavy machine guns and a scant few aging armored vehicles. There was virtually no other heavy fire support available. The thunderous roar of machine guns echoed in their ears, while spent shell casings rained down like droplets of rain, producing a sharp clatter upon striking the ground. The tires of the armored vehicles struggled to traverse the snow, each rotation sending sprays of snowflakes and mud flying. How could such an ill-equipped and disordered force withstand the ferocious onslaught of the relentless infected? The answer was painfully evident. There was no possibility of survival. The piercing howls of the infected intermingled with the cacophony of gunfire, creating a heart-stopping symphony. The soldiers' fighting spirit had long since crumbled under the weight of the enemy's overwhelming assault, and a complete collapse seemed an unavoidable conclusion. Hurry, drive. We must evacuate this place at once. As Lu Chuan climbed into the rear compartment of the armored vehicle, he could scarcely contain his urgency. Shouting hoarsely at the driver ahead, his voice trembled with intense anxiety, as if the entire world might collapse before him at any moment. The driver's face was a canvas of conflict and struggle. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white from exertion. His gaze flickered between Lu Chuan and the front line, aware that whether to advance or retreat could lead to irrevocable consequences. Sir, we have received explicit orders to hold this line at all costs. Choosing to retreat now is simply not an option. A tremor laced his voice, a mix of fear of death and steadfastness to duty. At that moment, the 20mm autocannon mounted on the vehicle erupted with a deafening roar, relentlessly unleashing fire upon the approaching infected. Massive shell casings cascaded down like raindrops, scattering on either side of the armored vehicle, the crisp sound of metal striking the ground merging with the cannon's thunder, crafting a rhythm that quickened the heart. Damn it, I ask you, can you hold the line or not? Lu Chuan seethed, his frustration palpable. We are not equipped with sufficient heavy fire support from above, and the light weaponry we have is nothing more than outdated stock. Under these circumstances, how can we possibly hold our ground? He furiously waved his arms, directing the panicked soldiers scrambling past the sides of the armored vehicle to board quickly, while simultaneously bellowing at the driver. Sweat and dirt mingled on his face, creating streaks of mud, his eyes glistening with fury and despair. Yet, unperturbed by Lu Chuan's vehement outburst, the driver responded with unwavering resolve. Sir, please forgive my steadfastness, but our mission is to hold this position. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, maneuvering the armored vehicle steadily forward, resolutely heading towards the front line. His hands clutched the steering wheel, knuckles pale from pressure, his gaze unwavering, as if engaged in a silent duel with fate. You son of a gun, stop the vehicle immediately and retreat. Didn't you hear me? Lu Chuan, witnessing the armored vehicle not only failing to reverse but accelerating forward instead, erupted with rage. In a swift motion, he drew a gleaming Type 92 military pistol from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the driver's head, and he shouted in fury. His arm trembled slightly from tension, yet his finger remained firmly on the trigger, prepared to fire at any moment. Almost simultaneously, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A small group of disheveled deserters suddenly emerged before the armored vehicle. One among them bore a heavy anti-tank rocket launcher on his shoulder, its cold barrel ominously aimed at the armored vehicle. The soldier's face was etched with fear, yet his movements were surprisingly steady, as if he had found a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Simultaneously, the deserters frantically waved their arms, desperately signaling for the vehicle to halt, their faces smeared with dirt and sweat, eyes glimmering with the thirst for survival. Faced with such a tense and perilous situation, even the most reluctant driver could not afford to hesitate. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his heart pounding like a drum, yet his hands remained steady on the controls. After all, whether it was Lu Chuan's gun that could fire at any moment, or the nearby rocket launcher capable of reducing the armored vehicle to scrap. Both were threats far beyond his capacity to endure. Thus, gritting his teeth, he firmly pressed the brake pedal, bringing the armored vehicle to a gradual stop. The tires screeched against the ground, a shrill sound that seemed to amplify the tension in the air. "Damn it, I'm exhausted. Hurry, get the vehicle moving," the sergeant leading the group of deserters shouted as he boarded. This small band of deserters consisted of 7 men, who stumbled aboard the armored vehicle, each step a challenge against their physical limits. Their movements appeared clumsy and rushed, dirt and sweat mingling on their faces, leaving streaks of grime. They collapsed into their seats, their bodies drained of all strength, reduced to trembling and gasping. Upon seeing the deserters, Lu Chuan urgently inquired, "What is the situation at the front line? Has it completely collapsed?" A hint of barely perceptible tremor laced his voice, his eyes betraying an anxious anticipation of the unknown. The leading sergeant, upon hearing the inquiry, quickly glanced at Lu Chuan's insignia, and upon recognizing the rank of captain, his expression softened slightly, yet fear and trepidation lingered in his demeanor. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he replied with a quiver in his voice, "Sir, you cannot fathom the ferocity of the fighting at the front. It has been so dire it defies description." His hand instinctively brushed over the magazine of his rifle. As if still feeling the remnants of battle's heat as he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his dirt-streaked cheeks, leaving clear trails in their wake. His fingers trembled as he retrieved a crumpled photograph from his pocket, an image of his family, which he clutched tightly, as though it were his sole anchor of hope. "We are part of the 147th Reserve Infantry Regiment, originally positioned at the forefront of the defense." The sergeant's voice was heavy with an unspoken weight. A flicker of despair crossed his gaze, as if recalling irretrievable losses. However, our regiment was scarcely equipped with any substantial heavy weaponry. When those terrifying special infected launched their assault, the light arms in our hands proved utterly ineffective, leaving us to endure a relentless onslaught without any means to retaliate. At this juncture, the sergeant paused momentarily, as if recalling the harrowing scenes from the battlefield. His grip on his rifle tightened, knuckles turning pale with exertion. Shortly after the active duty troops at the front line hastily withdrew, our regiment was immediately engaged in fierce combat against the waves of encroaching infected. Yet, in less than an hour, his voice caught in his throat, his body trembling involuntarily. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips parched and cracked from tension. On our defensive line, only the heavy machine guns could provide limited fire suppression. Beyond that, there was no formidable fire support available. He clenched the bayonet in his hand, continuing, even with the artillery support from the rear, faced with the infected's ferocious advance, our defensive capabilities seemed utterly insignificant. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Subsequently, our forces engaged in trench warfare with the intruding infected, yet in close combat, we were utterly outmatched. I witnessed my squad leader torn in half before my very eyes. In that moment, I lost all courage to continue fighting and immediately turned to retreat. His voice was low, laced with shame and self-reproach. Then I ran until I encountered these soldiers bearing rocket launchers. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, as if he had found a sliver of life amidst despair. Upon inquiry, I learned that they were positioned on the flanks of our regiment, tasked with targeting the larger infected. Thus they had no time to escape when the front line collapsed. Later, we encountered this advancing armored vehicle. Lu Chuan sighed after hearing this, understanding the intensity of the frontline situation. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift collapse. "What about your regiment's casualties? Do you still have the capacity to continue fighting?" Lu Chuan pressed, as if suddenly recalling something crucial, his brow furrowed in concern. The sergeant's face broke into a bitter smile, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He raised a hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, shaking his head helplessly as he responded, "Sir, to be honest, I truly have no idea what our regiment's specific casualty numbers are." His voice carried a profound sense of impotence, as if all hope had been utterly extinguished. However, speaking solely about our unit, the casualty rate must have exceeded at least 70. Just consider, the troops had completely disintegrated at that point. Where was the discipline and order? Each soldier was merely preoccupied with a frantic escape, rather than the scene of an organized retreat under the command of officers, executing coordinated cover. As he spoke, The sergeant stomped his foot in indignation, seemingly still haunted by the chaos of that disastrous battle. He then gestured towards his comrades huddled in the vehicle, their faces etched with exhaustion and terror, and continued, "As for our combat capability, just look at us. Do we resemble a fighting force in any way?" Lu Chuan nodded slowly in understanding. He then lifted his gaze to survey the cramped interior of the armored vehicle. Originally designed to accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals, it was now crammed with 17 soldiers. There was scarcely any space between them, their bodies pressed together in a particularly suffocating manner. Their breaths came in a rising and falling rhythm, interspersed with low groans and occasional coughs, the air within the compartment thick with tension and fear. The average age of these 17 men appeared to hover around 35 or 36, all hastily drafted reserve soldiers from the rear. Some wore clothing that bore no resemblance to military uniforms, instead donning the puffy coats typical of civilians, creating a disarrayed appearance. A glance at their faces revealed a complete takeover by terror, devoid of color. Some even wedged their heads firmly between their legs, their bodies trembling incessantly, emitting intermittent sobs as if the apocalypse had arrived. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chuan stood transfixed, his lips slightly parted, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. This disbanded and retreating unit had evidently lost all semblance of morale. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that they had long since forfeited the courage and resolve to confront the infected head-dash-on. As this realization struck him, Lu Chuan felt a tightening in his chest, pondering the heavy toll on the active duty troops at this moment, especially the soldiers stationed along the border with India, not to mention what he was aware of regarding the Southern Military District's casualty figures. The Southern Military District had deployed over 500,000 troops along the border, and in less than a day of skirmishing with the infected, the number of casualties had already surpassed 100,000. It is worth noting that this had occurred within a mere span of hours. Yet, the casualty rate had soared to a staggering 1/5 or more. What was even more chilling was that among these casualties, over 90% had not merely sustained injuries but had perished on the spot. Such horrifying statistics struck Lu Chuan like a heavy hammer to the heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. With such a casualty rate, it was unlikely that any military force in the world could endure. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to rouse himself from the brutal reality. Then, through the narrow firing slit of the armored vehicle, he cast a grave glance at the soldiers desperately fleeing alongside. These soldiers, bereft of any means of transportation, faced an almost insurmountable challenge in attempting to retreat on foot to the last line of defense. Coupled with the snowflakes cascading from the sky, their prospects appeared bleak. Chapter 42. The luxurious kindness. As night descended, the wind and snow grew increasingly fierce, swirling like countless tiny ice crystals in the night sky. Bolstered by the biting cold, the snow relentlessly lashed against the defenses of the 116th Airborne Infantry Regiment, as if nature were testing the resilience of humanity. The elite paratroopers huddled against the isolation wall, their figures appearing so diminutive and helpless amidst the tempest. In ordinary circumstances, these soldiers soared through the sky like hawks, weaving through the clouds while executing various high-stakes missions. Yet now, they stood openly exposed, enduring the wrath of nature, their bodies trembling in the frigid wind, each breath accompanied by a plume of white mist. Upon closer inspection of the paratroopers' gear, one would discover their weapons to be exceptionally sophisticated. They wielded the latest 191 assault rifles from the United Commonwealth of Stars, equipped with various tactical rails and scopes to adapt to diverse battlefield environments. Even their clothing was the newest issue, specially designed for frigid climates, distinctly different from the gear of other defensive lines and reserve forces, underscoring their elite status. This attire not only provided outstanding thermal insulation but also addressed tactical needs such as flexibility and durability, ensuring soldiers could maintain operational efficiency in extreme conditions. Yet, at this moment, the faces of these paratroopers bore none of their usual pride, only a numbed expression. The ice and snow even covered their insignia, depicting a soaring eagle, a symbol of their courage and identity as airborne troops. But now, that eagle seemed defeated by the icy elements, its wings cloaked in heavy snow, stripped of its former luster. The temperature in Linhai City had plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees. The soldiers' faces bore the marks of the elements, their skin reddened by the bitter cold, some even showing signs of mild frostbite. The flames of battle had been extinguished in their eyes, replaced by exhaustion and cold, as they gazed into the pitch blackness of Linhai City, gripped by an indescribable fear. Half an hour earlier, a squadron of bombers, having briefly rested and replenished their ammunition, had finally returned to the battlefield. They unleashed a new wave of intense bombardment upon the stubborn infected, the explosions illuminating the night sky with brilliant flashes and shockwaves. Under this overwhelming firepower, the infected were finally repelled, retreating like a receding tide, vanishing into the shadows of the city's ruins, seeking refuge in some hidden corner, silently awaiting their next opportunity to strike. Above the defensive line, 7 or 8 armed helicopters struggled to maintain their patrol amidst the wind and snow. Their searchlights swept across the night sky, illuminating positions approximately 5 kilometers ahead of the line. In such extreme weather, the conditions for helicopter flight were perilous, with more than 2 helicopters having tragically crashed due to component failures in the biting cold. The wreckage of one such helicopter continued to billow thick black smoke, fueled by aviation kerosene, serving as a silent testament to the brutality of this conflict. The cold wind sliced through like a knife, and Second Lieutenant Zhang Yufei tightened his heavy military coat as he trudged across the snow-covered isolation wall. Approaching the company commander who was observing the situation in Linhai City through binoculars, a thin layer of frost clung to his eyebrows and beard, and the warmth of his breath quickly condensed into white mist in the frigid air. "Commander," Zhang Yufei's voice trembled, barely audible against the howling wind, yet imbued with a hint of resolve. "This cannot continue. The soldiers, they are truly struggling to endure this cold that it is too brutal." The commander turned to face him, his face similarly marked by the elements, his eyes revealing fatigue and concern. He lowered the binoculars, his eyes, strained from prolonged observation, involuntarily squinting against the biting wind. Rubbing his gloved hands together in an attempt to generate warmth, he replied hoarsely, "I know. My brothers are suffering," as if each word drained him of energy. "But no one can replace our regiment's defensive line. The reserve forces have already retreated to rest. Their casualties were too great." After a moment of silence, Zhang Yufei looked up at the commander, confusion and frustration filling his eyes. "Is our regiment's casualty rate not significant? In a fully staffed airborne regiment of 3,600 personnel, only over 2,600 remain, and among them, more than 500 are injured." The commander sighed, his face etched with exhaustion and gravity. He was at a loss as to how to address the soldiers under his command. Each one was his brother, each one his responsibility. He touched the eagle on his insignia, a symbol of faith, and declared steadfastly, "Because we are airborne troops. Airborne troops are inherently without any reinforcements." Zhang Yufei's voice quivered noticeably, tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of spilling over. "So, must we airborne troops be left to freeze to death?" His tone was laced with desperation, almost pleading. "Just because we are airborne troops? But we are human too. We want to live. We have parents and families too." The commander's expression remained resolute, yet his gloved hands involuntarily clenched. He understood that Zhang Yufei spoke the truth, but his duties and orders constrained him from making hasty decisions. Seeing the commander's silence, the despair within Zhang Yufei caused his legs to buckle, and he collapsed onto the icy snow. The biting cold immediately pierced through to his knees, but he paid it no mind. "Commander," his voice grew more urgent, almost pleading, "please leave a way out for my brothers, even if it's just allowing us to retreat and rest for an hour." The commander's gaze hardened with determination and weight as he slowly crouched down to meet Zhang Yufei's eyes. "Our mission," his voice deep and resonant, "was to ensure that the entire regiment would stand firm at the quarantine wall, even if it meant facing death, before the arrival of the brother troops." The captain's words bore no hint of hesitation. Each syllable seemed to be forcefully extricated from the depths of his heart. A flicker of anguish crossed the captain's eyes. He understood the weight of this decision, yet he also recognized that it was the sole course of action for the airborne infantry regiment. Zhang Yufei's eyes glimmered with despair, his body trembling slightly, as if the very strength to stand had been siphoned away. His lips quivered as he managed to utter his final question. "Are we truly to perish on the front line?" The captain did not answer directly. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, where the inky darkness of Linhai City loomed, the epicenter of this calamity. His expression remained inscrutable, but his eyes betrayed a profound sorrow. He offered a somber remark. "Our situation is still relatively favorable. The neighboring 136th Reserve Infantry Regiment has suffered over 70 casualties. Their ranks are being disbanded. His voice carried a raspy quality, as if he were stifling the tumult within. Having spoken, the captain did not look back. His steps were heavy yet resolute, each stride a testament to the brutal reality of disaster, the inexorable fate of a soldier. The silhouette of the captain gradually faded into the tempest until it vanished from sight. Zhang Yufei knelt in the frigid snow, his knees assaulted by the cold, yet he felt no pain. His eyes brimmed with tears, which quickly crystallized in the biting wind, clinging to his lashes. His hands hung limply at his sides. Snow accumulating on his gloves, soaking them through, but he cared not for such trivialities. His heart was laden with memories of fallen comrades, the longing for his family, and an overwhelming confusion about the future. The soldiers surrounding him silently witnessed this scene, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. They understood the captain's words were true. They had no choice but to hold their ground. The sudden snowfall had caught the troops responsible for containment off guard, leaving them ill-equipped against the bitter cold. Although the command center had urgently dispatched supplies from the rear, forces nationwide were anxiously awaiting these winter garments. The materials desperately needed in Linhai City remained uncertain in their arrival at the front line, especially for those emergency mobilized soldiers from the southern military district, many of whom had never encountered such harsh conditions. The cold was unbearable. Beneath the quarantine wall, night unfurled like ink, the searchlights mercilessly slicing through the darkness, casting beams of light upon the densely packed crowd below. These rays appeared to be the sole glimmer of hope amid despair. At least under the illumination, a modicum of solace and stability could be found in their hearts. Zhou Feng clutched the small Yushuan tightly against him, eyeing the biting winds. The child predictably developed a fever. A child of 3 or 4, with inherently weak resistance, might have endured a fever in ordinary circumstances. But in this environment, it could pose a fatal threat. Zhou Feng's right hand gripped Lin Yuru's arm tightly, his palm chilled by anxiety and cold. He looked up, straining to communicate with the soldiers atop the wall through the blinding glare of the searchlights. "Brother, do you have any ibuprofen to bring down the child's fever?" His voice trembled in the cold wind, nearly swallowed by the night's silence. Beneath the searing light, Zhou Feng could scarcely discern the soldier's features, resorting instead to calling out blindly. Initially, silence reigned atop the wall, and Zhou Feng's heart plummeted, nearly relinquishing the last flicker of hope. Yet, at that moment, a hoarse shout broke through the stillness. "Is that your child? Is he burning up, or what?" Zhou Feng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon hearing this, and he nodded fervently, responding urgently, Yes, that's my child. He's burning up. I was wondering if you could spare some medicine. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't make it." His tone bore a hint of pleading, and he gently squeezed Lin Yuru's small hand, signaling her to remain silent with this slight gesture. Glancing at Lin Yuru, he found her utterly at a loss. In such circumstances, this fragile woman had long since lost her resolve. Her eyes were hollow and despairing, tears swirling in her orbs, finally cascading down her pallid cheeks. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet only a faint sob escaped her. Her fingers clutched Zhou Feng's cold palm tightly, betraying her inner turmoil and fear. Once more, silence enveloped the wall, time seemingly frozen in that moment. After a long pause, a voice shattered the quietude. "For the sake of your being a soldier, take this." With that, a shadow moved atop the wall, and a small object was hurled down from the towering barrier. Zhou Feng's brow finally eased a fraction. The child in his arms let out a faint whimper of discomfort. His gaze turned resolute and anxious as he instinctively reached out to catch the small object as it fell. Yet due to a miscalculation in distance, he regrettably missed. Nearby, a middle-aged man, quick of hand, snatched the object and darted into the crowd like a startled rabbit. Zhou Feng, seeing this, was engulfed by a surge of fury. Damn it! Stealing from soldiers now? He swiftly transferred the child into Lin Yuru's arms, his movements gentle yet rapid, ensuring the child's safety. Then, his hands deftly unshouldered his rifle, smoothly chambering a round, and shouted at the fleeing middle-aged man, "You there? Stop right now, or I swear I'll shoot." As Zhou Feng spoke, the rifle's muzzle was firmly aimed at the man's back, his gaze resolute and determined. However, the middle-aged man paid no heed, desperately pushing through the throngs around him, his eyes rife with panic and greed. His own child was ill, and despite his desperate pleas, the soldiers atop the wall showed no mercy, leaving him with no choice but this desperate act. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng hesitated not. He immediately pulled the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the air, the bullet striking the fleeing man without fail. His body jolted violently before collapsing to the ground, the object in his hand rolling away into the crowd, disappearing from view. Yet, this powerful 5.8mm bullet did not cease its deadly journey. After piercing the man's chest, it continued its trajectory, ultimately striking the thigh of a woman standing ahead. This woman, who had merely been numbed by the cold and hunger, was suddenly jolted awake by the excruciating pain, plunging from one torment into an even more severe agony. The bullet's wound, caused by the highly penetrating 5.8mm round, was far graver than an ordinary injury. Her body convulsed as if struck by a tremendous force. Instinctively, she pressed her hands to the wound, feeling the warm liquid seep through her fingers. It was her blood. Her expression reflected sheer terror and disbelief. Her eyes widened, pupils reflecting the searchlight's beams, which appeared blindingly bright in her gaze. The gunshot also alerted the soldiers on the front line and the surrounding populace. Soldiers immediately raised their weapons, moving anxiously to the quarantine wall, adjusting the searchlights to scan the panicked crowd below. Intense beams sliced through the darkness, illuminating the chaos below. The light flowed like a river among the throng, sometimes focusing on a panicked face, other times sweeping past the frozen corpses that lay upon the ground. Soon, the glaring beam of the searchlight settled upon Zhou Feng, who appeared momentarily dazed. The intense light forced Zhou Feng to squint, feeling his skin begin to heat under its glare. His body stiffened beneath the light, an invisible pressure rendering him nearly breathless. He realized that in this moment, he had become the focal point of everyone's attention, a potential threat in the eyes of the terrified onlookers. The crowd formed an invisible circle around him, their movements halting as if pushed apart by some unseen force. Their expressions were filled with wariness and fear. Those who once unconditionally trusted the soldiers now maintained a distance from their former protectors, shaken by the continuous disasters and chaos. What had transpired? Why had someone suddenly fired a gun on the towering quarantine wall? A stern-faced reserve officer, holding a megaphone, began to interrogate Zhou Feng, who stood bathed in the harsh light. Zhou Feng vigorously shook his slightly dazed head, then, with sluggish movements, slowly lowered the rifle he had been gripping tightly. In that tense moment, he had completely forgotten the immense penetrating power of the military rifle's bullets in such a densely packed crowd. Now, the unfolding situation sent him into a panic, unsure where to place his hands and feet. In truth, he had never intended to harm an innocent civilian. Yet, the harsh reality had already come to pass. The anguished cries of the woman struck by the bullet echoed mercilessly in Zhou Feng's ears like a haunting refrain. The voice seemed to sternly interrogate him. Why was he so recklessly firing his weapon, utterly disregarding the safety of these unarmed civilians? "Someone is stealing my things," Zhou Feng stammered, raising a hand to shield himself from the blinding light. His words tumbling out in disarray. At that moment, he appeared so helpless, his body trembling slightly. Lin Yuru's figure had long since melted into the crowd, her gaze piercing through the throng, fixated on Zhou Feng. Her breath came in rapid bursts, her heart pounding violently in her chest, each beat a reminder that the source of this chaos lay within the fragile life she cradled. Though her heart urged her to muster the courage to step forward, fear loomed like an invisible wall, imprisoning her in place. Her steps faltered, her body quivered, as if each movement demanded immense bravery. Amidst the clamor and turmoil, Lin Yuru's presence was nearly overlooked. She floated like a leaf caught in the wind. Powerless within the crowd eye in the dim light, her silhouette appeared even more solitary and helpless. Known only to her as the epicenter of this tempest was she and the child in her arms. As Lin Yuru cast her gaze down at the little Yuxian, her heart tightened. The little one's face was flushed like a ripe apple, breath coming in shallow gasps, as if even the strength to cry had been exhausted. "Is it necessary to shoot just because someone is stealing from you? Is the rifle bestowed upon you by the state meant for firing upon the populace?" The officer showed no mercy, his expression stern as he pressed on with his questioning. He was acutely aware that failing to manage this situation properly could precipitate an even graver chaos. The consequences of such a failure were unfathomable. At this moment, The already panicked crowd began to stir restlessly. People whispered among themselves, murmuring about the recent events. Their eyes brimmed with both condemnation and anger towards Zhou Feng's actions, while a deep resentment simmered towards the soldiers behind the barricade. "Report, sir, it's not that," but the situation was too sudden. Zhou Feng's voice trembled with tension and urgency, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat visible on his forehead. Upon finishing, he slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping the crowd like a searchlight, striving to catch a glimpse of Lin Yuru. His neck leaned forward slightly, as if that would grant him clearer sight in the crowd. Lin Yuru's eyes were filled with panic and confusion. Her body trembled slightly, struck by the sudden upheaval, unable to bear the shock. She lowered her head, unable to meet Zhou Feng's gaze directly, ultimately choosing to turn away, leaving him with nothing but her solitary silhouette. Lin Yuru's figure appeared particularly frail amidst the throng, her shoulders slightly hunched, silently conveying her fear and helplessness. In that moment, Zhou Feng's heart felt as if it had been encased in the frigid grip of reality. He stood there, immobile, like a statue. The light in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by profound disappointment and anguish. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to speak, yet no words escaped. He realized that retaining kindness in such an environment was perhaps his gravest miscalculation. The officer's gaze was laced with mockery, his eyes piercing through the crowd, locking onto Zhou Feng. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a manifestation of disdain and contempt for Zhou Feng's actions. He had witnessed the urgency with which Zhou Feng sought fever medicine, followed by the sound of gunfire. Every detail had been etched in his memory. How could he be oblivious to the unfolding events? The officer cleared his throat, the silence amplifying the sound. He spoke slowly. "Once this calamity concludes, I shall personally ensure you are delivered to a military tribunal." With that, his gloved hand slowly rose, carving a resolute arc through the air. This gesture was not only an order to the soldiers nearby, but also a pronouncement of Zhou Feng's fate. The soldiers immediately understood his intent. Swiftly and methodically redirecting the searchlight, the beam shifting away from Zhou Feng, as if erasing his very existence. The officer's eyes revealed a chilling decisiveness. He understood that to him, the individuals within the walls were nothing more than soulless husks. Their fates had long been sealed by this disaster. Whether they succumbed to gunfire or became victims of infection mattered little to him. His reluctance to act against Zhou Feng stemmed not from sympathy but from a pragmatic assessment. In this calamity, every soldier still capable of fighting was a precious resource. He was unwilling to squander a soldier's life for those already destined to perish. The officer's words, "military tribunal," echoed in the air. A mockery, a derision of fate. When would this disaster come to an end? No one knew. Each heart was laden with uncertainty and fear. The officer's pronouncement hung like an invisible sentence over Zhou Feng, as well as over everyone present. As the beam of the searchlight gradually shifted from him, Zhou Feng finally felt liberated from its harsh glare. His body, nearly numb from the cold, only dared to move slightly once the light had vanished. Attempting to dispel the penetrating chill, his muscles protested after prolonged stillness, stiffened as if frozen. Zhou Feng's countenance bore the marks of fatigue and conflict. The corners of his mouth turned downward, revealing a hint of bitterness. His body language silently conveyed his helplessness and struggle. In such an environment, he was compelled to reassess his values, confronting a harsh reality. Here, life no longer held intrinsic worth but had become commodified. Zhou Feng's eye crystallized into a cloud of white vapor in the frigid air, his gaze imbued with confusion and weariness. He scanned the surrounding crowd, each individual maintaining their distance, their eyes filled with suspicion and distrust. He muttered to himself, "What am I even striving for?" His voice tinged with resignation and self-doubt. Subsequently, he turned slowly, his steps heavy and dejected, making his way toward the towering isolation wall. His body language exuded a profound sense of powerlessness. He bent down, leaning against the wall, this action appearing so natural yet laden with gravity. His back pressed against the cold surface, as if seeking some form of support, some semblance of solace. Zhou Feng's head lowered slightly, his gaze landing upon a woman wailing in despair. Her grief and hopelessness were palpable, heart-wrenching. His eyes then shifted to a small boy sobbing over his father's lifeless body, the child's helplessness and sorrow tightening Zhou Feng's heart. It dawned on him that the weight of a single bullet could be light enough to go unnoticed. yet simultaneously heavy enough to shatter a family, unbearable in its burden. Zhou Feng's expression deepened, emotion swirling within his eyes. His hand instinctively brushed against the rifle he held, a symbol of his identity as a soldier, yet also the source of his current heavy burden. His fingers trembled slightly, this subtle motion betraying the turmoil and anguish within. Lin Yuru approached him through the crowd. Zhou Feng refrained from questioning her reluctance to step forward and clarify everything, for he understood that in this world, sometimes truth and explanation were luxuries, and he was too weary to pursue them. When Lin Yuru finally mustered the courage to stand before Zhou Feng, her voice quivered, almost pleading. "Ah Feng, the child has grown more ill." Her tone was low, laced with a hint of weeping, as she presented the child to Zhou Feng, hoping to evoke his compassion by showcasing the child's helplessness. Zhou Feng's gaze shifted from the child, his eyes hollow, as if he had lost all emotion. He raised his head, his cold eyes locking onto Lin Yuru, his voice flat and indifferent. "What does it have to do with me? Did I cause the child's fever? Or is this even my child?" His words bore no trace of emotion, as if he were merely stating a fact rather than confronting a life hanging in the balance. Lin Yuru trembled slightly, a flicker of pain and guilt crossing her eyes. She recognized that it was her own retreat that had led Zhou Feng to treat her and the child in such a manner. Her voice threatened to fracture, yet she forced herself to continue. "Ah Feng, I truly have no means to please. Have pity on me." Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet she fought to keep them from falling. Her tone laden with helplessness and despair. In this frigid world, Lin Yuru felt an unprecedented sense of isolation and powerlessness. She was merely a vulnerable woman. In such an environment, what could she possibly do? She had no choice but to cast aside her pride, to shamelessly continue her pleas, hoping Zhou Feng might extend a hand for the child's sake. Zhou Feng's fingers mechanically glided over the cold metal of the Type 95 rifle in his embrace. The chill of the metal resonating through his fingertips, a stark reminder of the world's cruelty. His expression remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed a profound irritation and impatience. A high wall had long been erected around his heart regarding Lin Yuru. All patience and compassion had been barred beyond that wall. Lin Yuru sensed Zhou Feng's indifference, her heart plummeting to despair. She knew that the man who had once provided her warmth and support had now transformed into a stranger. She could only hold the child tightly, the warmth radiating through the fabric enveloping her, intensifying her anxiety. She turned and staggered towards the towering isolation wall, where soldiers stood expressionless, like indifferent sentinels of this cold world. Lin Yuru's voice, laced with desperation and pleading, rang out as she called to the soldiers, "Could you please spare us a bottle of fever medicine for the child?" Her voice was barely discernible amidst the clamor of the crowd. As if it were destined to be drowned out, the soldiers remained impassive, their gazes cold and resolute, showing no reaction to Lin Yuru's entreaty. Finally, an older reserve soldier spoke, his tone flat and mechanical. "There are many people in need of medication. We cannot satisfy every request." His words lacked any trace of emotion, as if he were merely reiterating a predetermined fact. Lin Yuru's eyes brimmed with despair, and her voice faltered, "But the child truly needs." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the soldier's indifferent response. "We understand your predicament, but resources are limited, and we must adhere to regulations." His words conveyed a sense of helplessness, but more so a steadfast commitment to the rules. The crowd began to murmur, some casting sympathetic glances, while others shook their heads in resignation. Under the glaring searchlights, the scene appeared even more desolate, as if the entire world had lost its warmth in that moment. Chapter 43. Journey to the A-Zone quarantine line outside the ruins. As night fell, the howling wind roared like a fierce beast, shrieking and bellowing as though it sought to consume the entire world. Within the city, buildings that had miraculously withstood the fierce bombardment now swayed precariously under the relentless assault of the powerful winds. A deafening crash echoed as they finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground and sending up clouds of dust. "Zhang Gu, is it really safe for us to go out now? Look outside. It's pitch black." Tang Xiangrong trembled uncontrollably from the cold, his voice laced with doubt. His eyes reflected clear fear and resistance. "What do you mean? Are you planning to stay here and celebrate the new year?" Zhang Han retorted, shivering as he spoke. "I can't take it anymore. I'm about to freeze to death. If we keep dawdling like this, we'll soon turn into stiff ice pops." Despite his chattering teeth, he forced himself to endure the chill and meticulously examine the pistol in his hand. It was an outdated Type 54 from the last century, and he could not be certain it would function properly in such extreme weather conditions. All right, enough with the chatter. Since Zhang Gu has said we're leaving, let us get moving, as they prepared to depart. Zhang Han reluctantly returned his heavy coat to Zhu Dachong. Zhu quickly fastened the buttons of the coat and then bent down to rummage through his backpack, emerging with a hefty hammer in hand. His face was etched with irritation, and he muttered for everyone to hurry up. Lu Jiwei, munching on chocolate, mumbled indistinctly, "Exactly. If we stay here much longer, we'll turn into frozen sticks. Look at this wretched place. It's drafty and cold enough to cut through to the bone." He shivered involuntarily, pulling his coat tighter around him. Standing silently to the side was Li Ming, gripping not a hammer for attack, but a heavy brick. He fiddled with the straps of his backpack, seemingly attempting to soothe his inner turmoil and anxiety. At that moment, Li Ming was grappling with his thoughts. Deep down, he already knew that the first person sent out to scout would undoubtedly be him. After all, with Zhang Han's temperament, such a decision was as good as set in stone, leaving no room for negotiation. Soon, they were all ready, their eyes turning expectantly towards Zhang Han. He scanned the group with a piercing gaze. Finally fixing his attention on Zhu Dachong, waving his hand vigorously as he called out, "Hey, Zhu Dachong, hurry up and come carry me. My leg is completely out of commission. Even the slightest movement sends pain coursing through me." Upon hearing this, Zhu Dachong wasted no time, swiftly removing his heavy backpack and tossing it into Lu Jiwei's arms. He then bent down, adopting a posture that signaled he was ready to carry Zhang Han. With utmost care, he lifted Zhang Han onto his broad and sturdy back. Once secured, Zhu Dachong turned his head, a flattering smile on his face as he assured, "Zhang Gu, rest assured, as long as old Zhu, am here, even if the sky falls, I would never leave you behind to escape alone." While he spoke, his gaze involuntarily darted towards the pistol tightly held by Zhang Han. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, perched on Zhu Dachong's back, cautiously shifted his weight in search of a more comfortable position. Once settled, he retorted, "Humph, stop trying to sweet-talk me. I'm not falling for that. Whether you can handle this depends on your actions next. If you dare to slip away," he raised the ominous pistol, gesturing threateningly at the others. Clearly, he intended to remind them that anyone who dared to abandon him would face dire consequences. At that moment, Li Ming, who had been silent, finally spoke. He approached the narrow entrance of the ruins, each step heavy with foreboding. Pausing at the threshold, he hesitated for a moment before turning to Zhang Han, saying, "Zhang Gu, listen to the sounds outside. Although the gunfire has ceased, who can guarantee that those terrifying infected aren't lurking in some corner? Moreover, the darkness is deepening, and the temperature is plummeting, making it unbearably cold. Is it wise for us to rush out now?" Hearing Li Ming's words, Zhang Han shifted uncomfortably on Zhu Dachong's back, irritated by the cold that made Zhu's arms tremble, creating an unsettling sensation. He grimaced, clearly displeased. "Do you think I'm unaware of the situation?" Zhang Han snapped, twisting again in an attempt to shake off the unwelcome sensation. "If we don't hurry and leave now, are we going to sit here and wait to die? Enough with the chatter, get out there and scout." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Han impatiently raised his pistol, aiming the dark muzzle directly at Li Ming. His expression was cold and fierce, devoid of any semblance of the peaceful demeanor he once had, revealing his ruthless nature. Seeing this, Li Ming felt a wave of resignation wash over him, and he sighed heavily. Gripping the brick tightly, he squeezed through the narrow entrance. Following closely behind, Tang Xiangrong dared not lag. Well aware of his low standing within the group, he hastily quickened his pace, ensuring he stayed right behind Li Ming. As Zhang Han noticed the two had successfully exited the opening, he commanded without hesitation, "Let us go. Keep up. No dawdling." Upon hearing the order, Zhu Dachong hurriedly moved towards the exit. Just as Zhang Han emerged, a biting wind, laden with swirling snowflakes, struck him fiercely. Caught off guard, he shivered involuntarily, muttering a curse, "Damn, it's freezing." But then, calamity struck. The deep snow beneath them caused Zhu Dachong to lose his balance, nearly falling to the ground. Zhang Han, feeling the sudden jolt, gasped in alarm. "Are you trying to kill me?" Zhu Dachong, with a pained expression, replied, Zhang, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect the snow to be this deep. I accidentally stepped into a void. His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the near mishap. Zhang Han quickly looked down, shocked at the thick blanket of snow that had fallen in the span of a mere day. The snow had astonishingly accumulated to such a profound depth, resembling a white blanket woven by nature overnight, enveloping all in its embrace. Well then, let us hasten our departure, Zhang Han murmured to himself, his tone betraying a hint of helplessness and urgency. He tightened his collar in a futile attempt to fend off the biting cold wind. Zhu Dachang nodded emphatically, signaling his agreement. With gritted teeth, he laboriously lifted his foot, inching forward step by step. Despite his robust physique, he was now burdened with the weight of over 100 pounds of Zhang Han upon his back, undoubtedly adding to the difficulty of his already arduous journey. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the warm breath he exhaled dissipated swiftly in the frigid air. Lu Jiwei also struggled to emerge from the rubble. But in his haste, he misstepped and tumbled into the snow. His body left a deep imprint in the snow as he painstakingly rose to rejoin the group. At that moment, his face was speckled with snowflakes, and a thin layer of frost clung to his eyebrows. Thus, the five of them commenced their challenging trek along a path obscured by snow and littered with the remnants of buildings. Leading the way was Li Ming, who maintained a distance of approximately 20 meters from his companions, mindful that visibility in the blizzard was woefully poor. If he strayed too far, they would swiftly lose sight of him. Originally at the forefront, Tang Xiangrong had quickly retreated to Zhu Dachang's side, assisting him in carrying Zhang Han forward. Under such harsh and daunting conditions, it was nearly an insurmountable task for Zhu Dachang to bear the weight of Zhang Han alone, as this situation proved excessively arduous and impractical for anyone. Meanwhile, Lu Jiwei took on the crucial role of the rearguard, attentively monitoring the surroundings to ensure the safety of the entire group. In truth, Zhang Han's insistence on this was merely to afford them even a fleeting moment of precious reaction time should the terrifying infected launch a sudden attack from behind. Thus, they trudged through the snow-laden, treacherous path, uncertain of how far they had traveled. Just as exhaustion began to take its toll, after cautiously navigating around a bombed-out, precarious high-rise, Zhang Han's tense demeanor suddenly brightened. In the distance, the lights of Area A, positioned at the containment line, flickered with a faint yet reassuring glow, accompanied by the distant roar of helicopters patrolling the skies. "Brothers, we have finally arrived," Zhang Han exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement and joy. Raising his voice in exuberance in his enthusiasm, he inadvertently patted Zhu Dachang's shoulder with such force that it nearly sent the already weary man tumbling into the icy snow. When the group reflected on that brief yet protracted journey of less than a few kilometers, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Although it had taken just over an hour, for each individual present, it felt as though an entire year had passed. Their lips had become stiff from the biting cold, rendering them nearly impossible to part. Moreover, aside from Zhang Han, who was barely supported by Zhu Dachang, the legs of the other four had succumbed to the relentless assault of the ice and snow. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Han seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that their current environment was anything but safe. His loud and thunderous voice, akin to a beacon in the night, inadvertently drew the attention of four infected creatures that had retreated into the surrounding buildings after being thwarted during the day. Upon hearing Zhang Han's voice, the previously dull eyes of the infected gleamed with a fervent, bloodthirsty light. Like hungry wolves spotting their prey, they fixated on the seemingly vulnerable humans amidst the ruins. Notably, one of the infected, clad in a heavy police riot gear, stood out among the rest. It crouched low and emitted a series of low, sharp growls to the other three ordinary infected, a sound that, though faint, seemed to carry an irresistible command. Under the influence of the special infected's deep, authoritative tones, the three ordinary infected sprang into action. They gripped an assortment of weapons, rusty machetes, kitchen knives, and construction hammers, stealthily advancing towards Zhang Han and his companions. Meanwhile, the special infected calmly adjusted its slightly tattered yet highly protective riot gear, meticulously inspecting every detail to ensure there were no flaws before drawing a baton from its waist. With the baton firmly in hand, it followed the ordinary infected with steady and purposeful strides. Clearly, in that fleeting moment, the four infected had communicated and devised an attack strategy through some mysterious means. However, Zhang Han and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Zhang Han, gazing excitedly at the distant defense line, remarked to those beside him, "I told you, now is the perfect time to venture out." Those infected must have hidden away after the army's onslaught during the day. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dachong, who had carried Zhang Han for over an hour, weakly echoed, Yes, yes." At this moment, Zhu Dachong was utterly exhausted, panting heavily, his thermal clothing soaked with sweat. His mind was consumed with a singular desire to find a safe and comfortable place to rest and recuperate his nearly depleted strength. Meanwhile, Tang Xiangrong, who had been steadfastly supporting Zhu Dachong and sharing the burden, chimed in obsequiously, "Indeed. Who doesn't know that our brother Zhang is wise and resourceful? If it weren't for your foresight and decisive actions, we probably wouldn't have dared to